Chapter 1048. Once the primordial banquet ended, Li Fuchen kept the thick earthstone seal. There's quite a lot of harvest. In the starry sky, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. During this banquet, he had obtained a total of 2 life-type low-class universe treasures and 17 life-type peak-class treasures. He reckoned that the Tree of Life should be able to evolve into a mid-class universe treasure, the legendary Death God Lake. I will find a chance to visit it, but before that, I will make a trip to the Water God Tomb. Li Fuchen had always been curious about the Death God Lake. It originated from his curiosity towards the Grim God. If the God of immortality was a legend, then the Grim God was a legend. The God of immortality ultimately died under the siege of multiple demigods, while the Grim God didn't die under siege. In fact, no one knew if the Grim God was dead or alive. There were rumors that the Grim God had already ascended to become a god. Of course, the Death God Lake was too dangerous. Even if Li Fuchen was the strongest ruler, it was still extremely dangerous to visit the Death God Lake. In comparison, the Water God Tomb was much safer, but this safety was only in comparison. During the ancient era, the Water God was also one of the extremely terrifying demigods. It was still unknown if the God of immortality was comparable. In the Water God Tomb, it was drizzling and 3 figures appeared out of nowhere. TSS, 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 with Li Fuchen's reminder, Yan Qinggu quickly activated her saber energy protection. Immediately after, when the rainwater dripped on the saber energy protection, there was a corrosive sound. This is the Water God Tomb? It is so mystical. Yan Qinggu had too little experience. Apart from the deep blue plain, everything else in the outside world was new to her. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen brought her to the Water God Tomb. There were still plenty of rulers that came to the Water God Tomb. It was different from the previous visit. When these rulers saw Li Fuchen and the others, they would stay far away. What a joke! Li Fuchen's current appearance and qi presence was already known by everyone. There were only a few who didn't recognize him. If these people didn't provoke Li Fuchen, he naturally wouldn't kill them and seize their treasures. His current net worth was too terrifying. He had trillions of top-grade spirit stones. Any low-grade Universal Supreme Treasure he had was worth hundreds of trillions of top-grade spirit stones. Any mid-grade Universal Supreme Treasure was worth more than trillions of top-grade spirit stones. As for high-grade Universal Supreme Treasures, they were absolutely priceless and could not be measured with top-grade spirit stones. However, a peak sovereign emperor's entire wealth was only about 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. Killing 100 peak sovereign emperors would only cost 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. The only things he was interested in now were universe, treasures, and semi-divine artifacts. The rest were meaningless to him. With the strength of an unrivaled sovereign emperor, the reign in the Water God Tomb posed no threat to Yan Qinggu. Rather than exploring the Water God Tomb, the 3 might as well say that they were out for fun. Unknowingly, the 3 of them arrived before a lake. This lake was called Water God Lake, and it was extremely dangerous. Even invincible sovereign emperors would die if they entered Water God Lake. However, in the Water God Mausoleum, only the Water God Palace in the center of the Water God Lake had semi-divine artifacts. The Water God Palace was guarded by plenty of Water God guards, and it was heavily guarded. Until now, no one had heard of anyone obtaining the Water God's semi-divine artifact, Water God Trident. Li Fuchen didn't dare to enter the Water God Palace because he wasn't a half-god and had strength that was close to a top-notch half-god. Otherwise, a single Water God guard would be enough to make him suffer. Bang, 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 Li Fuchen released a qi barrier to protect Yan Qinggu and the Wolfman incarnation. In the Water God Lake, there were plenty of water monsters. The weakest of these water monsters were at the level of an unrivaled sovereign emperor, while the stronger ones were at the level of a peak-level unrivaled sovereign emperor. When a group of water monsters work together, those below the strongest sovereign emperor wouldn't be able to resist. Qinggu, this water monster's strength is similar to yours. You should practice first. Li Fuqin used the Sword Lock Universe to envelop Yan Qinggu and a water monster. Inside the Sword Lock Universe, Yan Qinggu didn't take out the broken saber or the universe artifact. Her weapon was a Tier 5 peak-grade Supreme Saber, the Thundersting Saber. As the saber light flickered, a human and a water monster were in an intense battle. It was obvious that Yan Qinggu hadn't fought for a long time and her combat experience was obviously lacking. She had been at a disadvantage. If Li Fuqin didn't intentionally affect her, Yan Qinggu would have been defeated. The sudden change is too huge. I can't adapt to it. After fighting for a long time, Yan Qinggu took out the broken saber and killed the water monster with ease. Ever since she became a saint, she basically didn't have much battle experience. She had always been cultivating and cultivating. As such, her understanding of her own strength and the enemy's strength was obstructed. This obstruction was severely restricting her judgment. You will slowly get used to it. There is no hurry. Li Fuqin constantly looked for water monsters for Yan Qinggu to practice with so that she could familiarize herself with her strength. Unknowingly, the trio passed through the Death God Lake and arrived at the plaza outside the Water God Palace. Boom! Boom! The two Water God guards discovered the three of them and rushed towards them from the left and right. Leave this to me. The Wolfman incarnation volunteered and charged at the Water God guard on the right. Let me try too. With the broken saber, Yan Qinggu was confident she could exchange moves with the Water God guard. All right. Li Fuqin nodded. The Water God guard might be strong, but it was only equivalent to a weaker regular demigod. The Wolfman incarnation was a peak-level invincible emperor, and with the help of a mid-class universe artifact, it wouldn't be defeated in a single clash. If Li Fuqin really couldn't resist, he would definitely make a move. As for Yan Qinggu, there was no need to worry. The broken saber was an incomplete, top-notch half-divine artifact and could temporarily condense half-god power. It meant that Yan Qinggu would be comparable with a half-god for a short period of time. Boom! Wielding the Chaos Gem Essence, the Wolfman incarnation clashed with the Water God Guard. A violent chi force burst out and the Wolfman incarnation was sent flying. When facing the Water God Guard, the Wolfman incarnation was still slightly inferior, but the difference wasn't huge. A peak-level invincible emperor with the help of a mid-class universe artifact should have strength similar to the strongest emperor. As for the weaker, regular demigods, their strength should be around the same level as the strongest emperor. Li Fuqin was able to have strength that was close to, or even comparable to a top-notch demigod because he had a high-class universe artifact. Furthermore, it was a high-class universe artifact that was adept at combat. On the other side, Yan Qinggu's situation was much better than the Wolfman incarnation. From start to end, she had been suppressing the Water God Guard. The half-god power condensed by Qinggu is comparable to high-class demigods in terms of quality. It is just a little scattered and not concentrated enough. Li Fuqin saw some clues. Boom, boom, boom. This battle lasted for a very long time, and Li Fuqin only made a move to eliminate the two Water God guards after the duo had their fill. The Water God Palace was enveloped by a layer of dark blue water screen. Previously, they were far away and weren't able to see the situation inside the water screen. Now that they were closer, they could see that the Water God guards were patrolling the corridors outside the palace. These Water God guards were dark blue in color, and they were all dark blue giants. Among the dark blue giants, there were a few dark green giants that were very eye-catching. Mid-class Water God guards. Li Fuqin had a solemn expression. Chapter 1049. Li Fuqin's trip to the Water God tomb was for the half-divine artifact. Regardless of whether it was the Death God Lake or the Demigod Domain, they were both filled with danger. If he could become a demigod as soon as possible, it would naturally be a great thing. In the universe, there were only a few places that had demigod weapons. the water god mausoleum was considered relatively safe. For example, the #1 danger zone in the universe, the insectoid god battlefield, was once the main battlefield between the 100 races and the insectoid race. Many demigods had died there, so naturally there would be demigod weapons lost there. However, even demigods did not dare to step into the insectoid god battlefield easily because it was connected to the insectoid race's nest. There might be insectoid demigods active there. If I can get the water god trident, I will cultivate the water Tao to perfection when I get out. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Needless to say, the water god trident was the water god's demigod weapon. It was at least a peak demigod weapon. If it was the water god's main demigod weapon, it would most likely be a peak demigod weapon. In order to obtain a top-notch or peak-grade half-divine artifact, Li Fuchen was willing to cultivate another martial Tao, as it wouldn't take him a long time anyway. You too, enter the world core first. Li Fuchen stored Yen Qinggu and the werewolf clone into the world heart. It was too dangerous to enter the water god palace, and it was much more efficient for Li Fuchen to move alone. Pop! After passing through the dark blue water screen, Li Fuchen arrived at the corridor of the water god palace. All of a sudden, all the water god guards noticed Li Fuchen. He didn't have a choice, as there was no way to conceal himself in this place. Even if Li Fuchen concealed his qi presence, his opponent would still be able to see him with the naked eye. The primordial bracelet transformed into the primordial armor and primordial sword. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Previously at the water god tomb, any low-class water god guard would be able to crush Li Fuchen. But it was different now. When facing so many water god guards, Li Fuchen swept with his sword, and it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Be it the low-class or mid-class water god guards, all of them were sent flying as if they were dried twigs. Of course, it wasn't possible to kill the water god guards. Killing Li Fuchen alone would require a lot of time. It was unknown how long it would take to kill all the water god guards in the corridor. Li Fuchen's objective was to charge into the water god palace first. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen had killed his way to the entrance of the water god palace. So many water god guards. Li Fuchen looked inside and couldn't help but take a deep, cold breath. The inside of the water god palace was like a universe. The spatial zone was massive, and one couldn't even see the end of it. With just a glance, Li Fuchen noticed over 1,000 low-class water god guards, close to 100 mid-class water god guards, and 5 high-class water god guards. Although the water god guards were very inflexible and only knew how to attack at close range, they could still bite someone to death if there were enough of them. Li Fuchen calculated and realized that he could easily deal with a low-class water god guard in a one-on-one fight. 1 against 10 was rather troublesome and would require a lot of energy. 1 versus 20 plus, Li Fuchen didn't have the confidence. 1 against 100, if the battle dragged on, Li Fuchen would definitely lose. 1 against 1,000. Once Li Fuchen was trapped and unable to escape, he would definitely die. What's more, apart from beginner water god guards, there were also intermediate and advanced water god guards. The water god guards in the corridor had already surrounded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen hesitated for a moment before he flashed and skimmed into the water god palace. Boom, 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 boom. Li Fuchen might have released the Sword Dao universe immediately. But with so many water god guards attacking, the Sword Dao universe instantly crumbled and wasn't able to affect the situation. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen executed the Sword Sea Horizon with the Primordial Sword and was still able to block the first few waves of attacks from the Water God Guards with ease. I have already seen the Water God Trident, but it is too difficult to obtain it. At the end of the palace, there was a table, and on the table was a black sphere of light. There was a trident floating inside the sphere of light. The trident's chi presence might have been isolated by the black sphere of light. But just by looking at the trident with the naked eye, Li Fuchen felt a piercing pain in his eyes and saint spirit. Only his spirit soul could easily withstand this pressure. Peat grade half-divine artifact. It must be a peat grade half-divine artifact. Li Fuchin had seen peat grade half-divine artifacts before, but they weren't as sharp and tyrannical as the trident. If peat grade half-divine artifacts were considered sharp weapons, then peat grade half-divine artifacts were divine weapons. There was a huge difference in their essence, chi, and spirit. Moreover, demigods were divided into 5 levels: ordinary demigods, high-level demigods, top-notch demigods, peak demigods, and invincible demigods. There were even higher levels. However, demigods are only divided into 4 levels: ordinary demigods, high-level demigods, top-notch demigods, and peak demigods. There were no invincible demigods. It also meant that peak-grade half-divine artifacts were the best half-divine artifacts. Any higher would be the legendary divine artifacts. If Li Fuchin could obtain the water god trident and cultivate his water down to the perfection rank, he would immediately become a peak-grade half-god. Furthermore, he would be the strongest among the peak-grade half-gods and would be just inferior to the invincible half-gods. Generally speaking, the strongest ruler would only become an invincible half-god after obtaining a suitable peak-grade half-god artifact. Unless Li Fuchin obtained a peak-grade sword Dao half-god artifact, he wouldn't be able to become an invincible half-god. There were too many water god guards, and Li Fuchin felt as though he was in a turbulent swamp. Every step forward would require a huge amount of energy. In fact, as time elapsed, it was hard for him to even retreat, as he had no control. Should I risk it? Li Fuchin believed that he still had a sliver of hope, but he knew clearly that the price of risking it might be death. Forget it. This water god trident is impossible to obtain for those below the half-god realm. There is no need to force it. After thinking about it, Li Fuchin still decided to retreat. A peak-grade half-god artifact might be good, but there wasn't a need to risk his life for it. Furthermore, it wasn't the time to risk his life. Soon enough, Li Fuchin rejoiced. If he retreated a little later, he might not be able to break out of the encirclement. The Death God Lake was the number 2 dangerous place in the Radiant Star region and one of the top 10 dangerous places in the universe. The Death God Lake was very special. It might be more dangerous than the Water God Tomb, but there were plenty of people that visited the Death God Lake. Some of the regular rulers would even dare to come to the Death God Lake. However, those who were familiar with the Death God Lake would know that the Death God Lake was actually separated into 2 regions. One was the peripheral region of the Death God Lake, and the other was the region of the Death God Lake. The peripheral region of the Death God Lake didn't have any dangers. Furthermore, it was rich in Death God herbs and had attracted a large number of rulers. But the region of the Death God Lake was different. Without the strength of an invincible ruler, entering the Death God Lake would be courting death. Even if an invincible ruler entered the Death God Lake, the death rate would be more than 50%. At one of the ferries of the Death God Lake, a grayish-black mist enveloped the entire Death God Lake. There was a creaking sound as a small boat floated out from the mist. On the small boat was a man in a bamboo hat. He was silent and was emitting a dense death chi presence, as though he had been dead for countless years. Do you think these ferrymen are alive or dead? After boarding the boat, Yan Qinggu asked Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin said, "The Death God controls life and death. These should be dead demigods. As long as the Death God was willing, those who were killed by the Death God wouldn't dissipate their physical form and would become the Death God servant." It was rumored that the 108 ferrymen on the Death God Lake were all demigods that were killed by the Death God. After being killed, they are still under the Death God's control. I wonder how strong the Death God was back then. Did he really ascend to become a god? Yan Qinggu sighed lightly. Li Fuchin said, "There is definitely a higher realm above the demigod realm. There is no doubt about that. But it seems like something happened in the universe during these countless years. It has been a long time since anyone ascended to become a god, causing everyone to be skeptical about ascending to become a god. Be it the battlefield of gods, the half-god region, or the golden amulet, they all told Li Fuchen that there was a higher realm above this universe. However, Li Fuchen could vaguely sense that there seemed to be some deviation on the path of ascending to become a god. It had been too long since anyone ascended to become a god. As a result, there were more and more demigods in the universe. Just like the Swordsman Guild, they had close to 20 demigods. As for the other 8 major factions, apart from the Undead Legion, each of them had at least 10 demigods. Especially the Divine Race Temple, they had over 30 demigods. If the 9 major factions were to add up, they would have around 200 demigods. With the addition of the other major factions' demigods, there were definitely more than 300 demigods in the entire universe. It was fortunate that all the demigods were gathered in the battlefield of gods and the half-god region. Otherwise, the universe would be in a mess. The boat carried the trio and traveled through the mist silently. Occasionally, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Huff! All of a sudden, the mist condensed and a terrifying figure appeared at the bow of the boat. My Tao is the Tao of life and death. If you are not alive, you will be dead. If you are not dead, you will not be alive. Receive my palm of life and death. The terrifying figure slammed a palm at the trio. The person on the ferry didn't bother about it and seemed like he couldn't feel anything. Interesting. Li Fuchen countered with a palm strike. Bang, bang. The boat shook and the terrifying figure scattered. Is that an undead spirit? Yan Qinggu was curious. Li Fuchen shook his head. It isn't that simple. This death god lake can contain a myriad of Daos. That person might be dead, but his cultivation hasn't scattered yet. He is dead, but his cultivation hasn't scattered yet? Yan Qinggu didn't understand. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. At this moment, he finally felt how terrifying the death god's cultivation realm was. Perhaps the person had already ascended to become a god. The death god lake was massive and the speed of the boat wasn't considered fast. Along the way, there would be terrifying figures formed by the mist that assaulted the trio. The weakest of these figures were formidable, invincible monarchs, while the stronger ones were at the demigod level. No wonder it was said that more than half of the invincible monarchs would die in the death god lake. Just these terrifying figures were enough to cause severe casualties to those that entered. After an entire month, the boat finally arrived at the death god island. All of you will die too. All of you will die too. Along the way, the person who ferried the boat that didn't say a single word let out a terrifying sneer and rode away. Trying to act mysterious, the werewolf incarnation squinted his eyes. Li Fuchen said, "It is just a trace of obsession and a trace of hatred. There is no need to bother about him." The person who ferried the boat was already dead. What was left was just his cultivation and a trace of his past obsession. The Death God Island wasn't huge, and the trio soon arrived at the vicinity of the Death God Cave. It is the primary extreme monarch. In the vicinity of the Death God Cave, there were a few invincible monarchs. When they saw Li Fuchen, they were all apprehensive and quickly distanced themselves. Li Fuchen said, "If you want to enter, hurry up and enter. I can guarantee that I will not touch a single hair of yours, even if you obtain a half-divine artifact. Primary extreme monarch, I believe you." An invincible monarch wielded the Reaper Stone and jumped into the Death God Cave. After a long time, the invincible monarch still didn't come out. It seems like he has perished. One of the invincible monarchs shook his head. The Death God Cave was very evil. Those that entered would either live or die. Most importantly, those that survived wouldn't know how they survived. They would only know that they randomly took an artifact and walked out. Chapter 1050. Soon enough, the second invincible ruler jumped into the Death God Cave. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but as compared to becoming a half-god, they were willing to risk it. The Death God Cave didn't have a lot of things, but it had plenty of half-god artifacts. During the era when the death god was active, there were plenty of half-gods that died in the hands of the death god. Correspondingly, the death god naturally obtained plenty of half-god artifacts too. Of course, it didn't mean that one would definitely obtain a half-god artifact after entering the death god cave. But for countless years, there were indeed people that became half-gods after coming out of the death god lake. What if they were the lucky ones? The atmosphere was a little stifling. The second invincible ruler didn't make it out either and vanished silently. I don't believe it. The third invincible ruler gritted his teeth and jumped in. Ha 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 ha! The third invincible ruler was lucky as he came out alive, and he even brought out a low-class universe artifact. It might not be a half-god artifact, but to be able to come out alive and bring out a low-class universe artifact was enough to make him extremely excited. Primary Extreme Ruler, you aren't going to make a move, right? All of a sudden, the invincible ruler thought of something. Li Fuchin smiled and said, I have plenty of universe artifacts. Do you think I will be interested in them? That is true. The invincible ruler recalled something and let out a breath of relief. Li Fuchin even had a high-class universe artifact. Why would he care about a low-class universe artifact? Immediately after, the fourth invincible ruler gritted his teeth and jumped into the death god cave. But this invincible ruler wasn't so lucky and followed in the footsteps of the first and second invincible ruler. There was a total of 4 invincible rulers. 3 died and 1 survived. The mortality rate was at 75%. This is too dangerous. Yan Qingguo took a deep, cold breath. The werewolf incarnation said, Riches are sought from danger. The more dangerous the death god cave is, the more precious the treasures inside are. Li Fuchin nodded and said with a smile, The treasures inside are indeed extremely precious. Once he arrived in the vicinity of the death god cave, he started to use his spirit soul power to scan the death god cave. Just as he expected, even though the cave of death was left behind by the death god, it couldn't block the probing of soul power. In the deepest part of the death god cave, Li Fuchin saw a treasure vault. The treasure vault was filled with treasures, and the worst was a peak-class treasure. Furthermore, these peak-class treasures were piled up like a mountain, like a pile of trash. At least a few thousand top-grade treasures. Li Fuchin took a deep breath. He already had a lot of top-notch treasures, more than 100 of them. However, compared to the Grim Reaper's collection, it still paled in comparison. Most importantly, the Grim Reaper's top-notch treasures were quite comprehensive. Basically, anyone could find a top-notch treasure that suited them. It would be a good thing if I could get my hands on some top-notch Sword Dao treasures. With Li Fuchin's current cultivation realm, top-notch artifacts might not be able to help him a lot, but they could be used to replenish his strength. After all, in an extremely harsh environment, replenishment of strength was still very crucial and could be used to save his life. Beside the peak-class treasures, there was a pile of low-class universe treasures. Li Fuchin made a rough count, and there were around a few hundred low-class universe treasures. Li Fuchin couldn't imagine the concept of a few hundred low-class universe treasures. No wonder the treasures in the Death God Cave have never dried up after countless years. Li Fuchin was speechless and shocked. Those that could enter the Death God Cave were the minority. With the death rate of more than 50%, those that could truly take away the treasures were extremely rare. As such, the treasures in the Death God Cave were naturally able to last for a very long time. Beside the low-class universe treasures, there was a small pile of mid-class universe treasures, and there were dozens of them. Among them, Li Fuchin saw a few gourds that were very similar to the Greenwood gourd, but had different colors. Apart from that, Li Fuchin also saw 2 Chaos Fire Lotuses. These are all great items. Li Fuchin might have the high-class Primordial Beginning Bracelet and the future high-class Universe Treasure, the Tree of Life, but it didn't mean that he didn't have any thoughts about mid-class Universe Treasures. The Greenwood gourd could nurture vitality, and was extremely useful. The gourds in the Death God Cave's treasure vault would probably be as useful as the Greenwood gourd. Furthermore, there were a few gourds here. As for the Chaos Fire lotuses, Li Fuchen had a great need for them. In order for his hand of calamity to advance, he had to devour high-grade calamity power. A single Chaos Fire lotus might not be able to allow him to advance to the later stage of the hand of calamity, but it would be able to shorten a significant amount of time. Furthermore, there were two here. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power moved and saw the high-class universe treasures. Just as Li Fuchen expected, even the Death God didn't have many high-class universe treasures. In the Death God Cave's treasure vault, there were only two high-class universe treasures. They were a mystical crystal ball and a heart-like resplendent crystal core. Universe, spirit ball, and heart of plane. Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that the crystal ball was the universe spirit ball and the resplendent crystal core was the heart of plane. The universe spirit ball contained a myriad of great Daos. It was formed by the universe's most essential power. There was an ancient legend that whoever obtained the universe spirit ball would ascend to become a god. It could be said that the universe spirit ball was the #1 universe treasure, and its value was even above pinnacle half-divine artifacts. As for the heart of plane, it was also a treasure that was comparable with a pinnacle half-divine artifact. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any high-class universe treasure would cause demigods to fight for it. Back then, in order to contest for the high-class universe treasure, the World Tree, plenty of demigods had perished. The war only ended when the World Tree was destroyed. The matter of Li Fuchen possessing a high-class universe treasure was far from over. When those truly powerful demigods returned from the battlefield of gods, they would definitely deal with him. Therefore, Li Fuchen decided to take the risk and explore the Water God Tomb and the Death God Lake. If he couldn't obtain any half-divine artifacts from these two places, he would head to other dangerous ruins. In short, it wasn't that he didn't want to go to the half-god region, but it was best to only go after becoming a demigod. With just the strongest emperor level, he wouldn't be able to make a name for himself in the half-god region. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power lingered on the universe spirit ball and the heart of plane for a while before looking at the other side of the treasure vault. On the other side of the treasure vault, there was only one thing, and that was the half-divine artifacts. There were hundreds of half-divine artifacts. These half-divine artifacts were split into 4 groups: normal half-divine artifacts, high-class half-divine artifacts, top-notch half-divine artifacts, and peak-level half-divine artifacts. Among them, the normal half-divine artifacts were the most numerous, and there were hundreds of them. Next were the high-class half-divine artifacts, and there were around 70 to 80 of them. There were over 20 top-notch half-divine artifacts. There were only 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts. These 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts were an armor, a necklace, a dagger, a battle hammer, and a belt. 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts are enough to create 5 peak-level demigods. This is truly insane. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity that he didn't see any top-notch, sword Dao, half-divine artifacts. The strongest emperor would only be able to become an unrivaled demigod if he obtained a suitable, top-notch, half-divine artifact. In the universe, there were less than 5 strongest emperors, but there were less than 3 unrivaled demigods. Among the 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts, there wasn't a sword Dao half-divine artifact. However, among the 20 top-notch half-divine artifacts, there was a sword Dao half-divine artifact, a claw Dao half-divine artifact, and a saber Dao half-divine artifact. The werewolf incarnation was currently a peak-level invincible emperor. If he could obtain a top-notch claw Dao half-divine artifact, he would instantly become a top-notch demigod that wasn't inferior to the god of golden light. If Yan Qinggu obtained a top-notch half-divine artifact, she would also become a slightly weaker top-notch demigod. Huff! After letting out a forceful breath, Li Fuchen's attention was finally placed on a figure in the treasury. This figure was holding onto 3 spatial rings. Just one top-notch artifact, truly poor. 3 top-notch artifacts, not bad. Pfft, I don't even have one. The figure took out 4 top-notch artifacts from the spatial ring and casually tossed them into the pile of top-notch artifacts on the right. Dead spirit? Or... Li Fuchin could sense the presence of the human figure, but the 4 invincible monarchs couldn't see the human figure. Furthermore, the reason why the 3 invincible monarchs died silently was because of the human figure. This strange human figure was guiding the 3 invincible monarchs to the path of death. Wait for me here. Li Fuchin grabbed a Reaper stone and jumped into the Reaper God Cave. Another one is here. Forget it. I am in a bad mood. Let him die. The strange figure instantly exited the treasury and arrived in front of Li Fuchin. Come, come. There is something you want here. There were 2 doors behind the strange figure. One was a black door that was filled with the chi presence of death. The other was a white door that was filled with the chi presence of life. The strange figure waved at Li Fuchin and guided Li Fuchin towards the black door. The black door should be the path of death, right? Li Fuchin looked at the strange figure and said, "You can see me?" The strange figure was taken aback. Li Fuchin might be able to guide it, but during the process, the figure wouldn't be able to see him. It was just the subconscious that would be greatly affected. Furthermore, this influence was something that even a demigod wouldn't be able to resist. "Who are you?" Li Fuchin didn't answer and asked instead. The strange figure grinned sinisterly. "Interesting. It has been a long time since I met someone interesting. Come over." The strange figure's eyes burst out with black radiance. This black radiance felt like it could destroy a person's willpower. Li Fuchin reckoned that if it was anyone else, they would be intimidated by this black radiance and would be involuntarily flying towards the black door. It was a pity that Li Fuchin's spirit soul willpower was extremely powerful. This black radiance was just like a gentle breeze to Li Fuchin. No, it wasn't even considered a gentle breeze, it was just air. It seems like you can only affect a person's willpower. Li Fuchin let out a breath of relief. If the opponent was very powerful, then Li Fuchin would really be in danger. What? I am not affected at all? The strange figure's expression changed. He had seen people with powerful willpower before, but none of them were like Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin could see him and ignore his willpower intimidation. It isn't polite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my ability to. Li Fuchin's eyes suddenly burst out with purplish red radiance. Bang! The strange figure's body suddenly exploded, and when it condensed again, it was much thinner. No, stop. The strange figure quickly asked for a stop. It is indeed effective. Li Fuchin raised his brows. Li Fuchin guessed correctly. The strange figure's existence was very special. It was like a willpower body and could easily affect a person's willpower. A person's willpower was affected by the spirit soul. It also meant that if the spirit soul wasn't powerful enough, the person would be like a white rabbit in front of the strange figure and wouldn't be a threat at all. However, Li Fuchin's spirit soul was extremely powerful, therefore, his willpower was also extremely powerful. Not only could he resist the influence of the strange figure's willpower, he could even use his willpower to injure the strange figure. There are 5 peak-grade half-divine artifacts and 2 high-class universe cardinal treasures in the treasure vault. Bring them all over, Li Fuchin ordered. Impossible, the strange figure quickly explained. I can only bring things into the treasure vault and cannot take things out. What I can obtain is random, and there is only one item at a time. Bang! As soon as the strange figure finished speaking, its body exploded again. I am not lying to you. Bang! I really am not lying to you. Even if you make my willpower vanish, I will not be able to do it. The strange figure's body was as thin as mist. Chapter 1051. He knew that the strange figure didn't lie to him. But Li Fuchen didn't plan to walk towards the white door. The primordial armor appeared as Li Fuchen walked towards the Death God Cave's treasury. But subsequently, Li Fuchen realized that no matter how he moved, he wasn't able to get closer to the Death God Cave's treasury. The strange figure said, "The cave of Death God contains the Master's power, even if you are a peak demigod. You won't be able to go against it, I see." Li Fuchen nodded. If the Grim Reaper had set up a backup plan, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break the rules to obtain the treasure and would have to follow the rules. Of course, unlike others, there was no danger at all when he entered the Cave of Death. As long as he had enough Death God stones, he could come as many times as he wanted. The more he came, the better he would be able to obtain some good treasures. 28 stones of death, a total of 28 chances. Li Fuchen walked towards the white door. Whoosh! Li Fuchen exited the Death God Cave. His luck wasn't very good, and he only obtained 1 peak-class artifact. In the Death God Cave, the worst was a peak-class artifact. "Are you okay?" Yan Qinggu knew that Li Fuchen had plenty of secrets, but she was still very worried. Li Fuchen laughed and said, "Don't worry, in this world, perhaps only I can exit the Death God Cave unscathed." While speaking, Li Fuchen grabbed the second Reaper Stone and jumped into the Death God Cave again. This time, the strange figure vanished without a trace and was obviously afraid of Li Fuchen. Low-grade universe treasure, useless. Low-grade universe treasure. A top-grade treasure. It's still somewhat useful. It's a low-grade Sword Dao universe treasure. After consuming 5 Reaper Stones, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 5 artifacts. There were 3 low-class universe artifacts and 2 peak-class artifacts. A top-grade treasure. A top-grade treasure. A mid-grade cosmos treasure. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This was the 8th time he exited the Death God Cave, and he had an additional purple wooden gourd. The verdant wood gourd could nourish vitality, but he did not know what the purple wood gourd could do. Li Fuchen opened the mouth of the purple wooden gourd. Pop! As the mouth of the gourd opened, a wisp of purple gas drifted out from the purple wood gourd. Li Fuchen subconsciously inhaled the purple qi into his nose. Crackle! The void above the Death God Lake collapsed. The calamity power in Li Fuchen's body was like a tidal wave that instantly surged. "This is the primordial violet qi?" Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance. Primordial chaos violet aura was the essence of the origin of chaos, and it could transform into any form of energy, including tribulation power. Just a wisp of primordial purple qi was enough to increase Li Fuchen's calamity power by several times. After the first wisp of primordial violet energy, another wisp of primordial violet energy floated out. Li Fuchen's calamity power had increased by another level. In fact, Li Fuchen was already at the doorstep of the late-stage hand of calamity. Unfortunately, there were only 2 wisps of primordial violet qi in the purple wooden gourd. The vitality gourd can nurture life force, and the violet wood gourd can produce grand mist violet qi. Let's call it the grand mist gourd. In terms of value, the grand mist gourd was undoubtedly on a higher level than the vitality gourd. However, the grand mist gourd required an incomparably long period of time to produce grand mist purple energy, while the vitality gourd could constantly accumulate vitality. Top-notch treasures, top-notch treasures, top-notch treasures, ordinary half-divine artifacts. When Li Fuchen exited the Death God Cave for the 12th time, he obtained a half-divine artifact. It might just be an ordinary half-divine artifact, but it was enough to make people go crazy. Even if a regular heaven monarch obtained an ordinary half-divine artifact, they would become a half-god and would be able to crush peak-level invincible emperors with ease. In other words, a half-divine artifact was equivalent to a half-god. If Li Fuchen and the others didn't use it, they could give it to others. Top-notch treasures, low-class universe cardinal treasures, high-class, half-divine artifacts. When Li Fuchen exited the Death God Cave for the 15th time, he obtained a high-class, half-divine artifact. A high-class, half-divine artifact could create a high-class half-god, and a high-class half-god was enough to wipe out a regular faction. In the universe, many of the major factions only had one regular half-god. When Li Fuchen exited the Death God Cave for the 18th time, he obtained a Chaos Flame Lotus. Right now, he was only one step away from the late stage of the Hand of Calamity. One Chaos Flame Lotus might be able to push him to the late stage of the Hand of Calamity. I am still lacking a little. After absorbing the Calamity power from the Chaos Flame Lotus, Li Fuchen was rather disappointed. The late stage of the Hand of Calamity was harder to break through than he imagined. After absorbing 2 wisps of primordial violet chi and 1 Chaos Flame Lotus Calamity power, he still didn't succeed. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't disappointed. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I still have 10 more chances. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen jumped into the Death God Cave again. While Li Fuchen was making repeated attempts in the Death God Cave, a powerful divine race demigod had returned. Welcome back to the 7 luminaries, Divine Lord. In the temple, the god of golden light and 2 other divine race demigods bowed with respectful expressions. In the divine race, only peak-level demigods could be addressed as divine lords. It was just like at the emperor level, only peak-level invincible emperors could be addressed as god lords. The 7 luminaries divine lord was a handsome and stalwart man whose eyes were glowing with rainbow radiance and had rainbow patterns on his skin. He asked, "Where is he now?" He was here for the high-class universe artifact. To top-notch demigods, a high-class universe artifact might not be as valuable as a peak-level half-divine artifact. But to a peak-level demigod who possessed a peak-level half-divine artifact, a high-class universe artifact was even more valuable than a peak-level half-divine artifact. A while ago, he had just hosted a banquet, and his current whereabouts are unknown. The god of golden light replied honestly, "Let me know when he appears again." The 7 luminaries divine lord's figure vanished. Inside the Death God Cave, Li Fuchen still didn't know that he was targeted by a peak-level demigod. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Just a moment ago, he obtained a normal half-divine artifact. Normally, a normal half-divine artifact wouldn't be worthy of his excitement. However, this normal half-divine artifact wasn't a normal half-divine artifact. It was a half-divine artifact that contained the Calamity power. I will definitely break through. Li Fuchen had a strong premonition that he would definitely break through this time. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen held the dart-like normal half-divine artifact with his right hand. Buzz! The dart-like half-divine artifact shook violently and emitted an intense radiance that wanted to envelop Li Fuchen's body. How could Li Fuchen allow it to happen? Once the dart-like half-divine artifact's radiance enveloped his body, the power in his body would gradually turn into half-god power, and it wasn't something he wanted to see. Absorb! Activating the Calamity power, Li Fuchen started to absorb the Calamity power from the dart-like half-divine artifact. At the start, Li Fuchen could only absorb it bit by bit. Gradually, it turned into strands and then into waves. The dart-like half-divine artifact had spirituality, and after sensing that it wasn't able to baptize Li Fuchen, it gradually became docile and allowed Li Fuchen to absorb the Calamity power. Boom! The terrifying Calamity power swept across the sky above the Death God Island. If this place wasn't the Death God Lake and didn't have the protection of the Death God's power, the entire Death God Lake would probably be destroyed by the terrifying Calamity power. Li Fuchen's body gradually floated up while emitting a misty white light. After a long time, when the white light scattered, Li Fuchen descended. This is the late stage of the Hand of Calamity's myriad tribulation immortal body. Li Fuchen felt that his body contained the presence of the terrifying Great Tao. If he had to describe it, it was similar to the primordial bracelet. A high-class universe artifact was very hard to destroy. Even if Li Fuchen's current 10,000 calamity immortal body wasn't as tough as a high-class universe artifact, it wasn't too far off. Most importantly, his current calamity power, be it the quality or intensity, had increased by more than 10 times or dozens of times. Before his calamity power was exhausted, his 10,000 calamity immortal body was truly indestructible. When Li Fuchen was at the mid-stage of the hand of calamity, demigods might be able to break his myriad tribulation immortal body easily, but it was because his calamity power was too little. A demigod would be able to exhaust his calamity power in an instant. If Li Fuchen had enough calamity power, even if he was at the mid-stage of the hand of calamity, a demigod would find it hard to break his myriad tribulation immortal body. Right now, be it the quality or intensity of his calamity power, it had increased by several times. It was impossible for regular demigods to exhaust his calamity power in an instant. Furthermore, even if his calamity power was exhausted, his body toughness was already close to a high-class universe artifact and wasn't as weak as before. The undying god who cultivated the hand of calamity to the perfection rank is at least a peak-tier demigod. He might even be an invincible demigod. I really don't know how he perished. Li Fuchen didn't believe that over a dozen peak-tier demigods were able to kill the undying god. There must be some secret behind this. Li Fuchen believed that if he was the undying god, let alone over a dozen peak-tier demigods, he wouldn't be afraid even if there were dozens of peak-tier demigods. Subsequently, Li Fuchen obtained another life-class, low-class universe artifact. It is about time for the Tree of Life to break through. Li Fuchen took out 17 life-class peak-tier treasures and 2 life-class, low-class universe artifacts from the Vitality Gourd. He had obtained these during the primordial banquet. The Tree of Life flew out from his body and started to devour the life source of these life-class treasures. For 100 million miles, 500 million miles, 900 million miles, 1 billion miles. When the Tree of Life grew to a height of 1 billion miles, boundless vitality burst out from the Tree of Life. In the next moment, above the Death God Lake, endless life source essence surged into the Tree of Life. 2 billion miles, 3 billion miles for billion miles, as compared to devouring the life source essence from other treasures. Absorbing the life source essence from the universe would bring greater growth to the Tree of Life. 10 billion miles, 20 billion miles, 30 billion miles, 100 billion miles, 150 billion miles, 300 billion miles. After growing to a mid-class universe artifact, the Tree of Life had grown from 1 billion miles to 300 billion miles. As compared to the Tree of Life, Li Fuchen and the others weren't even considered dust. Furthermore, the fruit of life that was only 30% to 40% ripened had instantly ripened. Not only that, there were also plenty of fruits of life growing on the other branches, and some of them had also ripened. Of course, Li Fuchen could see that according to the order of ripening, the first fruit of life that ripened contained the purest life source and also the best quality. The Tree of Life is indeed formidable. This vitality is too horrific. Not even a million of me can compare with it. Li Fuchen could imagine how hard it would be to kill it with the Tree of Life. Even if the Tree of Life's energy was exhausted and without any protection, it would still be able to last for a very long time. Furthermore, this was a mid-class universe artifact, Tree of Life. If it was a high-class universe artifact, Tree of Life, it would be unimaginable. It was no wonder the entire universe had a war because of a high-class universe artifact, the World Tree. In comparison, Li Fuchen's primordial beginning bracelet paled in comparison. Chapter 1052. After plucking 2 fruits of life, Li Fuchen handed them to Yan Qinggu and the werewolf clone. This fruit of life is the purest low-class universe artifact. It can increase your survivability by several times. Yan Qinggu and the werewolf clone didn't have vigorous vitality. A single fruit of life contained vitality that was at least 100 times more than them. With the support of 100 times more vitality, unless the duo encountered an enemy that was much stronger than them, they would be able to exhaust their enemies to death. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 24th time, Li Fuchin obtained a peak-class half-divine artifact. This peak-class half-divine artifact was a Fire Dao half-divine artifact. A peak-class half-divine artifact is already very good. Li Fuchin didn't have extravagant hopes of obtaining a high-class universe artifact or a peak-class half-divine artifact. It was obvious that it was the final treasure of the Death God Cave's treasury, and it was extremely difficult to obtain it. Even if Li Fuchin's luck was heaven-defying, it was impossible to be heaven-defying to this extent. It seems like I have to do my best to search for the Stone of the Grim Reaper. If he couldn't obtain a high-class universe artifact or a peak-class half-divine artifact after 28 chances, what about 50 chances? What about 100 chances? Li Fuchin didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to obtain it. 25th chance, 26th chance, 27th chance, there was only one chance left. Success or failure will depend on this. Li Fuchin took a deep breath and leaped. After exiting, Li Fuchin let out a bitter smile. He didn't know if he should be happy or disappointed. This time his luck was actually extremely good, but it wasn't to the extreme. After obtaining the Fire Dao half-divine artifact, he obtained another peak-class half-divine artifact, and it was a Sword Dao half-divine artifact. If he was willing, he could immediately accept the baptism of this Sword Dao half-divine artifact and become a half-god. Li Fuchin was the strongest Sword Dao Emperor. If he accepted the baptism of a peak-class half-divine artifact, he would be a peak-class half-god and not just a peak-class half-god. It was enough for him to become a powerhouse in the universe. Below the invincible half-god realm, there weren't many that could deal with him. But Li Fuchin wasn't willing. A peak-class Sword Dao half-divine artifact was still lacking. If he accepted the baptism of a peak-class half-divine artifact, it would be hard for him to reach the pinnacle of Sword Dao before he ascended to become a god. He probably wouldn't even be in the top 20 in the universe. This wasn't something he wished to see. I'll leave it to Wu Zhuo. Beside Li Fuchin, Wu Zhuo was definitely the strongest swordsman. He was currently a city, Lord-class Heaven Monarch, and this Sword Dao half-divine artifact was enough for him to become a top-notch demigod. Let's go. Come again next time. Li Fuchin was already considering how to obtain a large number of Reaper Stones. It was impossible to rely on oneself to slowly collect, so there had to be a more convenient method. After leaving the Death God Lake, the trio returned to the deep blue plain. Let's cultivate the Fire Dao first. Li Fuchin felt that it was too wasteful to not use a top-notch Fire Dao half-god artifact. Since he had nothing better to do, he was planning to use it himself. Of course, the prerequisite was to cultivate the Fire Dao to a certain level. In fact, during the initial stages, Li Fuchin had some knowledge of the Fire Dao. Back then, his cultivation technique was a blazing flame cultivation technique. His sword art was also a blazing flame sword art. Later on, even his bone frame had turned into the blazing flame bone frame. Even now, the radiant sword art that he had already abandoned actually involved a portion of the Fire Dao. Therefore, when cultivating the Fire Dao again, Li Fuchin felt nostalgic. With Li Fuchin's perception and mental state, when he fully comprehended the Fire Dao, his improvement speed could only be described as the shifting of the stars. In less than a year, Li Fuchin had comprehended the Fire Dao to the mid-stage star field class. Of course, it was less than a year in the heart of the world. If it was in the outside world, Li Fuchin's improvement speed wouldn't be so fast, and it was impossible for him to be so fast. Apart from that, the Chaos Flame Lotus had also helped him greatly and allowed him to save plenty of cultivation time. 10 years had passed in the heart of the world. Li Fuchen's fire Dao had reached the late-stage star field class. It is enough. If Li Fuchen had enough time, it would be easy to increase his fire Dao to the perfection rank. But after he became a half-god, he could continue to increase his fire Dao rank. After taking out the fire Dao half-god artifact, Li Fuchen started to accept the baptism of the fire Dao half-god artifact. Blaze. The fire Dao half-god artifact was a scarlet bronze necklace, and it was called the Scarlet Blaze Necklace. When Li Fuchen activated the Scarlet Blaze necklace's power, a scarlet radiance burst out. In just an instant, Li Fuchen was enveloped by the scarlet radiance. Such terrifying power. Li Fuchen could feel an extremely fearsome, blazing power seeping into his body and transforming his fire Dao bloodline. The baptism of the half-god artifact was actually transforming the bloodline. Only by transforming the bloodline into the half-god bloodline would one be able to constantly produce half-god power in the future. The transformation process was very fast. In just a few hours, Li Fuchen's fire Dao bloodline had transformed into the fire Dao half-god bloodline. At the same time, Li Fuchen had naturally become a top-notch fire Dao half-god. This is the power of a half-god. Li Fuchen's body floated up, and he felt that the world had become weaker. No, it wasn't the world that had become weaker. He had become stronger. His fire path, demigod power, contained the fire path law. It was still at the late-stage star domain grade, but it still contained a layer of fire characteristics. This layer of fire characteristics was incompatible with this universe. It was extremely domineering and overbearing. After becoming a half-god, my saint spirit and spirit soul have been enhanced. My body toughness has also been enhanced, but it isn't significant. Especially my spirit soul, it has only been enhanced by a trace. Be it Li Fuchen's saint spirit soul or body toughness, they were far superior to ordinary people. It was already good enough to have a certain enhancement. Blaze. Li Fuchen clenched his right fist and surged with flames. He lowered his head and saw that everything within the range of the flames had been burnt into a primal state, just like the chaos ruins. Master. On this day, Wuzhua was brought into the world heart by Li Fuchen. As a city lord-class heaven monarch, Wuzhua was qualified to cultivate in the world heart. Your perception is rather good. You have already become a city lord-class heaven monarch. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with Wuzhua. In terms of perception, apart from himself and his wolfman incarnation, only Yan Qinggu was comparable with Wuzhua. The reason why Yan Qinggu was progressing faster was mainly because Yan Qingwu's cultivation realm was higher than Wu Zhua's at the start, allowing her to use the world heart to cultivate first. As the saying went, when Wu Zhua used the world heart to cultivate, it was possible for him to catch up to Yan Qinggu. Wu Zhua said, "This is all thanks to Master's full nurturing." Without the world fruit, without the Sword Dao Peak Class artifact, or even the Sword Dao Universe Cardinal artifact, Wu Zhua knew clearly that he wouldn't be able to progress so quickly. In fact, apart from himself, none of the people around his master were progressing slowly. Everything was because of the fortune that his master bestowed to them. Do you wish to become a half-god? Li Fuchen suddenly asked. Wu Zhua's breathing was a little hurried as he looked at Li Fuchen with a puzzled expression. Li Fuchen took out a silver sword from his spatial ring. Before the sword was unsheathed, there was already a horrific sword chi overflowing. The void was sliced into a primal state and cracks were extending out. This is a top-notch Sword Dao half-god artifact. After accepting its baptism, you will immediately transform from a city lord-class heaven monarch to a top-notch half-god. It is truly a step into the heavens. The difference between a city lord-class heaven monarch and a top-notch half-god was impossible to calculate. After all, there were still emperors in between. Any random emperor could easily kill a city lord-class heaven monarch, while any random half-god could easily kill an emperor. Master, what about you? Wu Zhuo asked. This was a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact. As for a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact, Wu Zhuo didn't even think about it. Li Fuchen smiled and said, Your master doesn't think highly of top-notch sword Dao half-god artifacts. How about it? Have you thought it through? You have to know that once you accept the baptism of a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact, your future accomplishments will be limited. Wu Zhuo has thought it through. Wu Zhuo wasn't a person that was ambitious. He might be able to obtain a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact in the future. But what if he couldn't? He wouldn't be able to become a half-god his entire life. Therefore, it was already very rare to obtain a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact. After all, he wasn't his master. His master was the strongest emperor. It was destined that only a top-notch sword Dao half-god artifact was worthy of him. All right, receive the sword. Li Fuchen handed the silver long sword to Wu Zhuo. After taking a deep breath, Wu Zhuo received the silver long sword. With Li Fuchen's indication, the sword Dao power in his body poured into the silver long sword. Cling! The silver long sword burst out with resplendent silver sword radiance. Wu Zhuo's entire body was enveloped by the silver sword radiance, and he looked like a silver sun that was extremely dazzling. It was obvious that Wu Zhuo's baptism with the half-god artifact was much more commotion than Li Fuchen, and it was also much more painful. This was related to the individual's strength. Wu Zhuo's city, lord-class, heaven monarch strength was rather weak. Therefore, the process of the baptism was naturally much more difficult. The baptism lasted for a month. 1 month later, Wu Zhuo's hair had turned silver, and it was sharp and pure silver. How do you feel? Li Fuchen smiled and looked at Wu Zhuo. Wu Zhuo's qi presence was more than 1,000 times stronger, and his sword qi felt as though it could pierce through the universe. Too powerful, too mystical. Wu Zhuo felt that his spirit soul and saint spirit were greatly enhanced. His body was also nourished by the half-god power and was constantly getting stronger. Most importantly, his sword Dao bloodline had been modified into the sword Dao half-god bloodline, and a steady flow of sword Dao half-god power was surging out. Congratulations! You are 1 step ahead of us to become a half-god. Yan Qingguo and the werewolf incarnation walked over. Li Fuchen only obtained a total of 5 half-god artifacts in the Death God Cave. There were 2 normal half-god artifacts, 1 high-class half-god artifact, and 2 peak-class half-god artifacts. None of them were suitable for Yan Qingguo and the werewolf incarnation. However, Li Fuchen had already planned for the 2 of them. It was best for Yan Qingguo to have a peak-class saber Dao half-god artifact, while the werewolf incarnation would need a peak-class darkness half-god artifact. In the Death God Cave, one of the 5 peak-class half-god artifacts was the darkness armor, and it was very suitable for the werewolf incarnation. After becoming a peak-class half-god and residing in the heart of the world, Wu Zhuo's improvement speed had reached an astounding level. In just a few years, his sword art had progressed from the City Lord class to the Starfield class. After a few more years, his sword Dao cultivation technique had reached the normal supreme rank. At this moment, even if he didn't become a half-god, his strength was already at the level of a regular emperor. My fire Dao is also at the perfection rank. Without any suspense, Li Fuchen naturally comprehended the fire Dao to the perfection rank of the Starfield class. At this moment, his strength was already comparable with the Heaven Piercer Sword God. The Heaven Piercer Sword God had cultivated his sword art to the perfection rank, and with the peak class sword Dao half-god artifact, his strength was between a peak class and a peak class half-god. Chapter 1053. Have you heard? UNG Imperial Emperor is buying stones of Reaper without restraint. I really don't know what he needs so many stones of Reaper for. Is he planning to send his men of sacrifice into the cave of Reaper to try their luck? What's the price? I have a stone of the Grim Reaper here. One Death God stone can be exchanged for a top-notch treasure. More than 25 Death God stones can be exchanged for a low-grade universe treasure. More than 100 Death God stones can be exchanged for an ordinary half-god artifact. More than 200 Death God stones can be exchanged for a high-grade half-god artifact. What Emperor Ung even has ordinary and advanced demigod artifacts? I don't know. There should be. It was unknown when. But in the universe, the news of Li Fuchen purchasing the Stone of Death God had started to spread. After obtaining this news, everyone went crazy. This was an ordinary or high-grade demigod weapon. It was enough to create 2 demigods and 2 superpowers. However, everyone knew that it was basically impossible to obtain more than 100 Death God stones. Firstly, Death God stones were extremely rare. Secondly, collecting more than 100 Death God stones wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Perhaps it would take tens of millions of years before there was any hope. By then it would be too late. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world, and one could not rule out the possibility of someone possessing more than 100 stones of death. Previously, Li Fuchen's 28 stones of the Reaper were obtained from a dangerous ruin by the god of scorched earth. There might be others who obtained a large number of stones of the Reaper in some special places. Why is he collecting so many stones of death? The demigods of the various super factions were suspicious. They suspected that Li Fuchen's half-divine artifacts were obtained from the Death God Cave. But there were some things that couldn't be explained clearly. The Death God Lake didn't prohibit demigods from entering, but the evil nature of the Death God Cave was something that even demigods were extremely fearful of. There was once a top-notch demigod who did not believe in the supernatural and jumped into the Cave of Death. In the end, he never came out again. Since then, no demigod dared to enter the Cave of Death anymore. Perhaps a top-notch demigod could come out safely after entering the Cave of Death. However, a top-notch demigod already had a top-notch demigod weapon. Why would they jump into the Cave of Death? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? As for sending death warriors into Death God Cave, it was a bit unrealistic. The death rate in Death God Cave was more than half. Out of 100 people who entered, no more than 50 people would be able to come out alive. Among these less than 50 people, it would not be easy to obtain a demigod artifact. Furthermore, not everyone could enter the Death God Lake. The death chi in the Death God Lake was extremely dense. Those below Sovereign Emperors would not be able to reach Death God Island alive. Those below unrivaled Sovereign Emperors would not even be able to get close to Death God Cave. If one were to send a Death Warrior into Death God Cave, the Death Warrior would have to be an invincible Imperial Lord. It would be normal to send 1 or 2 invincible Imperial Lords, but sending 10 or even 100 invincible Imperial Lords would be rather ridiculous. How many invincible Imperial Lords were there in the entire universe? Could it be that he can guarantee that he won't die in Death God Cave? A demigod thought of a possibility. Li Fuchen was the same as the Death God Cave. They were both too evil. This possibility couldn't be eliminated. Maybe a high-grade universe treasure can isolate the evil nature of Death God Cave. The hearts of the demigods were burning with passion. High-grade cardinal treasures had too many miraculous uses, and even peak-stage demigods would flock to them like ducks. As time elapsed, more and more people came over to trade for the Reaper Stones with Li Fuchen. Most of them only had 1 or 2 Reaper Stones and could only trade for 1 or 2 peak-class treasures. But to most of the demigods, peak-class treasures were definitely the best treasures they could obtain. Low-grade universe treasures were things that even invincible Imperial Lords would yearn for, let alone them. After accumulating for less than a century, Li Fuchen had 25 Reaper Stones, and the price he paid was just 25 peak-class treasures. Li Fuchen had obtained over a dozen peak-class treasures in Death God Cave, and he had plenty of peak-class treasures. Primary Extreme Emperor, I have 22 Reaper Stones and 2 peak-class treasures. I wonder if I can trade for a low-grade universe treasure? On this day, a peak-class demigod emperor arrived at the deep blue plain and asked carefully, "Sure, you can pick." With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, over a dozen low-grade universe treasures floated out. Originally, this amount of Reaper stones wasn't enough to trade for low-grade universe treasures. But there weren't many people who could take out 22 Reaper stones at once, therefore, Li Fuchen wasn't going to let them go. Most importantly, it might not be worth it for others. But for Li Fuchen, it was very worth it. Previously, 28 Reaper stones allowed him to obtain 2 mid-class universe treasures, 5 half-divine artifacts, and plenty of low-grade universe treasures. Many thanks, Primary Extreme Emperor. The Demigod Emperor carefully picked a low-grade universe treasure and left with excitement. 47 Reaper stones. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Black Mist God, Tai Qianqiu will definitely take revenge on you. Definitely. In the universe starry sky, there was a stream of light that was advancing rapidly. Within the stream of light was a youth with a pale face and eyes that were filled with grief and indignation. Tai Qianqiu, the successor of the Tai clan. His father, Tai Qianren, was an ordinary demigod. As the successor of the Tai clan, Tai Qianqiu had a glorious life. But a few hundred years ago, the Tai clan was eradicated by another great clan, the Black Mist clan. Back then, Tai Qianqiu was outside, therefore, he managed to escape the calamity. His clan was eradicated, his father was killed, and the half-divine artifacts were seized. Furthermore, for the past few hundred years, the Black Mist clan had been pursuing him and the other Tai clan clansmen. Even his wife had perished while escaping. Everything made Tai Qianqiu hate the Black Mist clan and the Black Mist god. He remembered that his father once saved the Black Mist god's life. Who would have thought that the person he saved was an ingrate? I have to head to the horizontal River Star region and exchange for the half-divine artifacts from the Primary Extreme Emperor. Tai Qianqiu knew clearly that in order to take revenge, he had to become a demigod first. And the crux for him to become a demigod was the Reaper Stone. No one knew that he, Tai Qianqiu, had once obtained a large batch of Reaper Stones in a ruin. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to dispose of these Reaper Stones and sell them to those invincible emperors who were in a hurry to break through and didn't care about life and death. He didn't expect for these Reaper Stones to become his only hope. Tai Qianqiu wasn't willing to gamble his luck at the Death God Cave. He wasn't afraid of death. Firstly, his strength had yet to reach the level of an invincible emperor, and he wasn't able to get close to the Death God Cave. Secondly, the mortality rate in the Death God Cave was too high. If he died, wouldn't it benefit the Black Mist clan and the Black Mist god? He still wanted to take revenge. Black Mist god, wait for me. Tai Qianqiu clenched his fist tightly and increased his speed. The Reaper Stones are getting lesser. In the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen slowly let out a breath. On the 100th year, he had traded for over 40 Reaper Stones. On the 200th year, he only had over a dozen. I reckon there are a lot of people who aren't willing to trade. Li Fuchen could understand some people's thoughts. A single Reaper Stone could only be exchanged for 1 Peak-class artifact. A Peak-class artifact's value wasn't high or low, but it wasn't enough to make people lose their rationality. However, a Death God Stone was different. Some of the invincible sovereign emperors who had become indifferent to life and death would choose to go to Death God Cave at some point in time to gamble their luck. Indeed, the chances of obtaining a quasi-divine tool might not even be 1 in 100. However, what if they succeeded? Of course, it was mainly because everyone had too few Reaper Stones. If they had more than 25 Reaper Stones, they would be willing to exchange for a suitable low-class universe artifact. Someone is here. In the surroundings of the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen had set up plenty of spirit soul markers. If anyone approached the spirit soul markers, Li Fuchen would be able to sense them. With a flash, Li Fuchen arrived in front of this person. I am Tai Qianqiu. Greetings to the primary extreme emperor. Tai Qianqiu cupped his fist and greeted with respect. You have the Reaper Stone? Li Fuqian asked. Tai Qianqiu replied, Yes. How many? Li Fuqian had a premonition that the primary extreme emperor had plenty of Reaper Stones. Tai Qianqiu's heart was beating rather fast as he said nervously, The primary extreme emperor is a man of his words. He was afraid that the primary extreme emperor wouldn't be able to take out a half-divine artifact and would forcefully seize his Reaper Stone. Li Fuqian let out an indifferent smile and waved his hand. A large number of peak-class artifacts, low-class universe artifacts, 2 ordinary half-divine artifacts, and 1 high-class half-divine artifact floated out. I, the primary extreme emperor, am a man of my words. I will accept all the Reaper Stones you have. Half-divine artifacts. Tai Qianqiu's heart was about to jump out as he stared at the 3 half-divine artifacts. Gritting his teeth, Tai Qianqiu took out a spatial ring from his left hand and tossed it to Li Fuqian. There is a total of 235 Reaper Stones inside. I want the high-class half-divine artifact. Oh. At this moment, he didn't believe that Li Fuqian didn't have a choice after all. He was already at his wit's end. Incredible. Li Fuqian couldn't help but be shocked when he opened the spatial ring. He found it hard to imagine how Li Fuqian accumulated so many Reaper Stones. All right, this high-class half-divine artifact belongs to you. Li Fuqian flicked his finger and sent the only high-class half-divine artifact to Tai Qianqiu. After receiving the high-class half-divine artifact, Tai Qianqiu was ecstatic and his body started to tremble. In addition, you can choose 2 more low-class universe artifacts and less than 10 peak-class artifacts. Consider it as an additional gift from me. Li Fuqian knew that he had profited greatly therefore. He took the initiative to give some benefits to Tai Qianqiu. Many thanks, primary extreme emperor. Tai Qianqiu was rather touched. There is no need to thank me. You have already obtained what I need. Also, it is best for you to accept the baptism of the half-divine artifact here to prevent any unexpected problems. Li Fuqian reminded. All right. Tai Qianqiu also knew that it was best to become a half-god as soon as possible. 1 day later, Tai Qianqiu became a high-class half-god. Every move he made was surging with half-god power. Tai Qianqiu couldn't help but let out a long yell while his eyes were filled with warm tears. Primary Extreme Emperor, Tai Qianqiu will never forget today's favor. Farewell. He was going back for revenge. No matter how powerful the Black Mist God was, he was just a regular half-god, while Tai Qianqiu was now a high-class half-god. Take care. Chapter 1054. On this day, Li Fuqian brought Yan Qinggu, the Wolfman clone, and Wu Zhuo to the Death God Lake. Come out. At the entrance of the Death God Lake, Li Fuqian looked into the void. What a good Empyrean emperor. His senses are so sharp. 2 dazzling figures appeared out of nowhere. One of the figures was none other than the god of golden light. The other figure was glowing with rainbow radiance and looked much stronger than the god of golden light. Li Fuqian wasn't a fool and guessed that this person should be a peak-grade demigod. God of golden light, do you think you can keep me here? Li Fuqian asked the god of golden light. The god of golden light said, I can't stop you, but you can't escape this time either. In the universe, the strongest monarch was almost unstoppable. However, how would one know without trying? After all, a pinnacle demigod was many times stronger than a top-notch demigod. Is that so? Then I want to try. Primary Extreme, Sword Escape. Li Fuqian turned into a sword light and instantly vanished. 7 luminaries, divine domain. The god of golden light did not move. Instead, the 7 luminaries' divinity, which was glowing with a 7-colored light, took the initiative. It opened its arms as if it was hugging the sun. A dazzling, seven-colored halo instantly expanded. That terrifying momentum seemed to split the heavens and earth. Li Fuchin felt as though he was stuck in a layer of glue and his hands and feet were tied up. No wonder he's a peak demigod. No wonder he's a peak demigod of the Protoss. There was a difference between the peak demigods of the other races and the peak demigods of the celestial race. The celestial race was rumored to be the descendants of the gods. Deep in their blood, there was a trace of the gods' characteristics. After revealing his body, Li Fuchin looked at the 7 luminaries divine Lord with a grave expression. Seeing this, the god of golden light heaved a sigh of relief and said coldly, "Emperor Yuanji, don't waste your energy. The 7 luminaries divine master is a peak half-god of the Protoss. You have no chance." A god territory operated by a peak demigod and a god territory operated by a top-notch demigod were 2 completely different things. That's not necessarily true. Li Fuchin activated his Fire Dao half-god bloodline and surged with Fire Dao half-god power. As expected, you've become a demigod. The god of golden light's pupils constricted. From Li Fuchin, he could feel a chi presence that wasn't inferior to the heaven-piercing sword god. It was said that the other party could guarantee that he would not die in Death God's cave. At first, the god of golden light did not believe it, but now he was a little convinced. Otherwise, how could he have gotten his hands on a demigod artifact? Furthermore, judging from the fact that he was buying up the Death God stone without restraint, it was clear that he had more than one demigod artifact. Kill! There was a dazzling golden radiance as the god of golden light wielded the golden spear and thrust at Li Fuchin. He didn't believe that Li Fuchin's strength had already surpassed him. Good timing. The scarlet flame necklace lit up and Li Fuchin clenched his right fist. Astounding Fire Dao half-god power gathered on his fist before he smashed at the golden spear. Boom! The universe's starry sky was stirred into a chaotic paste by the terrifying shockwave. One side was red and the other side was gold. However, the gold was quickly overwhelmed, and the red was like a fire dragon, wreaking havoc toward the god of golden light. The god of golden light let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. His expression was quite ugly. His opponent's strength had undoubtedly surpassed his own, and was clearly not inferior to the sky-piercer sword god. If you are not a peak-tier demigod, you will not be able to withstand a single blow. The 7 luminaries divine Lord made a move and also blasted a fist. The 7 luminaries divine Lord's fist was like a sun that was emitting 7-colored radiance. It was blasting straight at Li Fuchin. Boom! The chaotic paste was torn apart, and Li Fuchin's Fire Dao half-god power was immediately dispersed upon contact. Li Fuchin was sent flying. Incredible! The primordial bracelet on Li Fuchin's wrist turned into the primordial armor and covered his body. Boom, 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 boom! Countless dazzling 7-colored fists assaulted. Apart from defending, Li Fuchin didn't have a trace of strength to retaliate. A peak-tier demigod is indeed a peak-tier demigod. It is a pity that you can't do anything to me. With the primordial armor, the indestructible body, and the fact that he was a peak-tier Fire Dao half-god, Li Fuchin might look pathetic, but he didn't suffer any injuries. 100-split divine bird fist. The 7 luminaries divine Lord's peak-tier half-god artifact was a pair of gloves. The gloves were called the 100-split gloves. When the 7 luminaries divine Lord activated the 100-split gloves' source power, a giant bird flew out and lunged at Li Fuchin. It is truly powerful. Li Fuchin could only resist with brute force. If it was any other peak-tier demigod, he would have been injured by now. What a great high-class universe artifact. The 7 luminaries divine Lord attributed everything to Li Fuchin's primordial bracelet. In his opinion, Li Fuchin's primordial bracelet's defense was inferior to regular defensive peak-tier half-god artifacts. Golden Light God, make your move. The Golden Light God might only be a peak-tier demigod, but he was able to exhaust Li Fuchen's demigod power. No matter where, a demigod's weakness was the amount of demigod power. Unlike emperors, it was hard for demigods to replenish their demigod power. Wu Zhuo, go and try it. Li Fuchen released Wu Zhuo. Yes, master. Wu Zhuo drew his silver sword and lunged at the Golden Light God. Cling, cling, clang, clang. Wu Zhuo's strength was definitely weaker than the Golden Light God. If Wu Zhuo was a regular peak-tier demigod, then the Golden Light God was a first-rate peak-tier demigod. However, they were both peak-tier demigods, and it wasn't possible to determine the victor within a short period of time. Another peak-tier demigod? The 7 luminaries divine Lord squinted his eyes. This battle lasted for a long time, and both sides were locked in an intense battle. Seeing that Wu Zhuo was gradually unable to endure, Li Fuchen waved his hand and kept Wu Zhuo into the world heart. He then turned and flew towards the Death God Lake. Where are you going? The 7 luminaries divine Lord circulated the 7 luminaries divine domain with all his strength. Break! Before Li Fuchen was a demigod or the strongest emperor, he would suffer a backlash if he burst out with 2 times the primordial origin essence. 8 times the primordial origin essence was already his limit. Now that he was a peak-tier demigod, he was able to burst out with multiple times the primordial origin essence. PFFF. A passage instantly penetrated through the 7 luminaries' divine domain and led straight into the depths of the Death God Lake. Damn it! The 7 luminaries' divine Lord didn't expect a high-grade universe cardinal artifact to have such a miraculous effect. By the time he reacted, Li Fuchen had already vanished. Chase! The 7 luminaries divine Lord rushed into the Death God Lake. The Golden Light God gritted his teeth and followed. He actually burst out with 50 times the primordial origin essence, and this isn't the limit. The primordial origin passage vanished, and Li Fuchen arrived at the Death God Island. He reckoned that the 7 luminaries divine Lord and the Golden Light God would need a period of time to catch up. After all, the Death God Lake wasn't like any other place. This place contained the Grim Reaper's power, and demigods could only fly slowly. Only high-grade universe cardinal artifacts could use the universe's power to take shortcuts. In the end, this was still the universe, and even gods wouldn't be able to contest with the entire universe. Holding a Reaper Stone, Li Fuchen jumped into the Death God Cave. In order to contest with the 7 luminaries divine Lord, Li Fuchen had to obtain a peak-grade, half-divine artifact. Furthermore, it had to be a peak-grade, half-divine artifact that was suitable for the werewolf transformation. Otherwise, if Li Fuchen encountered the 7 luminaries divine Lord, he would have to flee, and it wasn't something he wished to see. Peak-grade treasures, peak-grade treasures, peak-grade treasures, low-grade universe cardinal artifacts, regular half-divine artifacts, low-grade universe cardinal artifacts, peak-grade treasures, high-grade half-divine artifacts. With sufficient Reaper Stones, Li Fuchen entered the Death God Cave as though there was no one around and brought out a large number of treasures. It was a pity that high-grade universe cardinal artifacts and peak-grade half-divine artifacts were too hard to obtain. Let alone these 2 items. Even peak-grade half-divine artifacts and mid-grade universe cardinal artifacts weren't that easy to obtain. After consuming over 20 Reaper Stones, Li Fuchen didn't even see a single decent artifact. After consuming more than 40 Death God Stones, and a peak-grade half-divine artifact armor, this time Li Fuchen obtained a great artifact. Wu Zhuo, take it. Li Fuchen tossed the armor to Wu Zhuo. In the universe, there weren't many individuals who possessed 2 peak-grade, half-divine artifacts. Even the Golden Light God only had 1 peak-grade, half-divine artifact, the Golden Light Spear, and a normal half-divine artifact armor. If Wu Zhuo was considered a regular peak-grade, half-god previously. He was now a second or third-rate peak-grade half-god. In terms of defense, he was even superior to the Golden Light God. After consuming over 60 Reaper Stones, Li Fuqin obtained a mid-grade universe cardinal artifact, Heaven Dao Sword Essence. If Li Fuqin wasn't the strongest Sword Dao Emperor, the Heaven Dao Sword Essence would definitely be very useful to Li Fuqin, as it would allow him to rapidly increase his Sword Dao rank. It was a pity that Li Fuqin was already the strongest Sword Dao Emperor, and his Sword Dao rank was already at the extremity. If he broke through again, he would be at the God's realm. Wu Zhuo, keep it. Wu Zhuo's Sword Dao rank was too low, and his sword art was only at the mid-stage of Starfield class. His cultivation technique was also at the City Lord class. The appearance of the Heaven Dao Sword Essence was enough for Wu Zhuo to save countless years of hard work. Yes, Master. Wu Zhuo was in a daze. He felt that he didn't have to worry about anything when he was following behind his master, and he could get whatever he wanted. In terms of rarity, mid-grade universe artifacts were even rarer than peak-grade, half-divine artifacts. They were only inferior to peak-grade, half-divine artifacts. My luck is much worse this time. Unknowingly, Li Fuqin had already used 150 Reaper Stones. He obtained a total of 2 peak-grade, half-divine artifacts and 3 mid-grade universe artifacts. Previously, he only used 28 Reaper Stones and obtained 2 peak-grade, half-divine artifacts and 2 mid-grade universe artifacts. But after thinking about it, it was normal. Luck was something that was never accurate and would fluctuate. Sometimes your luck would explode, sometimes it would be normal, and sometimes it would be bad luck. No one's luck would always be heaven-defying, unless you were the creator and the entire universe was created by you. Li Fuqin jumped into the Death God Cave for the 151st time. Li Fuqin's luck exploded and obtained another peak-grade, half-divine artifact. Scarlet Flame Armor. Li Fuqin's eyes lit up. This Scarlet Flame Armor was actually a set with the Scarlet Flame necklace. If it was an entire set of peak-grade, half-divine artifacts, the value would probably exceed peak-grade, half-divine artifacts. It is a pity that there are only 3 Fire Dao half-divine artifacts in the Death God Cave's treasure vault. I wonder if the remaining one is part of them. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuqin circulated the Fire Dao half-god power into the Scarlet Flame armor. Blaze! In an instant, a horrific scarlet radiance enveloped Li Fuqin. Furthermore, the blazing power permeated deep into the Fire Dao half-god bloodline and continued to modify Li Fuqin's Fire Dao half-god bloodline. As expected, Li Fuqin's eyes flashed with radiance. As a part of the Scarlet Flame set, the Scarlet Flame armor was able to continue to cleanse the body and strengthen the body's Fire Dao half-god bloodline and Fire Dao half-god power. The second cleansing wasn't considered significant, and 2 pieces weren't comparable to peak-grade, half-divine artifacts. But what about 3 pieces for pieces or even an entire set? Chapter 1055. With the baptism of the Scarlet Flame armor, Li Fuqin's Fire Dao half-god power was stronger by another level. It might still be inferior to the 7 luminaries' divine lord, but it wasn't too far off. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 199th time, Li Fuqin finally obtained a peak-grade, half-divine artifact. Furthermore, this peak-grade, half-divine artifact just happened to be that darkness attribute armor. My luck has finally come. Li Fuqin let out a breath of relief. He was truly afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain a peak-grade, half-god artifact after using up all the Reaper Stones. After receiving the armor, the werewolf incarnation circulated the power of darkness and began to accept the baptism of the armor. This armor was called the Mobi's armor. As the werewolf incarnation activated the Mobi's armor's origin power, a terrifying black light seeped into the depths of the werewolf incarnation's body and rapidly transformed its dark werewolf bloodline. The werewolf avatar howled at the sky. The baptism of a pinnacle demigod artifact was extremely violent. He felt as if his insides and outsides had been torn apart and then kneaded back together. Such a powerful aura. Is this a peak demigod? Although the Death God Lake was huge, the flying speed of a peak demigod and a top-notch demigod was extremely fast. In just a short while, the 7 luminaries Divine Lord and the God of Golden Light had arrived near the Death God Island. The 7 luminaries Divine Lord's expression changed when he sensed the powerful aura that the werewolf's incarnation was giving off. Die. The 7 luminaries God Lord punched at the werewolf avatar. The werewolf incarnation was currently undergoing the baptism of a pinnacle, semi-divine weapon. He absolutely could not let it succeed. Radiant crimson world. Li Fuchen executed a blazing fist that clashed with the 7 luminaries Divine Lord. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying while the 7 luminaries Divine Lord was also shaken. His strength. The 7 luminaries Divine Lord frowned as he felt that Li Fuchen's strength had increased significantly. 100 splitting divine bird fist. The giant bird flew out and split up to envelop Li Fuchen and the Wolfman incarnation. Bang, 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 bang. The premier bracelet transformed into a huge shield, blocking the splitting of the giant bird. Damn it! The 7 luminaries God Lord had not expected the primordial bracelet to be so difficult to deal with. It was practically omnipotent. I'll hold him back. You go interrupt the baptism, God, Lord 7 luminaries, said to the God of Golden Light. All right. The God of Golden Light knew that the situation was urgent and he must not allow Li Fuchen to have another peak-tier demigod. Your opponent is me. Wu Zhua was released by Li Fuchen. Boom, boom, boom. After exchanging a few moves, the God of Golden Light was shocked to discover that Wu Zhua's strength had increased by a lot. His defense had also increased by countless times. When his attacks landed on Wu Zhua, they couldn't even make him retreat. A top-notch demigod armor. The God of Golden Light's gaze landed on Wu Zhua's armor. Impossible it shouldn't be. The God of Golden Light was extremely upset. As a veteran, top-notch demigod, he was only wearing an ordinary demigod armor. His opponent had only been a demigod for a short period of time, yet he already had a top-notch demigod armor. This was simply too unfair. Unfair people must be destroyed. In the end, the 7 luminaries God Lord was unable to stop the werewolf incarnation from breaking through. Roar! The werewolf avatar, who had become a peak demigod, casually swung its claws. A black claw radiance tore through the primal chaos and sent the 7 planets Divine Lord flying. Even peak-level demigod artifacts had different levels. The werewolf's Moby's armor was undoubtedly a first-rate peak-level demigod artifact, while the 100 rupture gloves of the 7 luminaries God Lord were just ordinary peak-level demigod artifacts. Of course, the fact that he was sent flying just now was partly due to his carelessness. Moby's growl. The werewolf avatar didn't give up and activated the Moby's armor's source power. Behind the werewolf avatar, a giant and horrific shadow appeared. As the shadow let out a growl, the horrific darkness power blasted at the 7 planets Divine Lord in the form of sound waves. The 7 planets Divine Lord could feel that his half-god power was being rapidly consumed. If Li Fuchen wasn't around, he wouldn't mind fighting with the werewolf avatar. But with the addition of Li Fuchen, if the battle continued, he would definitely be defeated. Let's go. The 7 planets Divine Lord made a prompt decision and ordered the God of Golden Light to retreat. Don't give chase. Li Fuchen shook his head and stopped the werewolf avatar. The werewolf avatar's strength might be superior to the 7 planets Divine Lord, but in terms of half-god power, the werewolf avatar wasn't comparable to the 7 planets Divine Lord. Let me familiarize myself with the Moby's armor first. The werewolf avatar withdrew his half-god power so that Li Fuchen could store him in the world heart. Previously, when he was baptized by the Mobi's armor, he wasn't able to enter the world heart at all. It was probably because the power was too powerful and had exceeded the world heart's tolerance. All right. Li Fuchen stored the werewolf avatar, and Wu Zhuo inside. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 235th time, Li Fuchen obtained a second peak-grade half-god artifact. It was a necklace, a metallic necklace. The pendant of the necklace was engraved with the image of a female battle goddess. This metallic necklace was called the Necklace of Victory. Li Fuchen had a premonition that this necklace should be a part of the set. A peak-grade half-god set would give one goosebumps just by thinking about it. If a full set of peak-grade half-god set was superior to most of the peak-grade half-god artifacts, then what about a full set of peak-grade half-god artifacts? Yan Qingguo might be most suited for Saber Dao half-god artifacts, but she didn't reject the Necklace of Victory. Of course, the most important thing was where was she going to find a peak-grade Saber Dao half-god artifact. It was already very good to have a peak-grade half-god artifact. Furthermore, it was just a part of a peak-grade half-god set. After receiving the baptism of the Necklace of Victory, Yan Qingguo became a peak-grade half-god just like the werewolf avatar. But even peak-grade half-gods had differences. The werewolf avatar was definitely a first-rate peak-grade half-god. After all, his peak-grade half-god artifact was a first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. Before the baptism, the werewolf avatar was also a peak-grade invincible emperor. Yan Qingguo was a regular peak-grade half-god, and her individual Necklace of Victory was also a regular peak-grade half-god artifact. Furthermore, Yan Qingguo was only a regular peak-grade invincible emperor previously and wasn't outstanding enough. But when Li Fuchen jumped into the Death God Cave for the 278th time and brought back the second part of the Set of Victory, the Belt of Victory, Yan Qingguo's strength had a rapid improvement. After the baptism of the Belt of Victory, Yan Qingguo's half-god power continued to strengthen and was already extremely close to the werewolf avatar. The current Yan Qingguo might not be a first-rate peak-grade half-god, but she was definitely a second-rate peak-grade half-god. Right now, both of your strength has already surpassed me. Li Fuchen laughed. The current Li Fuchen was finally fully fledged and had formed his own powerful faction. After all, they had 3 peak-grade half-gods on their side, and he was barely considered a peak-grade half-god. There was also a top-notch half-god. If there weren't any mishaps, there would be more and more half-gods by her side, and they would eventually become the 10th major faction in the universe. Once you become an unrivaled half-god, no faction will dare to fight with us. Yan Qingguo said. The 9 major factions had plenty of peak-grade half-gods, and it wasn't too safe. Let's see. If Li Fuchen wanted to obtain a peak-grade Sword Dao half-god artifact, he would have to try his luck in the battlefield of gods. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 288th time, Li Fuchen brought back a peak-grade Claw Dao half-god artifact. It was just nice for the werewolf avatar to use. It might not be able to increase the werewolf strength by a lot, but it would be able to increase the werewolf avatar's strength significantly. After jumping into the Death God Cave for the 295th time, it is actually a part of the Scarlet Flame set. Li Fuchen was astonished to see the Scarlet Flame gloves in his hand. After the baptism of the Scarlet Flame gloves, Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god power had finally reached a new level and reached the peak-grade half-god level. Furthermore, he wasn't considered weak among the peak-grade half-gods and was reckoned to have the strength of a second- or third-rate peak-grade half-god. Finally, there was only one Reaper Stone left. Li Fuchen's harvest was rather bountiful. He obtained a total of 3 peak-grade half-god artifacts, 10 peak-grade half-god artifacts, and 14 mid-class universe artifacts. Li Fuchen couldn't even be bothered to count the miscellaneous items. I wonder what is the last chance. Li Fuchen leaped in. The last chance was definitely when Li Fuqin had the best luck. This time, he obtained the high-class universe artifact, the Heart of the Plane. The Heart of the World played a huge role in allowing Li Fuqin to reach this stage in a short period of time. Yan Qinggu, the werewolf avatar, and Wu Zhuo were also able to take charge. It could be said that without the Heart of the World, Yan Qinggu, Wu Zhuo, and Wu Zhuo would need to spend tens of millions of years to improve themselves. Even Li Fuqin would need to spend tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. In Li Fuqin's opinion, the Heart of the World was definitely more useful than peak-grade, half-god artifacts and the primordial beginning bracelet, even though it was only a mid-class universe artifact. A single Heart of the World was already so useful. As the upgraded version of the Heart of the Plane, Li Fuqin couldn't imagine how useful it would be. A high-class universe artifact is enough to change the fate of anyone in this universe. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuqin fused the Heart of the Plane into his body. With a large number of universe artifacts, half-god artifacts, the Heart of the World, and the Heart of the Plane, Li Fuqin already had the foundation to create a powerful faction. Furthermore, if Li Fuqin was given enough time, his faction might even be able to contest with the divine race. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could become an invincible half-god. Otherwise, an invincible half-god would be enough to wipe out everything. After returning to the deep blue plane, Li Fuqin continued to purchase the Reaper Stone. As for Yan Qinggu, the werewolf avatar, and Wu Zhuo, they started to cultivate in the Heart of the Plane. After some research, Li Fuqin realized that the Heart of the Plane was the same as the Heart of the World. The space-time acceleration limit was 10,000 times, and the bottom line was 100 times. Regular, peak-grade, invincible emperors would only be able to maintain the space-time acceleration of 100 times in the Heart of the Plane. It was the same for demigods. Li Fuqin guessed that the crux of the space-time acceleration wasn't the strength, but the difference in cultivation level. There wasn't any difference in cultivation level between peak-grade, invincible emperors and demigods. In fact, there were some demigods whose cultivation level wasn't even comparable to peak-grade, invincible emperors. Of course, it didn't mean that the strength wouldn't affect the Heart of the Plane and the Heart of the World. Yan Qinggu, the werewolf avatar, and Wu Zhuo were all peak-grade and top-notch demigods. Their strength was too powerful, and if they maintained the extreme cultivation speed in the Heart of the World, the Heart of the World's source essence would be exhausted in a short period of time. Li Fuqin didn't have to worry about the Heart of the Plane. Chapter 1056. The Stone of the Reaper was ultimately limited. It would already be great if Li Fuqin could exchange for one Stone of the Reaper every 10 years. After all, he had already exchanged for what he needed, and those who didn't want to exchange wouldn't come back. After visiting the Death God Lake again, and not obtaining any peak-grade half-god artifacts or high-class universe cardinal treasures, Li Fuqin decided to head to the half-god region. In the universe, there were actually some ruins with half-god artifacts, but some didn't allow demigods to enter, while some allowed demigods to enter. Places that didn't allow demigods to enter were demigod cemeteries like the Water God Tomb. These places were very sensitive to mutated demigod powers. Once they sensed the mutated demigod powers, they would immediately burst out with power to attack. If a peak-grade demigod entered and couldn't destroy it, the tomb would instantly self-destruct and perish together with the peak-grade demigod. Over the countless years, such incidents had happened before. Therefore, places that didn't allow demigods to enter normally wouldn't allow demigods to enter. The ruins that allowed demigods to enter were all extremely dangerous, like the Death God Lake, the Universe Grand Canyon, and the Insect God Battlefield. The main reason for the Death God Lake was because the Death God was too powerful, and the power left behind was enough to threaten the life of a peak-grade demigod. The Universe Grand Canyon was similar to the outer region of the half-god region. It was the deepest wound in the universe, and it was said that if one exited this wound, they would be able to leave this universe. As for if it was true, no one knew. The Insect God Battlefield was much more dangerous than the Universe Grand Canyon. As of now, No one knew the origins of the insect race, and no one knew what dangers were hidden inside. Li Fuchen had already obtained plenty of treasures in the Death God Lake. If he went to other places, it would be dangerous, and he might not be able to obtain anything. Rather than that, he might as well head to the half-god region. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter an invincible demigod, he would still be able to protect himself. Li Fuchen was thinking if he should bring everyone to the half-god region. There was no doubt that with the heart of the plain he was able to do it. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs follow him. Forget it. I will ask if they are willing. Li Fuchen was more inclined to bring everyone. It was unknown why, but he had a strong premonition that he might not be able to return after countless years. Just in case, it was better to bring everyone. Of course, if they weren't willing, he wouldn't force them. After all, there were countless people in the sword sect, and there would always be some who were unwilling to go. Just as Li Fuchen expected, there were indeed people who weren't willing to leave the deep blue plain and their hometown. But such people were in the minority and didn't even make up 1/10,000 of the total population. Furthermore, most of the people had already treated the sword sect as their hometown. After all, the sword sect had too many people, and everyone was intermarrying in the sword sect. Their children and grandchildren were also intermarrying in the sword sect. A sword sect was a world, and as long as they were still in the sword sect, it didn't matter where they went. Before leaving, Li Fuchen made arrangements for his funeral. For example, giving Hung He Primogenitor a low-level universe treasure. Previously, he had promised to let Primogenitor Hung He comprehend the world fruit for 100,000 years. Now that he was leaving, he might as well give him a low-grade universal treasure. He had plenty of low-grade universal treasures anyway. It was the same for the 100-Flower Empress and the Heaven Monarch of Myriad Spirit. Li Fuchen gave each of them a low-class universe artifact. As a fellow member of the Horizontal River Starfield, Li Fuchen hoped that the Horizontal River Starfield would become stronger. At the front of a boundless chasm, four figures appeared. This is the universe chasm. Yan Qingguo looked at the universe chasm that was emitting a dark purple chi presence and raised her brows. Wu Zhuo said, "This chi presence is much more horrific than the primal chaos chi presence." Li Fuchen said, "This is the combination of the primordial purple chi and the half-god domain chi presence. The primordial purple chi here might be very thin, and the purity was far inferior to the primordial purple chi in the primordial gourd. But there's a lot of it." However, Li Fuchen wasn't able to absorb it as it was mixed with the half-god domain chi presence. "Let's go!" Li Fuchen and the Wolfman incarnation instantly rushed into the universe chasm, while Yan Qingguo and Wu Zhuo followed closely behind. In the chaos ruins, there was no concept of time and space. In the universe chasm, there was no concept of time and space. After an unknown period of time, the four of them finally passed through the universe chasm and arrived at a beautiful and majestic world that was desolate and terrifying. A completely different chi presence of laws. The four of them didn't need to guess to know that this was the half-god domain. Compared to the universe on the other side of the natural moat, the laws of the demigod region were too foreign to them. They were also too condensed. If the laws of the universe were like threads, then the laws of the demigod region were like iron wires. The degree of toughness had increased by many times. Furthermore, as compared to the universe's laws, the laws here were much more mystical. Li Fuchen believed that his sword Tao and fire Tao were already at the perfection rank. But in the half-god domain, he realized that his sword Tao and fire Tao still had room for growth. The god realm. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance. So that was the case. He understood that it was only possible to ascend to the god realm in the half-god domain. Or it should be said that it was easier to ascend to the god realm. This is truly a great place. Li Fuchen finally understood why the demigods weren't willing to return. It was because only in this place would there be a chance to ascend to the god realm. The half-god domain was very dangerous. To invincible rulers, this place was filled with danger. It was a very normal natural phenomenon in the outside world, but in here, the power was unbelievable. When a gust of wind blew past, Li Fuchin reckoned that if a regular invincible ruler didn't put up any defenses, they would be turned into dust. Of course, the four of them were demigods, and the half-god domain wasn't dangerous to them. The half-god domain was separated into the inner area and the outer area. The inner area was close to the battlefield of gods, and it was a forbidden area for invincible rulers. It was where the demigods resided. The outer area was where the invincible rulers resided. After arriving at the inner area, Li Fuchin felt that the natural environment here was even harsher. Regular, invincible rulers wouldn't even be able to survive for 15 minutes. Only peak-level invincible rulers would be able to barely hold on, but they would only barely be able to hold on. Boom crack! In the sky, there was rumbling thunder, and a thunderbolt suddenly struck down at Li Fuchin and the others. TSS. Wu Zhuo released a sword chi to extinguish the thunderbolt. Such power it is actually at the demigod level. Wu Zhuo was astonished. Li Fuchin said, "The laws determine the strength of the natural environment. The half-god domain is indeed superior to the universe." In the outer area, the four of them didn't see a single demigod. After arriving at the inner area, a demigod passed by and was obstructed by Li Fuchin. The high-class demigod didn't dare to get angry and asked respectfully, "May I know what business do the lords have?" While speaking, the high-class demigod was curious. When did the half-god domain have 3 unfamiliar peak-level demigods and a top-notch demigod? Furthermore, from the looks of it, they seemed to have just arrived in the half-god domain. Wu Zhuo asked, "We have just arrived in the half-god domain and aren't familiar with the situation here. Tell us about it." "That's right. What is your name?" "My name is Sa Guang. It is my honor to introduce the lords to the half-god domain." Sa Guang cleared his throat and said, "The half-god domain is separated into the inner area and the outer area. I believe the lords should know about it. Putting aside the outer area, the inner area of the half-god domain is huge. To be honest, no one knows how big it is because apart from the place we live, there are plenty of places that are covered in thick fog. The fog would expand and shrink at times. Therefore, the living areas in the inner area of the half-god domain are constantly changing. Today it might be a sunny place, but tomorrow it would be covered by thick fog. Today it might be an unexplored land with thick fog, but on the next day it would become a new living area. Is there any danger in the thick fog?" Yan Qinggu asked. Sa Guang said, "There are half-god beasts living in the thick fog. Half-god beasts are very terrifying. As of now, the weakest half-god beasts are already at the pinnacle of the half-god realm. The powerful half-god beasts are even stronger than unrivaled half-gods. But these half-god beasts wouldn't normally appear in places without thick fog." "Half-god beasts?" Li Fuchin's eyes flashed with astonishment. Sa Guang could see that Li Fuchin was the pillar of support for the four of them. He explained, "Half-god beasts are the natives of the half-god domain. Some people suspect that they are the descendants of the divine beasts, and their bodies have traces of divine power. That is why they are stronger than regular half-gods." "I see." Li Fuchin nodded. "Continue. The demigod territory is currently divided into 13 forces, which are the 8 super forces of the universe and the great 5 alliances of the universe. These 13 forces occupy the best living areas in the inner area of the demigod territory. As for the smaller forces, they can only live in the corners and are always on guard against the expansion of the thick fog. Among them, the divine temple of the divine clan is the strongest. They have always occupied the center of the living areas in the inner area of the demigod territory. There were 9 great factions in the universe. The reason why there were only 8 here was because the Undead Legion was excluded. As one of the 9 great factions in the universe, the Undead Legion was a little ashamed of their position. They were a massive faction and only had one demigod, which was the Undead Monarch. Of course, the Undead Monarch was definitely a legend. He wasn't just the strongest ruler, he was also an invincible demigod. But a long time ago, the Undead Monarch fell into a deep slumber and wasn't able to obtain any demigod weapons for the Undead Legion. As such, the Undead Legion had always been lacking in manpower and didn't have any new demigods. Of course, it was hard to say if there were any new demigods now. It was possible that the Undead Legion already had a few demigods in the dark. But no matter what, as long as the Undead Monarch didn't perish, none of the great factions would dare to suppress the Undead Legion. An invincible demigod's fury wasn't something that a regular person could endure. The Saber Union's location should be around here. The Swordsman Guild's location should be around here. Saguang took out a simple map of the inner area of the half-god domain and pointed around. As for here, Chapter 1057, from Saguang's explanation, the four of them had a rather deep understanding of the half-god domain. That's right, what is this? Li Fuchen took out a smooth and round stone from his spatial ring. It might look like a smooth and round stone, but it contained shocking demigod power. Furthermore, it was demigod power that didn't have any attributes. Any demigod could absorb it and use it. This stone was discovered by Li Fuchen using his spirit soul power underground. He wasn't a fool and immediately knew that it was a good item. Sa Guang gulped. This is a half-divine stone, and it is one of the most precious resources in the half-god domain. You should know that being in the outside world or in the half-god domain, it is extremely difficult to recover demigod power. Demigods without half-divine stones would need to go into seclusion for a long time to recover demigod power. But it is different with half-divine stones. This half-divine stone is a low-grade, half-divine stone. In normal situations, it can replenish a regular demigod's demigod power. If it is a mid-grade half-divine stone, it can replenish a high-grade demigod's demigod power. High-grade half-divine stones are for top-notch demigods, and above high-grade half-divine stones are peak-grade half-divine stones. As a high-grade demigod, Saguang didn't have a single low-grade half-divine stone. Normally, only the bases of the 8 great factions would have a chance to excavate half-divine stones. Even the Great 5 Alliance's bases rarely had any. What is the use of peak-grade spirit stones here? Li Fuchen continued to ask. He had a few trillion peak-grade spirit stones. Sa Guang said, the peak-grade spirit stones are useful too. As long as there is a massive amount of peak-grade spirit stones, it can be used to set up peak-grade supreme arrays. A single layer of peak-grade supreme arrays is enough to block attacks from regular demigods. 2 layers of peak-grade supreme arrays can block attacks from high-grade demigods, and so on. The Divine Race's temple has a total of 7 layers of peak-grade supreme arrays. Furthermore, using the Divine Bridge to head to the battlefield of gods requires peak-grade spirit stones too. 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones might not seem a lot, but after accumulating it will be quite a lot. 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones per trip. 100 trips would be 100 trillion. I see. Li Fuchen nodded and said to Saguang, many thanks. If you have any matters in the future, you can look for me at the Swordsman Guild. All right, can I leave now? Saguang was under a lot of pressure when facing 3 peak-grade demigods and a top-notch demigod. Of course. Li Fuchen smiled. Hearing this, Saguang turned into a beam of light and left in a hurry. It seemed like he was heading for the Bridge of Spirits. Come, let's go to the Swordsman Guild first. Li Fuchen was an elder of the Swordsman Guild after all. Now that he was in the half-god region, he had to go to the Swordsman Guild. The Swordsman Guild was established in a mountain range. There were many dangerous peaks, and the sharp sword chi could be felt from far away. The main peak of the Swordsman Guild was called Divine Sword Peak. Inside the Divine Sword Peak's guild hall, the Swordsman Guild's vice leader, Void River Sword God, was entertaining Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already stored Yan Qingguo and the others into the heart of the plain. He didn't want the Swordsman Guild to misunderstand. After all, the guild leader and the experts weren't around. If there were 2 peak demigods and a top-notch demigod, the Swordsman Guild might not even let them in. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, since you can come to Swordsman Guild, it means that you are already a demigod. I wonder what level your natal demigod weapon is. The natal demigod weapon was the first baptism of the demigod weapon, and it was also the most important one. Li Fuchen revealed the Scarlet Flame gloves and said, "It is a top-notch fire, Dao, half-god weapon." Li Fuchen had 3 natal demigods, but it wasn't necessary to reveal all of them. Top-notch fire, Dao, half-god weapon. The Void River Sword God felt it was a pity. He already found out from the sky-piercing sword god that Li Fuchen's sword Dao had reached the strongest emperor level. If Li Fuchen obtained a top-notch sword Dao half-god weapon, his strength would be comparable to a peak-grade demigod. Of course, a top-notch fire Dao half-god weapon wasn't bad either. Then I will have to address you as the primary extreme sword god from now on. The Void River Sword God's tone had a subtle change. Be it the half-god region or the Swordsman Guild, strength was still important. In the half-god region, top-notch demigods were considered the backbone. Peak-grade demigods were the pinnacle of strength. Before the guild leader returned, the Void River Sword God arranged a mountain peak for Li Fuchen to reside in. Once the guild leader returned, he would arrange for Li Fuchen's specific duties and residence. The half-god region is indeed formidable. After cultivating for a few days, Li Fuchen realized that his sword Dao actually had traces of loosening. It meant that if he had enough time, he would be able to increase his sword Dao to a higher level in the half-god region. That higher level would be the God Realm. The Swordsman Guild had their own stone mine, and the so-called stone mine was naturally the half-god stone mine. Of course, it might be called a mine, but it was actually a massive valley. It was entirely up to luck if one could excavate half-god stones. As a member of the Swordsman Guild, everyone was qualified to enter the stone mine, including Li Fuchen. In the stone mine, Li Fuchen saw plenty of Swordsman Guild members, but they were all emperors. Even the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor were here. This was the benefit of joining the 9 great factions, or the Great 5 Alliance. After entering the half-god region, one didn't have to stay in the outer region and would be brought to the inner region. With the protection of the garrison array, the inner region's natural environment wouldn't harm the emperors. Primary Extreme Emperor. When the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor saw Li Fuchen, they quickly welcomed him. "Are you excavating half-god stones?" Li Fuchen asked. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor said, "This is one of our missions. Every 10,000 years, we have to excavate half-god stones in the stone mine for 500 years. It doesn't matter if we excavate anything or not. We will still be rewarded with 1 half-god point. 5,000 half-god points is enough to exchange for a regular half-god artifact. It also meant that one could only exchange for a regular half-god artifact after excavating half-god stones for 5 million years. Li Fuchen raised his brows as half-god artifacts were much more precious than he imagined. What if we excavate a half-god stone? Li Fuchen asked again. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor said, "If we excavate a low-grade half-god stone, we'll be rewarded with 500 half-god points. If we excavate a mid-grade half-god stone, we will be rewarded with 5,000 half-god points. High-grade half-god stones will be rewarded with 50,000 half-god points, while peak-grade half-god stones will be rewarded with 500,000 half-god points." From the duo, Li Fuchin found out that members of the Swordsman Guild that were below the demigod realm would need to complete plenty of missions. Basically, every 10,000 years, they would have to complete missions for 3,000 years, and the remaining 7,000 years would belong to them. In addition, a regular half-god artifact would require 5,000 half-god points. But half-god artifact shards wouldn't need that much. With more than 100 half-god points, one would be able to exchange for a regular half-god artifact shard. Of course, unless one had decided to head to the battlefield of gods. Otherwise, no one would be willing to exchange for a half-god artifact shard. After all, it wasn't easy to become a demigod, and no one would be willing to squander it. In the half-god region, Li Fuchin's spiritual awareness could only penetrate 100 feet underground. He wouldn't be able to sense anything below 100 feet. If Li Fuchin was in such a state, the other demigods' spiritual awareness would naturally be even worse. According to what Li Fuchin knew, half-god stones were normally deep underground. Only by continuously excavating and using spiritual awareness would there be a chance to obtain half-god stones. Apart from spiritual awareness, Li Fuchin still had his spirit soul power. As compared to spiritual awareness, Li Fuchin's spirit soul power could penetrate 10,000 feet underground. This was also why he was able to discover a half-god stone when he just arrived at the half-god region. The Swordsman Guild is indeed the Swordsman Guild. The stone mine was massive. Li Fuchin found a spacious and uninhabited place and started to release his spirit soul power to search for half-god stones. A few days later, Li Fuchin had a total of 12 low-grade half-god stones and 1 mid-grade half-god stone. It is unknown how long it would take for others to excavate these half-god stones. These 13 half-god stones were all found a few hundred feet underground, especially that mid-grade half-god stone, which was a few thousand feet deep. It meant that others would have to dig a few hundred feet or a few thousand feet before they could use their spiritual awareness to search. Furthermore, they had to ensure that the deviation wasn't too big. Li Fuchin was a pinnacle half-god, and the low-grade and mid-grade half-god stones weren't very useful to him. Therefore, he planned to stay in the stone mine for a few more days. As for Yan Qinggu and the others, Li Fuchin didn't ask them to come out. Firstly, it wasn't good to be seen by others. This was the Swordsman Guild after all. Secondly, it was useless for them to come out. They might as well stay inside the heart of the plain and cultivate. 100 years later, Li Fuchin had over 80,000 low-grade half-god stones, over 5,000 mid-grade half-god stones, over 100 high-grade half-god stones, and even a few peak-grade spirit stones. It was fortunate that the stone mine was large enough and the area that Li Fuchin had explored for the past 10 years wasn't even 1% of the entire stone mine. Otherwise, the area within 10,000 feet of the stone mine would be a dead mine, and there wouldn't be any half-god stones. With these half-god stones, I should be able to contest even if I am facing an invincible half-god. Li Fuchin revealed a smile. Invincible half-gods might be strong, but they wouldn't be able to kill a pinnacle half-god so easily. Therefore, as long as Li Fuchin's half-god power could keep up, he would be able to stall for time with an invincible half-god. If the invincible half-god power was exhausted, Li Fuchin might have a chance to counterattack. Of course, the precondition was that the invincible half-god didn't have enough half-god stones. If the invincible half-god stone had more, Li Fuchin would still have to desperately flee. Continue to dig. Li Fuchin wasn't in a hurry to head to the battlefield of gods. He understood that sharpening one's axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. After over 800 years, Li Fuchin's low-grade half-divine stones had increased to over 500,000 low-grade half-divine stones, over 40,000 mid-grade half-divine stones, close to 1,000 high-grade half-divine stones, and over a dozen peak-grade spirit stones. In the half-god region, it was already extremely rare for regular and high-class demigods to have 1 or 2 low-grade half-god stones or mid-grade half-god stones as backup. Elite demigods wouldn't have a lot of half-god stones either. It was reckoned that only pinnacle half-gods and invincible half-gods could truly control a large number of half-god stones. But did they have a few 100,000 half-god stones? Li Fuchen grinned. When others dug for half-god stones, they relied on luck. When he dug for half-god stones, he just needed to use his spirit soul power to sweep. The efficiency was more than 1,000,000 times higher. Chapter 1058. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to excavate more half-divine stones. But on this day, the Swordsman Guild leader returned. The Swordsman Guild leader might not be an invincible half-god, but he was one of the strongest pinnacle half-gods in the half-god domain. His natal half-god artifact was one of the 3 ancient divine swords, the Bright Moon Sword. The leader of the 3 ancient divine swords was the Joint Heaven Sword that Li Fuchen was familiar with. In the guild hall, Li Fuchen met with the Bright Moon Sword God. Beside the Bright Moon Sword God was the Heaven Piercer Sword God. Just like his name, the Bright Moon Sword God's aura looked very pure, just like a bright moon. You must be the primary extreme, Sword God. I heard about you from the Heaven Piercer Sword God. The Bright Moon Sword God smiled. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and bowed. Greetings to the guild leader and vice guild leader. The Heaven Piercer Sword God said, "You have chosen a top-notch half-god artifact for the Fire Dao. In the future, you must choose a top-notch half-god artifact for the Sword Dao. Otherwise, you would rather give up." As long as one of the Daos was cultivated to the perfection rank, a half-god would be able to accommodate many types of half-god powers. As the strongest Sword Dao ruler, it would be a pity if Li Fuchen didn't choose a top-notch Sword Dao half-god artifact as his natal half-god artifact. Understood. Li Fuchen nodded. The Bright Moon Sword God sighed and said, "How can it be so easy to obtain a top-notch Sword Dao half-god artifact? Among the 10 known divine swords, there are only 2 top-notch Sword Dao half-god artifacts. In fact, be it a top-notch half-god artifact or other half-god artifacts, they were all extremely difficult to obtain. The Swordsman Guild only had a few demigods that possessed 2 or more half-god artifacts. Of course, the Swordsman Guild's treasury did have some half-god artifacts, but they had to be exchanged with demigod points. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen and could easily obtain a large number of half-god artifacts. It is naturally difficult for us to obtain them by ourselves, but it is possible for a top-notch Sword Dao half-god artifact to appear in the Iron Blood City's auction. The Heaven Piercer Sword God said. Bright Moon Sword God smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about the fact that there's still a long time before the next auction. Even if a peak sword principal demigod weapon appears, we won't be able to compete with others with our wealth. All right, let's not talk about these unreliable things. Primary extreme, Sword God, you're now a peak demigod. Before this, you were already a general elder. Now, I appoint you as a general elder. The head elder was only a head elder from the outside world. Upon arriving at the demigod territory, he would immediately be reduced to an ordinary member. As for the head elder, only demigods were qualified to take up the position. Thank you, guild leader. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and hesitated. President, where is the Iron Blood City you mentioned earlier? There are no cities in the half-god domain, and there were only so few people in the half-god domain, so there was no need to form a city. The sky-piercing Sword God answered on behalf of the Bright Moon Sword God. You're already an elder of the headquarters, so you should know some secrets. In fact, the battlefield of gods isn't located in our universe, but between many universes. In other words, demigods of our universe aren't the only ones who can enter the battlefield of gods. Demigods of other universes can also enter the battlefield of gods. There are some ancient, dilapidated cities in the battlefield of gods, and Iron Blood City is one of them. Who controls Iron Blood City? Li Fuchen asked. The Bright Moon Sword God said, Iron Blood City is controlled by the Iron Blood Elder Society. The Iron Blood Elder Society has a total of 13 elders. Each elder is an invincible demigod, and their strength is extremely formidable, much stronger than regular invincible demigods. Since entering the battlefield of gods, Iron Blood City has always been ruled by them. During this period of time, there have only been 2 or 3 changes of elders. The number 1 demigod of the divine race, Light Dark Divine Lord, once competed for the position of the Elder Society's elder. It is a pity that he failed and nearly perished. Even the number 1 demigod of the divine race, Light Dark Divine Lord, nearly perished? Li Fuchin finally understood how terrifying the Iron Blood Elder Society was. The Light Dark Divine Lord was this universe's number 1 demigod, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was half the ruler of this universe. But after arriving at Iron Blood City, he couldn't even compete for the position of elder. Is there anyone who ascended to become a god in the battlefield of gods? Li Fuchin asked curiously. The bright moon sword god nodded. Yes, there's more than one. In the history of my Iron Blood City, there are more than 10 individuals who ascended to become gods. Ascending to become a god was the ultimate dream of demigods. Many of them had lived for too long, and they yearned to enter a new world and start a new life. Is it possible to ascend to become a god as long as one's cultivation realm is sufficient? Li Fuchin asked again. The bright moon sword god shook his head and said, I don't know either, but I am guessing that it should be related to the half-god power. Those who ascended to become gods would all have peak-grade half-god weapons. None of them are below the peak-grade half-god level. I see. Li Fuchin nodded. It also meant that in order to ascend to become a god, not only would one's cultivation realm be sufficient, one would also need to have sufficient strength. The bright moon sword god continued. The next trip to Iron Blood City will be 500 years later. You better make some preparations. That's right. It is best if you prepare some half-divine stones. Everyone will need to pay 1 low-grade half-divine stone to enter Iron Blood City. Staying in Iron Blood City will also require half-divine stones. Cheap inns will only cost 1 low-grade half-divine stone for 100 years. The more expensive ones will cost around 2 or 3 low-grade half-divine stones. Of course, if you really lack half-divine stones, you can stay in the Bright Moon Inn temporarily. This is my personal property, and it doesn't matter if you owe some fees. But if you have half-divine artifacts, you can sell them in Iron Blood City. It is the fastest way to obtain half-divine stones. He had already obtained information that Li Fuchin seemed to have obtained plenty of half-divine artifacts in the Death God Cave. How many half-god points or low-grade half-divine stones can a regular half-divine artifact be exchanged for in the guild? What about in Iron Blood City? Li Fuchin asked. On the side, the Heaven Piercer sword god said it can be exchanged for 4,000 half-god points or 8 low-grade half-divine stones in the guild. In Iron Blood City, it can be exchanged for at least 10 low-grade half-divine stones. The Heaven Piercer sword god didn't hide anything, as Li Fuchin would find out sooner or later. Li Fuchin said, Can I go to Iron Blood City and exchange the half-divine artifacts for half-divine stones before going to the guild to exchange them for half-god points? This way, he would be able to obtain plenty of half-god points. The Bright Moon sword god said, Of course. This might seem like a loophole, but it was actually a reflection of personal freedom. Furthermore, to demigods like them, half-divine stones were more important than half-divine artifacts. Therefore, it didn't matter what Li Fuchin chose. Do I need to contribute to the guild? This was Li Fuchin's final question. The Bright Moon sword god and the Heaven Piercer sword god looked at each other. The Bright Moon sword god laughed and said, There isn't a need. Everyone might have different positions, but we are actually supporting each other and helping each other out. If you lack half-divine stones, you can use half-god points or half-divine artifacts to exchange. If you wish to give a half-divine artifact to your kin or friends, you can use half-divine stones and half-god points to exchange. Li Fuchin took out 20 low-grade half-divine stones and handed them to the Bright Moon's sword god. Guild leader, these 20 low-grade half-divine stones can be exchanged for 10,000 half-god points. Give 5,000 to the Tai Chi sword ancestor and the other 5,000 to the Origin Bright sword ancestor. 5,000 half-god points was enough to exchange for a regular half-divine artifact. Li Fuqin had a rather good relationship with the Tai Chi sword ancestor and the Origin Bright sword ancestor. It was fine if Li Fuqin didn't have the capability, but since he had the capability, he naturally had to help the duo. Otherwise, it was unknown when the duo would become half-gods. It wasn't very practical to give half-divine artifacts directly. To Li Fuqin, half-divine artifacts were much more precious than half-divine stones. He only had a few dozen half-divine artifacts with him. If he were to give them 2 this time and 2 more next time, he would be able to give them all in a short period of time. Of course, if he were to take out 20 low-grade half-divine stones at once, it would be suspicious, but Li Fuqin didn't care. In the future, the fact that he possessed a large number of half-divine stones would definitely be exposed. It wasn't a big deal to expose it now. The Origin Extreme sword god is rather loyal. After receiving the low-grade half-divine stones, the Bright Moon sword god said with admiration, "The Bright Moon sword god and the sky-piercing sword god were indeed very surprised that Li Fuqin was able to take out 20 low-grade half-divine stones." Li Fuqin had only been in the half-god region for less than 1,000 years. How did he obtain so many half-divine stones? Furthermore, if he was able to take out 20 low-grade half-divine stones, it meant that he had more. But when thinking about Li Fuqin's past achievements, the duo didn't find it strange anymore. Some people were born to be different. Things that were difficult for others wouldn't be difficult for them at all. 500 years was still very early. Li Fuqin continued to excavate the half-divine stones in the stone mines. He didn't know the exact situation of the divine battlefield yet, but it wasn't a bad thing to prepare more half-divine stones. 500 years later, in the vicinity of the Divine Bridge, Origin Extreme sword god, many thanks. The Tai Chi sword ancestor and the Origin Bright sword ancestor had already become half-gods. They might only be regular half-gods, but the duo was already satisfied. Li Fuqin smiled and said, "I will only help the 2 of you once. I won't help any more in the future. That is natural." The Tai Chi sword ancestor and the Origin Bright sword ancestor still cared about their reputation. Even if Li Fuqin helped them in the future, they would still reject him. "Let's go." Seeing that everyone was here, the Bright Moon sword god waved his hand and walked onto the Divine Bridge first. At one end of the Divine Bridge, there was a stone beast. The stone beast's mouth was wide open, and 1 trillion peat-grade spirit stones were required to enter the bridge. After crossing the bridge, the Bright Moon sword god took out a black iron ship and asked everyone to board it. Ship-type half-divine artifact? Li Fuqin was shocked. This was his first time seeing a ship-type half-divine artifact. From what he knew, ship-type half-divine artifacts were extremely precious and were normally 1 level more valuable than other half-divine artifacts of the same class. The Bright Moon sword god's ship-type half-divine artifact was actually a peak-class half-divine artifact. It also meant that its value was comparable with a peak-class half-divine artifact. No wonder he is the Swordsman Guild leader. He owned an inn in Iron Blood City, a peak-class half-divine artifact, and a peak-class half-divine artifact. Li Fuqin reckoned that the Bright Moon sword god must have a lot of half-divine stones. After everyone boarded the ship, the black iron ship turned into a black light and rushed towards the divine battlefield. Boom crack, boom crack. The natural environment of the divine battlefield was even harsher than the half-god region. There were flashes of lightning, rumbles of thunder, violent winds, and dense fog. In such an environment, peak-class invincible emperors wouldn't be able to survive for a long time. Unless they had some half-divine artifact shards or universe artifacts that were suitable for survival, they would barely be able to survive. Through the dense fog, Li Fuchen saw a skeleton. This skeleton was extremely huge. Compared to it, the black iron ship was not even as big as an ant. Whether it was in the demigod domain or the divine battlefield, the size of a creature's body was closely related to its strength. In the divine battlefield, the giant astral beasts were unable to maintain such a large body. Otherwise, they would instantly run out of energy. Even after death, this skeleton was already so massive. It was imaginable how powerful it was when it was still alive. The bright moon sword god said, "This is a god corpse." In normal situations, there will definitely be half-divine artifacts beside the god corpse. However, the half-divine artifacts beside this god corpse have already been taken away. Chapter 1059. When passing above the god corpse, Li Fuchen could obviously feel the golden amulet vibrating a little. "Are you really from the world of gods?" Li Fuchen said to himself. The origin of the golden amulet was too mysterious. Until now, Li Fuchen didn't understand the golden amulet at all. He only knew that, as compared to the golden amulet, half-divine artifacts weren't even worth mentioning. Even the legendary divine artifacts might not be comparable to the golden amulet. Perhaps only after he became a god would he be qualified to understand the golden amulet. Rumble. There was a sudden, violent tremor. The horrific tremor had even affected the void, causing the black iron ship to sway as though it was drunk. What is going on? The Tai Chi sword god and the Origin Bright sword god thought someone was attacking the black iron ship and quickly drew their swords. The Bright Moon sword god said, "Don't panic, this is an earthquake." In the battlefield of gods, earthquakes were very normal. But sometimes earthquakes would bring out some good items from the ground. It was unknown if there were any this time. The Bright Moon sword god controlled the black iron ship and flew towards the epicenter of the earthquake. At the epicenter of the earthquake, the battle was already in full swing. Half of a giant steel trident was revealed from the cracks in the ground. From the chi presence emitted by the steel trident, it was obviously a top-notch half-divine artifact. In Iron Blood City, a top-tier quasi-god weapon could be sold for at least 1,000 low-grade quasi-godly stones. 1,000 low-grade half-divine stones were enough to stay in the cheapest in an Iron Blood City for 100,000 years. Boom! The black iron ship didn't slow down and charged straight at the giant steel trident. "Stay here. Don't even think about it." Waves of attacks blasted on the black iron ship. It was a pity that the black iron ship was a top-notch half-divine artifact, and the attacks were only able to make the ship shake slightly. When approaching the steel trident, the Bright Moon sword god jumped off the black iron ship. Damn it, it is a peak-tier half-god. The Bright Moon sword god's chi presence was too powerful and was much stronger than regular peak-tier half-gods. Most of the half-gods here were high-class or top-notch half-gods. There wasn't a single peak-tier half-god. After all, even in the battlefield of gods, peak-tier half-gods were the pinnacle combat strength. Unequaled half-gods were the dominating combat strength. So what if he is a peak-tier half-god? There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of him? Waves of attacks blasted at the Bright Moon sword god. The Bright Moon sword god was collecting the steel fork. He was unable to move or counterattack, so he could only take it head-on. As for Li Fuchen and the others, they weren't able to attract much firepower. After all, there were too many demigods here, and there were around 50 to 60 demigods, while they had less than 10. The Bright Moon sword god's demigod power quickly dissipated. The armor on his body was only a top-notch demigod weapon. It could not withstand the attacks of so many demigods. If it was not for the high quality of his peak demigod power, he would have been annihilated in a single round of attacks. Of course, if it was Li Fuchen instead of the Bright Moon sword god, the situation would be different. With the Scarlet Flame armor, the primordial bracelet, the myriad calamity immortal body, and the tree of life, Li Fuchen's defense was at least 10 times or a few dozen times stronger than the bright moon's sword god. It would be much easier to withstand the attacks. When 30% of the demigod's power was consumed, the bright moon's sword god finally retrieved the giant steel fork and flew back to the dark steel ship. Go! The black iron ship turned into a streak of black light and quickly left. Behind them, the crowd cursed and stopped in their tracks. The speed of a top-notch ship-type semi-divine artifact was too fast, and they could not catch up at all. Even if they did, they would not be able to break through the defense. Congratulations, President. On the deck, everyone congratulated the bright moon sword god. This was a top-notch half-divine artifact, and it could easily be sold for over 1,000 low-grade demigod stones. If they were lucky, it was normal to sell it for a few thousand low-grade demigod stones. The bright moon sword god was in a rather good mood and said, "Everyone has made contributions. When we reach the Iron Blood City, I will treat everyone to a drink." To him, over 1,000 low-grade demigod stones was considered a small fortune. As the saying went, sand accumulates into a tower, water accumulates into a river. He was able to have his current wealth and was even able to purchase an estate in the Iron Blood City. Wasn't it all because of the accumulation? The battlefield of gods was too massive. Until now, no one knew how big the battlefield of gods was. After traveling for over 50 years, everyone finally arrived at the Iron Blood City. The Iron Blood City looked like a dilapidated city. A portion of the city walls had collapsed, and the traces on the walls were all evidence of the vicissitudes of time. 1 low-grade demigod stone per person. No one shall think of escaping. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to the Weeping Blood ghost mine to mine ores. At the city gates, 2 groups of demigod soldiers were guarding. The leader of the soldiers was actually a peak-tier demigod. He carried a large saber on his back and spoke with a powerful voice. Even the city guards are peak-tier demigods, and the leader is a peak-tier demigod. The Tai Chi sword god and the Origin Bright sword god were shocked. On the side, the Sky Piercer sword god said, "When I first arrived at the Iron Blood City, I was also shocked. But after a long time, I got used to it." The Bright Moon sword god said, "The Iron Blood Elder Guild controls the entire Iron Blood City. To us, the extremely precious peak-tier, half-divine artifacts are easily obtainable by them. The reason why the Light and Dark God Lord didn't become an elder isn't because of his cultivation realm, but because he doesn't have a complete set of peak-tier, half-divine artifacts." Li Fuchen nodded silently in response. Possessing 1 peak-tier half-divine artifact and possessing multiple peak-tier half-divine artifacts were 2 completely different things. For example, if you only possessed an offensive peak-tier half-divine artifact, then you would only have stronger offense. If you possessed a defensive peak-tier half-divine artifact, then you would only have stronger defense. On the other hand, the others didn't just possess offensive and defensive peak-tier half-divine artifacts. They also had other support-type peak-tier half-divine artifacts. How were they supposed to fight? After entering the city, everyone felt an invisible force suppressing them. In the face of this invisible force, everyone's strength was weakened by at least 1,000 times. This is the Iron Blood City. Looking at the passing demigods, the Tai Chi sword god and the Origin Bright sword god were shocked again. Demigods that were extremely esteemed in the outside world were just regular pedestrians here. The contrast was too strong. My bright moon is right in front. The bright moon sword god led the way at the front. A short moment later, everyone arrived at a rather desolate street. In the middle of the street, there was a not-so-small hotel. The Bright Moon Inn had a total of 30 rooms, and it wasn't considered a small inn in the Iron Blood City. Of course, the Iron Blood City might have a lot of demigods, but the place was huge and then wouldn't always be full. According to the bright moon sword god's calculations, the occupancy rate would be maintained at 30% to 40% and rarely exceeded 50%. The bright moon inn's occupancy rate was one low-grade demigod stone for 100 years. If 30% of the 30 rooms were occupied, the bright moon sword god would be able to earn 9 low-grade demigod stones in 100 years. 900 low-grade demigod stones in 10,000 years. 90,000 low-grade demigod stones in 1,000,000 years. Of course, if one wanted to open an inn in the Iron Blood City, one would have to pay taxes too. The tax rate was 30%. It also meant that if the bright moon sword god earned 90,000 low-grade demigod stones, he would have to pay 27,000 low-grade demigod stones. Li Fuchin didn't know how many demigod stones were needed to purchase a 30-room inn. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. If you don't mind, you can stay in the Bright Moon Inn for now. As for the accommodation fee, you can just owe it first. In fact, the Swordsman Guild's demigods were all staying in the Bright Moon Inn. Firstly, staying here meant that they could owe the demigod stones first. Secondly, staying in their own inn was more relaxing. As for free accommodation, it wasn't too realistic. The Swordsman Guild was the Swordsman Guild, the Bright Moon Inn was the Bright Moon Inn, and the latter was the Bright Moon Sword God's personal business. The Bright Moon Sword God wasn't a saint, and he didn't have the obligation to take care of everyone for free. I will not stay here. I will find a place myself. Li Fuchin had plenty of demigod stones and didn't need to stay in the Bright Moon Inn. Furthermore, Yan Qinggu and the others were still in the heart of the plain, and it was time to let them out to experience it. All right, remember to send a message if there is anything. The Bright Moon Sword God knew that Li Fuchin had plenty of demigod stones. After leaving the Bright Moon Inn, Li Fuchin walked towards the city gate again. It was possible to bring people into the Iron Blood City silently, but every person that entered the city would be given an identity token. If someone found out that the person didn't have an identity token in the city, they would be immediately arrested and imprisoned. Li Fuchin didn't wish to be apprehensive just to save 3 low-grade demigod stones. After exiting the city, Li Fuchin released Yan Qinggu and the others. He also released the Immortal Emperor at the same time. Li Fuchin had taken good care of the Immortal Emperor. After all, if the Immortal Emperor didn't have the World Fruit, Li Fuchin, Yan Qinggu, and the others wouldn't have improved so quickly. Originally, Li Fuchin was planning to obtain an Undying Attribute half-divine artifact for the Immortal Emperor, but such half-divine artifacts were too rare. Li Fuchin didn't see a single one in the Death God Cave. Ultimately, Li Fuchin gave a peak-class half-divine artifact to the Immortal Emperor and allowed him to choose. The Immortal Emperor chose this peak-class half-divine artifact as his natal half-divine artifact and became a top-notch half-god. After entering the city, the 4 of them obtained their identity tokens, and their identity tokens were glowing faintly. It meant that they had paid the half-divine stones. Of course, once they exited the city, the identity token would dim down and they would have to pay the half-divine stones again to light it up. The accommodations in the Iron Blood City were separated into different grades. The cheap inns would only cost 1 low-grade demigod stone for 100 years. The more expensive inns would cost 2 or 3 low-grade demigod stones. The cheapest inns would cost 5 low-grade demigod stones, and the most expensive ones would cost more than 10 low-grade demigod stones. Those who were more extravagant would be able to rent courtyards, and the price would be above 100 low-grade demigod stones. However, a courtyard could accommodate plenty of people. Li Fuchin went to the property office to inquire and found out that purchasing a 10-room inn would cost around 20,000 to 30,000 low-grade demigod stones, depending on the location. Purchasing a 30-room inn would cost around 100,000 low-grade demigod stones. Of course, if one wasn't trying to earn demigod stones and only wanted to stay, they could purchase residences. Residences were much cheaper. A 2-room residence would cost around 3,000 low-grade demigod stones. A 3-room residence would cost around 5,000 low-grade demigod stones. A larger 4-room or 5-room residence would cost around 10,000 low-grade demigod stones. Chapter 1060. There were many benefits to living in Iron Blood City. First, killing was prohibited in the city, so it was very safe. Second, it was easier to recover and strengthen demigod power than outside the city. Third, it was faster to increase one's realm. Fourth, one could find a job to earn demigod stones. Fifth, as long as one had the capital, one could buy what one wanted. It could be said that living in Iron Blood City had many benefits and no disadvantages. After settling down, the 5 started to walk around Iron Blood City. There were many types of shops in Iron Blood City, but most of them were demigod weapon shops. They randomly found a demigod weapon shop and walked in. Ordinary demigod artifacts cost between 10 low-grade demigod stones to 20 low-grade demigod stones. High-grade demigod artifacts cost between 100 and 200 demigod stones. As long as you have enough demigod stones, you can buy as many demigod artifacts as you want. Immortal Emperor sighed. Before coming to Iron Blood City, demigod weapons were extremely precious to him. After coming, he realized that demigod weapons were goods with a price tag in Iron Blood City. Of course, he was just sighing. These demigod weapons weren't free. They required demigod stones, which weren't as easy to get as demigod weapons. In fact, demigod stones were even harder to come by. After walking down the street, apart from the largest demigod weapon shop, the other shops didn't have top-notch demigod weapons. The price range of top-notch demigod weapons was much wider. The cheapest was 1,000 low-grade demigod stones, and the highest was more than 10,000. And it seemed that this wasn't the limit. I wonder how many demigod stones a top-notch demigod weapon is worth. Yan Qingwu asked curiously. Go to the largest shops in Iron Blood City and you'll know. Usually, the top-notch demigod weapons that appeared in auctions were more precious. The top-notch demigod weapons in the shops were more ordinary. After all, the precious ones wouldn't be sold. Jiujiang Weapon Pavilion. It was one of the largest demigod weapon shops in Iron Blood City. Jiujiang Weapon Pavilion had a total of 9 floors. The bottom 4 floors corresponded to normal demigod weapons. The 5th to 7th floors corresponded to high-grade demigod weapons. The 8th floor had top-notch demigod weapons, and the 9th floor had top-notch demigod weapons. Compared to the other demigod weapon shops, Jiujiang Weapon Pavilion had a wide variety of demigod weapons. They had all sorts of rare attributes. Immortal Emperor even saw an ordinary demigod weapon with an undying attribute and a curse-type ordinary demigod weapon. Anyone could come up to the first 7 floors, but on the 8th floor, one would need to show 2,000 inferior demigod stones or a top-notch demigod weapon. So expensive. This peak demigod artifact is worth 30,000 low-grade demigod stones. On the 8th floor, Wu Zhuo clicked his tongue. Li Fuchen said, "This is a top-notch half-divine artifact that can increase speed. It is normal for it to be so expensive." They were fast, and if they encountered danger, they could quickly escape. In the battlefield of God, survival was the most important thing, and strength was secondary. "Gentlemen, please wait a moment." At the staircase of the 9th floor, the 5 of them were stopped by a man with a long face. Li Fuchen asked, "How many half-divine stones do I need to show?" The horse-faced man said, 20,000, and they are all mid-grade half-divine stones. 20,000 medium demigod stones? Li Fuchen was rather shocked. It meant that a peak-grade half-divine artifact was worth around 240,000 low-grade demigod stones. In terms of the demigod power contained, a single mid-grade demigod stone was equivalent to 10 low-grade demigod stones. A single high-grade demigod stone was equivalent to 10 mid-grade demigod stones or 100 low-grade demigod stones. But in normal situations, a single mid-grade demigod stone could be exchanged for 12 low-grade demigod stones. A single high-grade demigod stone could be exchanged for 12 mid-grade demigod stones. This was mainly because the higher the grade of the half-divine stone, the higher the absorption efficiency. During the moment of life and death, a huge amount of demigod power would be consumed. Everyone naturally hoped to have high-grade demigod stones to replenish the demigod power. Using low-grade demigod stones to replenish the demigod power was too slow. Low-grade demigod stones were normally used to replenish the demigod power during times of crisis, including peak-grade demigods. No one else had 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones, but Li Fuqian did. After seeing the 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones that Li Fuqian produced, the long-faced man's eyes flashed with a smear of surprise. It was rare to see someone with 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones. It was already good for regular peak-grade demigods to have a few hundred mid-grade demigod stones. Only those who became peak-grade demigods at a very early age would have such wealth. Please. The long-faced man took a step back. While going up the stairs, Yan Qinggu said, "There's something wrong with this person's eyes when he looks at you." Li Fuqian said, "It is very normal for wealth to move a person's heart. A large-scale inn with 100 rooms. Even if the occupancy rate was 50%, the accommodation fee would be 2 low-grade demigod stones for 100 years. It would take around 240,000 years to earn back so many low-grade demigod stones. If it was after taxes, it would take 340,000 years to earn back so many low-grade demigod stones. The value of a large-scale inn was already a few 100,000 low-grade demigod stones. If Li Fuqian was able to produce 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones, it meant that he had more. How could anyone not be tempted? The 9th floor was very spacious, but there were very few display cabinets. There were only over a dozen of them, and only a few of them had peak-grade, half-divine artifacts. That is simply too expensive. Wu Zhuo and the immortal emperor took a deep, cold breath. In the display cabinet closest to them, there was a sawtooth will disc. It looked like a long-range, offensive, half-divine artifact. But when they saw the price, they were flabbergasted. No wonder they had to produce 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones. This sawtooth will disc's price was actually 25,000 mid-grade demigod stones. Even 20,000 mid-grade demigod stones wouldn't be enough. Everyone, this peak-grade half-divine artifact is called the soul-chasing slash. It has astounding power, and its greatest feature is that it can be controlled freely no matter how far away it is. It is the same as having a clone with astounding attack power. Of course, no matter how far away it is, there is still a limit, and the limit varies from person to person. A gray-haired elder who was emitting a top-notch demigod chi presence walked over and introduced the item to the 5. "This is a good item." Li Fuqian nodded. The soul-chasing slash wasn't suitable for direct combat, but it was more suitable for sneak attacks in a chaotic battle. But Li Fuqian might be good, but he wouldn't foolishly buy it immediately. Firstly, he didn't have a good understanding of the market price of half-divine artifacts. Secondly, unless the soul-chasing slash was an innate half-divine artifact or one had the power of a first-rate peak-grade half-god, the soul-chasing slash's lethality would ultimately be limited. Li Fuqian's current half-god power was only at the peak of second-rate or third-rate. Even if he used a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to kill a top-notch demigod. Thirdly, Li Fuqian was planning to personally search for half-divine artifacts in the divine battlefield. There wasn't a need to buy it with half-divine stones. It was obvious that Li Fuqian didn't really want to buy it. The gray-haired elder brought Li Fuqian to another display cabinet with peak-grade half-divine artifacts and continued to introduce. This peak-grade half-divine artifact is called the Blood Sun Hammer. It contains the dual attributes of the Blood Dao and the Yang Dao. Its lethality is above the soul-chasing slash, but it is only worth 15,000 mid-grade, half-divine stones. It is a typical bargain. Li Fuchen smiled faintly. Even if it was a bargain, it depended on whether it was suitable. It was obvious that the Blood Sun Hammer was a rather unpopular half-divine artifact, and there weren't many people who were suitable for it. The Heaven Fate Shield is our 9 River Weapon Pavilion's defining artifact. After refining it with half-god power, it will be able to communicate with your mind. It can even sense the murderous chi before you and block the enemy's attack in advance. Furthermore, its defense is much tougher than regular, peak-grade, half-divine artifact armors. Without considering the situation where the half-god power is exhausted, if a peak-grade half-god wields the Heaven Fate Shield, not even an invincible half-god will be able to break it. When introducing the last peak-grade half-divine artifact, the gray-haired elder was filled with pride. It was rare for other half-divine artifact shops to have such precious peak-grade half-divine artifacts. Even if they had them, they wouldn't sell them. It is great, but it is too expensive. I don't have that many mid-grade, half-divine stones. Li Fuchen had a regretful expression, but his eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. The Heaven Fate Shield was indeed a rare, peak-grade, half-divine artifact. If the werewolf's Moby's armor was a first-rate, peak-grade, half-divine artifact, then the Heaven Fate Shield was definitely a first-rate, peak-grade, half-divine artifact. Furthermore, as it was a shield, its pure defense should be superior to the Moby's armor. It was just that the defense wasn't as comprehensive as the armor, but it had the ability to sense the murderous chi in advance, and it was able to make up for most of the flaws. Therefore, it wasn't too exaggerated for the Heaven Fate Shield to be priced at 100,000 mid-grade, half-divine stones. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light because he could sense a powerful soul imprint from the Heaven Fate Shield. This soul imprint was too powerful, and once the buyer refined the Heaven Fate Shield, the soul imprint would burst out at the crucial moment. It was enough to cause the buyer to be dazed for an instant, and it might even cause severe damage to the buyer's spirit soul. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the 9 River Weapon Pavilion wasn't planning to sell this Heaven Fate Shield seriously. They were planning to scam people first before taking back the Heaven Fate Shield. As for the person that left the soul mark in the Heaven Fate Shield, it was probably the 9 River Weapon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, the 9 River Tyrant God. The 9 River Tyrant God was an unrivaled half-god, and Li Fuchen guessed that he should be a Soul Dao half-god. Furthermore, his Soul Dao proficiency was extremely high, and he might have obtained an incredible Soul Dao half-divine artifact. Otherwise, a pure Soul Dao proficiency wouldn't leave behind such an incredible soul mark. That is truly a pity. The gray-haired elder wasn't disappointed. These peak-grade, half-divine artifacts had been placed here for a long time, and it was obvious that they wouldn't be sold within a short period of time. The 9 River Weapon Pavilion didn't wish to sell it so quickly either, otherwise they would have to replenish the stock. On the main street, Yan Qinggu asked, "Is there a problem with that Heaven Fate Shield?" It was unknown when she and Li Fuchen had a better tacit understanding. She could even notice the subtle changes in Li Fuchen's eyes. Li Fuchen said someone left a trap inside. If we are going to purchase half-divine artifacts in the future, we will have to be more careful. Li Fuchen didn't mind, as he had a powerful divine spirit and no one would be able to do anything under his nose. But Yan Qinggu and the others didn't have the ability and would be easily tricked. "I see." Yan Qinggu and the others nodded. After leaving the 9 River Weapon Pavilion, Li Fuchen and the others went to another famous half-divine artifact shop. Li Fuchen knew that the possibility of encountering a peak-grade sword Dao half-divine artifact was very low, but he still wanted to try his luck. If it really wasn't possible, it wouldn't be bad to encounter a peak-grade half-divine artifact that was related to time and space. Chapter 1061. After strolling through the entire Iron Blood City, Li Fuchen didn't encounter any peak-grade, sword Dao half-divine artifacts. As for time-space half-divine artifacts, they were even rarer, and high-grade, half-divine artifacts couldn't be found. Occasionally, he would see ordinary time-space half-divine artifacts, and from the looks of it, they were in high demand, and there wasn't a need to worry about selling them. "Come, let's find a place to eat," Li Fuchen said to the four of them as the aroma of food drifted out from several nearby restaurants. After a short moment, the five of them found a rather good restaurant and walked in. This restaurant was called the 1,000 Miles Fragrance Restaurant. According to the level, the prices were different. On the first floor, one low-grade half-divine stone could be used to eat and drink as much as you wanted. Furthermore, you could bring 9 people. On the second floor, it was 2 low-grade half-divine stones, for low-grade half-divine stones for the third floor, and 8 low-grade half-divine stones for the fourth floor. The 1,000 Miles Fragrance Restaurant had a total of 7 floors, and the 7th floor was expensive as it required 64 low-grade half-divine stones. Li Fuchen didn't lack half-divine stones and didn't need to inconvenience himself. He immediately brought the 4 of them to the 7th floor. The dining table was soon filled with delicacies and wine. There were even more delicacies and wine on the side of the dining table. "Everyone, let's try the taste." Li Fuchen was the first to start. After eating a few mouthfuls of dishes and drinking a mouthful of wine, Li Fuchen paused for a moment and smiled. The delicacies of the divine battlefield are indeed extraordinary. He realized that the delicacies and wine didn't just have the effect of strengthening the half-god power, they could also strengthen the saint spirit and the spirit soul. If one ate them every day, it would be hard for one's strength to not grow over time. It is just too expensive. I am afraid only the upper echelons of the Iron Blood City can afford to eat it every day. Yan Qingguo took a sip of the dark red wine and was in a good mood. The 5 of them ate until noon on the second day before leaving the 1,000 Miles Fragrance Restaurant with satisfaction. After living in the Iron Blood City for a period of time, Li Fuchen gradually had some understanding of the Iron Blood City. The strongest faction in the Iron Blood City was naturally the Iron Blood Elder Guild. The highest echelon of the Iron Blood Elder Guild was the 13 Doyens, and there were 36 generals below them. These 49 people were all invincible half-gods and had unparalleled strength. Those who were able to sit in their positions had relied on their own capabilities. The Council of Iron Blood Elders controlled 3 armies: the core Iron Blood Army, the city guards that protected Iron Blood City, and the Wolf Fang that was responsible for completing special missions. In Iron Blood City, the Iron Blood Council of Elders was the ruling power. No one dared to provoke them. Under the Iron Blood Elders Council, there were a total of 8 non-official factions. Each of these 8 forces had quite a number of undefeatable demigods and owned a lot of property in Iron Blood City. For example, the 9 Rivers Tool Pavilion was the property of the 9 Rivers Gang, one of the 8 great forces. The pavilion master of the 9 Rivers Tool Pavilion, the 9 Rivers Hegemon God, was the president of the 9 Rivers Gang. The 1,000 Li Fragrance Restaurant was the property of the Drifting Fragrance Hall, one of the 8 great forces. Compared to these major forces, the Swordsman Guild is too weak. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. The Swordsman Guild had quite a number of demigods, close to 20. However, it depended on who they were compared to. For a major force like the 8 major forces, not to mention 20 demigods, they could even send out 20 pinnacle demigods easily. If they wanted demigods, they didn't have any property. It was extremely difficult to develop. Of course, it wasn't impossible for the Swordsman Guild to grow stronger. The prerequisite was to have an invincible demigod that could control the situation. Only with invincible demigods would they be able to attract other demigods to join. According to what Li Fuchen knew, the Dark Council and the Trials were doing better than the Swordsman Guild in Iron Blood City. It was mainly because the Dark Council leader and the Trials God of Trial were both invincible demigods. My Fire Dao cultivation technique still isn't at the perfection rank. After cultivating an iron blood city for a few dozen years, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to cultivate his fire Dao cultivation technique to the perfection rank of Starfield class. Once his fire Dao cultivation technique was at the perfection rank, he would be the strongest fire Dao emperor and would also become an invincible fire Dao demigod. However, it wasn't an easy task to reach the perfection rank of the cultivation technique. It wasn't something that could be solved with a high perception. The body had to try again and again. It seems like in order to become an invincible demigod, I still need to obtain a pinnacle sword Dao half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen stood up and prepared to leave the city. Ah, they are preparing to leave the city. There were plenty of informants around Li Fuchen's courtyard. Once Li Fuchen made any movements, the information would immediately be sent up. After waiting for a few dozen years, we are finally leaving the city. How many half-divine stones do you think he has? I don't care how many half-divine stones he has. He belongs to our 9 River Gang. There weren't a lot of people entering and exiting Iron Blood City. With eternal lifespan, everyone didn't live in a hurry. They would either be in seclusion for a long period of time or stay outside for a long period of time. After exiting the city, Li Fuchen's group sped up and quickly left Iron Blood City. Chase after them. At the back, dozens of demigods followed closely. These dozens of demigods were made up of top-notch demigods and peak-level demigods, let alone 3 peak-level demigods and 2 top-notch demigods. They were enough to deal with regular invincible demigods. They are catching up. Yan Qinggu turned around and said, "You guys come in first." Li Fuchen stored the 4 of them into the heart of plain and extended a pair of giant flaming wings on his back. This was one of the set attributes of the Scarlet Flame set. It was able to increase Li Fuchen's speed by several times. Li Fuchen's Fire Dao was already a 2nd or 3rd-rate peak-level demigod. Now that his speed was increased by several times, apart from invincible demigods, it was rare for anyone to catch up to him. Not good. He has a speed-type peak-level half-god artifact. One of the peak-level demigods had a dark expression. Get on the ship. Another peak-level demigod took out a large ship and boarded everyone. It was obvious that this was a peak-level half-god artifact. It was extremely fast, but it was still inferior to Li Fuchen. Space-time shackle. Right at this moment, the 3rd peak-level demigod had a cane in his hand. He swung it forcefully and sent an invisible force at Li Fuchen. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt that the void of the divine battlefield had turned into an iron board. Break! Li Fuchen turned into a spiral of flames and broke the shackle. However, his speed was slower and the large ship was gradually catching up. A peak-level space-time half-god artifact might not be able to completely shackle me, but it can slow down my speed. Space-time half-god artifacts were extremely precious. A peak-level space-time half-god artifact's price was already comparable with a peak-level half-god artifact. If it was a peak-level space-time half-god artifact that was used for escaping, the price would be even higher than regular peak-level half-god artifacts. It still depends on you. Li Fuchen took out the primordial bracelet and burst out with the primordial source essence. Boom! The void shook and a passage was instantly formed. Li Fuchen flapped the flaming wings on his back and entered the passage. Subsequently, the passage vanished. Damn it, he escaped. What kind of half-god artifact is that? It seems like a high-class universe artifact. The 9 River Guild's demigods had unpleasant expressions. They had mobilized so many people, but were still unable to capture Li Fuchen. It made them feel very helpless and angry. With my peak-level fire, Dao, half-god power, I am already able to burst out with 200 times the primordial source essence. In the void of the battlefield of gods, a passage appeared and Li Fuchen flew out from it. High-class universe artifacts were formed by gathering the essence of the universe and the chief fate of the great Tao. The more Li Fuqin understood, the more he realized that high-class universe artifacts weren't inferior to peak-level half-god artifacts. In terms of the overall mysticism, they were even superior to peak-level half-god artifacts. The flaming wings vanished, and Li Fuqin released Yan Qingguo and the others. The Nine River Guild really thinks highly of us. They actually sent out dozens of peak-level and peak-level half-gods. Yan Qingguo said. Li Fuqin said they have underestimated us. Otherwise, they would have sent out even more half-gods and other means. Even if one had sufficient half-divine stones, when facing enemies that were 10 times or even dozens of times their number, the half-god power would still be exhausted. If Li Fuqin stayed behind to resist, he might be able to resist more than most of the peak-level half-gods, but the final outcome would still be death. After all, facing a single half-god's attack and facing dozens of half-gods were two different things. The half-god power would be exhausted at a speed that was dozens or even 100 times faster. Iron Blood City, Nine River Guild's headquarters. He actually has a high-class universe artifact. No wonder he escaped. The one speaking was a bald elder. The elder had a fleshy feeler on his head, and there was a dark, green eyeball that was turning around. A strange and evil green light was illuminating the surroundings. He had a deeper understanding of high-class universe artifacts than Li Fuqin. It was said that high-class universe artifacts weren't comparable to peak-level half-god artifacts in terms of quality. It meant that their power was several times more vigorous than peak-level half-god artifacts. But the elder didn't think so. High-class universe artifacts were actually superior to peak-level half-god artifacts in terms of quality. However, it depended on the user. A few tens of thousands of mid-grade half-divine stones are nothing. A high-class universe artifact is worth it for me to make a move. The green eyeball on the elder's feeler burst out with a greedy and bloodthirsty expression. The divine battlefield was very desolate. There were sandstorms and lightning everywhere. The 5 of them had to use their half-god power to prevent themselves from being pushed away by the sandstorms. Half-god artifact shard. Wu Zhuo picked up a half-god artifact shard from the ground. Li Fuqin sized it up and said, "This is a peak-level half-god artifact shard. Let's look around. There might be a peak-level half-god artifact nearby." Half-gods weren't able to destroy half-god artifacts. Only true gods were able to do so. It was obvious that the half-god artifact shards in the divine battlefield were the masterpieces of a battle between gods. Since there was a half-god artifact shard here, it meant that there were 2 gods fighting nearby. In just a short moment, the 5 of them found a damaged peak-level half-god artifact and a giant god corpse. The god corpse's prowess was extremely shocking. Even Li Fuqin wasn't able to get close and could only watch from afar. "Why do I feel that this god corpse was a human when it was alive?" the immortal emperor said. Aside from the fact that the god corpses were countless times larger, they looked exactly the same as humans. The only difference was that the god corpses would never decay, but if a demigod died, the corpse would gradually decay as the demigod's power dissipated. It is normal for it to be a human, Li Fuqin said. Searching for half-god artifacts in the divine battlefield was far more difficult than the 5 of them imagined. After countless years, all the half-god artifacts in the outer regions had basically been collected. There were rarely any that slipped through. Even if there were any that slipped through, they would probably be brought out from the depths of the earth by the earthquakes. Li Fuqin had already left a spirit soul mark in Iron Blood City. With the spirit soul mark, he could enter the divine battlefield without any worries and didn't need to worry about getting lost. Chapter 1062. Look, that earring. From far away, Yan Qingguo saw an earring on the earlobe of one of the god corpses. From the chi presence that the earring emitted, it was obviously a peak-grade half-god artifact. No one is able to get close to the god corpses. As long as it was with Li Fuqin, the werewolf incarnation would rarely speak. Wuxia said, "It is hard to imagine how many half-god artifacts a single person can equip." In Wuxia's opinion, half-god artifacts were the combination of weapons, armors, and cardinal artifacts. There were too many types. The commonly seen half-god artifacts were weapons, armors, gloves, necklaces, boots, helmets. The rarer ones were inner armor, belts, arm guards, wrist guards, leg guards, knee guards, and rings. The rarer ones were bracelets, cloaks, earrings, and earrings, let alone some special half-god artifacts. They were both invincible demigods, but one of them only had one peak-grade half-god artifact, while the other had 3 or more. How were they going to fight? It was fortunate that a demigod's half-god power was determined by the innate half-god artifact, which was the first half-god artifact. Therefore, the invincible demigod's half-god power was basically on par. Otherwise, it would be even more impossible to fight. Others might not know, but the Iron Blood Elder Guild's Doyen should have all the most common, peak-grade half-god artifacts. Li Fuchen knew clearly that it wasn't scary to be fully equipped. It was the entire set. If an invincible demigod was equipped with more peak-grade half-god artifacts, they would only be slightly stronger and more all-round without any shortcomings. But if an invincible demigod had a complete set of peak-grade half-god artifacts, their strength wouldn't just be slightly stronger. They would be much stronger and would be able to suppress other invincible demigods. Li Fuchen's Scarlet Flame set was just a set of peak-grade half-god artifacts. When 3 pieces were combined, it was already comparable to a second or third-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. Furthermore, it came with the set attribute Scarlet Flame Wings. What about a complete set? Li Fuchen reckoned that it would at least be equivalent to a first-rate or super first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. With the complete set attributes, it would be immeasurable. For example, Yan Qingwu's victory suit was a pinnacle semi-divine equipment suit. When 2 pieces were combined, it would be comparable to a first-rate pinnacle semi-divine equipment. When 3 pieces were combined, it would probably be a super first-rate pinnacle semi-divine equipment. Moreover, once the attributes of the suit were activated, it would be even more impressive. By then, it wouldn't matter even if Yan Qingwu's realm was slightly lower. With the victory suit, she would be able to step into the unrivaled demigod level. Where can I find the rest of the set parts? Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. If the set couldn't be assembled, anything he said would be meaningless. Roar! An enormous figure suddenly charged out of the sandstorm. Its target was the weakest immortal sovereign. The flaming fist and the black claw flashed at the same time, and the huge figure was knocked off course, landing on a hill hundreds of meters away. Windrock Wolf. Li Fuchen sized up this wolf-like, half-divine beast that was a few meters in size. This demigod beast was the most commonly seen demigod beast on the battlefield of gods. It was called the Windrock Wolf, and it was adept at hiding in the sandstorm and ambushing enemies. Of course, ambushing was just a habit. Even the weakest demigod beast had the strength of a peak-tier demigod. Furthermore, they were more all-round than regular peak-tier demigods. They were equivalent to peak-tier demigods that had a complete set of peak-tier demigods. Generally speaking, a few peak-tier demigods would be able to contest with the weakest demigod beast. Powerful demigod beasts were truly invincible. Perhaps only peak-tier demigods that had a complete set of peak-tier demigods would be able to contest with them. I will go first. The werewolf incarnation was like a werewolf as it engaged in battle with the Windrock Wolf. It was obvious that the werewolf incarnation's attack power was weaker than the Windrock Wolf, but its defense wasn't inferior at all. After all, the werewolf incarnation's innate half-god artifact was the Mobi's armor, which was focused on defense. I will go and help. As a peak-tier demigod, Yan Qingwu couldn't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, she had been wanting to temper her skills for a long time. Drawing the broken saber beauty saber, Yan Qingwu circulated her demigod power of victory and cleaved at the Windrock Wolf. Clang! Sparks burst out, but the saber wasn't able to cut open the Windrock Wolf's fur. Blaze! In the next moment, the ferocious flaming fist devoured the Windrock Wolf. It was Li Fuchen who made the move. As for the Immortal Emperor and Wu Zhuo, they didn't even have the chance to interfere. Even with the strength of peak-tier demigods, they weren't able to provide any help at this moment. After fighting for a long time, the trio's demigod power had been depleted, but they were only able to inflict minor injuries on the Windrock Wolf. Furthermore, these minor injuries didn't affect the Windrock Wolf at all. I have found its weakness. All of you will cooperate with me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. All right. After understanding Li Fuchen's intention, the werewolf incarnation and Yan Qinggu nodded. This is the time. A short moment later, the werewolf incarnation and Yan Qinggu stood on the left and right to seal off the Windrock Wolf's movements. Li Fuchen flashed the scarlet flame wings on his back and instantly arrived in front of the Windrock Wolf. He then thrust his blazing sword finger at the Windrock Wolf's lungs. PFFF. The Windrock Wolf's indestructible fur was only able to withstand for a split second in the face of the finger before it was shattered. This time, the Windrock Wolf wasn't just simply injured. The power within its body had completely gone out of control and gathered at the lungs before exploding. Its body was blasted into pieces, especially its spirit soul, which had been blasted into nothingness. The only thing left was a green crystal core. How did you know that its weakness is here? Iron Blood City had all sorts of demigod beast manuals. Yan Qinggu remembered that none of them had a specific description of the Windrock Wolf's weakness. Li Fuchen said, "To be more specific, this isn't considered its weakness. It is just a temporary gathering point of its power." Li Fuchen's spirit soul had definitely reached the god's class, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call it the divine soul. With the scanning of the divine soul power, Li Fuchen was able to easily observe the circulation route of the Windrock Wolf's half-god power. He was able to find the place where the half-god power was the most concentrated and break it in a single move. A half-god beast was ultimately a half-god beast. It might be very powerful, but as compared to a half-god, it had a huge weakness. Of course, Li Fuchen knew that it was only him. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to find the Windrock Wolf's weakness so easily. Furthermore, there were a few places where the Windrock Wolf's power gathered, and it would change its location after a short period of time. It wasn't an easy task to accurately grasp it. Such concentrated wind, Tao, half-god power. The Wolfman's incarnation picked up the green crystal core that the Windrock Wolf dropped and commented. This was a half-god beast's crystal core, and it was the toughest part of the half-god beast's body. It was also the place where the half-god power was stored. In Iron Blood City, a single Windrock Wolf's crystal core was worth a few thousand low-grade half-god stones. Had it not been for the fact that half-god beasts were too hard to surround and kill, where a weaker half-god beast would require at least a few peak-grade half-gods and multiple peak-grade half-gods, and there might even be casualties, there would definitely be plenty of half-god beast hunting organizations in Iron Blood City. Along the way, the five encountered another Jiao Leihu. The Jiao Leihu, as the name suggested, was a thunder Tao half-god beast. Its strength was even stronger than the Windrock Wolf, and the thunder Tao half-god power that it released was enough to turn a peak-grade half-god into charcoal within a short period of time. The most terrifying thing was that the Jiao Leihu was adept at group attacks. If one didn't wish to pay a heavy price, the group that surrounded the Jiao Leihu would need to have an invincible half-god. Li Fuchen didn't have an invincible half-god on his side, but Li Fuchen had Li Fuchen. No matter how powerful the Jiao Leihu was, he wouldn't be able to render the trio defenseless. It was still possible to resist for a period of time. With the cooperation of Yan Qinggu and the Wolfman's incarnation, Li Fuchin spent some time to find the Jiao Leihu's weakness and killed it in a single move. A Windrock Wolf's crystal core and a Jiao Leihu's crystal core. The total value is around 10,000 low-grade half-god stones. It is definitely a huge profit. Holding the green crystal nucleus and the blue crystal nucleus in his hand, Li Fuchin let out a smile. A regular top-notch half-god artifact would only be worth 1,000 or a few thousand low-grade half-god stones. 2 half-god beast crystal cores were equivalent to finding several top-notch half-god artifacts. It was enough to excite anyone. Li Fuchin felt that it was much more efficient to survive in the battlefield of gods as compared to excavating half-god stones in the stone mines. He had excavated for over 1,000 years and had only excavated around 1 million low-grade half-god stones. Unknowingly, the 5 arrived at a deeper part of the battlefield of gods. This place was a place that only peak-grade half-gods would dare to enter. Even top-notch half-gods would have a slim chance of survival. When passing by a hill, Li Fuchin suddenly exclaimed softly, "What is it?" Yan Qingguo looked at Li Fuchin. "There is something below." Li Fuchin waved his hand, and the fire Dao half-god power was like a monstrous wave. It lifted half the hill, and after a few times the hill was blown away. A giant dark green battle boot was revealed in front of everyone. Peak-grade half-god artifact. Yan Qingwu's eyes lit up. Furthermore, it is space-time. Li Fuchin laughed heartily and descended to collect the battle boot. In just a short moment, the battle boot was successfully collected. Without a doubt, this was a space-time, peak-grade half-god artifact. Li Fuchin's space-time Dao was already at the perfection rank. He might not be considered the strongest ruler in the space-time Dao, but once he possessed a space-time peak-grade half-god artifact, it was enough for him to become a peak-grade space-time half-god. The space-time Dao was the hardest Dao to deal with. In normal situations, a peak-grade half-god wouldn't be able to survive from an invincible half-god, but a peak-grade space-time half-god would be able to survive from an invincible half-god and would be able to move freely. This was the terror of the space-time Dao. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchin started to accept the baptism of the battle boot. This battle boot was called the Flying Shuttle Battle Boot, and it was a second-rate, peak-grade, half-god artifact. With the baptism of the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots, Li Fuchin's space-time bloodline rapidly transformed into the space-time demigod bloodline. There was an indistinct space-time wave that enveloped Li Fuchin, causing his figure to turn blurry. Finally, the baptism ended. "Fuchin, what are the effects of this battle boot?" Yan Qinggu felt that a space-time, peak-grade, half-god artifact should be very different, but she didn't know how different it was. "Watch carefully." Li Fuchin didn't make any movements and instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the horizon. In the next moment, Li Fuchin's figure was everywhere, and it was impossible to differentiate the real one. Or it should be said that they were all real. Space-time shuttle. Incredible. The 4 of them were excited. With the Flying Shuttle Battle Boot, they wouldn't have to work so hard if they encountered pursuers or half-god beasts. The figures in the sky vanished, and Li Fuchin instantly appeared in front of the 4 of them. He said with pity, "There is still one more. There is a flaw." Chapter 1063. With the Flying Shuttle Battle Boots, Li Fuchin had a much easier time in the battlefield of gods. His traveling speed was more than 10 times faster. Heavens, it is the Sand Tyrant Dragon. Flee quickly. In the battlefield of gods, it was fine to encounter the Wind Rock Wolf and Jiao Leihu. But if they encountered the Sand Tyrant Dragon, it was basically a dead end. The Sand Tyrant Dragon didn't just have the strength of an unrivaled demigod. It was also adept at burrowing. It was hard to defend against sneak attacks. Apart from unrivaled demigods, even a peak-level demigod wouldn't be able to escape after being targeted. "Let's go." Li Fuchin stored the 4 of them and vanished without a trace with a flash. For now, he didn't plan to encounter the Sand Tyrant Dragon. Even if he could find its weakness, he wouldn't be able to break through its defenses. This was the absolute difference in strength. The deeper into the battlefield of gods, the more terrifying the half-god beasts that Li Fuqin encountered. A half-god beast like the Sand Tyrant Dragon was nothing. The stronger black fire divine dragon could easily burn a peak-level demigod to death with a single breath. If an unrivaled demigod was hit by the attack, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. But there was the saying, riches are found in danger. The more dangerous the place, the lesser the number of people, and the higher the number of half-god artifacts. Along the way, apart from obtaining a peak-level half-god flying shuttle battle boots, Li Fuqin also obtained 2 peak-level half-god artifacts and 5 high-class half-god artifacts. I sense something is summoning me. On this day, Yan Qinggu suddenly said. Li Fuqin thought for a moment and said, "It should be a part of the victory set." The parts of the set were all connected. The stronger the set, the stronger the connection. The victory set was a peak-level half-god artifact set, and the connection was naturally very close. Li Fuqin could sense the summoning even from far away. Following the summoning, Li Fuqin led Yan Qinggu and advanced quickly. Half a year later, the duo arrived at a barren canyon. It is in this canyon. It seems like a breastplate. Yan Qinggu could vaguely sense the appearance of the parts. "Come, let's go in." Li Fuqin's divine spirit power discovered a half-god beast in the canyon. It was a spike shadow demon wolf, and its strength wasn't inferior to the Sand Tyrant Dragon. But so what? Yan Qinggu was already a second-rate peak-level demigod. Once she obtained the 3rd piece of the victory suit, her abilities would be close to that of an invincible demigod. Roar! The Thorn Shadow Demon Wolf's ability was very strong, but most importantly, it was very fast. It was like a shadow, constantly shuttling between reality and illusion. If Li Fuqin didn't have the shuttle battle boots, he wouldn't even be able to resist for a moment. Found it! On the other side, Yan Qinggu finally found the 3rd part of the victory set in the depths of the canyon. Just as Yan Qinggu said, this piece was an exquisite breastplate. Go! After keeping Yan Qinggu, Li Fuqin quickly left. Roar! The Thorn Shadow Demon Wolf chased relentlessly, its wolf claws constantly slamming on Li Fuqin's back. A single flying shuttle battle boot would always have a flaw. If it was 2 flying shuttle battle boots, the Thorn Shadow Devil Wolf might not be able to catch Li Fuqin's traces. It was fortunate that Li Fuqin had the primordial beginning bracelet, the myriad calamity indestructible body, and the tree of life. If it was any other peak-tier demigod, they would have been severely injured by the Thorn Shadow Demon Wolf's relentless attacks. Time flies. Li Fuqin activated the flying shuttle battle boots, source power. In the next moment, time and space turned viscous, and the Thorn Shadow Devil Wolf speed was slightly slower. Li Fuqin's figure was constantly elongated and ultimately turned into a shuttle before vanishing rapidly. PFFFTSS. The Thorn Shadow Demon Wolf's claw missed and roared with unwillingness. It is fortunate that this is a half-divine beast. If it is an invincible demigod, it might not be able to escape so easily. Half-divine beasts were ultimately inferior in terms of intelligence and mastery of cultivation levels. Most of them relied on their instincts to fight. Li Fuqin only released Yan Qinggu after he was far enough away. If I didn't guess wrongly, the 3 parts of the victory set should be able to activate 1 set attribute. Li Fuqin's 3 parts of the Scarlet Flame set had the set attribute, the Scarlet Flame Wings. It was impossible for Yan Qinggu to not have the victory set. Let me try. Yan Qinggu started to accept the baptism of the breastplate of victory. As time elapsed, Yan Qinggu's half-god power was getting stronger. First-rate peak-tier demigod, super first-rate peak-tier demigod. The half-god power is around 10 times stronger than me. It should be at the invincible demigod level. Just the half-god power was already 10 times stronger, and it was very terrifying. After all, the stronger the half-god power, the stronger the half-god power, the stronger the half-god power. Victory Halo. After the baptism, Yen Qinggu activated the attributes of the victory set with a thought. In the next moment, a bundle of resplendent radiance enveloped Yen Qinggu. What is the effect? Li Fuchen asked. Yen Qinggu said, I feel that the half-god power is several times stronger. No wonder it is a peak-tier half-god set. Li Fuchen praised. His Scarlet Flame set's attribute was only an increase in speed, but Yen Qinggu's set attribute was an increase in strength. It was hard to imagine how powerful the complete victory set would be. No matter what, with the addition of an invincible demigod in the team, Li Fuchen felt much more relaxed. Next up, Li Fuchen's target was to find a saber Dao half-god for Yen Qinggu. Until now, Yen Qinggu was still using the damaged Broken Beauty saber, and it was truly a burden. If Li Fuchen could find a peak-tier saber Dao half-god for Yen Qinggu, her strength would increase significantly. Kill. Let's capture him together. Damn it, don't let him escape. Death cleave. Amidst the chaotic battle, Li Fuchen grabbed an armor and flashed before vanishing without a trace. Li Fuchen didn't know how many times he had snatched half-god artifacts, but the first few times were all peak-tier half-god artifacts. This time he snatched a peak-tier half-god artifact. This peak-tier half-god artifact was a leg guard, and it was perfect for the werewolf incarnation. Li Fuchen was planning to put in all his efforts to forge Yen Qinggu and the werewolf incarnation. Yen Qinggu had the victory set and was already an invincible demigod. The werewolf incarnation could only be forged with peak-tier half-god artifacts. There is a feeling of summoning. Li Fuchen looked up into the distance and could vaguely see another flying shuttle battle boot. This flying shuttle battle boot was worn by a peak-tier demigod. A single flying shuttle battle boot has a flaw. Only by possessing 2 flying shuttle battle boots will I be able to utilize the full potential of the flying shuttle battle boots. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. As of now, the flying shuttle battle boots were more important than a peak-tier sword Dao half-god artifact. A peak-tier sword Dao half-god artifact would only allow him to become an invincible sword Dao half-god. But the flying shuttle battle boots would allow him to break out of fatal encirclement with ease. The value of time-space half-god artifacts had always been 1 level higher than other half-god artifacts of the same class. A peak-tier sword Dao half-god artifact would be worth at least a few tens of thousands of mid-grade half-god stones. A peak-tier time-space half-god artifact would be worth at least 100,000 mid-grade half-god stones. At almost the same moment, the owner of the flying shuttle battle boots had also looked over. Another flying shuttle battle boot. The thunder god North Wind was startled at first before he was in ecstasy. A single flying shuttle battle boot allowed him to travel freely in the battlefield of gods. He was able to escape from many encirclement attacks with ease, and had even fought with an invincible demigod before escaping with ease. It was obvious how effective 2 flying shuttle battle boots were. I must obtain it, definitely. The thunder god North Wind clenched his fist tightly while bursting with murderous aura. The 2 of them walked towards each other at the same time. Die! Finally, the duo encountered each other. The thunder god North Wind produced a lightning awl. He brandished it at Li Fuchen and blasted a large area of thunderbolts. The thunder god's lightning awl was a peak-tier thunder Dao half-god artifact. Be it a group attack or a single attack, it was extremely incredible. Bang boom! Li Fuchen forcefully endured the attack, and at the same time, he had also blasted out a flaming fist. Just like Li Fuchen, the thunder god North Wind didn't retreat or evade. He was extremely confident in his peak-tier half-god artifact armor. The duo exchanged blows and didn't retreat or evade like lunatics. His half-god power isn't as powerful as mine. He will never be able to defeat me. The thunder god, North Wind, sneered in his heart. His innate half-god artifact was the thunder god's lightning all, and it was a first-rate, peak-tier, half-god artifact. It meant that he was a first-rate, peak-tier, half-god. Li Fuchen was only a second or third-rate peak-tier half-god. As time elapsed, the half-god power within the duo was rapidly depleting. In normal situations, as a first-rate peak-tier half-god, the thunder god North Wind's half-god power should be at least twice as much as Li Fuchen. However, he had already depleted more than half of his half-god power, and Li Fuchen's qi presence didn't weaken. Frowning, the thunder god North Wind was considering if he should use the high-grade half-god stone to replenish his half-god power. As for the peak-grade half-god stone, he didn't have any. Normally, only those invincible half-gods from major factions would have a small number of peak-grade half-god stones. But a single high-grade half-god stone could only replenish 10% of his half-god power. It was too wasteful and would delay his time. 40%, 30%, no, it is a trap. The thunder god, North Wind, reacted. He was only left with 30% of his half-god power, and he couldn't take the risk anymore. It is too late to react now. Li Fuchen released Yan Qingguo and the others. The four of them were already prepared and immediately executed their strongest attacks. 20%. Another 10% of the thunder god North Wind's half-god power was destroyed. Yan Qingguo had contributed at least 80% of the effort. With the victory armor, her strength was already at the invincible half-god level. After activating the victory halo, her strength was increased by several times. Flee! The thunder god North Wind panicked and quickly activated the flying shuttle battle boots ability. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchen also activated the flying shuttle battle boots ability and caught up with ease. Damn it! The thunder god North Wind was anxious and furious. How could he not see that Li Fuchen wasn't just a fire Dao half-god, he was also a time Dao half-god? Using the time Dao half-god power to activate the flying shuttle battle boots was much stronger than using the thunder Dao half-god power to activate the flying shuttle battle boots. If the thunder god North Wind's half-god power was still at its prime, he could escape at all costs. Right now, his half-god power wasn't even at 20%, and the chances of escaping were slim. It was mainly because he was too confident and careless. But who would have thought that Li Fuchen would bring along an invincible half-god and a first-rate, peak-tier half-god? If he knew this was the case, he wouldn't have come. Die. Yan Qingguo slashed at the thunder god North Wind with multiple sabers. Bang! Chapter 1064. As a first-rate peak-tier half-god, the thunder god North Wind was definitely wealthy. In his spatial ring, there were 70,000 low-grade half-god stones, plenty of mid-grade and high-grade half-god stones too. But as compared to the 3 peak-tier half-god artifacts, these half-god stones weren't considered much. Of course, to Li Fuchen, the most important thing was the flying shuttle battle boots. After refining the second flying shuttle battle boots, Li Fuchen's time and space half-god power was stronger. Most importantly, when activating the flying shuttle battle boots, there were no longer any flaws. Li Fuchen's time and space Dao was already at the perfection stage. With the flying shuttle battle boots, Li Fuchen felt his body was countless times lighter. He could enter the flow of time at any time and travel through time. As for spatial shift, it was as simple as eating and drinking to Li Fuchen. Right now, in order to surround and kill Li Fuchen, one had to surpass Li Fuchen in the time and space Dao. For example, if someone reached the strongest time and space Emperor realm, they would naturally surpass Li Fuchen in the time and space Dao. Or if they obtained an even stronger peak-tier half-god artifact. If they couldn't surpass Li Fuchen in the time and space Dao, they would have to use absolute strength to crush everything. No matter how incredible the Tao was, it would still crumble in the face of unmatched strength. "Qinggu, attack me," Li Fuchen said to Yan Qinggu. All right. Yan Qinggu understood Li Fuchen's intention and slashed. The saber light flew, but couldn't touch Li Fuchen at all. After activating the victory halo, Yan Qinggu's qi prowess surged. She brandished the beauty saber, and the saber prowess felt like it was going to stir the time and space of the divine battlefield as she slashed at Li Fuchen. As expected, Li Fuchen felt his body getting a trace of attraction. It might be very weak, but it meant that Yan Qinggu's power had already affected him. "No, I can't capture you." Yan Qinggu stopped attacking. Li Fuchen said, "You might not be able to capture me, but you have affected me slightly. If you are a few times stronger, it might be hard to say." Li Fuchen didn't know what Yan Qinggu's strength was. Was she a third-rate or a second-rate invincible half-god? If she was a third-rate invincible half-god, then a second-rate invincible half-god might be able to threaten Li Fuchen. If she was a second-rate invincible half-god, then a first-rate invincible half-god might be able to threaten Li Fuchen. Of course, it was only a threat. It was still unknown if it could keep Li Fuchen here. Unless I can obtain the fourth piece of the victory suit, it's almost impossible for me to become several times stronger. Yan Qinggu was clear about her own situation. She was able to obtain her current strength mainly because of external help, unlike Li Fuchen, who relied on himself. Without relying on the fourth part of the victory suit, there were only two ways for her to greatly increase her strength. The first was to perfect her sword Dao, and the second was to perfect her sword Dao cultivation technique. However, it was too difficult to achieve both of them. Even if she cultivated in the heart of the existential plane, it would be useless. Perfecting one's saber Dao was not a matter of time, but of one's talent and comprehension. Many demigods had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, or even their entire lives, but they were still unable to achieve perfection in any of the Dao they cultivated. As for obtaining a pinnacle saber Dao demigod weapon, to be honest, the increase in Yan Qinggu's power was limited. At most, it would double her power. After all, Yan Qinggu's natal demigod weapon was the victory suit. Obtaining other pinnacle demigod weapons would just be icing on the cake. After all, her victory demigod power was already very powerful. If she could obtain the fourth piece of the victory suit, her victory demigod power would be even stronger. By then, the peak-grade saber Dao half-god artifacts that didn't belong to the victory suit would be even less useful to her. Wu Zhuo and the Immortal Emperor were a little regretful. They regretted choosing the life half-god artifact too early. If they had endured a little more, they could have chosen a peak-grade half-god artifact as their life half-god artifact. The Immortal Emperor was still fine as he wasn't too close to Li Fuchen. He was already very grateful that Li Fuchen was willing to bring him to the battlefield of gods. Therefore, the regret was just a flash. After all, so what if Li Fuchen was a top-notch half-god or a peak-grade half-god? The Immortal Emperor's innate potential was just SO. He was already satisfied to witness the majestic and mysterious battlefield of gods. As compared to the Immortal Emperor, Wu Zhuo was rather unwilling. He wasn't too fixated on the strength itself. He was fixated on not being able to help Li Fuchen. If he had the strength of a peak-grade half-god, he would be able to fight alongside Li Fuchen. This was his lifelong dream. How could Li Fuchen not see through Wu Zhuo's thoughts? He patted on Wu Zhuo's shoulder and said, "There is no need to be in a hurry. Striving to cultivate the sword Dao to perfection rank is the right path." To Li Fuchen, a half-god artifact was just an external power. External power could allow a person to shine for a moment, but it wasn't able to shine for a lifetime. In order to ascend to become a god, one's cultivation level was still required. "Yes, master." Wu Zhuo nodded. For the rest of the time, Yan Qinggu wasn't able to sense the summoning of the fourth piece of the victory suit. Li Fuchin wasn't able to sense the summoning of the fourth piece of the Scarlet Flame set either. The duo knew clearly that it wasn't an easy task to gather an entire set of the victory suit. Even the Iron Blood Elder Guild's elders might not be able to gather an entire set. On this day, Li Fuchin and Yan Qingguo arrived in front of a blood-colored lake. That's right, it was a blood-colored lake. A deathly silent, blood-colored lake. It was said that the blood-colored lake was formed by gathering divine blood, and there were plenty of it in the battlefield of gods. Therefore, the blood-colored lake was also known as the Divine Blood Lake. After seeing the Divine Blood Lake, it meant that the duo had arrived at the true depths of the battlefield of gods. It was said that the core of the battlefield of gods was a sea of blood, but no demigod had ever reached that place. It is the Dark Parliament's guild leader, undead ruler. The surroundings of the Divine Blood Lake were surrounded by plenty of demigods. Li Fuchin saw 3 demigods from the Dark Parliament. The 3 demigods were the Dark Parliament's guild leader, undead ruler, the Dark Parliament's 2 vice leaders, the Deerworm God, and the Wolf Divine Monarch. The undead ruler was an invincible demigod in name, while the Deerworm God and the Wolf Divine Monarch were also peak-grade demigods. In terms of elite combat strength, the Dark Parliament was definitely superior to the Swordsman Guild. This was mainly because the Dark Parliament had the undead ruler, an invincible demigod. They had more chances to obtain peak-grade, half-god artifacts. The Divine Blood Island has appeared. The deathly silent Divine Blood Lake suddenly surged with waves. In the center of the Divine Blood Lake, there was an island. The island had mountain peaks, and a few of the mountain peaks were pierced with all sorts of half-god artifacts. The half-god power was dazzling. The Divine Blood Island would appear once every 10,000 years. Each time it appeared, it would bring out some half-god artifacts. Whenever the Divine Blood Island was about to appear, a large number of demigods would appear in the vicinity. It was fortunate that there were plenty of demigods on the Divine Blood Island. Otherwise, the number of demigods would increase by 1,000 folds. It is better to come at the right time than to come early. Let's go. Chapter 1065. Countless demigods rushed to Divine Blood Island as well. Along the way, everyone had already started fighting. Many demigods fell into the Divine Blood Lake, and their flesh and bones melted away. To a demigod, God's blood was a deadly poison. Even if one had a demigod weapon to protect themselves, it would be useless. They could not come into contact with it. Those who were the first to ascend the island were naturally absolute experts. Li Fuchin took a look and saw that there were 3 unrivaled demigods. Including Yan Qingguo, there were 4. Of course, among the first batch, Li Fuchin was the fastest. The others had just arrived on the island, but he had already ascended a mountain peak with a half-divine artifact. If it wasn't for the time required to collect half-divine artifacts, Li Fuchin would have already collected countless half-divine artifacts, courting death. A silver-haired, 6-eyed invincible demigod waved his hand, and a silver ribbon turned into a silver beast head that bit at Li Fuchin. With a flash, Li Fuchin avoided the silver beast head. Peak space-time demigod. The silver-haired, 6-eyed invincible demigod squinted his eyes. The space-time Dao was known as one of the most difficult Daos to deal with, and it was not without reason. He would rather fight with a weaker, invincible demigod than a pinnacle space-time demigod. Without bothering about Li Fuchin, the silver-haired, 6-eyed invincible demigod ascended another mountain peak that had a half-divine artifact. The other invincible demigod that was covered in green scales originally wanted to deal with Li Fuchin, but after seeing that Li Fuchin was a pinnacle spatial time demigod, the invincible demigod immediately dismissed the idea. At the current stage, it was better to collect more half-divine artifacts first and wait for the Divine Blood Island to sink before finding trouble with Li Fuchin. Interesting. The undead ruler's chi presence was slightly stronger than the silver-haired, six-eyed invincible demigod and the green-scaled invincible demigod. The undead ruler had already recognized Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen had created a huge commotion in the universe, and it was hard for the undead ruler to not receive the news. Guild leader, this primary extreme sword god, is truly a scourge. In such a short time, he has become a pinnacle space-time demigod. Moreover, he is also at the strongest sword Dao Imperial Emperor realm. Once he obtains a pinnacle sword Dao demigod weapon, he will become an invincible demigod. The deer-worm god sent a voice transmission to the undead ruler. The wolf god king also said, "In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Let's kill him later." If the three leaders of the Dark Council worked together, they had a high chance of getting rid of Li Fuchen. If they could invite one or two more helpers, it would be even more certain. There's no rush. I don't like doing things that I'm not confident in, the Undead King said calmly. On Divine Blood Island, there are only so many mountains with demigod artifacts. Therefore, there were many demigods rushing up each mountain. At this time, no one cared if you were an invincible demigod or not. In front of so many demigods, even invincible demigods would have to retreat. If you really wanted to fight them head-on, you would be courting death. After all, Li Fuchen was the first to ascend the island and the first to ascend the mountain peak. By the time a large group of people arrived, he had already collected several half-divine artifacts, including a peak-grade half-divine artifact. This peak-grade half-divine artifact was a helmet, and Li Fuchen immediately gave it to the werewolf incarnation. He intended to arm his werewolf incarnation to the teeth. Li Fuchen believed that if the werewolf incarnation was equipped with 5 or 6 peak-grade half-divine artifacts, it would be able to resist for a long time even if it was an invincible half-god. If Yan Qinggu was a spear, then the werewolf incarnation would be a shield. One for offense, the other for defense. Let's go! The competition for the half-divine artifacts was too chaotic. Basically, every peak-grade half-divine artifact had over 100 demigods fighting. The only remaining peak-grade half-divine artifact was being fought by over 1,000 individuals. Li Fuchen didn't think that he would be able to take advantage of the situation. Most importantly, he didn't want to become a target for everyone. It was already considered a success to obtain a peak-grade, half-divine artifact. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wanted to leave, but someone didn't want him to leave. Undead Spirit Universe. Li Fuchen finally witnessed how terrifying a great Dao universe executed by an invincible half-god was. In all directions in the sky and on the ground, real and illusory, there were undead spirits everywhere. This was a universe that was formed by the undead spirits. Each of the undead spirits was trying their best to squeeze towards Li Fuchen and the others while reaching out to grab their bodies. In comparison, Yan Qingwu's strength might be formidable, but in terms of cultivation level, she was far superior to regular invincible half-gods. Break! Yan Qingwu activated the victory halo of her set and brandished the beauty saber. The saber light engulfed the sky and forcefully tore apart the undead spirit universe. The undead ruler didn't expect for Yan Qingwu's strength to be so formidable. Even among the invincible half-gods, she was considered a powerhouse. However, Yan Qingwu's saber art's proficiency wasn't high, and it was purely in terms of power. Peak-grade, half-divine artifact set. The undead ruler had roamed the battlefield of gods for countless years and had encountered all sorts of situations. He just took a moment to think and knew the reason. She actually possesses a peak-grade, half-divine artifact set. She is truly fortunate. To be honest, the undead ruler was very envious and jealous. He could guess that Yan Qingwu's peak-grade, half-divine artifact set wasn't complete. But so what? As long as she had a few components, she would have a chance to gather them all. As for them, they didn't even have a single component. It was truly infuriating to compare themselves with others. Since he couldn't be bothered to deal with Li Fuchen, the undead ruler shrunk the undead spirit universe and planned to fight Yan Qinggu alone. Primary extreme sword god, let me fight you. The deer insect god's body spun and turned into an insect wave that lunged at Li Fuchen. The deer insect god's innate half-divine artifact was very special. It was a peak-grade insect, Dao, half-divine artifact. This kind of half-divine artifact could allow the half-god's body to split into countless insects. As long as one insect didn't die, the half-god wouldn't die. Fire Dao Universe, Fire Dao 9 levels. Li Fuchen first released the Fire Dao Universe, and immediately after, he executed 9 punches at the insect wave. Boom, 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 boom. The entire spatial zone felt as though it was ignited by flames and countless insects were burned into ashes. However, there were still countless insects that broke through the flames and bit Li Fuchen's body. If it was a regular peak-grade half-god, they would have been bitten into a bloody mess. But to Li Fuchen, it was just a drizzle. The biting force of the insects was barely able to pass through the primordial armor and reach the indestructible body. Swish! The insects gathered back into the deer insect god's body, and he had an unpleasant expression. Earlier on, he had exhausted plenty of half-god power, but he didn't even injure a single hair on Li Fuchen. I have underestimated you. The deer insect god gave up the intention to take down Li Fuchen by himself. He was planning to wait for the undead ruler and the wolf divine monarch to end their battle before working together to take down Li Fuchen. On the other side, the wolf divine monarch and the werewolf incarnation were in a great battle. The two of them were werewolf race's half-gods, and their combat styles were extremely berserk and explosive. Every move and stance was extremely violent. As my werewolf race's half-god, you are actually helping an outsider. You are truly depraved. The wolf divine monarch was very suspicious. Since when did their werewolf race have another peak-grade half-god? Furthermore, it was such a powerful peak-grade half-god. It was as though he appeared out of nowhere. At our level, is there a need to differentiate races? Aren't demigods the largest race? The werewolf incarnation said indifferently. Is that so? Die. The wolf divine monarch's claw light was like black lightning as it twined around the werewolf incarnation. Clang, 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 clang. The werewolf incarnation's defense was too tough. It had 3 peak-grade half-divine artifacts, and all of them were defensive half-divine artifacts. When the wolf divine monarch's claw light landed, there were only some sparks, and the werewolf's claw was in pain. Damn it! The wolf divine monarch burst in retreat and was bewildered. It is my turn to attack. The werewolf incarnation gave up on defense and had an even more explosive combat style. One had to admit that there was a huge difference between invincible half-gods with or without a great Dao universe. In the departed spirit dominator's departed spirit universe, Yan Qinggu was greatly restricted. She would only be able to use 30% or 40% of her strength, while the departed spirit dominator could use 120% of his strength. In addition, the departed spirit dominator's undead Dao was extremely strange and tyrannical. He could summon undead half-gods to battle and wear down Yan Qinggu's half-god power. If it wasn't for the set attributes, Yan Qinggu would have already been defeated. Fire penetrates the 9 hells, time like saber. With Li Fuchen's cultivation level and willpower, it was extremely easy to use 2 kinds of half-god power at the same time. Li Fuchen's left hand gathered astounding fire, Dao half-god power, while his right hand gathered astounding time and space half-god power. The 2 kinds of half-god power formed a kill move and blasted at the deerworm god. The deerworm god was able to withstand the fire Dao kill move, but not the time and space kill move. The half-god power flowed out like water. How can this be? How can he use 2 kinds of half-god power at the same time? The deerworm god was flabbergasted. He had seen plenty of half-gods that possessed 2 kinds of half-god power, but he had never seen anyone that could use 2 kinds of half-god power at the same time. In his opinion, if two kinds of half-god power were to be used at the same time, his body would definitely explode. After all, a half-god couldn't be considered to have perfect control of the half-god power. It was just that after the baptism of the half-god artifact, they possessed the half-god power. Fire spiral sky, time like arrow. Thick pillars of fire pierced through the sky and engulfed everything in a frenzy. Invisible arrows were shot at the deerworm god. It didn't matter if the deerworm god turned into countless insects or giant strange insects. He would still be injured by the invisible arrows. It felt as though these arrows could directly attack the main body. I can't hold on anymore. The pitiful deerworm god was a pinnacle demigod after all. When encountering Li Fuchin, who was a pinnacle demigod, apart from being evenly matched at the start, he was utterly defeated and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. However, he couldn't be blamed. If it was any other pinnacle demigod, they wouldn't be able to handle Li Fuchin, who could use two kinds of half-god power at the same time, especially since the time and space Dao was too hard to defend against. If the time and space Dao was changed to another Dao, Li Fuchin wouldn't be able to suppress the deerworm god so easily. Green Scales Ruler, Six-Eyed Heavenly Venerate, if the two of you aren't going to make a move, what are you waiting for? Chapter 1066. Haha. Undead Ruler, I thought you would be able to settle it. It seems like I still need to make a move, but it is very expensive for me to make a move. I, the Green-Scaled Ruler, want 30% of their artifacts. The green-scaled ruler was the invincible demigod that was covered in green scales. He flew over with his hands behind his back. Since the green-scaled ruler wants 30%, I, the six-eyed heavenly venerate, naturally want 30% too. The silver-haired, six-eyed invincible demigod followed closely behind and flew over. All right, I agree. The undead ruler nodded. Great, leave this kid to me. The green-scaled ruler chuckled and charged at Li Fuchin, who was fighting with the deerworm god. Leave that wolfman race kid to me. The six-eyed heavenly venerate charged at the wolfman incarnation. As for Yan Qingguo, she was an invincible demigod after all. Even if the three of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to take her down in a short period of time. It was better to deal with the weaker ones first before dealing with Yan Qingguo. Kid, prepare to die. As the green-scaled ruler grabbed across the air, a giant green-scaled claw enveloped Li Fuchin. Time shuttle. Li Fuchin flashed and broke free from the green-scaled claw. He instantly arrived beside the Wolfman incarnation and stored it into the heart of the plane. PFFFTSS. There was a flash of silver light. The six-eyed heavenly venerate squinted his eyes. If Li Fuchin didn't keep the Wolfman incarnation, his attack would have hit the Wolfman incarnation. But how did Li Fuchin do it? It was rare to see an artifact that could store a peak-tier demigod. High-class universe artifact. The six-eyed heavenly venerate's eyes lit up. To him, a high-class universe artifact was much more valuable than a peak-tier demigod artifact. Six-eyed silver world. The six-eyed heavenly venerate's 6 eyes burst out with 6 silver lights. The 6 silver lights intertwined and formed a perfect hexagonal boundary. The six-eyed silver world was the six-eyed heavenly venerate's proudest move. When encountering slippery peak-tier demigods, his six-eyed silver world would be able to capture them. But this time he failed. His attack was fast, but Li Fuchin was faster. The six-eyed silver world only sealed one of Li Fuchin's mirages. Yan Qingguo, who already had a telepathic connection with Li Fuchin, didn't need Li Fuchin to enter the netherworld personally. She immediately cleaved open the netherworld and entered the heart of the plane. After doing everything, Li Fuchin's main body rapidly left, leaving behind an illusion. In fact, these weren't considered phantoms. If Li Fuchin was willing, these phantoms could turn into the real body at any time. You want to leave? Dream on. The azure-scaled hegemon let out an explosive roar, and his body expanded to 10 times its original size as he swiped out with his claws. Rumble. The void seemed to have become a tidal wave, undulating up and down. What a domineering power! In the depths of time and space, Li Fuchin was nearly jolted out. Eye of Destruction! The six-eyed heavenly premier's 6 eyes once again emitted 6 beams of silver light. These 6 beams of silver light converged together, condensing into a massive silver pupil. As the silver pupil opened, crackling sounds came from the depths of space-time. Not good. Li Fuchin could sense that the 6-eyed heavenly venerate's ability was able to counter the time and space Tao. Open. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchin frantically activated the primordial origin bracelet's primordial origin source essence. 100 times, 200 times, 500 times, 1,000 times, 2,000 times, the primordial origin source essence that was far superior to the past burst out, and a void passage appeared in front of Li Fuchin. Swish! Li Fuchin skimmed into the passage. Just as the passage was about to close and vanish, a pair of undead spirit hands supported the passage. Swish! The undead king's figure followed closely behind and entered the tunnel. Crack! The passage exploded and the undead ruler retreated miserably. The power of a high-grade universe artifact was much stronger and more mystical than he imagined. He was a little careless. Damn it, he actually escaped. The azure-scaled hegemon and the 6-eyed heavenly premier didn't have great expressions. If the 3 unrivaled demigods couldn't even capture a peak-tier demigod, they would definitely be a joke. A high-grade universe artifact is truly mystical and unfathomable. After seeing it today, it is indeed so. The undead ruler took a deep breath and felt it was a pity. If he couldn't capture Li Fuchin this time, it would be even harder to capture Li Fuchin next time. Of course, it wasn't impossible. As long as Li Fuchin didn't become an unrivaled demigod, he would still be prey. It wasn't easy to become an unrivaled demigod. Peak-grade, sword, Tao half-divine artifacts weren't cabbages and could be found everywhere. If one was unlucky, they might not be able to find one even after tens of millions of years. Bursting out 3,000 times the primordial origin source essence has already started to damage the primordial bracelet. Li Fuchin could feel the pain from the primordial bracelet. In fact, a high-grade universe artifact was equivalent to a demigod. They would also be injured, and their power would be exhausted. My strength is still a little lacking. Li Fuchin decided to make a trip back to Iron Blood City. It didn't matter how long he would be in seclusion. He had to cultivate his Fire Tao cultivation technique or space-time cultivation technique to the perfection rank. As such, he would be able to move freely when facing an unrivaled demigod. There weren't a lot of people entering and exiting Iron Blood City. Li Fuchin released Yan Qinggu and the others and lit up their identity tokens before entering the city. This time, I plan to be in seclusion for a long time. You guys can use these half-divine stones first. After Li Fuchin gave some half-divine stones to Yan Qinggu and the others, he immediately entered the heart of the plain and started his seclusion. 9 River Guild Headquarters Main Hall, Vice Guild Leader. They have returned to the city. Once Li Fuchin returned, the bald elder immediately received the news. Keep a close watch on him. Once there are any movements, inform me immediately. The bald elder's eyes flashed with radiance. A high-grade universe artifact, and at least a few tens of thousands of mid-grade half-divine stones were enough to tempt him. Furthermore, Li Fuchin already had a high-grade universe artifact. Who knew what other treasures he had? Yes. The person who made the report left the headquarters main hall and ordered more people to keep a close watch. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, it was too difficult to cultivate the cultivation technique to the perfection rank. Li Fuchin would have to deduce it again and again. Each time, he would exhaust a huge amount of energy and a long time. It was fortunate that Li Fuchin's perception was strong enough and his divine spirit power was vigorous and vast. allowing him to deduce the cultivation technique again and again. If it was someone else, putting aside the fact that they might not be able to deduce the complete cultivation technique in 2,000 years, even if they could deduce it quickly like Li Fuqin, their spirit soul wouldn't be able to take it. It was just like an ordinary person overusing their brain. Deducing a cultivation technique was much more serious than overusing their brain. My Saber Dao cultivation technique is finally at the mid-stage star field class. In the heart of the plane, Yan Qingguo opened her eyes and let out a turbid breath. Cultivation techniques were truly too difficult to break through. Her Saber Dao was already at the late-stage star field class, but her cultivation technique was only at the mid-stage star field class. This was also with the help of the heart of the plane. Otherwise, she might not be able to break through in this lifetime. After breaking through, Yan Qingguo felt much more relaxed. Right now, her cultivation level was the same as most of the demigods. It wasn't a strength, but it wasn't a weakness either. If she wanted to increase her cultivation level in the future, she would have to rely on time to slowly grind. After all, strictly speaking, her innate potential was already exhausted. With all sorts of universe artifacts, her innate potential could continue to burst out and even overdraft. However, the further she progressed, the greater the resistance. In the unseen world, there was an invisible law restricting everything. As compared to Yan Qingguo, the werewolf incarnation's cultivation level was slightly higher. Its dark werewolf bloodline had already reached the peak of the late-stage star field class. As compared to martial Dao cultivators, it was the same as having martial Dao and cultivation technique that were at the late-stage star field class. I wonder how is Li Fuqin's progress? Yan Qingguo looked at Li Fuqin, who was in the depths of the heart of the plane, and was in a daze. 2,500 years. 3,000 years. During these 3,000 years, it was unknown how many times Li Fuqin had derived the Fire Dao cultivation technique. Right now, the Fire Dao cultivation technique that he derived was already extremely close to perfection rank. What he lacked was that final bit of inspiration, that bit of opportunity. Fire, brightness, warmth. Fire, ferocious burst. Fire, blazing, purification. Li Fuqin summarized all the characteristics of the Fire Dao. All of a sudden, Li Fuqin's entire body combusted. This wasn't the entire body combusting, it was the most minute combusting. Even the Fire Dao demigod bloodline was combusting. Fire, it is fire. Li Fuqin was enlightened and felt that his body was a part of the Fire Dao. As the Fire Dao cultivation technique broke through to the perfection rank, endless Fire Dao source essence surged out from the depths of the heart of the plane and poured into Li Fuqin's body. In the next moment, Li Fuqin's Fire Dao demigod power was gradually getting stronger. Second-rate, peak-level demigod. First-rate, peak-level demigod. Invincible demigod. Finally, Li Fuqin's Fire Dao demigod power had reached the invincible demigod level. Whether one was at the strongest emperor's level or not would have a huge influence on one's strength. It was a huge leap in strength. If one wasn't at the strongest emperor's level and obtained a peak-level half-god artifact, they would only be a peak-level half-god. If the strongest emperor obtained a peak-level half-god artifact but became an invincible demigod, this was the difference. Is it the Scarlet Flame Helmet? The instant Li Fuqin walked out of the heart of the plane, there was an indistinct summoning that broke through time and space and was captured by Li Fuqin. Could it be because the Fire Dao demigod power is getting stronger, the summoning between the components is also getting stronger? Li Fuqin felt that the possibility was very high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Of course, it didn't matter if it was a coincidence or not. Li Fuqin had to obtain the Scarlet Flame Helmet. With 3 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set, he wasn't considered strong among the invincible demigods. But if he had 4 pieces, even if he encountered the departed spirit ruler, the 6-eyed heavenly venerate, or the green scale ruler. Li Fuchen was confident he could crush any one of them. Vice leader, they are leaving the city. In the main hall of the 9 River Guild's headquarters, the bald elder who had waited for over 3,000 years finally received a piece of good news. They are finally leaving the city. It wasn't in vain that I, the Flood Lake Venerate, had been eyeing you for so long. Chapter 1067. Damn it, damn it. Didn't they say he is a fire Tao demigod? How did he become a time and space demigod? Outside of Iron Blood City, the Flood Lake Venerable was enraged after losing track of Li Fuchen. If he knew that Li Fuchen was a pinnacle time and space demigod, he would definitely be prepared. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious. The 9 River Guild's vice president, Flood Lake Venerable, one of the veteran invincible demigods in Iron Blood City. His strength is probably above the undead ruler and the others. Li Fuchen wasn't confident to deal with the Flood Lake Venerable in a one-on-one. If he worked together with Yan Qingguo and the werewolf incarnation, Li Fuchen was rather confident. But it was just a little bit of confidence. The Flood Lake Venerable wasn't an undeserved title as the vice president of the 9 River Guild. With rapid speed, Li Fuchen flew straight towards the Scarlet Flame Helmet. 1 year, 10 years. Li Fuchen still couldn't sense the exact location of the Scarlet Flame Helmet. This meant that the Scarlet Flame Helmet was extremely far away. This direction seems to be the ancient Kiln City. Unknowingly, over 80 years had passed, and Li Fuchen wasn't far from the other city in the battlefield of gods, the ancient Kiln City. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the Scarlet Flame Helmet was indeed in the ancient Kiln City, and it was in the hands of a top-notch demigod. When Li Fuchen sensed the demigod also sensed Li Fuchen. A component of the Scarlet Flame Helmet? The flying fire god frowned at first before he thought of something and relaxed his brows. The Scarlet Flame Helmet wasn't his innate, half-divine artifact. It wasn't unacceptable to exchange it, but the prerequisite was that the demigod was willing to pay a sufficient price. I shall wait for him here. Soaring Fire God entered a restaurant, found a private room, and sat down. Just like Iron Blood City, everyone had to pay 1 low-grade half-divine stone to enter the ancient Kiln City. After entering the city, Li Fuchen followed his senses and arrived at the restaurant where the flying fire god was staying. Bang, 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 Li Fuchen knocked on the private room's door. Come in, the flying fire god's voice echoed. I am the primary extreme, sword god. May I know your esteemed name? Li Fuchen greeted. Flying Fire God. The Flying Fire God sized up Li Fuchen, and when he noticed that Li Fuchen was an unrivaled fire Tao demigod, the Flying Fire God's eyes lit up and he had a plan. Li Fuchen observed the Flying Fire God and let out a sigh. He was probably going to be slaughtered this time. He could only hope that the other party wouldn't be too greedy and stop while he was ahead. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I need your crimson flame helmet. Name your price. When Li Fuchen saw the Scarlet Flame Helmet, he knew that the Scarlet Flame Helmet definitely wasn't the Scarlet Flame Helmet's life, half-divine artifact. Otherwise, the Scarlet Flame Helmet wouldn't be sitting here waiting for him. Soaring Fire God said with a smile, I'm guessing that you have more than one part of the Scarlet Flame set on you. There should be 3. Why do you say that? It's very simple. 1 piece of the Scarlet Flame set is just an ordinary peak half-divine tool. 2 pieces added together cannot compare to a peak half-divine tool. 3 pieces can match a peak half-divine tool. Furthermore, I'm guessing that you have already reached the strongest fire Tao Sovereign Emperor, and the Scarlet Flame set is your life half-divine tool. The Flying Fire God was very excited. The more important the Scarlet Flame set was to Li Fuchen, the more chips he had. An unequaled demigod would definitely have a lot of wealth. Li Fuchen declined to comment. Before he came, he had already expected such a situation. He didn't have a choice. If he wanted to sense the scarlet flame helmet, he wouldn't be able to conceal his fire, Tao, half-god power. Otherwise, he would be able to disguise himself as a peak spatial time demigod. In fact, he could even use his divine spirit talent to completely conceal his chi presence. Of course, it wasn't necessary, as it would only make the flying fire god suspicious. 3 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set is at least comparable with a third-rate, peak-grade, half-divine tool. With 4 pieces, it should be comparable with a second-rate or first-rate, peak-grade, half-divine tool. Therefore, my Scarlet Flame helmet is very important to you. You should understand. The flying fire god took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "That's right, state your price." Li Fuchen nodded. He was willing to pay a certain price, but the prerequisite was that the flying fire god didn't ask for an exorbitant price and treat him like a fool. "I need a peak-grade half-divine tool, 100,000 low-grade half-divine stones, 10,000 mid-grade half-divine stones, and 500 high-grade half-divine stones." The flying fire god stared at Li Fuchen. "Isn't that too much?" Li Fuchen raised his brows. It was equivalent to 2 peak-grade, half-divine tools. It isn't much for you. You should be glad that I didn't ask for an exorbitant price." The flying fire god chuckled. "Let me consider it." Li Fuchen said. Li Fuchen was certain that the flying fire god was testing him. As long as Li Fuchen was interested, the flying fire god would definitely increase the price at the last moment, and it wasn't something that Li Fuchen wanted to see. "Why? You aren't willing to pay such a small price?" The flying fire god's face turned dark. Li Fuchen said, "Do you think that peak-grade half-divine tools are like cabbages? If you want me to pay the price of 2 peak-grade half-divine tools, I naturally have to consider." The Scarlet Flame helmet was highly valued by Li Fuchen, and others didn't. Therefore, if the flying fire god didn't trade with Li Fuchen, the flying fire god would suffer a greater loss. Right now, it was time to see who would be impatient first. Hearing the statement, the flying fire god's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He thought about it and felt that the price wasn't low. Many invincible half-gods would only have 1 peak-grade, half-divine tool. Only a minority of formidable invincible half-gods, or those with better luck, would have 2 or more peak-grade, half-divine tools. As for those who had plenty of peak-grade half-divine tools, they were normally invincible half-gods with great backgrounds, like the old Kiln City's ruler, the senior generals, or the various leaders of the major factions. However, the flying fire god wasn't willing to accept it. He knew clearly that if he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have such a fated encounter again. "Primary extreme sword god, I know you are definitely able to pay this price. How about you add another 50,000 low-grade, half-divine stones, and 5,000 mid-grade, half-divine stones? I can swear that I will not increase the price at the last moment." The flying fire god reached out and grabbed at his head. An illusory scarlet helmet gradually materialized. What else could it be if it wasn't the Scarlet Flame helmet? Li Fuchen took a deep look at the flying fire god and activated his divine spirit power to seep into the depths of the flying fire god's spirit. "All right, it is a deal. If you increase the price at the last moment, I will rather give up." Judging from the flying fire god's spirit wave, this was indeed his final price. Of course, a human spirit was fickle, and no one knew if the flying fire god would change his mind at the last moment. "Don't worry, this is my final price." Seeing that Li Fuchen agreed, the flying fire god let out a breath of relief. It was impossible for him to increase the price again. After all, if he was too greedy, he might end up with nothing. Furthermore, if he were to really anger the flying fire god, who knew how the flying fire god would deal with him? After the transaction was completed, the flying fire god and Li Fuchen both revealed a smile. "You are very lucky to meet someone as easy to talk to as me." After suddenly obtaining a peak-grade half-divine artifact and a large number of half-divine stones, the flying fire god was in an extremely good mood. He was also looking at Li Fuchen with an extremely amiable expression. Li Fuchen played with the scarlet flame helmet in his hand and said with a smile that didn't look like a smile, "You are the lucky one." A peak-grade half-divine artifact is exchanged for 2 peak-grade half-divine artifacts. These are just external possessions. With this scarlet flame helmet, your strength will increase drastically. You might even be able to fight against the leaders of the major factions. I hope so. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression, but he was rather excited in his heart. The flying fire god had underestimated the value of a peak-grade, half-divine artifact set. With the scarlet flame helmet, let alone the leaders of the major factions, Li Fuchen was even confident in fighting against the veteran generals of the Iron Blood City and the ancient Kiln City. After leaving the restaurant, Li Fuchen looked for a courtyard to stay in. I wonder how much will the 4th piece of the Scarlet Flame set strengthen my Fire Dao half-god power? After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen circulated the Fire Dao half-god power and poured it into the Scarlet Flame helmet. Blaze! The pure Scarlet Flame helmet's source power exchanged with Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god power and fused into Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god bloodline. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god bloodline started to strengthen, and so did his Fire Dao half-god power. Such powerful Fire Dao half-god power. By the side, Yan Qingguo could obviously feel that Li Fuchen's Fire Dao half-god power was already far superior to her Victory half-god power. It was the same even if she activated the Victory Halo. After the Fire Dao half-god power expanded to the limits, it started to shrink slowly. When all the Fire Dao half-god power had shrunk into the Fire Dao half-god bloodline, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. Scarlet flame wings. Li Fuchen's back extended out a pair of giant flame wings. This pair of flame wings was nearly twice as large as before, and the Fire Dao half-god power was several times purer. Swish! In the sky above the courtyard, flames were circulating and large patches of scarlet radiance were extending and distorting. My speed has increased by several times again. The flames dispersed and Li Fuchen's figure rapidly condensed. Pure speed seemed a little lacking when compared to the space-time Dao, but in fact both had their own uses. The space-time Dao focused on being impossible to guard against, focusing on being able to come and go as one pleased. As for pure speed, it allowed one to attack faster, react faster, and be faster in all aspects. Especially when the space-time Dao was restrained, speed was even more important. I didn't even gather 4 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set. It seems like there is a 5th piece. Li Fuchen grinned. To him, it was naturally better to have as many components as possible. If the Scarlet Flame set could have 7 or 8 components, regular peak-grade, half-divine equipment sets wouldn't even be comparable. After all, most of the sets only had 3 components. Yan Qingwu's Victory set was obviously not a regular, peak-grade, half-divine artifact set. Therefore, there was a 4th piece, and there might be a 5th piece. I have already reached the extremity in the Fire Dao. It is time to consider the Sword Dao. Li Fuchen's Fire Dao and Sword Dao might be advancing side by side, but if they were to fight, the Fire Dao would never be a match for the Sword Dao. In addition, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao had some new comprehension, and it was obvious that he was advancing towards the God's realm. This was something that the Fire Dao couldn't compare with. Chapter 1068. Li Fuchen's luck was rather good. He had just arrived at the ancient Kiln City for a few years, and he was already in time for an auction. This auction was organized by one of the 7 major factions of the ancient Kiln City, the Clear Heart Hall. It was said that the finale item was an incredible, peak-grade, half-god artifact. Li Fuchen wanted to try his luck and participated in the auction. The competition in the auction was very intense. Even in the battlefield of gods, auctions weren't frequently held. They would normally be held once every few million or tens of millions of years. After all, it wasn't an easy task for a major faction like the Clear Heart Hall to auction so many half-god artifacts. Normally, they would hold an auction when they had too many half-god artifacts in stock. They would then exchange the half-god artifacts for half-divine stones and continue to strengthen their faction. It was an unwritten rule to auction peak-grade half-god artifacts. If you didn't have a peak-grade half-god artifact, it meant that your faction wasn't good enough. No faction would feel that they weren't good enough. Therefore, in normal auctions, not only would there be peak-grade half-god artifacts, but they would also be good ones. To the major factions, it wasn't a big deal to take out some incredible peak-grade half-god artifacts every few million or tens of millions of years. The auction was nearing its end, and there were all sorts of bids. I bid 32,000 mid-grade half-divine stones. I bid 33,000, 34,000. This was the second last auction item, and it was a mirror-type, peak-grade, half-god artifact. It was a rather rare item. Those who participated in the bidding were basically the leaders and upper echelons of the other factions. There were even some upper echelons of the ancient Kiln City's officials. Ultimately, the auction item was won by another faction's leader and upper echelon for 36,000 mid-grade, half-divine stones. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. The next item is the last item of this auction, as well as the climax of the auction. Through our verification, the quality of this item has reached the level of a peak first-rate half-god artifact. We are honest with you. On the auction stage, the auctioneer looked around and was anticipating everyone's reaction. First-rate, peak-grade, half-god artifact? As expected, everyone's reaction was intense. Peak-grade, half-god artifacts had different grades too. The higher the grade, the more precious it was. They didn't expect for the Clear Heart Hall to auction a first-rate, peak-grade, half-god artifact. It wasn't like the Clear Heart Hall style. "What kind of semi-divine artifact is it?" someone asked loudly. No matter how good a first-rate peak half-god artifact was, everyone already had a life half-god artifact, so there was no way for them to be baptized again. Therefore, they had to see if this first-rate peak half-god artifact was suitable for them. If it was not suitable, they would not bid. Even a fool would know how expensive a first-rate, peak-level, half-god artifact would be. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "I won't beat around the bush. This peak half-god weapon is a sword. Please take a look." The auctioneer lifted the cloth on the stage, and a sword shining with divine light entered everyone's eyes. What a domineering sword! Some people's eyes were reflected by the sword light and immediately felt a piercing pain in their pupils, as if they were being poked by needles. It is actually a sword. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. A pinnacle first-rate sword principal semi-divine artifact was already in line with his requirements. As for a pinnacle first-rate sword principal semi-divine artifact, it was something that could only be chanced upon. He wasn't stupid enough to reject a sword principal semi-divine artifact that wasn't a pinnacle first-rate sword principal. Ha ha! I, the heavenly tiger sword god, just happened to lack a sword. Among the crowd, there were a few individuals whose eyes burst out with intense desire and radiance. The heavenly tiger sword god was one of them. The heavenly tiger sword god wasn't a pinnacle sword Dao emperor, but his sword Dao was already at the perfection rank. With 2 pinnacle half-god artifacts, his strength was definitely at the level of an unrivaled demigod. His only shortcoming was that the sword in his hand wasn't a pinnacle half-god artifact, it was a peak-class half-god artifact. If he could obtain this sword, his strength wouldn't be weak even among the unrivaled demigods. Therefore, he had to obtain this sword. This sword is mine. The demon eye sword god's giant I was flickering with terrifying radiance. He was a pinnacle ruler, but it was a pity that his innate half-god artifact wasn't a pinnacle sword Dao half-god artifact. It was a pinnacle half-god artifact armor, but it didn't matter. With this sword, he would be able to attack and defend at the same time. Among the unrivaled demigods, only a few would be a match for him. Everyone knows that I, the ghost sword god, am adept at dual swords. It is a pity that I only have one pinnacle sword Tao half-god artifact. Now the opportunity is here. The ghost sword god's eyes were scarlet red. Seeing that the atmosphere had been stirred up, the auctioneer said loudly, "The name of the sword is Heaven Abyss. The starting price is 50,000 mid-grade half-god stones. Each increment must not be lower than 100 mid-grade half-god stones. The bidding shall begin now. 55,000, 60,000, 65,000, 70,000. The price of the Heaven Abyss sword was constantly climbing. Even Li Fuchin was speechless. After giving the flying fire god 15,000 mid-grade half-god stones, Li Fuchin was only left with 70,000 mid-grade half-god stones. It was fortunate that he still had 2,000 high-grade half-god stones and 30 peak-grade half-god stones. A single high-grade half-god stone could be exchanged for 12 mid-grade half-god stones. 2,000 would be 24,000 mid-grade half-god stones. 30 peak-grade half-god stones would be equivalent to over 4,000 mid-grade half-god stones. In addition, Li Fuchin still had 1 million low-grade half-god stones. Even if he used 13 mid-grade half-god stones to exchange for 1 mid-grade half-god stone, it would be worth over 70,000 mid-grade half-god stones. Otherwise, Li Fuchin wouldn't be able to afford the price. The price of the Heaven Abyss sword quickly rose to 80,000. Right now, those that were participating in the bidding were basically sword Tao demigods that were determined to obtain the Heaven Abyss sword. I bid 80,000. I hope that everyone will give me the Tiger Sky sword god and my demonic chi pavilion some face. The Tiger Sky sword god was one of the 7 major factions of the ancient Kiln City and was the demonic chi pavilion's assistant pavilion master. He stood up and cupped his fist to everyone. Tiger Sky sword god, your face isn't useful. I bid 82,000. The demon eye sword god glanced at the Tiger Sky sword god and sneered. 83,000. The ghost sword god frowned. If the opponents were the Tiger Sky sword god and the demon eye sword god, they might not be easy to deal with. In terms of strength, the Tiger Sky sword god was far from being a match for him. The demon eye sword god was also slightly inferior to him, but one of them was from the demonic chi pavilion while the other was from the demon god mountain. Both of them were extremely wealthy. 84,000, 85,000, 80 to 90,000 mid-grade demigod stones was not a small amount to anyone. The ghost sword god and the other two naturally had more than 80 to 90,000 mid-grade demigod stones. However, the pure mid-grade demigod stones were only about 100,000. I bid 90,000, the Tiger Sky sword god said, gritting his teeth. This price was close to his limit. If he bid any more, he would only be able to sell some of his treasures. 91,000. The demon eye sword god followed closely. 92,000. The ghost sword god's voice was very calm. 100,000. I bid 100,000. If anyone bids more than this, I, the Tiger Sky sword god, will give up. The Tiger Sky sword god suddenly stood up and roared. He only had a total of 90,000 mid-grade demigod stones on him. He had almost 10,000 mid-grade demigod stones left. He would have to sell many treasures to gather that amount. 100 and 1,000. 100 and 2,000. Unfortunately, the Tiger Sky sword god did not manage to scare off the demon eye sword god and the ghost sword god. Not only were they stronger than the Tiger Sky sword god, but they were also richer. Humph. Seeing this, the Tiger Sky sword god sat down with a gloomy expression. Demon eye sword god, we can't go on like this. Why don't we each write a price and bid together? Whoever offers the highest price will get the Heavenly Abyss sword. What do you think? The ghost sword god said to the demon eye sword god. If the two continued to fight, it would only benefit the Clear Heart Hall. All right, the Demon Eye Sword God thought about it and agreed to the Ghost Sword God strategy. 120,000. 125,000. The Demon Eye Sword God's bid was 5,000 higher than the Ghost Sword God's. This was something the Ghost Sword God did not expect. Ghost Sword God, looks like the Heavenly Abyss sword is mine. The Demon Eye Sword God was both pained and excited. 125,000 mid-grade demigod stones was the wealth he had accumulated over countless years. If it was a peak half-god weapon, he would be able to buy 6 of them. The Ghost Sword God did not say anything. He regretted his lack of determination. 125,000 mid-grade demigod stones going once. 125,000 mid-grade demigod stones going twice. The auctioneer raised his hammer and was about to slam it down. 130,000 mid-grade demigod stones. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. Who? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It is an invincible fire Dao demigod. He is a fire Dao demigod. Why would he need a sword Dao demigod weapon? Who knows, he might even be a sword Dao demigod. Everyone was in a heated discussion and looked like they were watching a good show. Anyone who saw a cooked duck flying away would be enraged. As the Demon God Mountain's Vice Mountain Lord, the Demon Eye Sword God wasn't very broad-minded. Are you intentionally making life difficult for me? The Demon Eye Sword God's voice was as cold as a blade as it transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen replied, "This is an auction. I have the authority to bid." "Good, very good. I shall temporarily place the Heavenly Abyss sword with you. I will definitely come back for it in the future." The Demon Eye Sword God gave up on bidding, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent that anyone could see. There's a chance. The Tiger Sky Sword God was rather unwilling, but it was useless. The Demon Eye Sword God wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that the item was in the Demon Eye Sword God's hands, the Tiger Sky Sword God could no longer obtain it. But now that Li Fuchen had interfered, the Tiger Sky Sword God saw an opportunity. In comparison, it was still unknown who was stronger between the Demon Eye Sword God and Li Fuchen. But to the Tiger Sky Sword God, strength wasn't important. He could simply lead a group of peak-grade and top-notch demigods to surround and kill the Demon Eye Sword God. This is the will of the heavens, haha. The Ghost Sword God, who was silently regretting, also saw an opportunity and was in an extremely carefree mood. The auctioneer didn't care about the schemes of the people below. He looked around and said with a beaming smile, 130,000 mid-grade demigod stones going once, 130,000 mid-grade demigod stones going twice, 130,000 mid-grade demigod stones going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this friend. Chapter 1069. Li Fuchen had paid a significant price for 130,000 mid-grade, half-divine stones. Firstly, the 70,000 mid-grade half-divine stones that he had were instantly wiped clean. Secondly, in the Clear Heart Hall's auction, the exchange rate of low-grade half-divine stones and mid-grade half-divine stones was actually 14:1. 14 low-grade half-divine stones were required to exchange for 1 mid-grade half-divine stone. After calculating it, Li Fuchen had spent 840,000 low-grade half-divine stones to make up for the remaining 60,000 mid-grade half-divine stones. Right now, Li Fuchen was only left with a few 100,000 low-grade half-divine stones, 2,000 high-grade half-divine stones, and 30 peak-grade half-divine stones. His wealth was almost gone. Of course, to Li Fuchen, the half-divine stones were just worldly possessions. It was fine as long as he had enough for the time being, and there wasn't a need to feel too wasteful. Furthermore, once he was stronger, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to earn more half-divine stones. The Heaven Abyss sword was indeed a first-rate, peak-tier, half-divine artifact. The moment Li Fuchen obtained it, he immediately felt a sharp sword qi flowing through his body. The intensity of the sword qi was something that Li Fuchen had never seen before. The purity of the sword qi was also something that Li Fuchen had never seen before. At the same time, the sword qi contained a sword Dao presence that intoxicated Li Fuchen. This sword Dao presence was obviously beyond the universe, and it was a sword Dao presence from a higher level of time and space. Great sword! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The sword Dao was the Dao that he was pursuing after all. The moment he obtained the sword, he felt that his sword Dao level had actually loosened up. His sword Dao was already at the perfection rank, and if it progressed further, it would definitely surpass the sword Dao of his universe. No wonder the Heaven Abyss sword was auctioned. But soon enough, Li Fuchen's eyes turned gloomy. Just like the 9 River Tool Pavilion's Heaven Fate Shield, the Heaven Abyss sword was also marked with a soul seal. Furthermore, this soul seal was even more vicious. With Li Fuchen's divine spirit power, he could easily see that this soul seal was able to subtly influence the Heaven Abyss sword's wielder's spirit willpower. It wasn't as simple and tyrannical as the Heaven Fate Shield's soul seal. I will let you stay for now. Li Fuchen's Soul Dao proficiency wasn't high, but all Soul Dao methods were just insignificant tricks in front of him and could be easily neutralized. After the auction ended, Li Fuchen was targeted by at least 3 or 4 parties. Li Fuchen didn't mind. In the battlefield of God, it was impossible to avoid being targeted, unless you were not outstanding enough. Not to mention him, even the leaders of some major forces and the senior generals of the city council would sometimes be intercepted and killed. Returning to his rented courtyard, Li Fuchen immediately began to accept the baptism of the Heaven Abyss sword. In the sky above the courtyard, the Heaven Abyss sword hung high above, a sword radiance that was like an aurora instantly poured onto Li Fuchen. Subsequently, Li Fuchen's sword Dao power started to transform. It transformed into an even more transcendent, domineering, and mysterious sword Dao demigod power. Gradually, Li Fuchen's figure floated up. His sword Dao half-god power had evolved from a regular half-god to a peak half-god and was still increasing. Finally, Li Fuchen reached the unrivaled half-god level. When the sword Dao half-god power wasn't inferior to the fire Dao half-god power, the Heaven Abyss sword withdrew its sword radiance and returned to normal. It is also a half-god power, but the sword Dao half-god power is much more intimate. Sensing the sword Dao half-god power in his body, Li Fuchen felt like he was an exceptional divine sword that could easily break through all obstacles in the world. Li Fuchen was certain that his sword Dao attack power was definitely superior to the fire Dao attack power. He reckoned that he was only inferior in other aspects. After all, the Scarlet Flame set was an entire set, and it was an all-round enhancement. This trip to the ancient Kiln City is truly fruitful. After sheathing the Heaven Abyss sword and withdrawing the sword Qi, Li Fuchen landed on the ground with a smile. During this trip to the ancient Kiln City, he didn't just obtain the 4th piece of the Scarlet Flame set, the Scarlet Flame helmet, he also obtained the first-rate, peak-grade, half-god weapon, the Heaven Abyss sword. Both items had greatly increased his strength, especially the Scarlet Flame helmet. It allowed his attack power to reach an unimaginable level. If Li Fuchen encountered the Flood Lake Venerable again, he might have to exchange moves with him. I am not in a hurry to leave. I have just obtained the Heaven Abyss sword and haven't had the time to observe it. I would like to see what kind of sword Dao law is contained in a peak-grade sword Dao half-god weapon. It would not be realistic to say that the sword Dao laws of the universe and the sword Dao laws of the battlefield of gods were completely unrelated. However, there seemed to be a dividing line between the two. Li Fuchen was definitely stepping on the dividing line. Right now, he had to travel across mountains and rivers to cross this dividing line. The Heaven Abyss sword would definitely be able to speed up the process. Slash. A few dozen years later, Li Fuchen thrust his sword finger at the sky above the courtyard. Pfff. A sword scar instantly appeared, and it was a ghastly sight. Such terrifying sword Dao law. After cultivating for a few dozen years, Li Fuchen's sword Dao had definitely broken through the shackles and contained a trace of a higher-level sword Dao law. It might just be a trace, and the increase in attack power wasn't significant, but it allowed Li Fuchen's sword Dao to have an otherworldly feeling. In the entire battlefield of gods, Li Fuchen was probably the only one that could make such a breakthrough in such a short period of time. It was known that everything was difficult at the beginning. Comprehending a higher level of great Dao law was the path to the God realm. It is time to meet a true expert. Li Fuchen pushed open the courtyard's door and walked out of the ancient kiln city. He has left the city. Isn't he courting death if he leaves the city now? It is indeed strange. Right now, there are at least 3 factions that wouldn't let him go. There are at least 7 or 8 factions that are eyeing him. Perhaps he has a way to escape. Let's go and take a look. It was unknown how many factions followed closely out of the city. There are quite a lot of people. After exiting the city, Li Fuchen extended a pair of flaming wings. Swish! Turning into a faintly discernible flame, Li Fuchen instantly vanished and rushed into the sky. He wants to escape. Chase after him. A large number of people chased after him. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool. He wanted to meet these invincible demigods, but it didn't mean that he wanted to fight a group of them. No matter how strong he was, he would definitely die if he were to face dozens or hundreds of peak-tier and top-notch demigods. Therefore, it was best to shake off at least 90% of the people. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast. Apart from a few individuals, everyone else was instantly shaken off. Void Suppression Tiger Talisman. Seeing as he couldn't close the distance with Li Fuchen, the Tiger Sky Sword God took out a Tiger Talisman from his spatial ring and tossed it at Li Fuchen. Immediately after, an illusory tiger appeared and roared at the sky. The void instantly froze. Let's see how you are going to escape. The Tiger Sky Sword God laughed sinisterly. He wasn't a fool and would definitely be on guard against Li Fuchen's escape. Therefore, he took out a Void Dao Pinnacle Half-God artifact, Void Suppression Tiger Talisman, from the demonic Chi Pavilion. With this Void Suppression Tiger Talisman, he could easily suppress a large area of the void and prevent enemies from escaping. Void Dao Pinnacle Half-God artifact, huh? Li Fuchen was an invincible demigod. Unless the enemy was an invincible demigod of the time and space Dao, otherwise, it was impossible to stop him. However, it was still possible to slow him down. The prerequisite was that Li Fuchen was purely an invincible fire Dao demigod. Activating the time and space half-god power, Li Fuchen's body distorted and instantly escaped from the Void Suppression Tiger Talisman. Peak-tier demigod of the time and space Dao. The Tiger Sky Sword God's face turned dark. In the entire ancient kiln city, there were plenty of invincible demigods and plenty of peak-tier demigods. However, there were only a few peak-tier demigods in the time and space Dao. There wasn't a single invincible demigod. It could be said that any peak-tier time and space demigod was a target that all the major factions would fight for. Soul-chasing rope. The Tiger Sky Sword God wasn't able to stop Li Fuchen. The Demon Eye Sword God immediately made his move. There was an additional rope in his hand. As his half-god power was activated, the rope was like a giant snake that instantly grew countless times longer. It then tried to bind Li Fuchen. The soul-chasing rope was a capturing, peak-tier, half-god artifact. With the Demon Eye Sword God's invincible half-god power, it was enough to trap most of the invincible demigods. Just in time. Time and space shuttle. Li Fuchen had also activated the ability of the flying shuttle battle boots. In the sky, there were countless Li Fuchens. Bang boom! The soul-chasing rope might be incredible, but it wasn't able to instantly destroy all the mirages. Ghost God Flying Sword. Seeing that the Tiger Sky Sword God and the Demon Eye Sword God couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen, the Ghost God couldn't be bothered to take out that entrapment peak tier half-god artifact. Instead, he took out his Ghost God Flying Sword and stepped on it. Swish! The Ghost God Flying Sword was a second-rate peak tier half-god artifact and was also a flying sword. It was abnormally fast, and when the Ghost God stepped on it, his speed was more than doubled. He quickly closed the distance between him and Li Fuchen. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, his speed would be even faster. It is about time. Li Fuchen burst out with his divine spirit power. He could see 3 large ships chasing after the trio at extreme speed. It was obvious that even a ship peak tier half-god artifact wouldn't be able to catch up to the trio's speed. Li Fuchen reckoned that it would take quite some time for the trio to catch up. It was enough for him to have a great battle. Thinking about this, Li Fuchen gradually slowed down. What is going on? The Tiger Sky Sword God was bewildered and didn't make a move immediately. To be honest, he wasn't confident in dealing with Li Fuchen in a one-on-one fight. Demon Eye Kill Sword. The Tiger Sky Sword God didn't make a move, but the Demon Eye Sword God made a move. In the sky above his head, a giant eye of darkness and chaos appeared. Immediately after, countless sword lights burst out. Fire Dao Ninth Heaven. Li Fuchen executed a fist strike. The flaming fist was like a hot knife through butter and shattered countless sword lights. Let's attack together and kill him first. When the Ghost God saw Li Fuchen making a move, he knew that he wouldn't be able to take down Li Fuchen in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, he made a move too. Swish, swish, swish. The Ghost God Flying Sword beneath his feet emitted countless black sword chi and shot at Li Fuchen. Dark Roaming Sky Tiger Secret Sword. Chapter 1070. Heavenly Flame Spiral. Li Fuchen's fists were like a whirlwind, sending out multiple punches in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 invincible demigods teamed up, creating a terrifying scene. However, Li Fuchen's Scarlet Flame set was a combination of offense and defense, and it also had speed. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they weren't able to suppress Li Fuchen. With the Scarlet Flame set, my Fire Dao strength might not be considered top-notch among the unrivaled demigods, but it is absolutely all-round and doesn't have any shortcomings. After a single exchange, Li Fuchen had a rough understanding of his Fire Dao strength. The trio's attacks were getting stronger. They didn't wish to severely injure Li Fuchen. They only wished to delay Li Fuchen. Once the main group arrived, even if Li Fuchen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to avoid exhausting his half-god power and perishing. You guys should be honored to be the first to witness my demigod, Sword Dao. The Fire Dao half-god power was instantly converted into the Sword Dao half-god power. Li Fuchen's chi presence turned from blazing and tyrannical to sharp and profound. Seeing this, the 3 of them came to a realization. No wonder Li Fuchen wanted to contest for the Heaven Abyss Sword. It turned out that Sword Dao was Li Fuchen's main Dao. But so what? The Heaven Abyss Sword was just a first-rate, peak-grade, half-divine artifact. It would at most allow Li Fuchen to have the strength of a first-rate, invincible half-god. He didn't have much of an advantage against the 3 of them. Demon Eye, a Heart Sword, Ghost Sword Art, 9 Heavens, Tiger, God, Secret Sword. The trio burst out with their kill moves at Li Fuchen. Boundless Sword Sea. The Heaven Abyss Sword in Li Fuchen's hand spun, and a silver Sword Sea protected him. Bang, bang, bang. When the 3's killer moves landed on the Silver Sword Sea, the Silver Sword Sea only shook slightly. Myriad swords returned to origin. With a swing of the Heaven Abyss Sword, the Silver Sword Sea that was protecting Li Fuchen suddenly burst out and turned into thousands of sword lights that pierced through the trio. Just this sword strike alone had annihilated a lot of the trio's demigod power. What a powerful sword move! The three of them were shocked. Li Fuchen's sword Dao half-god power was only stronger than them by 1 level, but Li Fuchen's sword moves were more than 1 level stronger than them. In the face of this terrifying sword technique, they were completely powerless to fight back. Return of Sword Qi. It was the same convergence of Sword Qi, but this time it was completely different from the previous convergence of Sword Qi. The sword move had long since surpassed the original concept of chaos in the universe. It was as if it wanted to break through the space and time of the battlefield of gods, and its power was peerless. Ah! 3 people screamed. This sword move seemed to have been unleashed from within their bodies. The 3 of them had no way of dodging or hiding. They could only watch as countless sword chi burst out of their bodies and frantically annihilated their demigod powers. Strong, too strong. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the Pavilion Master. The Heavenly Tiger Sword God had fought with the Demonic Chi Pavilion Master before. The Demonic Chi Pavilion Master might be powerful enough to suppress the Heavenly Tiger Sword God, but the Heavenly Tiger Sword God's strength was obviously different from Li Fuchen's strength. Li Fuchen's sword move was powerful, and his cultivation level was powerful. The Pavilion Master of the Demonic Chi Pavilion had the power of a demigod and a powerful demigod artifact. Pu, sword chi crisscrossed and sword lights intertwined. In just a short moment, the trio's demigod power had already been depleted by more than 10%. Fortunately, at this time, the main force behind the 3 finally arrived, and countless attacks swept through the air. Li Fuchen didn't have the strength to contest with 100 peak-tier demigods, or peak-tier demigods for now. After breaking countless attacks with a single sword, he turned and left quickly. There is no need to chase. The Ghost Sword God and the others waved their hands to stop the main force. At Li Fuchen's level, unless the enemy was completely trapped, it was useless to chase after them. The world is huge now, I can go anywhere I want. After verifying his sword Dao strength, Li Fuchen had a sense of propriety. With a wave of his hand, Li Fuchen released Yan Qinggu and the others. From now on, all of you don't have to enter the heart of the plane frequently. With sufficient strength, Li Fuchen wouldn't think about how to escape when he encountered trouble. He would think about how to solve the problem. Right now, there weren't many people or things that could make him escape. With his and Yan Qingwu's strength, if they worked together, let alone a major faction's leader, Li Fuchen was confident that he could even defeat the senior assembly's elders, unless the opposition had a peak-tier, half-divine artifact set like Yan Qingwu. Big brother, is this the battlefield of gods? Li Fuxiang had also come out. As Li Fuchen's younger sister, Li Fuxiang had been cleansed by a large amount of resources since a young age. Furthermore, the more she progressed, the more precious the resources that Li Fuchen provided. It was as though he didn't care about anything. In terms of life experience and willpower, Li Fuxiang might be severely lacking. But in terms of innate potential, Li Fuxiang wasn't inferior to Yan Qingwu and Wu Zhuo. Li Fuchen released her because she had already cultivated to the city Lord-class Heaven Monarch realm. Li Fuchen simply gave her the peak-tier, half-divine artifact armor that he obtained from the North Wind Thunder God, allowing her to become a peak-tier half-god. Right now, Li Fuchen still had a peak-tier, half-divine artifact, and it was the North Wind Thunder God's Thunder God Cone. Li Fuchen didn't have any Thunder Dao cultivators by his side, and it would be too wasteful to give it to them. It was better to use it to exchange for other peak-tier, half-divine artifacts. Of course, Li Fuchen originally had another peak-tier, half-divine artifact, but it was a pity that he had made a deal with the Flying Fire God. Not bad. You might have to participate in the upcoming battle and accumulate more combat experience against half-gods. To be serious, with the acceleration of time and space, Li Fuxiang's age was calculated in millions of years. But in terms of temperament and combat experience, Li Fuxiang was still very tender. "Big brother, don't worry. I will perform well." After hearing that she was going to fight, Li Fuxiang was very expectant. The battle started very quickly. On the second day after Li Fuxiang was released, a sand tyrant dragon launched a sneak attack on Li Fuchin and the others. It might be called a sneak attack, but just as it was about to launch a sneak attack, Li Fuchin's sword slashed it out of the ground. "Fuxiang, don't be afraid. It won't be able to kill you in a single move," Li Fuchin quickly said when he saw that Li Fuxiang was only concerned about escaping and didn't even bother to attack the sand tyrant dragon. With him around, the sand tyrant dragon wouldn't be able to kill Li Fuxiang. Therefore, Li Fuchin had to let the sand tyrant dragon build up some courage. Otherwise, if the sand tyrant dragon had to face a formidable foe alone in the future, it wouldn't be so helpless. "Younger sister Fuxiang, you are already a peak-tier half-god. Your entire body doesn't have any fatal spots. The sand tyrant dragon will at most destroy a portion of your half-god power." Yan Qingguo cleaved the sand tyrant dragon and said to Li Fuxiang, "Is that so?" Li Fuxiang mustered up her courage and forcefully clashed with the sand tyrant dragon. As expected, Li Fuxiang felt that a portion of her half-god power had been depleted. As for her vitality, it was replenished by the fruit of life and was very full. She couldn't be blamed as she had never fought with anyone before. How would she know that after reaching the Heaven Monarch realm, there wouldn't be any fatal spots? Unless one's energy was depleted, vitality was depleted, or even bloodline was dried up. Otherwise, it would be hard to die even if one wanted to. The sand tyrant dragon might be powerful, but it was only a third-rate, invincible half-god. Yan Qingguo alone was enough to suppress it. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Fuxiang wanted to experience the atmosphere of fighting with a martial expert, Li Fuchin was confident he could kill it in a short period of time. "Fuxiang, this wind rock wolf strength is around the same as yours. You will fight alone from now on. We will not help you." In the battlefield of gods, wind rock wolves were the most abundant. To be honest, the wind rock wolf strength was naturally much stronger than Li Fuxiang. The so-called around the same was just referring to the strength of the half-god power. Li Fuxiang's performance was much better than before. She might have been suppressed by the wind rock wolf from start to end, but at least she had a trace of resistance. "Big brother, I hit the wind rock wolf once." A few years later, Li Fuxiang spoke with excitement. For the past few years, she would fight with the wind rock wolf from time to time. But every time, she would end up in a miserable state and had never hit the wind rock wolf directly. "Not bad, there is improvement." Li Fuchin smiled. Li Fuxiang's growth was indeed huge, and she had improved in all aspects. Of course, he didn't expect her to be able to take charge by herself. He was only training her just in case. Rumble. The ground shook and sand was blown up. "It is an earthquake. Let's go and take a look." Earthquakes in the battlefield of gods would usually bring out some good items. The epicenter was very far away from Li Fuchin. By the time Li Fuchin arrived, the scene was already rather chaotic. Plenty of demigods were attacking an invincible demigod, while this invincible demigod was actually collecting half-divine artifacts. It is a peak-grade saber Dao half-god artifact. Yan Qingwu's eyes lit up. Her beauty saber was only an incomplete, top-notch saber Dao half-god artifact. Its power was already inferior to regular top-notch saber Dao half-god artifacts, let alone a peak-grade saber Dao half-god artifact. It is truly a small world for enemies. Li Fuchin revealed a sneer. The person collecting the half-god artifact wasn't anyone. It was the invincible demigod that was covered in green scales that attacked Li Fuchin with the undead ruler. "Get lost!" After activating the victory halo, Yan Qinggu brandished her saber and sent the powerful saber chi flying. "Damn it!" The green-scaled ruler looked at Yan Qinggu with apprehension. Her saber move was abnormally powerful. While collecting the half-god artifact, the green-scaled ruler wasn't able to resist it. "Go, collect the saber, leave him to me." While speaking, Li Fuchin's sword Dao universe swept out and engulfed the green-scaled ruler. How is this possible? After entering Li Fuchin's sword Dao universe, the green-scaled ruler realized that his strength was greatly restricted. It meant that Li Fuchin's strength had already surpassed him. The green-scaled ruler remembered that Li Fuchin didn't display his powerful sword Dao strength back then and had only been escaping. So what if his strength surpasses me? I have cultivated the chaos demonic body. The azure-scaled hegemon wasn't afraid at all. Although he wasn't very strong amongst invincible demigods, his defensive prowess was definitely above average. Even first-rate invincible demigods wouldn't be able to easily injure him. Sect origin swords. The sword Dao universe restrained the green-scaled ruler, while Li Fuchin instantly executed his sword move. Thousands of sword lights pierced through the green-scaled ruler's body. PFFF, 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 fresh blood splattered. The green-scaled ruler looked down and saw that his indestructible chaos demonic body was actually broken? How is this possible? The green-scaled ruler was in disbelief. As long as the chaos demonic body wasn't broken, the amount of demigod power would be minimal. But once it was broken, the amount of demigod power would be the same as others. It is rather an incredible body refinement Dao. Chapter 1071. Sword Qi returned to origin. After the first slash, the second slash followed closely. This time, countless sword Qi burst out from the ruler's body and made him look like a giant, glowing hedgehog. This won't do. If this continues, the half-god power won't last for a long time. The azure-scaled hegemon swallowed a supreme-grade demigod stone and did his best to recover his demigod power. However, it was clear that the speed at which he recovered his demigod power couldn't keep up with the speed at which he used it up. In addition, a supreme-grade demigod stone was only able to recover 10 to 20% of his demigod power. Swish! The ruler waved his hand, and a sailboat appeared before he jumped on it. Clang, 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 when Li Fuchin's sword Qi slashed on the sailboat. There were countless sparks. Ship-type half-god artifact. Li Fuchin raised his brows. The ruler's ship-type half-god artifact was only a top-notch half-god artifact, but it wasn't something that an invincible demigod could break. However, Li Fuchin didn't need to break the ship-type half-god artifact. He just had to exhaust the ship-type half-god artifact's power. After all, the ship-type half-god artifact required half-god power or half-divine stone. Of course, he could also use the ship-type half-god artifact's power, but it would be a huge waste of the ship-type half-god artifact. Origin return sword form. Li Fuchin executed the primary extreme sword art's fourth move. In the sky, a giant sword shadow descended. Rumble. The radiance on the surface of the sailboat instantly dimmed. Boom, 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 boom. Subsequently, Li Fuchin constantly executed the origin return sword form. Damn it! How can his sword move's power be so powerful? The ruler felt anxious. Ship-type half-god artifacts would normally have a divine power pool. He had already filled the divine power pool with half-divine stones, but the supply speed was still slower than the consumption speed. Of course, it was mainly because he had placed most of the low-grade and mid-grade half-divine stones. If he placed high-grade and peak-grade half-divine stones, the supply speed would naturally be several times faster. But high-grade and peak-grade half-divine stones were too precious. The ruler didn't have a lot of them and was preparing to keep them for himself. At this moment, he was very regretful. He shouldn't have brought more demigods. Ship-type half-god artifacts would only be able to exhibit the greatest effect when used with many demigods. After all, with so many demigods providing power, even the most formidable invincible demigod would be powerless. Left with no other choice, Hegemon Azure Scale used demigod stones to replenish his demigod power while pouring demigod power into the sailboat to maintain a balance. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen's half-god power was endless. Li Fuchen's sword, Dao half-god power, naturally wasn't limitless. In terms of the intensity of the half-god power, he was only a few times more than the green scale ruler. But in terms of the quality of the half-god power, he was also a few times better than the green scale ruler. With the addition of the exquisite and powerful sword moves, a single portion of the sword Dao half-god power was enough to exhaust at least 10 portions of the green scale ruler's half-god power. Brother, let us help you. Li Fuxiang and the werewolf avatar joined in the attack. Although the two of them were only peak demigods, and 10 portions of demigod power couldn't even exhaust a portion of the azure-scaled hegemon's demigod power. The two of them weren't part of the main force to begin with. They could attack the sailboat while replenishing their demigod power with demigod stones. As for Yan Qingguo, she was still collecting the saber Dao demigod weapon. At the same time, the attacks of the demigods rained down on her. Clang! The black long saber broke through the ground and landed in Yan Qingguo's hand. Good saber. After pouring the half-god power into the black long saber, Yan Qingguo immediately knew the name of the black long saber. Dance of Destruction. The black long saber's name was Dance of Destruction. It was a very terrifying and beautiful name. Wielding the Dance of Destruction, Yan Qingguo swept across. The saber chi swept in all directions and extinguished countless incoming attacks. Everyone attacked together. After seeing the peak of the saber Dao demigod weapon in Yan Qingguo's hands, no one was willing to accept it. They had the advantage in numbers and attacked Yan Qingguo fearlessly. Yan Qingguo originally wanted to help Li Fuchen, but she had to take care of herself first. 70%, 60%, 50%, 40%, the sailboat's power was gradually weakening. Even if the green scale ruler poured in all her half-god power, it was useless. 30%, 20%, 10%, when the sailboat's power could only be maintained at 10%, the green scale ruler activated the sailboat's source power. 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, the sailboat's power instantly increased drastically. This sailboat isn't bad. If too much of the source power is depleted, it won't be easy to recover. Li Fuchen frowned. Ship-class half-god artifacts were things that could only be discovered and not sought. He didn't have any thoughts of peak-class half-god artifacts, but he was still able to obtain a peak-class half-god artifact. Perhaps I can try this move. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning and burst out with resplendent radiance. Immediately after, Li Fuchen slashed with his sword. The sword chi penetrated seamlessly and was countless times thinner than the thinnest thread. It instantly penetrated the interior of the sailboat. PFFF. The green scale ruler's body shook, and half of the half-god power that was left in her body was instantly depleted. What? The green scale ruler was appalled to death. It is indeed effective, but it consumes too much half-god power. Executing this move would consume a lot more power than executing 100 moves of the origin return sword form. When Li Fuchen executed the second sword move, the green scale ruler's body collapsed and turned into ashes. Big brother, what move is that? It can actually attack him through the half-god artifact. Li Fuxiang asked curiously. Li Fuchen said, "This move is called Seamless Sword Chi." Seamless Sword Chi was actually the highest level after the Sword Chi thread. It wasn't perfected yet. According to Li Fuchen's thoughts, the perfected Seamless Sword Chi wasn't a supreme martial art anymore. It was a god-class martial art. However, the current Seamless Sword Chi was still worlds apart from a god-class martial art. After all, Li Fuchen had only comprehended a trace of a higher-level sword Dao law, and it wasn't even considered a hair of it. Once the green scale ruler died, the sailboat immediately lost control. After boarding the sailboat, Li Fuchen poured the half-god power into the divine power pool and soon erased the half-god power mark left behind by the green scale ruler. Qin Guo board the boat. Li Fuqin controlled the sailboat and arrived beside Yan Qingguo. Swish! Yan Qingguo jumped up. Seeing the situation, many of the demigods started to attack the sailboat. Sect origin swords. Li Fuqin used the sect origin swords to neutralize all the incoming attacks. He then used the origin return sword form to eliminate a slightly weaker top-notch demigod. In the past, they were weak and could only flee when encountering a large number of demigods. Right now, they didn't need to flee and could just kill. When over a dozen demigods perished, the remaining demigods were afraid and started to flee. It is too late to escape now. When the seamless sword Qi was released, a peak-tier demigod that had already fled far away was turned into ashes. Ultimately, less than half of the demigods managed to escape, and 18 demigods were killed. So many half-god artifacts. On the deck of the sailboat, there were plenty of half-god artifacts. Among them, there were 4 peak-tier half-god artifacts and 25 peak-tier half-god artifacts. It is still faster to kill and seize wealth. With the addition of the half-god artifacts, Li Fuqin now had 5 peak-tier half-god artifacts and over 40 peak-tier half-god artifacts. If Li Fuqin was willing, he could create a group of demigods. Apart from the half-god artifacts, Li Fuqin obtained a total of 600,000 low-grade half-god stones, 50,000 mid-grade half-god stones, 3,000 high-grade half-god stones, and 20 peak-grade half-god stones. Li Fuqin had replenished half of his wealth from bidding for the Heaven Abyss Sword. After using the half-god stones to recover his demigod power, Li Fuqin was considering if he should create a batch of demigods. With a ship-type half-god artifact, each demigod could be considered a source of power. If 50 peak-tier and peak-tier demigods were on the sailboat, let alone one invincible demigod, even 8 or 10 invincible demigods wouldn't be able to break the sailboat's defenses. After all, not every invincible demigod was like Li Fuqin and had such fearsome sword Dao attack power. The only problem was that after creating so many demigods and letting them cultivate in the heart of the plane, it would put a lot of pressure on the heart of the plane. Just like how demigods were unable to cultivate in the heart of the plane, the heart of the plane also had a limit. Once the limit was exceeded, the source essence would be consumed rapidly. Otherwise, Li Fuqin would have mass-produced demigods and wouldn't have to wait until now. The heart of the plane is a high-class universe artifact, after all. It shouldn't be a problem if I use it slowly. Ultimately, Li Fuqin decided to make the best use of it and create a batch of demigods. No matter what decision he made, it was a fact that he had more and more half-god artifacts. It was too wasteful to let so many half-god artifacts sit idle. One day later, there were more than 40 demigods on the sailboat. Among them were Li Fuqin's parents, Li Shaodai, Zhao Mingyue, Shang Guanyu, Wu Shi, the vacant mountain emperor, and others. Basically, those who were close to Li Fuqin had all become demigods, and they were all elite and peak-tier demigods. Of course, they were already at the Heaven Monarch realm. Therefore, they were able to withstand the baptism of the half-god artifacts. I didn't think that I, Li Tianhan, would become a demigod one day. On the deck of the sailboat, Li Tianhan and Shunyan looked at the scenery of the divine battlefield and were filled with emotions. Shunyan said with satisfaction, "In fact, it isn't important to become a demigod. It is more important to be able to live together with my family forever." Shen Yuyan didn't mind her status as a demigod. "That's right, we aren't good at combat anyway." Li Tianhan nodded. Li Fuqin said, "Don't worry, we will live forever." He didn't mind how strong his parents were. To them, becoming a demigod was the greatest benefit of being able to live forever until the universe was destroyed. If they didn't become a demigod, they would only be able to live forever after becoming an emperor. But the difficulty was countless times higher. With more demigods, Li Fuqin had a lot more pressure. Since there were so many demigods, Li Fuqin would have to give them some demigod stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to give them demigod stones to replenish their demigod power during crucial moments. As time elapsed, Li Fuchin found a few more top-notch half-god artifacts in the divine battlefield, increasing the number of demigods on the sailboat. If others knew that Li Fuchin could find demigod artifacts so easily, it was unknown what they would think. Primary extreme sword god. There is a change in the half-god region. Return quickly. On this day, inside Li Fuchin's spatial ring, the communication type demigod artifact that the bright moon sword god gave him lit up, and the bright moon sword god's voice echoed. There is a change in the half-god region. Chapter 1072. The atmosphere in the half-god realm was extremely tense. The formations of the various factions were on high alert. No one had expected that the great 5 alliances of the cosmos would be annihilated in a single night. Although the Great 5 Alliance could not compare to the 9 major factions in terms of top-notch combat power, they had more demigods than the 9 major factions. The Deputy Alliance Master and Alliance Master of the Great 5 Alliance were both top-notch demigods and peak demigods. Logically speaking, even if they were besieged, they should be able to escape. The only explanation was that the existence that had destroyed the Great 5 Alliance was very powerful. At the very least, it was an invincible demigod. When Li Fuchin arrived at the Swordsman Guild, all the demigods were basically here. Primordial Extreme, Sword God, your strength? The bright moon sword god could see that Li Fuchin's chi presence had reached the unrivaled demigod level. Li Fuchin said, I have already obtained a pinnacle Sword Dao half-artifact. Shao Chen was the strongest Sword Dao sovereign emperor. Now that he had obtained a peak Sword Dao half-divine weapon, he was naturally an invincible demigod. There was no need for him to hide his demigod power. Congratulations, Primordial Extreme, Sword God. All the demigods of the Swordsman Guild, including the Bright Moon Sword God, cupped their fists and congratulated him. In the past, Li Fuchin was only a pinnacle demigod, and there were still people that could suppress him in the Swordsman Guild. But now, Li Fuchin was an unrivaled demigod, and no one in the Swordsman Guild could suppress him anymore. Everyone's attitude had an imperceptible change, and they had a trace of reverence. The Great 5 Alliance was eradicated in a single night. After understanding the situation, Li Fuchin finally understood what happened in the half-god region. Although the Great 5 Alliance's array could not compare to that of the 9 major powers, not just anyone could break it. Most likely, even an invincible demigod would not be able to break it. The Bright Moon Sword God said, if the other party can break the Great 5 Alliance's array, it doesn't mean that they can't break the array of the 9 major factions. After all, the demigod domain is our root. We cannot afford to lose it. If they could not survive in the divine battlefield, they could retreat to the demigod domain. However, if the demigod domain was not safe, then there was really no safe place. Divinity is too little. I've only refined 6 points of divinity after so many demigods. At the edge of the living area, in the thick fog, 2 illusory figures stood in the void. 6 points of divinity is not bad. Normally, only 100 ordinary demigods can refine 1 point of divinity. The person who spoke was tall and straight, and there were white and dark patterns on the surface of his skin. His demigod power existed between light and darkness, as if he was the source of light and darkness. God, Lord, Light, Darkness, the Great 5 Alliance belongs to your Kunwu universe. Isn't it too much of a pity to destroy it all? The lanky figure with a pair of violet wings and azure bone armor licked his lips and turned to God, Lord Darklight. God, Lord Darklight, said indifferently, existences that cannot be controlled by the god race do not need to exist. Hee, I think you're the one who looks down on them. However, unifying the Kunwu cosmos is indeed imperative. Our god race should rule over the various cosmoses. The lanky figure was from the divine race of another universe. The divine race had never been a specific race. As long as it was the bloodline left behind by the gods, it could be called the divine race. Some universes even had multiple divine races. Of course, the Protoss would also perish. In the long years of the multiverse, there were many cases of the Protoss being annihilated by the alliance of many races. It could be said that the God race and the other races were innately opposed. "Who's our next target?" the lanky figure casually asked. "The Star Alliance." Although the Star Alliance was one of the 9 superpowers, its foundation was undoubtedly the shallowest. The other superpowers had at least 6 layers of supreme quality arrays. For example, the God race Divine Palace had 7 layers of supreme quality arrays, while the Star Alliance only had 5. Of course, even though they only had 5 layers of supreme quality arrays, they were all interconnected and not something a few ordinary demigods could break. In the sky above the Star Alliance's camp, rumble, a pillar of light that seemed to exist between light and darkness, descended from the sky with shocking momentum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 layers of supreme quality arrays activated at the same time, instantly turning the sky above the Star Alliance's camp into a starry sky. The starry sky was covered in complex and unfathomable runes. "Who is it? Why are you hiding?" Most of the demigods of the Star Alliance had returned. Seeing that the murderer of the Great 5 Alliance had dared to come to the Star Alliance, they were all filled with righteous indignation. The Star Alliance wasn't the Great 5 Alliance. Whether it was in terms of individual strength or overall strength, they were far superior to the Great 5 Alliance. If the murderer thought they were pushovers, then he was gravely mistaken. Lord God of light and darkness, the Star Alliance and your Divine Palace have never interfered with each other. Why are you attacking the Star Alliance? The leader of the Star Alliance was called the original Beast Lord. He had the purest astral beast bloodline in the Kunwi universe. At the same time, he was also an extremely powerful peak demigod. Others might not have seen Lord God of light and darkness's demigod power, but he had, so he recognized it immediately. The dead don't need to know the answer. Lord God of light and darkness's figure appeared. With a flip of his right hand, a giant palm formed from the demigod power of light and darkness slammed toward the Star Alliance. Crack! A crack appeared on the Star Alliance's array. Impossible. The original beast, Lord's pupils constricted. Even 10 invincible demigods wouldn't be able to crack the Star Alliance's array with a single palm. Since when was Lord God of light and darkness this strong? Break for me. On the other side, a tall, thin figure appeared. His right hand formed a claw and tore open the Star Alliance's array. Go. Fight them. We astral beasts don't have much, but we have more demigod power. Who's afraid of who? Astral beasts that could become demigods were no less intelligent than other races. They all knew where their advantages lay. Unfortunately, the tall, thin figure and Lord God of light and darkness were too strong. With a casual grab, they could crush Star Alliance demigods one after another. Even peak demigods couldn't withstand a casual squeeze from them. It didn't take long before only a few peak demigods were left in the Star Alliance, including the original Beast Lord. Original roar! The original Beast Lord roared at Lord God of light and darkness, and a wave of light exploded. You overestimate yourself. Lord God of light and darkness allowed the wave of light to strike him. He stepped forward and smashed the original Beast Lord into pulp. The original Beast Lord truly lived up to his reputation as the Alliance Master of the Star Alliance. He had a terrifying amount of demigod power in his body. Lord God of light and darkness palm hadn't destroyed all of it, only a small portion. Primordial light. The original Beast Lord ignored the other peak demigods of the Star Alliance. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared. You want to leave? No way. Lord God of light and darkness released his light and darkness divine domain, forcing the original Beast Lord out of the void. Lord God of light and darkness, Your god race will also be destroyed. In the end, the peak demigods of the Star Alliance, including the original Beast Lord, were all killed. Before they died, they all cursed. 2 points of divinity. Not bad. Once I destroy the other 6 factions, I should be able to get 20. 2 dazzling specks of light floated in the tall, thin figure's hand. He licked his lips and swallowed them. In an instant, the tall, thin figure's demigod power skyrocketed as if he had eaten a great tonic. Lord God of Light and Darkness also had 2 dazzling specks of light. He said faintly, "Unfortunately, to form a god spirit, you need at least 10,000 points of divinity." Living beings had intelligence, and demigods had divinity. Normally, a normal demigod only had a sliver of divinity. Even peak demigods couldn't reach 1 point. Only invincible demigods could have 1 point of divinity. Very few people knew that there were 2 ways to become a god. The first way was to break into the realm of God. The second way was to devour enough divinity to form a god spirit. A god spirit was an evolution of a sacred spirit. It was just like how a sacred spirit was an evolution of a true spirit. However, not everyone could devour divinity. In reality, only demigod beasts and the god race had the talent to devour divinity. Moreover, they only had the talent. If they didn't awaken this talent, they wouldn't be able to devour divinity. A long time ago, Lord God of Light and Darkness had failed to become a patriarch of Iron Blood City and almost died. Perhaps because he had never suffered such a huge setback and humiliation. Lord God of Light and Darkness had awakened the talent to devour divinity. As he devoured more and more divinity, his demigod power grew stronger and stronger. This time he had 2 goals. The first was to rule the Kunwu cosmos, and the second was to become a patriarch of Iron Blood City. Compared to others, we're already very lucky. At least there's hope. The tall, thin figure snickered. After a demigod chose a natal demigod weapon, it would be very difficult for their demigod power to increase greatly, unless their first natal demigod weapon was an ordinary demigod weapon, and their second natal demigod weapon was a peak demigod weapon. They would be able to forcefully transform their ordinary demigod power into a peak demigod power. Other than that, they could only rely on improving their own realm. But raising one's realm was easier said than done. Due to the limitations of innate potential, many demigods were stuck in a certain realm, but it was different for them. Every time they devoured a bit of divinity, their demigod power would grow stronger. One day, when they accumulated enough divinity, they could condense a god spirit and upgrade their life form to a god-class life form. Their bloodline would also become a god-class bloodline. After wiping out the Star Alliance, the duo immediately wiped out the Demon Palace and the god of War Pagoda. At the same time, their identities were spread out. I didn't expect Lord God of Light and Darkness to become even stronger than before. Swordsman, Guild's bright moon, Sword God had a grave expression. In the past, Lord God of Light and Darkness was already enough to make them breathless. It was fortunate that Lord God of Light and Darkness was defeated in the Iron Blood City Patriarch Assembly. Lord God of Light and Darkness had vanished for a long time, giving them some time to catch their breath. Now that Lord God of Light and Darkness had returned, he probably had great ambitions. Different situations call for different actions. I would like to meet this Lord God of Light and Darkness. Li Fuchin said. The Sky Piercer Sword God said. Primary Extreme Sword God, don't be careless. Lord God of Light and Darkness already had strength that was close to Iron Blood City's Patriarch Assembly a long time ago. Right now, he is definitely stronger and might even be stronger than regular patriarchs. In their opinion, Li Fuchin's strength was at most the leader of a major faction and was still lacking when compared to a city's patriarch. Guild leader, the Saber Union, is requesting for reinforcements. Chapter 1073. Let's go. The bright moon, Sword God hesitated for a moment before saying resolutely, the current divine Lord Light and Dark was too powerful. If they didn't reinforce the Saber Union would definitely be destroyed. Once the Saber Union was destroyed, the Swordsman Guild wouldn't be a match for the Divine Lord Light and Dark. They might as well fight with the Saber Union against the Divine Lord Light and Dark. It was still unknown if Li Fuchin could defeat the Divine Lord Light and Dark. Furthermore, the Divine Lord Light and Dark had an invincible demigod who wasn't inferior to him. The other demigods of the Swordsman Guild didn't object. Swish! After everyone boarded the ship, the Bright Moon Sword God steered the ship towards the Saber Union. This ship-type half-god artifact is slightly inferior to mine. They might both be top-notch ship-type half-god artifacts, but Li Fuchin's sailboat was faster and had stronger half-god power. Saber Union, a 6th-layered Supreme Quality Array, was clearly not something a 5th-layered Supreme Quality Array could compare to. God, Lord Darklight, and the Thin Figure's repeated attacks were only able to crack the Saber Alliance's array, but they were unable to completely break through. However, the Saber Union leader, the Chaos Whole Saber God, knew that the Saber Union's array would be broken soon. The 6th-layered, peak-grade Supreme Array wouldn't be able to stop the Divine Lord Light and Dark. Otherwise, the Myriad Demon Palace and the Battle God Pagoda wouldn't have been destroyed. Divine Lord Light and Dark, receive my saber move. The Chaos Whole Saber God flew into the sky and drew his black saber before slashing at the Divine Lord Light and Dark. There was no sound. A pitch-black sphere of light appeared in the void. Chaos Everlasting, the Chaos Whole Saber God's strongest saber move. I didn't expect you to become an invincible demigod. It is a pity that the gap between us didn't shrink, it expanded instead. The Divine Lord Light and Dark pointed with a finger to eliminate the pitch-black sphere of light. Too powerful. The Chaos Whole Saber God had an unpleasant expression. Originally, his saber art was only at the perfection rank, and his cultivation technique wasn't at the perfection rank. Therefore, just like the Bright Moon Sword God, he was considered a top-notch peak-grade demigod and was barely able to contest with regular invincible demigods. However, 1,000 years ago, he obtained another pinnacle demigod weapon. This pinnacle demigod weapon could greatly increase the power of a demigod. It was a rare amplification-type demigod weapon. With this pinnacle demigod weapon, his strength naturally rose, and he reached the level of an invincible demigod. But from the situation just now, it was clear that his progress wasn't even worth mentioning in front of God, Lord Darklight. Break! On the other side, the lanky figure condensed a green bone spear and pierced through the Saber Alliance's formation. Not good. The deputy chiefs of the Saber Alliance hurriedly brandished their sabers to attack the tall and skinny figure. You guys aren't enough. The tall and skinny man laughed out loud, and the cyan bone spear fiercely thrust forward. The spear images filled the sky like a rainstorm and instantly pierced through the bodies of those people. Form the battle formation. The Sword Alliance had a total of 17 demigods. This time around, 15 demigods had returned. Under the guidance of the chaotic whole Saber God, the 15 demigods instantly formed a battle formation that resembled a ferocious bird. Supreme battle formation? God Lord Darklight's eyebrows rose. Supreme arrays weren't rare, but supreme battle formations were extremely rare. Normally, only the Council of Elders of a city would have control over a few supreme battle formations. As the name implied, a battle formation could convert the energy of the person laying it into the power of the formation. However, normal supreme battle formations couldn't convert demigod energy into demigod energy. Only supreme battle formations could just barely do it. A puny battle formation. Watch me break it. The tall and skinny figure raised the green bone spear high into the air and then fiercely swung it at the ferocious bird battle formation. The ferocious bird battle formation howled, and with a flap of its wings, 2 streams of 5-colored demigod energy transformed into 2 rainbow-colored streams, one of which met the bone spear while the other slashed at the tall and skinny figure. Bang! Space shuddered as the 2 streams of rainbow-colored light collapsed. The ferocious bird battle formation was sent flying, its body covered in cracks. Not even a supreme battle formation can stop it. The chaotic whole, Saber God despaired. The gap between the 2 sides was simply too vast. Even though the Saber Alliance had used its trump card, it wasn't of any use. Break for me. The blue-boned spear in the tall and skinny figure's hand moved like a ghost, and with a slash, the ferocious bird battle formation was broken, sending the chaotic whole Saber God and the other 15 demigods flying. After crushing a high-level demigod of the Saber Alliance, God Lord Darklight's body flashed, and a sword chi brushed past his body. Crack! Space itself seemed to be cut open, revealing a glimmer of crystalline light. God Lord Darklight turned his head and looked into the distance. A large ship was rapidly approaching from the horizon. Several people stood at the bow of the ship, led by 2 people. One was the Swordsman Guild's guild leader, Bright Moon Sword God. God Lord Darklight had never seen the other person before, but if his guess was correct, this was the Origin Extreme Sword God who had been in the limelight in recent years. He was the one who had unleashed the sword chi just now. God Lord Darklight, are you trying to start an all-out war? Bright Moon Sword God's eyes were sharp. So what if I am? The light and darkness divine Lord didn't look at the Bright Moon Sword God and stared at Li Fuchin intently. That sword chi earlier actually made him feel a trace of danger. It was something he couldn't understand. With his current strength, even first-rate invincible demigods wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Could Li Fuchin really be like the legends said? A true son of the universe? An existence that could change the balance of the universe? If that was the case, it was a mistake for the divine race to not pay too much attention to Li Fuchin. Now that Li Fuchin was fully fledged, the difficulty of dealing with him had increased by more than 100 or 1,000 times. It was fortunate that God Lord Greenbone was here. Even if they had to pay a price, they had to make Li Fuchin stay. Since that is the case, there is nothing more to say. Let's fight. Bright Moon, Sword God, waved his hand. Boom, 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 boom. Everyone didn't disembark from the ship and simply stood at the bow or the side of the ship while attacking God Lord Darklight and God Lord Greenbone. A top-notch ship-type half-god artifact had always been Bright Moon Sword God's trump card and also the Swordsman Guild's trump card. As long as Li Fuchin couldn't break the defenses of the ship-type half-god artifact, they would be invincible. You think a top-notch ship-type half-god artifact can stop us? God Lord Greenbone swung his azure bone spear, easily destroying many of the incoming attacks. At the same time, the violet wings on God Lord Greenbone's back flapped, and countless God Lord Greenbones appeared. Each God Lord Greenbone raised his azure bone spear and swung it at the ship. Broom! The light on the surface of the ship flickered. Just like demigods, ship-type half-god artifacts had a limit to how much demigod power they could unleash. Once this limit was exceeded, they would be able to break through the defenses of the ship-type half-god artifact. Of course, the power of ship-type half-god artifacts usually far surpassed that of invincible demigods. What powerful attacks! Everyone, pour your demigod power into it. Bright Moon Sword God grimaced. He could clearly sense that a large portion of the demigod power of the Flying Moon worship had been consumed. After a few more exchanges, the demigod power would start to run out. Hearing this, everyone poured their demigod power into the divine power pool of the Flying Moon worship. A moment later, the Flying Moon worship began to glow once more. God Lord Greenbone, are you all right? God Lord Light and Dark executed a palm strike and sent the Chaos Whole Saber God and the other Saber Alliance demigods flying. At this moment, they must not allow the Saber Alliance and the Swordsman Guild to gather together. Ship-type half-god artifacts would only be able to display the greatest effect when paired with enough demigods. God, Lord Light, and Dark knew this very clearly. Don't worry if it is a peak-grade ship-type half-god artifact. I won't be able to do anything. A peak-grade ship-type half-god artifact won't be able to stop me. God, Lord Greenbone was very confident. Peak-grade ship-type half-god artifacts were extremely rare. Even the Doyen Assembly's Doyens didn't possess peak-grade ship-type half-god artifacts. Of course, peak-grade ship-type half-god artifacts weren't unbreakable. With enough people, they could still break the defenses of a peak-grade ship-type half-god artifact. While speaking, God Lord Greenbone raised his greenbone spear and slashed at the ship again. Swish! This time, God Lord Greenbone wasn't able to hit the ship. The spear shadows were all neutralized by the Silver Sword Sea. Not bad, Myriad Era Splendor. How could God Lord Greenbone not see that Li Fuchin wasn't a regular invincible demigod? Be it that sword chi earlier or the Silver Sword Sea, it was enough to prove Li Fuchin's strength. But due to his confidence, he didn't put Li Fuchin in his heart. Chapter 1074. Boom! The Silver Sword Sea and the Light Pillar exploded at the same time. Without the protection of a peak-grade half-god artifact, God Lord Greenbones was sent flying. Guild leader, I will go deal with him. I will leave God Lord Light and Darkness to you. Li Fuchin flew off the flying moon warship and charged at God Lord Greenbones. All right. Seeing that the Chaos Hole Saber God and the others were in danger, the Bright Moon Sword God quickly steered the flying moon warship towards God, Lord Light, and Darkness. Boom, 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 boom. Before the warship arrived, a flurry of attacks was already blasting at God, Lord Light, and Darkness. The attacks were constantly exhausting God, Lord Light, and Darkness's half-god power, although the exhaustion was very slight. 1, 2, 3, God, Lord Light, and Darkness killed 10 Saber Union demigods in a single breath before turning around to clash with the Flying Moon warship. After all, the remaining 4 Saber Union demigods were either peak-grade demigods or invincible demigods. It was impossible to kill them in a short period of time. Furthermore, his half-god power was greatly exhausted from the attacks of the Bright Moon Sword God and the others. Making use of this opportunity, the Chaos Hole Saber God and the remaining 4 Saber Union demigods finally boarded the Flying Moon warship. Bright Moon Sword God, many thanks. The Chaos Hole Saber God spoke with a heavy tone. The Saber Union had definitely suffered a great loss in this battle. With the addition of the 2 demigods that couldn't make it back in time, the Saber Union was only left with 6 demigods. In the future, even if they had more demigods, their strength wouldn't be as good as before. Let's deal with God, Lord Light, and Darkness first. The Bright Moon Sword God felt the power of God, Lord Light, and Darkness and had a tense expression. They had struck God, Lord Light, and Darkness countless times, but his half-god power didn't seem to be weakened at all. The Chaos Hole Saber God said, God, Lord Light, and Darkness is dozens of times stronger than before. It is impossible for us to defeat him. We can only rely on the primary extreme, Sword God. Even with the peak-grade half-god weapon, the Chaos Hole Saber God didn't think they could contest with God, Lord Light, and Darkness. They would at most be able to last for a period of time. The Bright Moon Sword God nodded and took a glance at Li Fuchin. His heart couldn't help but palpitate. The Divine Lord Greenbone's half-god power might look stronger and was countless times stronger than Li Fuchin. But Li Fuchin's sword art was extremely sharp and tyrannical. The Divine Lord Greenbone had also cultivated his sword art to the perfection rank, but he had to admit that his sword art was far inferior to Li Fuchin. Sword Dao level above the perfection? God level sword art? The Bright Moon Sword God was puzzled. Break. The god, Lord Greenbone, used his robust half-god power to burst out with his kill move without any restraints. He wanted to use the fastest speed to exhaust Li Fuchen's half-god power. However, Li Fuchen's sword art was too mystical and was able to utilize 10% of the half-god power. When God Lord Greenbone's kill move encountered Li Fuchen's sword move, it would usually be neutralized before its power could fully explode. Gradually, God Lord Greenbones began to feel restless. "I don't believe I can't suppress you." God Lord Greenbones flapped his purple wings, and countless God Lord Greenbones appeared. Each of them would burst out with a kill move at Li Fuchen. In an instant, countless killer moves were like a tsunami that enveloped Li Fuchen from all directions. This person's demigod power is at least 10 times stronger and purer than mine. Li Fuchen didn't understand how his opponent cultivated. Logically speaking, once a person chose an innate half-god artifact, the demigod power wouldn't have a significant increase. After Li Fuchen chose the Heaven Abyss sword, his sword Dao demigod power was basically fixed. In the future, even if he cultivated for 10 million or 100 million years, his demigod power wouldn't have a significant increase unless his cultivation realm increased. However, he was already at the strongest Sword Dao Emperor level. If his cultivation realm increased, he would be at the god level. By then, the demigod power in his body wouldn't be demigod power, it would be god power. Could he have a half-god artifact set? Li Fuchen recalled about the half-god artifact set. In his opinion, only a half-god artifact set would be able to make a person's demigod power so powerful. Putting aside Yan Qingwu's peak-grade half-god equipment set, even his top-notch half-god equipment set, the Scarlet Flame set, would be able to make his Fire Dao half-god power reach a terrifying level that far surpassed his Sword Dao half-god power once he gathered all of them. Li Fuchen didn't think much and spun the Heaven Abyss sword to deal with God Lord Greenbone's countless kill moves. A massive silver sword sea enveloped him. Boom, 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 boom. Countless killer moves landed on the Silver Sword Sea, creating huge waves. But no matter how ferocious and endless the killer moves were, they could not break the Silver Sword Sea. When facing the Sword Sea horizon that had turned into a Sword Dao universe, unless the divine Lord Greenbone's cultivation realm surpassed Li Fuchen, he would have to wait for Li Fuchen's half-god power to be exhausted and unable to maintain the sword move. Of course, Li Fuchen could see that the opposition's objective was to exhaust his half-god power. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't going to comply. He maintained the Sword Sea horizon while absorbing the half-god power from the peak-grade, half-divine stone. Li Fuchen's demigod power was too robust. If this battle continued, Li Fuchen didn't think he would be able to laugh until the end. Damn it! What level is his sword art at? The more the divine Lord Greenbone fought, the more shocked he was. Li Fuchen's half-god power was weaker than his by 100 times, but Li Fuchen was actually on par with him. If Li Fuchen's half-god power was comparable to the divine Lord Greenbone Divine Lord, wouldn't Li Fuchen be able to eliminate him in a single sword? God, Lord Light Darkness, this person is troublesome. God, Lord Greenbones, didn't try to be brave and messaged God, Lord Light Darkness. All right, God, Lord Light Darkness had been observing. He didn't need God, Lord Greenbones to say it, and he knew that God, Lord Greenbones alone wouldn't be able to eliminate Li Fuchen. Light and Dark Abyss. Horrific half-god power gathered frenziedly as God, Lord Light Darkness blasted out a move. A horrific abyss was formed and devoured the Flying Moon worship. This move was one of God, Lord Light Darkness' strongest kill moves. It was also the move that consumed the most demigod power. Just a single move had consumed 10% of his demigod power. If it wasn't for the special situation, God Lord Light Darkness wouldn't use this move. After all, if he spent more time, he would be able to eliminate the Bright Moon Sword God and the others. Furthermore, he would be able to consume less demigod power. In the flickering abyss, The bright moon sword god could feel that the flying moon warship's demigod power was being rapidly consumed. Pour in all the demigod power. At this moment, the bright moon sword god couldn't be bothered to attack anymore. Furthermore, they were in the abyss and had lost their target. Everyone poured the demigod power into the flying moon warship's divine power pool and tried their best to brighten up the flying moon warship. Such an incredible kill move. No wonder they are from the divine race. After seeing everything, Li Fuchen raised his brows. The divine race was the descendants of gods, and it wasn't a baseless rumor. As descendants of gods, their bodies would have traces of God's abilities. Let it be exposed then. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a sailboat expanded and flew out. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of attacks were blasted at God, Lord Light Darkness. Who else could it be other than Yan Qinggu and the others? Another top-notch ship type, half-divine artifact. God, Lord Light Darkness, had a dark expression. He would need to consume a lot of demigod power to deal with one top-notch ship type, half-divine artifact. If he were to deal with two of them, the amount of demigod power wouldn't be twice as simple. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's ship-type half-divine artifact was obviously of a higher grade than the bright moon sword gods. There were more demigods on the ship, and they were all stronger. God, Lord Light Darkness, don't hide anymore. Fight with all your strength. God, Lord Greenbone's body was surging with demigod power. In fact, until now, he still hadn't used his full strength. It was mainly because once he used his full strength, he would consume a lot of demigod power. It was unknown how many demigod stones he would need to replenish his demigod power. I know. Without any hesitation, God, Lord Light Darkness, executed the light and dark abyss again and devoured Li Fuchen's sailboat. With the demigod power that was consumed at the start, God, Lord Light Darkness had used up 30% of his demigod power. If there were no accidents, he would have to use a lot more demigod power. Myriad Era Extinguishment. God, Lord Light Darkness, had his strongest kill move. So did God, Lord Greenbone. The Greenbone spear in his hand was glowing brightly, and it felt like it could blind a person. God, Lord Greenbone, exerted strength in his right arm and hurled the spear at Li Fuchen. It was too fast. The Greenbone spear was unbelievably fast and arrived in front of Li Fuchen without any delay. In the next moment, it was about to penetrate Li Fuchen's body. Origin, return, sword form. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and a giant sword shadow rushed into the clouds. Clang! There was a burst of sparks. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for God, Lord Greenbone, and was sent flying. He is actually not severely injured. God, Lord Greenbone, had a bad feeling. His Myriad Era Extinguishment consumed 10% of his demigod power. If he couldn't severely injure the enemy, it would be the same as a failure. You are still far from being able to severely injure me with this move. God, Lord Greenbone's move was very powerful, but it was a pity that Li Fuchen's Origin returned sword form wasn't weak either. Most of the power was neutralized by the Origin return sword form. As for the remaining power, a portion of it was neutralized by the primordial armor, a portion of it was neutralized by the half-divine artifact armor, and the final portion was mostly neutralized by the myriad calamity immortal body. The actual power that reached Li Fuchen's body was negligible. Therefore, it was only able to eliminate a portion of Li Fuchen's half-god power. It was impossible to severely injure Li Fuchen and force him to use the half-god power to recover. Take my seamless sword chi too. While flying back, Li Fuchen slashed at God, Lord Greenbone. When the sword was slashed, the terrifying sharpness caused God, Lord Greenbone, to sense it. He subconsciously formed the Greenbone spear to block in front of him. It was a pity that it was all in vain. The sword chi instantly slashed across God, Lord Greenbone's body. A thin line of blood extended from God, Lord Greenbone's forehead to his crotch. Impossible. The sword Qi burst out and quickly extinguished the demigod power within God, Lord Greenbone's body. It was even more than the God, Lord Greenbone's seamless sword Qi. God, Lord Greenbone didn't know that Li Fuchen's seamless sword Qi was able to extinguish half of the ruler Greenscale's demigod power through a top-notch, half-divine artifact. Now that it had directly struck God, Lord Greenbone, the lethality was naturally even more terrifying. Chapter 1075. Could he have already touched the God realm? After seeing everything, the divine Lord Light and Dark's eyes contracted. Ascending to become a god was the dream of all demigods. It was also the divine Lord Light and Dark's dream. There were two ways to become a god. The first method was to devour enough divinity to form a god spirit and raise one's vitality level to the god class. As for other aspects, they could slowly improve. However, this method was limited to the divine race, and other races couldn't even think about it. The second method was to break through to the god class. Once the cultivation level broke through, be it the vitality level, power, bloodline, true spirit, or spirit soul, they would all break through and reach the God class. Light and Dark Abyss. The divine Lord Light and Dark couldn't be bothered to conserve his demigod power and used his strongest kill move for the third time. This time his target was Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had just released the seamless sword Qi and had yet to use the new power. Therefore, he was instantly devoured by the Light and Dark Abyss. But soon enough, there was a flash of sword light, and Li Fuchen skimmed out from the abyss. The divine Lord Light and Dark's strongest kill move was able to trap top-notch half-divine artifacts, but it obviously couldn't trap Li Fuchen. You actually injured me. Courting death, I shall be buried with you. The divine Lord Greenbone's demigod power burst out. Countless white bones emerged and shot at Li Fuchen like arrows. Bang, 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 bang. The white bones were powerful, but they couldn't break Li Fuchen's defense. During the collision, they were rapidly turned into white powder. For a moment, the white powder gathered more and more, instantly forming a white coffin, sealing Li Fuchen inside. Inside the white coffin, Li Fuchen felt a terrifying power seeping into his body. This power was similar to the calamity power, but it had the smell of decay. Boom! The white coffin shattered, and a sword light rushed out. Li Fuchen's sword Dao had definitely broken through to the perfection rank. It wasn't something that the divine Lord Greenbone could seal. However, be it the divine Lord Light and Dark's strongest kill move, or the divine Lord Greenbone's strongest kill move, Li Fuchen had to expend a lot of demigod power to deal with them. Right now, Li Fuchen's sword Dao demigod power was already used up by 50%. The divine Lord Greenbone naturally didn't have extravagant hopes of finishing off Li Fuchen in a single move, as it was impossible. His objective was to exhaust Li Fuchen's half-god power. Without the half-god power, Li Fuchen would be like water without a source, and it would be useless no matter how incredible his sword art was. With their demigod power, God, Lord Light Darkness, and God, Lord Greenbone should be able to last longer than me. Li Fuchen roughly calculated the remaining amount of half-god power from the Light and Dark God Lord and the Greenbone God Lord's half-god power waves. He deduced that he wouldn't be able to outlast the two of them. After all, no matter what, the intensity and quality of the two's demigod powers were more than 10 times that of his. Even though his sword technique had reached a more profound level and he could unleash 10 to 20% of his demigod powers, there was still a limit. I'll recover my demigod sword Dao power first. Li Fuchen's Qi presence changed. He instantly withdrew the sword Dao half-god power and surged out with the fire Dao half-god power, courting death. How could God Lord Darkness and God Lord Greenbone not know what Li Fuchen was planning? They quickly executed their kill moves. Boundless Sword C. The Scarlet Sword C instantly surrounded Li Fuchen. It wasn't impossible to execute a sword art with a fire Dao half-god power, but the effects would be greatly reduced. If the sword Tao half-god power was used to execute a sword art, the power would be 10%. If the fire Tao half-god power was used to execute a sword art, then the power would only be 20%. However, the fire Tao half-god power could only be used to execute the primary extreme sword art and not the seamless sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. With the Scarlet Flame set, the primordial armor, the indestructible body, and the Tree of Life, Li Fuchen's defense was several times stronger than God, Lord Darkness, and God, Lord Greenbone's imagination. Apart from exhausting Li Fuchen's fire Tao half-god power, the duo couldn't do anything else. However, they were confident they could exhaust Li Fuchen's fire Tao half-god power soon enough. 40%, 30%. When the fire Tao half-god power was left with less than 30%, Li Fuchen switched to the sword Tao half-god power. At this moment, after absorbing the peak-grade half-god stone, Li Fuchen's sword Tao half-god power had recovered from 50% to 60%. Seamless sword chi. The sword chi flashed across God, Lord Darkness, and God, Lord Greenbone's bodies and instantly destroyed a portion of their half-god power. Crack! On the other side, Yan Qingwu's sailboat was the first to break through God, Lord Darkness's light and darkness abyss. Such an incredible kill move. Yan Qingwu had lingering fear. This move had exhausted more than half of everyone's half-god power. It wasn't hard to imagine if they didn't have the sailboat's protection. They wouldn't even be able to last a breath and would be instantly annihilated. Immediately after, the bright moon sword god's flying moon worship had also broken through the light and darkness abyss. At this moment, the bright moon sword god and the others' chi presences were dispirited and their half-god power was nearly exhausted. Without any hesitation, under Yan Qingwu's invitation, the bright moon sword god and the others boarded the sailboat. As a result, the number of demigods on the sailboat had reached more than 70, which was a very impressive number. Seeing this scene, God Lord Greenbone said to God Lord Darkness, "Let's retreat." Li Fuchen alone was already hard enough for them to deal with. With over 70 demigods and top-notch half-god artifacts, they no longer had any advantage. If they stayed, they would only be in a disadvantageous situation. I will let you off this time. God, Lord Darkness, took a deep look at Li Fuchen before leaving with God, Lord Greenbone. That was a close call. The bright moon sword god who had recovered some of his half-god power was still fearful. It was truly too dangerous this time. Without Li Fuchen, the entire Kunwu cosmos would probably be ruled by the god, Lord Darkness, and the divine race. The other races would never be able to rise again. After taking a glance at the sailboat, Yan Qingwu and the others, the bright moon sword god tactfully didn't ask Li Fuchen how many half-divine artifacts did he have to actually create so many half-gods. Even the divine race only had over 30 half-gods, but there were already more than 50 half-gods on the sailboat. It could be said that be it in terms of elite combat strength or number of half-gods, Li Fuchen's faction was already superior to the 8 major factions, including the Swordsman Guild. Only the divine race could contest with him. It was unbelievable that a single person was able to create a terrifying super-faction in such a short period of time. The god Lord Darkness returned with terror and eliminated the Great Five Alliance, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Demon Palace, and the Battle God Pagoda. He had also severely injured the Saber Union. His formidable strength had caused the remaining Dark Parliament and the Trials to tremble with fear. The 2 major factions naturally wanted to form an alliance with the Swordsman Guild. After all, only the primary extreme sword god could stop the god Lord Darkness. However, the Dark Parliament's guild leader, Undead Ruler, had an irreconcilable conflict with Li Fuchen. The Undead Ruler didn't think that Li Fuchen would forgive him if he admitted to his mistakes. Without a choice, the Undead Ruler led all the Dark Parliament's half-gods and left the half-god region. It was unknown why the Trials left the half-god region like the Dark Parliament. As such, The half-god region that was connected to the Kanwu cosmos was only left with the Divine Race Temple and the Swordsman Guild. As for the Saber Union, they could only be considered a guest or a vassal of the Swordsman Guild. After eliminating the Great Five Alliance, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Demon Palace, and the Battle God Pagoda, and killing a large number of the Saber Union's half-gods, the God Lord Darkness has a large number of half-divine artifacts. It is enough to create a large group of half-gods. If he uses the ship-type half-divine artifacts, it will be extremely difficult to deal with them. In the Divine Sword Peaks Guild Hall, the Bright Moon Sword God voiced out his concerns. Li Fuchen nodded. This possibility is very high. When the God Lord Darkness makes a comeback, we will have to face at least 100 divine race half-gods. We have to be on guard. The heaven-piercing sword god said, the divine race doesn't have a lot of emperors in the half-god region. If we want to mass-produce half-gods, we will have to return to the Kanwu cosmos. Therefore, the battlefield isn't in the half-god region. It is in the Kanwu cosmos. The bright moon sword god sighed. The previous war was also in the Kanwu cosmos. Back then, the situation was too tragic. This time, it was going to be even more tragic. There is still a war to be fought. The divine race is a malignant tumor that should have been removed long ago. Li Fuchen knew clearly that this war would decide the future of the Kanwu cosmos. Would the divine race dominate the world, or would the races stand in great numbers? Or would both sides suffer heavy losses and return to the original situation? Everything would depend on the result of this war. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen said, we have to return to the Kanwu cosmos, but not now. Wait for me in Iron Blood City first. Chapter 1076. Li Fuchen's preparation was to collect the components of the Scarlet Flame set or the Victory set. For components of the Scarlet Flame set allowed Li Fuchen's Fire Dao demigod power to reach the level of a first-rate invincible demigod. If he had 5 components of the Scarlet Flame set, it would allow Li Fuchen's Fire Dao demigod power to reach an even higher level. By then, even if he wasn't comparable to the Light and Dark God Lord and the Green Bone God Lord, with his sword art, it would still be extremely useful. The Victory set was also important. With 3 components, Yan Qinggu would have the strength of a second-rate invincible demigod. With 4 components, her strength would definitely surpass first-rate invincible demigods. By then, she would be able to barely contest with the Light and Dark God Lord. Apart from that, Li Fuchen still lacked a peak-grade or peak-grade half-god artifact that contained the Calamity power. After absorbing the Calamity power from a regular half-god artifact, Li Fuchen's Calamity power reached the late stage of the Hand of Calamity. According to Li Fuchen's estimations, in order to reach the perfection rank, he would need to absorb the Calamity power from a peak-grade half-god artifact. Of course, there were very few half-god artifacts that contained Calamity power. They were much rarer than space-time half-god artifacts. It was all up to luck to find one. No one knew how many cities were in the battlefield of gods. Right now, the Kanwu cosmos only discovered 9 cities. After traveling for 150 years, Li Fuchen arrived at the 3rd city, Thousand Ton City. There isn't any chi presence of the Scarlet Flame set. Li Fuchen shook his head. Yan Qinggu said, there isn't any chi presence of the Victory set either. Let me try my luck. Li Fuchen had already searched the Iron Blood City and the ancient Kiln City carefully and didn't find any half-god artifacts that contained the Calamity power. He hoped that the Thousand Ton City would have it. After entering the Thousand Ton City, Li Fuchen searched the various half-god artifact shops. This is the last one. After arriving at the last half-god artifact shop, Li Fuchen walked in. My luck isn't bad. There is a high-grade half-god artifact that contains the Calamity power. A high-grade half-god artifact wasn't enough to push Li Fuchen's Hand of Calamity to the perfection rank, but it was good to improve it. After all, there were too few half-god artifacts that contained the Calamity power, and they were hard to come by. Just as Li Fuchen expected, This high-grade half-god artifact didn't increase his hand of Calamity's rank, but the Calamity power was doubled. One had to know that the myriad tribulation's indestructible body was closely related to the quality and quantity of the tribulation power. Doubling the tribulation power was equivalent to doubling the defense, which was very precious. The fifth, for the next few hundred years, Li Fuqin obtained another 2 half-divine artifacts that contained the Calamity power. One was a normal half-divine artifact. The other was a high-class half-divine artifact. We've arrived at Skirich City. A majestic and towering city entered Li Fuqin and Yan Qingwu's eyes. This was the 7th battlefield of God City that the two of them had arrived at. In this city, Yan Qingwu sensed the aura of the 4th part of the victory set, Star Destruction Castle, in the residence of one of the elders of Heaven Connect City's Elder Society, Star Destruction Demon Venerable. Fiend Venerable Star Destruction's 5th wife, Demon Goddess Snowplum, lived in one of the side castles. A few years ago, Demon God Shui Mei had felt a strange throbbing from the victory bracer on her wrist. She was experienced and knowledgeable, so how could she not know that this was the mutual response and summoning between the parts of the set? The victory bracer is an amplification-type demigod weapon. It can greatly increase my demigod power. I wonder how many parts of the victory set he has? Demon Goddess Shui Mei's eyes flashed with desire. She knew better than anyone else how powerful a set of half-divine artifact was. Her husband was able to become an elder of Heaven Connect City's Elder Society, mainly because he had a peak-grade, half-divine artifact, the Star Destruction set, inside the Star Destruction Castle. After sensing the location of the victory set, Yan Qingwu's expression changed. The Star Destruction Castle was the residence of the Star Destruction Demon Venerable. In a one-on-one fight, she knew that Li Fuqin wasn't inferior to anyone. But in Sky Connect City, which was the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's nest, she and Li Fuqin were still in danger. Let's observe the situation first. Li Fuqin had a composed expression. The battlefield of God cities weren't completely controlled by the Elder Society. The Elder Society could only control some simple city arrays. If there was a battle, they would still have to send people to suppress it. Therefore, even if Li Fuqin clashed with the Star Destruction Demon Venerable, he was confident he could escape from Sky Connect City. My 2 guests, my master invites the 2 of you over for a chat. A top-notch demigod walked over and said to Li Fuqin and Yan Qingwu, "Lead the way." Li Fuqin and Yan Qingwu followed behind. In a luxurious restaurant near the Star Destruction Castle, Demon Goddess Shui Mei had reserved the highest floor. "Please have a seat." In the eyes of humans, Demon Goddess Shui Mei wasn't considered beautiful. However, she wasn't a human and naturally couldn't use the human's eyes to judge her looks. The duo sat down, and Li Fuqin went straight to the point. "I wonder what price we have to pay to obtain your victory set piece." "There is no hurry." Demon Goddess Shui Mei smiled. "Let's drink first." Demon Goddess Shui Mei poured a cup of wine for the duo. "There's no need to drink the wine, right?" Li Fuqin didn't drink it. Yan Qingwu didn't drink it either. Demon Goddess Shui Mei's eyes flashed with a trace of unnoticeable displeasure. "The victory set is a peak-grade half-divine artifact set. You should know its value too. If you are willing to pay 100,000 high-grade half-divine stones, I am willing to part with it." 100,000 high-grade half-divine stones. Yan Qingwu's beautiful brows furrowed. The other party's price was too outrageous. 100,000 high-grade, half-divine stones could be exchanged for at least one. 2 million mid-grade, half-divine stones. Li Fuqin's Heaven Abyss sword was only sold for 130,000 mid-grade, half-divine stones during the auction. Furthermore, the Heaven Abyss sword was a first-rate peak grade, half-divine artifact, while the victory set piece was just a regular peak grade, half-divine artifact. If it wasn't a set piece, it would at most be worth a few tens of thousands of mid-grade, half-divine stones. 100,000 is too much. Li Fuchen looked at demon goddess Shui Mei. Demon goddess Shui Mei shook her head. It isn't much. If a set of peak-grade half-divine artifact is put up for auction, it would be sold for 200,000 or 300,000 mid-grade half-divine artifacts. That is a set, not a single piece. But without my piece, you will never be able to complete a set. Li Fuchen stood up and said, let alone 100,000 high-grade half-divine stones, we can't even fork out 30,000. Qinggu, let's go. Li Fuchen only had a few thousand high-grade, half-divine stones and some half-divine artifacts. But from the looks of it, it wouldn't be enough even if Li Fuchen took out everything he had. Why are you in a hurry to leave? You can actually sell the victory set to me. Demon goddess Shui Mei said, how many high-grade, half-divine stones can you fork out? 100,000 or 200,000? Li Fuchen sneered, 10,000 and they are mid-grade half-divine stones. Demon goddess Shui Mei picked up her wine cup and took a sip before replying. Yan Qinggu asked, what do you mean? What do I mean? Do you know where this place is? Demon goddess Shui Mei smiled and said, this is the Sky Connect City, and this is the vicinity of the Star Extermination Castle. It is my territory. I am already very benevolent to give you 10,000 mid-grade, half-divine stones. She was certain that Yan Qinggu had more than one piece of the victory set. Therefore, she was determined to obtain it. Do you think you have us in your grasp? Li Fuchen stared at demon goddess Shui Mei. Demon goddess Shui Mei laughed heartily and said, I have you in my grasp. After getting hit by my snow plum fragrance, are you going to resist? While speaking, demon goddess Shui Mei took a glance at the wine. This wine was the snow plum fragrance. Unlike other drinks, the snow plum fragrance targeted the soul spirit and there were no signs. Originally, she wanted Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu to drink the snow plum fragrance. If that was the case, she would be able to control the two of them and there was no need for any nonsense. Who knew that the two of them would reject it? Hearing the response, Yan Qinggu quickly circulated her half-god power. However, she immediately realized that it was fine if she didn't circulate the half-god power. Once she circulated the half-god power, she felt mentally and physically exhausted. It was already very difficult to circulate 10% of the half-god power, and it was getting more strenuous. Poison of the spirit soul? Li Fuchen raised his brows. No. Demon goddess Shui Mei shook her head and said, this isn't considered poison of the spirit soul. It is just a special wine that can numb the spirit soul. If it is poison of the spirit soul, you would have already detected it. There were signs of poison of the spirit soul, but the snow plum fragrance didn't have any signs. Huff! After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen looked up and said, I originally didn't want to be so barbaric. While speaking, Li Fuchen instantly released the Sword Dao universe. In the Sky Connect City, the Sword Dao universe couldn't be released very far, but it was still possible to cover the entire floor. No, demon goddess Shui Mei felt like an insect in amber and couldn't move at all. Her eyes were filled with fear. She didn't understand why Li Fuchen wasn't affected at all. After such a long period of time, apart from invincible demigods like her husband, Star Destruction Demon Venerate, all invincible demigods would have their strength weakened to the extreme. She didn't understand what level Li Fuchen's cultivation was at. He was actually able to suppress her with the great Tao universe. No matter what, she was still an invincible demigod, even if she was a weaker, invincible demigod. Are you going to hand over the victory armor yourself, or do I have to kill you? Li Fuchen said to demon goddess Shui Mei. Demon goddess Xue Mei gritted her teeth and said, "Kill me. My husband, Star Destruction Demon Venerate, will take revenge for me. That is in the future." Li Fuqin waved his hand, and a sword light pierced through Demon Goddess Xue Mei's body. "I will hand it over." Demon Goddess Xue Mei was afraid and quickly revealed the victory bracer on her wrist. "Let's go." After obtaining the victory bracer, Li Fuqin stored Yan Qinggu into the plain heart and instantly vanished from the top floor of the restaurant. "Where are you going?" In the sky above the Sky Connect city, there was a terrifying black radiance that flashed over. Boom! There was a chi wave that sent two figures flying back. No wonder, he is the Star Destruction Demon Venerate. Li Fuqin used the momentum to fly towards the city gates. One could only run while the other could fly. The Star Destruction Demon Venerate quickly caught up to Li Fuqin again. Star Destruction Fist. The Star Destruction Demon Venerate's body was flickering with black radiance as he blasted a fist at Li Fuqin. PFFF. Chapter 1077. He only suffered light injuries from my star-destroying demigod's power. Star Destruction Demon Venerable was very surprised. He cared a lot about Demon Goddess Xue Mei, so when he received her message, he immediately activated Sky Connect City's formation and rushed over as fast as he could. He originally thought that a single attack would be able to extinguish a large portion of Li Fuqin's half-god power and severely injure Li Fuqin. Who would have known that Li Fuqin's strength was unimaginably powerful and was obviously not inferior to him? It was no wonder Demon God Xue Mei was defeated by Li Fuqin. Unfortunately, this was Heaven Connect City, his territory. With a wave of the hand, boundless array power surged towards Li Fuqin from all directions. In the battlefield of gods, everyone would be suppressed by the formation, including the elders of the Council of Patriarchs. However, the elders of the Patriarch Society controlled the city all year round, so they could control some simple formations. Feeling the majestic pressure, Li Fuqin knew that at this moment he must not be delayed, otherwise it would not be so easy to leave. Li Fuqin unsheathed the Heaven Abyss sword and brandished it diagonally, activating the seamless sword chi. Puff! In the face of this sword move that contained a higher level of sword Dao Law, how could the array power that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable could control resist Li Fuqin? It was immediately slashed apart. What a powerful sword technique! The Star Destruction Demon Venerable's eyelids twitched. His opponent's sword technique made him feel as if his soul was being sliced apart. One could well imagine how sharp and tyrannical the sword was. It's the Star Destruction Demon Venerable. Who is he chasing? This person is so strong. He could actually take a blow from Demon Exalt Star Destruction head-on and only spit out a mouthful of blood. To be able to offend the Star Destruction Demon Venerable, he must be in existence on the same level as him. He might even be a doyen from another city. Many demigods in Sky Connect City were in a heated discussion. Just as Li Fuqin and the Star Destruction Devil Venerable were escaping, the Clear Sky City guards rushed over and sealed off Li Fuqin's path. Die! When Li Fuqin brandished his sword brazenly, at least a dozen top-notch demigods had died under the seamless sword chi. Subsequently, Li Fuqin repeatedly executed the seamless sword chi. In the face of this terrifying sword move, the city guards weren't able to block Li Fuqin. Even a peak-tier demigod would perish if they were to block this sword move. Li Fuqin was getting closer and closer to the city gate. Stay! 3 figures attacked Li Fuqin from 3 different directions. The surrounding demigods recognized these 3 as the 3 generals of Sky Connect City. All of them were first-rate, invincible demigods. Scram! Sword chi swept out, and the 3 of them were sent flying. At the city gate, the gate was slowly closing. But the city gate was too heavy, it couldn't be closed in a short time. Whoosh! Li Fuchin followed the gap in the city gates and skimmed out of the connecting heaven city. Star Destruction Demon Venerable chased after him and followed him out of Heaven Connect City. After exiting the Heaven Connecting City, Li Fuchin's speed was much faster, and he could at least fly. Star Obliterating Fist. Of course, it was also because they had left Sky Connect City that the range of the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's attack had increased by more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times. When he punched out, the vast void before him was enveloped by the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's fist aura. When facing this fist, Li Fuchin didn't resist it forcefully. He had resisted multiple attacks earlier and had already used up a lot of his half-god power. Turning around, Li Fuchin cleaved at the void. Kacha! The void seemed to have split open, and Li Fuchin was sent flying. The half-god power is much stronger than the light and dark god lord. Is this the power of a peak-grade, half-god artifact set? Unlike Yan Qingwu's victory set, the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Obliterating set was already collected a long time ago. Li Fuchin had a deep understanding of the power of a peak-grade, half-god artifact set. He was rather curious. How many components did the Star Destruction set have? 4, 5, or only 3? Li Fuchin guessed that it should be less than 5. If it was 5 or more components, it was impossible for it to only have this much power. With a wave of his hand, Li Fuchin released Yan Qingwu, who requested to come out. At this moment, Yan Qingwu's half-god power wave was several times stronger. It was obvious that she had refined the 4th piece of the victory wristband, and the victory half-god power in her body was greatly enhanced. The set isn't bad, but it is a pity that your cultivation realm is too low. The Star Destruction Demon Venerable immediately saw through Yan Qingwu and blasted a fist over. Split! Yan Qingwu didn't retreat or dodge. She instantly activated the victory halo and brandished the Dance of Destruction. The outcome was obvious, as Yan Qingwu was sent flying. Of course, she was merely sent flying and didn't suffer any severe injuries. The 4 pieces of the victory set had already allowed Yan Qingwu to have strength that surpassed first-rate invincible demigods. Even the Star Destruction Demon Venerable wouldn't be able to suppress her. Clang! All of a sudden, the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's body burst out with sparks as a sword Qi slashed across. It is truly hard to guard against. The Star Extermination Demon Venerable lowered his head to take a look. It was almost impossible to sense the other party's sword Qi, but its power was extremely terrifying. He had only been struck once, but a small portion of his demigod power had been consumed. To him, who had the Star Extermination set, this was an extremely unbelievable thing. In normal situations, even if he stood still and didn't resist, a few invincible demigods wouldn't be able to deplete much of his half-god power after attacking him for half a day. This wasn't a battle of half-god power anymore. It was a type of destruction effect of a higher level law power on a lower level law power. Xuemei, you have truly found a good opponent for me. The Star Destruction Demon Venerable shook his head in his heart. He wasn't afraid of Li Fuchin, but he knew clearly that he wouldn't be able to take down Li Fuchin alone outside the Sky Connection City. It was fortunate that he wasn't the only veteran in the Sky Connection City. 2 wind blades approached from a distance and instantly assaulted Li Fuchin and Yan Qingwu. The wind blades were extremely powerful, and Li Fuchin used his full strength to barely slash the wind blades. Yan Qingwu was much weaker than Li Fuchin and was sent flying by the wind blades. The wind god's innate half-god artifact is a rare, top first-rate, peak-tier, offensive half-god artifact. In terms of attack power, it isn't inferior to me. The wind god that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable mentioned was also a veteran of the Sky Connection City's senior assembly. As veterans, they naturally had their own reliance. A top first-rate, peak-tier, half-god artifact might not be comparable with a peak-tier, half-god set. Even the latter's components were basically ordinary peak-tier, half-god artifacts, and there were rarely any passable peak-tier half-god artifacts. However, a top first-rate peak-tier half-god artifact would definitely reach the extremity in certain aspects. For example, a top first-rate offensive half-god artifact would definitely reach the extremity in terms of attack. A top first-rate defensive half-god artifact would reach the extremity in terms of defense. In comparison, a peak-tier half-god artifact set would reach the extremity in all aspects, especially in terms of demigod power. It would allow the user to possess the strongest demigod power, and the strongest demigod power already represented the strongest strength. This is the strength of a veteran. Li Fuqin squinted his eyes and stored Yan Qingguo into the heart of the plane. It was already very strenuous for Li Fuqin and Yan Qingguo to face the star destruction demon Venerable alone. If another veteran was added in, they would definitely not be a match. With a flash, Li Fuqin turned into a sword light and escaped. Can you escape? Star Absorb. The Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Destruction set had a total of 2 set attributes. One was Star Destruction and the other was Star Absorb. As the Star Destruction Demon Venerable extended his hand and sucked, a black hole appeared in his palm. A horrific suction force enveloped Li Fuqin. Such a powerful suction force. Li Fuqin felt that the space around him was being sucked away. 4 spirits boundary. Seizing the opportunity, the wind god who rushed over from afar tossed a 4-colored half-god artifact into the sky. In the next moment, there were roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and tortoises. From the 4-colored half-god artifact, there was an azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise, respectively. A 4-colored boundary enveloped Li Fuqin. The 4 spirits boundary board was a peak-tier, half-god artifact. It was one of the 3 peak-tier, half-god artifacts that the wind god possessed. In a certain degree, it was also the rarest one. Let's see where you can run to now. Seeing that Li Fuqin was enveloped by the 4 spirits boundary, the Star Destruction Demon Venerable revealed a sinister smile. The wind god's 4 spirits boundary board had an extremely powerful sealing effect. Even the Star Destruction Demon Venerable wouldn't be able to break out within a short period of time once he was enveloped. This was in a situation where there was no interference. If someone interfered, Li Fuqin wouldn't be able to break out even after 10 days or half a month. After the Star Absorb dispersed, the Star Destruction Demon Venerable rushed into the 4-colored boundary and blasted a fist at Li Fuqin. This battle shall be left for the future. As the voice echoed, Li Fuqin turned into a sword light and instantly turned illusory. He then silently penetrated the 4-colored boundary and vanished into the void. Sword shift. After arriving beside the Star Destruction Demon Venerable, the long-haired wind god who had green patterns on his body frowned. He had never seen such an incredible shifting technique. I have underestimated him. The Star Destruction Demon Venerable had an unpleasant expression. He was shocked by Li Fuqin's sword Dao proficiency and was angry that demon god Snow Plum found an incredible enemy for him. In the depths of the divine battlefield, an illusory sword light descended and Li Fuqin's figure appeared. As his sword Dao proficiency increased, his sword shift had naturally improved too. The light and darkness god lord and the Star Destruction Demon Venerable might be stronger than him in terms of half-god power, but their methods were far inferior. There are still the last 2 cities. Chapter 1078. Just a little more. Li Fuqin's luck was rather good. In the 8th battlefield of God's Black Rock City, he found 2 half-divine artifacts that contained the calamity power. One was a high-class half-divine artifact, and the other was a peak-class half-divine artifact. This was also Li Fuqin's only top-notch half-divine artifact that contained the calamity power. 2 half-divine artifacts allowed Li Fuqin's calamity power to increase by 10 times. It was a pity that despite the case, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to break through to the perfection rank for the Hand of Calamity. Li Fuchen reckoned that in order for the Hand of Calamity to break through to the perfection rank, he was still lacking one more top-notch half-divine artifact. Snowfield City, the 9th known battlefield of God City. On the other side of Snowfield City was a vast snowfield. This snowfield was called the Undead Snowfield. So far, no one had been able to cross the Undead Snowfield, so no one knew what the end of the Undead Snowfield was. Arriving at Snowplain City, Li Fuchen said, "I hope my luck isn't too bad." Semi-artifacts that contained robber power were too rare, but it was normal for one or two of them to appear in a city. If one was lucky, it was not impossible for another top-notch semi-artifact to appear. Unfortunately, Snowfield City does not have a part of the victory suit. Otherwise, if we go back now, we will have a great chance of winning. Yan Qinggu shook her head. She could feel that there was only one last part of the victory suit left. Once all 5 parts were gathered, the victory suit might even surpass the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Destruction suit. Although she was far inferior to the Star Destruction Demon Venerable in terms of cultivation level, the amplification effect of the suit was enough to narrow the gap or even make up for it. Of course, he would only know how powerful the entire victory equipment set was when he gathered all of it. Everything was just a guess now. It's not easy to gather all 4. There's no rush. Take your time. Li Fuchen didn't treat the light and dark Divine Lord and the Divine race seriously. To him, dealing with them was just a small matter before he ascended to become a god. It would be great if he had a top-notch half-divine artifact that contained calamity power, but it didn't matter if he didn't. At most, he would spend more time to increase his sword Dao by another level. But if he could deal with God, Lord Darklight, and the God race sooner, that would be a good thing. In the future, he could go into closed-door cultivation or explore the divine battlefield in peace. Have you run out of luck? After browsing through all the shops, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. It was just that his gains were too small. He only obtained 3 ordinary half-god artifacts that contained tribulation power. In terms of the quantity and quality of the tribulation power, a high-grade semi-divine artifact was equivalent to 10 ordinary semi-divine artifacts. A top-notch semi-divine artifact was equivalent to 10 high-grade semi-divine artifacts or 100 ordinary semi-divine artifacts. Therefore, 3 normal half-divine artifacts that contain the calamity power weren't very useful to Li Fuchen. It was better than nothing. "My lord, I am Mensa. Are you looking for a demigod weapon that contains tribulation power?" On the street, an ordinary demigod hesitated for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and came over to talk to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sized up the man, and suddenly, his eyes flashed with radiance as he asked with astonishment, "You also cultivate the calamity power?" He could sense the existence of tribulation power in his opponent's body, although it was far inferior to his own, roughly equivalent to the early stage of the Hand of Calamity, and there were some differences in the characteristics of the tribulation power. There was not much difference in essence. This made Li Fuchen very curious. Apart from himself, this was the first person that Li Fuchen encountered that cultivated pure calamity power and had cultivated the calamity power to such a level. "I cultivate a martial art called the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, and I have cultivated it to the 8th calamity, the end of Era Calamity. During these few days, I noticed that my lord's calamity power was fluctuating. Therefore, I guessed that my lord had just absorbed the calamity power." Mensa originally didn't notice Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen's calamity power was already withdrawn. Mensa's calamity power wasn't as high as Li Fuchen's, therefore, he naturally couldn't capture Li Fuchen's calamity power. But after Li Fuchen absorbed the calamity power from the half-divine artifact, the calamity power would inevitably have a fluctuation. Others might not be able to detect the fluctuation. But to Mensa, The fluctuation that Li Fuchen emitted was like a raging wave. It was filled with boundless, destructive qi presence, and it was hard to not notice it. 9 Calamity Divine Fist? Li Fuchen's heart was moved. He had learned the 9 Calamity Divine Fist in the Red Rainbow sect. But it was only the 3rd calamity, the Mortal Calamity, and it wasn't perfected. Li Fuchen had a strong premonition that the 2 9 Calamity Divine Fists must be related. They might just be the same martial art. Why are you looking for me? Li Fuchen suppressed the curiosity in his heart and asked. Mensa said, if my lord is looking for a half-divine artifact that contains the calamity power, I know a place that has it. Li Fuchen asked, why don't you go yourself? Your 9 Calamity Divine Fist should be able to absorb the calamity power from the half-divine artifact, right? Mensa shook his head. That place is too dangerous. I can't even go there. What condition? Li Fuchen knew clearly that there wasn't a free lunch in the sky. Mensa's breathing became hurried in response. A peak-grade, half-divine artifact. I only want a peak-grade, half-divine artifact. Mensa yearned for a peak-grade, half-divine artifact too much. In the early days, in order to become a half-god, he had chosen a regular half-divine artifact as his natal half-divine artifact. After all, it was already good to have a half-divine artifact in the early days, and he didn't have the qualifications to be picky. But now he regretted it. Choosing a regular half-divine artifact as his natal half-divine artifact had too great of a restriction on his strength. A regular half-god was simply too weak in the Snow Plain City. Any high-class half-god would be able to crush him. In order to change his fate, he had to obtain a peak-grade half-divine artifact. When there was a difference of 3 levels between half-divine artifacts, they could be baptized again. If Mensa could obtain a peak-grade half-divine artifact, he would be able to baptize his regular half-god power into a peak-grade half-god power. From then on, he would be a peak-grade half-god. Bring me there, and I will give you a peak-grade half-divine artifact. A peak-grade half-divine artifact wasn't considered much to Li Fuchen. He could purchase one from a half-divine artifact store at any time. But the prerequisite was that Mensa was telling the truth. No way. Only peak-grade half-gods can enter that place. Those below the peak-grade half-god level will be frozen to death. Most importantly, Mensa didn't trust Li Fuchen. What if Li Fuchen burned the bridge after crossing it? Then what do you want? Li Fuchen frowned. Mensa said, I can bring you there, but I have to become a peak-grade half-god first. Li Fuchen thought for a moment. How about this? I am rather interested in your 9 Calamity Divine Fist. Tell me the cultivation details of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, and I will give you a peak-grade half-divine artifact before you bring me there. All right. Mensa didn't hesitate to agree. To him, the 9 Calamity Divine Fist wasn't that important. It wouldn't affect him if there was one more person to cultivate or one less person to cultivate. Chapter 1079. The 9 Calamity Divine Fist had a total of 9 moves, which were also the 9 calamities. They were the Qi Blood Calamity, Qi Calamity, Mortal Calamity, Devil Heart Calamity, Saint Heart Calamity, Saint Devil Calamity, Constellation Calamity, Doomsday Calamity, and Chaos Calamity. Just like the Hand of God, the 9 Calamity Divine Fist had a gradual progression and could be cultivated at the initial stages of the martial Tao. As expected, the Mortal Calamity that I obtained back at the Red Rainbow sect is a part of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the 9 Calamity Divine Fist was definitely on the same level as the Hand of God. Without the illusory 7th rank Hand of God, just the 6th rank Hand of Calamity might not be comparable with the 9 Calamity Divine Fist. With superior perception and vigorous calamity power, Li Fuchen didn't have any bottlenecks when cultivating the 9 Calamity Divine Fist. In just a single night, he had cultivated the 9 Calamity Divine Fist to the 8th Calamity, Doomsday Calamity. The power of the doomsday calamity was around the initial stage and middle stage of the Hand of Calamity. It wasn't hard to imagine that the ninth calamity, Chaos Calamity's power, should be above the late stage of the Hand of Calamity. The dead snow field was bone-chilling, and the terrifying cold wind could easily freeze the half-god power of a half-god. "My lord, this is the dead snow field." Mensa shrunk his neck. The dead snow field was too cold, and even after becoming a peak-level half-god, he still felt a little cold. "The dead snow field is indeed rather special." Li Fuchin nodded. Mensa said, "Legend has it that the dead snow field is the battlefield of two powerful gods. One of the powerful gods executed his icy snow divine power and turned the battlefield into a terrifying snow field. There were strong and weak demigods, therefore there were naturally strong and weak gods too. Furthermore," Mensa continued, "legend has it that there is a divine artifact in the dead snow field, a true divine artifact." "Divine artifact?" Li Fuchin raised his brows. "A half-god artifact could allow a person to become a half-god. Could a divine artifact allow a person to become a god? No, no one would be able to withstand the divine power of a divine artifact." The deeper they went into the dead snow field, the colder the wind got. Mensa, who had just become a peak-level half-god, quickly circulated his half-god power to resist the assault of the cold wind. From Mensa, Li Fuchin found out that Mensa was able to discover the half-divine artifact that contained the calamity power in the desolate snow field. It was mainly because the desolate snow field would return to normal every 10 million years and regular demigods would be able to enter. However, the environment around the semi-divine artifact was extremely harsh. Mensa had only taken a look at it from afar, not daring to approach it. The cold wind was as fierce as a knife, wantonly cutting the two's demigod power. Mensa picked up a demigod stone and absorbed the demigod's power while saying, "My lord, we should be arriving soon." "We're almost there." Li Fuchin had already released his divine spirit power. Far away, Li Fuchin noticed a golden armor in a cold pool. Without a doubt, this golden armor was a peak-level demigod artifact. Apart from containing powerful demigod power, it also contained surging tribulation power. 10%, no, as long as the golden armor had 5% of the calamity power. Li Fuchin was confident he could push the Hand of Calamity to the perfection rank. Beside the cold pond, Mensa was shivering from the cold. His hair and eyebrows were covered in frost. Plop! Without any hesitation, Li Fuchin dived into the cold pond like a fish. Even though Li Fuchin's fire Tao demigod power had reached the first-rate invincible demigod level, it was still being rapidly consumed by the cold pond's water. 10%, 20%, 30%, the cold chi in the cold pond was much more terrifying than Li Fuchin imagined. Before even reaching half the distance, Li Fuchin's fire Tao demigod power had already been consumed by more than half. When he was still a short distance away from the golden armor, Li Fuchin's fire Tao demigod power was completely exhausted. His sword Tao demigod power surged out. Soon enough, Li Fuchin obtained the golden armor. After exiting the cold pond, Li Fuchin didn't immediately return to Snow Plain City. Instead, he was preparing to absorb the calamity power in the golden armor to break through to the perfection rank for the Hand of Calamity. As for Mensa, he had already left when Li Fuchin entered the cold pond. The cold pond was too cold, and he wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Furthermore, he had already brought Li Fuchin to the golden armor. Hence, there wasn't a need for him to follow Li Fuchin. The golden armor had a simple and unadorned design. When held in the hand, it gave off an indestructible and unbreakable feeling. Just as Li Fuchin was planning to absorb the calamity power in the golden armor, an intense golden light was emitted from the golden armor and enveloped Li Fuchin. It didn't even give Li Fuchin the chance to absorb the calamity power. Li Fuchin's expression changed after seeing the situation. But soon enough his expression calmed down. To increase the rank of the Hand of Calamity, it wasn't necessary to simply absorb the calamity power. It was the same for the baptism of the golden armor. The golden armor's power was very special. It was like a mixture of half-god power and calamity power. Li Fuchin called it half-god calamity power. In Li Fuchin's opinion, the calamity power and half-god calamity power were the difference between a cultivator and a half-god, or a normal power and half-god power. Calamity power was the universe's calamity power, while half-god calamity power was a higher-tier calamity power. The former had a limit, while the latter was just the starting point of a higher-tier calamity power. Of course, because they were both calamity power, there were similarities. Otherwise, Li Fuchin wouldn't be able to directly absorb the calamity power from those calamity power half-artifacts. For safety's sake, Li Fuchin was planning to absorb the calamity power from the golden armor first. Once the Hand of Calamity broke through to the perfection rank, he would then decide if he wanted to accept the baptism of the golden armor. He didn't expect the golden armor to be so tyrannical and didn't even give him the chance to absorb the calamity power. But this was also good. The half-god calamity power was ultimately a half-god calamity power. It was definitely of a higher tier than the calamity power and was definitely stronger than the Hand of Calamity at the perfection rank. When the golden light was attached to Li Fuchin's body, a horrific chi presence burst out from Li Fuchin's body. The Hand of Calamity is finally at the perfection rank. Li Fuchin opened his eyes and flashed with a terrifying radiance. When the Hand of Calamity reached the perfection rank, his calamity power, be it the quality or quantity, had increased by more than 10 times. When he was at the later stage of the Hand of Calamity, his calamity immortal body was comparable to a high-class universe artifact. But now his calamity immortal body had already surpassed high-class universe artifacts. Before the calamity power was exhausted, Li Fuchin believed that not even the light and dark god lord and the star destruction demon Venerate would be able to break his defense and exhaust his half-god power. Of course, putting aside the calamity power, Li Fuchin's body was already as tough as a high-class universe artifact. Even if he was struck consecutively, he wouldn't be severely injured and would at most exhaust some half-god power. The baptism is not over yet. I wonder how powerful the half-god calamity power is. When the Hand of Calamity broke through to the perfection rank, there were almost no bottlenecks. As for Li Fuchin's calamity power, it wasn't able to be completely converted into half-god calamity power after the golden armor's baptism. This is the half-god calamity power, as half of the calamity power in his body was converted into half-god calamity power. Li Fuchin had a deeper understanding of the half-god calamity power. The half-god calamity power was definitely a higher class of calamity power. It was fortunate that this was the battlefield of gods. If it was in the Kunwu cosmos, the half-god calamity power would be enough to cause a devastating disaster. Soon enough, the baptism was over, and Li Fuchin's calamity power had been converted into half-god calamity power. His body toughness had also increased greatly, and it was reckoned to be beyond high-class universe artifacts. I really don't know how the Undying God was killed back then. Li Fuchin found it very strange. The Undying God who had the gloves of Undying must have already converted his calamity power into half-god calamity power. Logically speaking, the light and dark god lord shouldn't be a match for him, and it was impossible for him to be surrounded and killed by over a dozen top-notch half-gods. Chapter 1080. Plop. Without activating the half-god power, Li Fuchin immediately jumped into the cold pool. It's cold. I don't feel anything. After the Hand of Calamity broke through to the perfection rank, the calamity power had transformed into half-god calamity power. Li Fuchin's physical body toughness had increased by an unknown amount. When staying in the cold pool, he didn't feel anything and naturally didn't consume any energy. Time to go back. In terms of combat strength, Li Fuchin didn't have much improvement, but in terms of overall strength, it was at least dozens of times stronger. At least now he could easily exhaust existences like the light and dark god lord and the star destruction devil venerable. Kunwi universe. Everyone was in a state of panic. In the past, the god race who had kept a low profile had become 100 times or even 1,000 times more high profile in the past few hundred years. Not only had they wantonly slaughtered other races and plundered their resources, but they had also set their sights on the ruins and dangerous places in various places. In the past few hundred years, many ruins had been breached by the god race, and they had obtained some semi-divine artifacts. Water god graveyard. Rumble. The entire water god's graveyard started to be destroyed. The terrifying ripples were enough to kill any peak demigod. A figure stood unmoving amidst the destructive waves. What a great water god! If I were just an ordinary, invincible demigod, I would most likely be severely injured. God, Lord, Darklight, gripped his pitchfork, his eyes flashing with sharp light. This steel trident was the water god trident, a peak-level semi-divine weapon that everyone dreamed of. For countless years, countless people had entered the water god graveyard, but no one had been able to bring out the water god trident. They didn't even have the right to see it. But now, the water god trident had easily fallen into God, Lord Darklight's hands. Putting away the water god trident, God, Lord Darklight, looked in the direction of Death God Lake. Grim Reaper. God, Lord Darklight's eyes twinkled. In the entire universe, the Death God Lake undoubtedly had the most semi-divine weapons. However, correspondingly, the Death God Lake was also the most dangerous place in the entire universe. In the end, God, Lord Darklight, didn't go to the Death God Lake. It was not that he was afraid of the Grim Reaper. Once he unified the Kunwu cosmos, he would challenge the Lake of Death sooner or later. He would challenge the prestige of the Grim Reaper. There was no need to waste time now. Moving his gaze away from the Death God Lake, God, Lord Darklight, looked toward the undying star. In his eyes, there was a figure sleeping in the core of the undying star, the leader of the undead army, the undead king. Whoosh! Seemingly sensing the impending danger, the undying monarch, who was sleeping in the core of the undying star, instantly disappeared and flew towards the universe's natural moat. Do you think you can escape? God, Lord Darklight, sneered and reached out to grab the undying sovereign across countless star domains. God, Lord Light Darkness, I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to target me? The undying monarch used all his abilities to avoid God, Lord Darklight's claw. Stay here. God, Lord Darklight, took a step forward, and space itself was forcefully pushed aside. The distance between God, Lord Darklight, and the undying monarch shrank by 100-fold. In a few moments, the two were only separated by a single star field. Die. With a slap, a light and darkness palm imprint that covered a small half of the star field flew out and grabbed the undying monarch. A moment later, the undead monarch was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a pile of semi-divine artifacts. Haha, perish. In the vast starry sky, space cities were collapsing one after another. In the city, countless lives were lost in an instant. If the Protoss wanted to unify the universe, it wasn't enough to just kill the demigods of the various races. They had to let the other races know how terrifying the Protoss were and what God's punishment was. Basically, every few star fields, there would be a universe city destroyed. Horizontal River Star Field. The divine leaf city that Leaf Fuchin resided in for a long period of time was torn apart. In the next moment, it had completely turned into space dust. This is the price of provoking the Protoss. The one that destroyed the divine leaf city was a peak-level demigod of the Protoss race. With a wave of his hand, the giant world, trees, leaf rapidly shrunk and landed in his hand. The peaceful, deep blue plain wasn't peaceful anymore. There were constantly divine race heaven monarchs and a large number of divine race experts arriving at this plane. When facing the powerful Protoss race, The deep blue plane couldn't resist at all. Amidst the boundless primordial violet chi, two ships were advancing rapidly. One of the ships had the Swordsman Guild and the Saber Union's demigods, while the other ship had Li Fuchen's demigods. The universe chasm separated the Kunwi universe and the half-god region. It was easy to travel to the half-god region from the Kunwi universe, but returning to the Kunwi universe from the half-god region was 10 times or even 100 times harder. It was fortunate that they had top-notch ship-type, half-divine artifacts, therefore it wasn't a problem. It is finally time for the decisive battle. At the bow of the ship, Yan Qinggu had a grave expression. This battle would determine the survival of the human race, and they couldn't afford to fail. After this battle, the Protoss race shall cease to exist. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression. The Protoss race might have other trump cards, but in Li Fuchen's eyes, the outcome of the battle with the Protoss race was already determined. After all, his sword Dao proficiency had improved significantly over the past few centuries, and his seamless sword Qi was much more refined. With just his sword Dao strength, he was rather confident in defeating the Protoss race. Furthermore, his Hand of Calamity was already at the perfection rank, and his Calamity power had transformed into a demigod's Calamity power. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even if he stood still, 8 or 10 invincible demigods wouldn't be able to break his myriad Calamity immortal body. With superior sword Dao strength and superior defense, Li Fuchen couldn't think of any reason for failure. The primordial violet Qi vanished, and the two ships flew out of the universe chasm. They are destroying the various universe cities. The bright moon sword god's expression changed. As a peak-level demigod, his vision could easily penetrate dozens or even 100 star systems. Therefore, once he exited the universe chasm, he saw many divine race emperors and demigods destroying the universe cities. Li Fuchen, the Protoss race, is invading the deep blue plane. Yan Qingwu's vision was even deeper than the bright moon sword god's. She immediately saw the situation of the deep blue plane. Courting death! Li Fuchen drew the Heaven Abyss sword and slashed at the deep blue plane across the boundless starry sky and star systems. In the next moment, countless sword Qi fused into the deep blue plane like the spring breeze and rain. Damn Protoss race! Once the primary extreme, Sword God, returns, he will definitely teach you a lesson. Let's fight it out with them. What is so great about the Protoss race? We have once repelled the demon race's invasion. In the deep blue plane, wars were happening all the time. To be exact, this wasn't a war, it was a massacre. When facing the terrifying Protoss race, the deep blue plane didn't have the strength to retaliate. Kill them all. The higher-ups have said that the entire deep blue plane shall not be spared. Not a single human shall be spared. It has been a long time since I have killed to my heart's content. I am going to pile these human corpses into a mountain range. I am going to gather all these blood into a river. The divine race's eyes were already red from killing, and their bodies were surging with murderous aura. Just as everyone in the deep blue plane was in despair, there was a clear and melodious sword hum that echoed. Hurry up and look. One of them pointed to the sky. In the sky, there was a sword Qi that was like rain that scattered down. Be it the divine race emperors, saints, sacred lords, heaven monarchs, or even divine lords, their bodies were like paper in the face of the sword Qi. They were instantly riddled with holes and turned into nothingness. Chapter 1081. After executing the first sword move, Li Fuchen launched another sword move in different directions. PFFF, 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 thousands of star regions away. A divine race demigod's body suddenly split open and turned into dust. A half-divine artifact fell down. Second, third, you dare? After 5 divine race demigods died, a light and dark palm print intercepted the sword Qi. The divine Lord Light and Dark had made a move. The two of them were far superior to first-rate invincible demigods. Even if they were separated by half a universe, they could instantly exchange moves. Time and space couldn't restrict them. Why wouldn't I dare? Li Fuchen's sword art had already surpassed the perfection rank and was extremely mystical. It wasn't something that the divine Lord Light and Dark could intercept. A few breaths later, another divine race demigod was killed. His strength has increased again. The divine Lord Light and Dark's face turned dark. A few hundred years ago, Li Fuchen's strength was only on par with him. In terms of overall strength, the divine Lord Light and Dark were able to suppress Li Fuchen. Right now, the divine Lord Light and Dark were no longer able to suppress Li Fuchen. Fortunately, the divine Lord Light and Dark didn't waste the past few hundred years. Even if the divine Lord Greenbone wasn't a life form of the Kunwu cosmos and couldn't enter the Kunwu cosmos to help him, the divine Lord Light and Dark were still confident they could win this war. This war is already destined. The more we struggle, the more despair we will feel. After taking a deep breath, the divine Lord Light and Dark's eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. The Nether River Star region was a star region that was 10 times bigger than the horizontal River Star region. In this star region, there was an extremely famous, dangerous place, the Nether River. The Nether River was a few 100,000 light-years long and almost ran through the entire Nether River Star region. The Nether River had plenty of water Dao space beasts and water Dao life forms. Correspondingly, there were plenty of water Dao treasures in the Nether River. Some of the water Dao treasures were unique and couldn't be found in the outside world. As a result, there were plenty of heaven monarchs that explored the Nether River. Occasionally, there would be city lord class heaven monarchs. Above the turbulent Nether River, 2 heaven monarchs were flying together. Sigh, who would have thought that the divine race that has been silent for countless years would suddenly show their prowess? Everyone said that the divine race isn't to be trifled with. I didn't feel in the past, but now I finally understand why. Isn't that so? Although the celestial race was tyrannical in the past, they weren't tyrannical to the point of wantonly slaughtering the various races. Such a large universe city was destroyed just like that. How many people died? I really don't know how the various races are going to resist the celestial race. It has been hundreds of years, and the various races haven't responded at all. Could it be that the celestial race is really going to unify the universe? It's very possible. Sai, let's leave it to fate. As the 2 of them spoke, a large ship suddenly appeared in the sky above the River of Spirits. Then, another large ship broke through the sky and arrived. What a powerful aura! The aura emitted by the 2 ships was too strong. The originally turbulent River of Spirits quietened down instantly. Under the envelopment of the aura of the ships, the 2 lords of heaven felt like ants so weak and small. Boom! Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. On the other side, several hundred light-years away, another large ship appeared. This large ship looked even more majestic, and its aura was even more powerful. Even though it was hundreds of light-years away, it still felt like it was right in front of them. It could be said that the aura of the ship had already ignored the distance between space and time. The size of the ship would no longer change based on distance. This mystical feeling was something that one wouldn't be able to understand without reaching a certain level. The aura of the celestial race. This is the celestial race's battleship. The 2 lords of heaven were alarmed and curious at the same time. What were the origins of the other 2 ships? Were they battleships from other races? The 2 of you hurry up and leave. This place is about to become a battlefield. A figure appeared beside the 2 lords of heaven. With a wave of his hand, time and space collapsed, and the 2 lords of heaven were instantly sent out of the River of Spirits. Li Fuchen lifted his eyes and looked at the celestial race's battleship. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the celestial race's battleship was a top-notch half-god artifact, but not a pinnacle one. It made sense as pinnacle half-god artifacts were extremely rare. Even the battlefield of God's senior Assembly's veterans didn't have one. Primary extreme, sword God. The door of light and darkness appeared, and the light and dark God, Lord, walked out. Light and dark God, Lord, let's settle this in a single battle. Li Fuchin might have absolute confidence, but he didn't dare to underestimate the light and dark God, Lord, and the celestial race. The celestial race had dominated the universe for so many years. It was impossible that they didn't have any hidden trump cards. You didn't dare to return for a few hundred years. Now that you are back, it seems like you are prepared. The light and dark God, Lord, had cold eyes. Li Fuchin smiled faintly. You will know after trying. Fight. There wasn't a need for any nonsense. The light and dark God, Lord, and Li Fuchin waved their hands at the same time. In the next moment, countless attacks flew out from the 3 battleship half-god artifacts and blasted at the other side. After a few hundred years of development, the celestial race already had over 150 demigods. It was much more than Li Fuchin's side, but Li Fuchin still had Yan Qinggu, who was an invincible demigod. Therefore, it was hard to say who would have the last laugh. Of course, the true victor would still be the battle between Li Fuchin and the light and dark God Lord. Everything else was just a side event. Rumble. In just a single round of attacks, the river of spirits that was hundreds of thousands of light years long, and the widest part was over 10,000 light years, immediately exploded. All the living beings, artifacts, and materials in the river of spirits were instantly turned into nothingness. There wasn't a single trace left behind. Li Fuchin and the light and dark God, Lord, didn't move despite the horrifying shockwave. Primary extreme sword God, I admire you very much. You are the first person in countless years that can threaten the celestial race, but it is a pity that you will be the last. The light and dark God opened his palm, and a resplendent sphere of light appeared in his hand. For the past few hundred years, he didn't always stay in the Kunwu cosmos. Most of the time, he was actually hunting demigods in the battlefield of gods and devouring their divinity. However, there was a limit to devouring divinity. Once the limit was reached, the efficiency of devouring divinity would be very low. Out of 10 divinity points, at least 7 or 8 points would be wasted. The light and dark God, Lord, naturally wasn't willing to waste it, therefore. He stored the divinity points and would slowly devour them in the future. Right now, with the enemy before them, the light and dark God, Lord, couldn't care about wasting divinity points. Crackle! As the light and dark God, Lord, clenched his fist, the resplendent sphere of light turned into a resplendent radiance and fused into the light and dark God, Lord's body. In the next moment, the light and dark God's half-god power was rising steadily. He was like a volcano that burst out with boundless power. Come on. Li Fuchin drew the heaven abyss, sword, and cleaved. Get lost. The light and dark God, Lord, blasted a palm strike. Bang! A horrifying shockwave instantly engulfed the entire Nether River Star region. With the Nether River Star region as the center, it engulfed the surrounding star regions. In the face of this shockwave, many dangerous places and ruins collapsed, and many universe cities turned into dust. This was just the aftermath of the fight. Li Fuchin's side. This battle was destined to have countless innocent lives. A fight between demigods was different from a fight between emperors. The commotion created would normally be destructive. Furthermore, Li Fuchin and the light and dark God, Lord, weren't regular demigods. They were invincible demigods that surpassed the super first-rate invincible demigods. In fact, only at their level could they be considered invincible demigods. Therefore, as long as they fought in the universe, it was impossible to not implicate others. The only thing Li Fuchin could do was to win this battle and let the universe welcome true peace. Bang, bang, bang. The shockwave was like ripples in the water that spread out. The entire Nether River Star region had already turned into primal chaos. This primal chaos was constantly extending, and even the dark void between the star regions wasn't able to isolate it. Ultimately, The dark void had also become a part of the primal chaos. At this moment, even the beings in the other half of the universe felt their hearts palpitating. The commotion caused by the fight between Li Fuqin and the Light and Dark God Lord was too huge. It was so huge that the entire universe was shaking. This kind of shaking wasn't actual shaking, it was a phenomenon caused by the chaotic laws of the universe. At this moment, the higher the cultivation level and the deeper the comprehension of the laws of the universe, the more intense the heart palpitations. On the contrary, normal people wouldn't feel anything. It is fortunate that we are all on the ship. In the primal chaos, apart from Li Fuqin and the Light and Dark God Lord, there were only 3 ships. The 3 ships kept colliding, and hundreds of attacks flew out at every moment. However, under the influence of the shock waves, the 3 ships were quickly pushed far away. It did not take long for them to leave the Nether River Star region. Split. Yan Qinggu flew out from the ship and brandished the Dance of Destruction at the celestial race's warship. Let me try. An invincible demigod flew out from the celestial race's warship and fought with Yan Qinggu. This person was the other invincible demigod of the celestial race, the Emerald God Lord. However, the Emerald God Lord was only a second-rate invincible demigod and couldn't even block a single saber from Yan Qinggu. He vomited blood and was sent flying. Most of his half-god power had been destroyed. Emerald God Lord, we are here to assist you. 3 invincible demigods flew down from the celestial race's warship. In order to become an invincible demigod, one would need a peak-grade half-god artifact. Normally, a peak emperor would be able to become an invincible demigod with a regular peak-grade half-god artifact. If one had a first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact, one would be able to become a first-rate invincible demigod. If one's cultivation level wasn't at the peak emperor's level and was only close to the peak emperor's level, the requirement for a peak-grade half-god artifact would be very high. It would need to be a first-rate or even a super first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. Of course, if one's cultivation level wasn't at the peak emperor's level, they would only be able to become a regular invincible demigod with a peak-grade half-god artifact. Among the invincible demigods that flew down was the Light Divine Lord. The Light Divine Lord might not be at the peak emperor's level, but he was definitely very close. After obtaining a first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact, he immediately became an invincible demigod. Do you think numbers are enough? Yan Qinggu sneered. Putting aside the fact that her strength had increased by several times, even a few centuries ago, she would be able to defeat these 4 individuals with ease. That might not be the case. A meatball suddenly appeared in the Emerald God Lord's hand. The meatball split into 4 and fused into the 4 individuals' bodies. Chapter 1082. The Emerald Divine Lord's half-god power had increased from a second-rate invincible demigod to a first-rate invincible demigod. The Light Divine Lord and the other's half-god power had increased from a regular invincible demigod to a second-rate invincible demigod. Of course, this alone wasn't enough to contest with Yan Qinggu. Divine blood resonance. The 4 half-god powers started to link together. An illusory figure appeared above the 4 of them. The illusory figure was getting more solid. It was obvious that this figure was similar to the combination of the Emerald Divine Lord and the Light Divine Lord. Be it the appearance or the half-god power, it was rather similar to the 4 of them. Is this the divine race's trump card? Yan Qinggu frowned and slashed at the materialized figure. The materialized figure opened its eyes and burst out with terrifying prowess. When facing this prowess, even Yan Qinggu felt her heart palpitating. It was fortunate that this feeling was only fleeting. Bang! The materialized figure blasted a fist at the saber light. In the next moment, a shockwave spread out. This shockwave might not be as powerful as the collision between Li Fuqin and the Light and Dark Divine Lord, but it was still very terrifying. Everything in the surroundings had been turned into a perpetual state of primal chaos. I still underestimated the divine race. Li Fuchen took a glance and sighed in his heart. He originally thought that with Yan Qingwu's strength, she shouldn't be a match. He didn't expect for the divine race's trump card to be stronger than he imagined. Li Fuchen's heart couldn't help but shiver. He knew that he might have been overconfident previously. Being overconfident might not be a good thing at times. After all, the divine race was a race left behind by a god. Who knew if this god had left behind any more incredible trump cards? Bang, 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 bang. The light and dark divine lord might have devoured a large amount of divinity, and his half-god power had increased again. But Li Fuchen's sword Dao proficiency had also increased significantly. A portion of sword Dao half-god power was able to burst out with even more power. After a series of battles, the light and dark divine lord didn't have the upper hand and was gradually suppressed by Li Fuchen. PFFF. A bolt of sword chi landed on God, Lord Darklight's body, instantly obliterating a small chunk of his demigod energy. Origin Extreme, Sword God, let me show you the trump card of my celestial race. A ball of flesh appeared in Dark God, Lord God's hand. As the ball entered his body, Dark God, Lord God's demigod power exploded again. This time it didn't just double or triple, but more than 10 times. Originally, his strength was around the same level as Li Fuchen. Now that his half-god power had suddenly increased by more than 10 times, just the chi presence alone was enough to cause a commotion in the surrounding star regions. It felt as though the end of the world was here. This meatball. Li Fuchen frowned. The chi presence emitted by the meatball was superior and had already surpassed this universe. It was even stronger than Li Fuchen's sword Dao law. Rumble. Like a god, the light and dark divine lord approached and slammed his palm at Li Fuchen. Bang! The dreadful light and darkness palm print landed right on Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, countless light palm prints landed on Li Fuchen's body. In the light and dark divine lord's opinion, this round of attacks would at least exhaust half of Li Fuchen's half-god power. Even if Li Fuchen had more half-god power, he wouldn't be able to last for a long time. But when he stopped attacking, he realized that Li Fuchen's half-god power didn't seem to decrease at all. Impossible. The light and dark divine lord's eyes contracted. No wonder it is at the perfection rank of the myriad calamity imperishable body. The light and dark divine lord's attacks were just like scratching an itch to Li Fuchen. They weren't able to pose any threat to him. Again, the light and dark divine lord took a deep breath and activated his kill move, Light and Dark Abyss. After a long time, Li Fuchen rushed out of the light and dark abyss. His half-god power still didn't decrease, but when he executed his sword art, he used up some of his half-god power. Your hand of God is at the perfection rank? All of a sudden, the light and dark divine lord thought of something and had an extremely gloomy expression. Back then, the undying god had also cultivated the hand of God to the perfection rank. With the astounding defense, even the light and dark divine lord couldn't do anything. The light and dark divine lord didn't think that Li Fuchen didn't just have astounding sword Dao talent. He wasn't inferior in other aspects either. With the abundant half-god power, the light and dark divine lord gritted his teeth and continued to attack. He didn't believe that he wouldn't consume any energy to maintain such a defense. This battle lasted for a week and was getting more and more intense. The star regions that were affected had increased from a few dozen to a few hundred. The star regions that were at the core of the battlefield had already turned into primal chaos. Everything didn't exist, and the universe law didn't exist. It could be said that this battle was the most terrifying battle in the history of the Kanwu cosmos. Many of the heavenly monarchs who didn't care about the battle started to panic. They suspected that if the battle continued, the entire cosmos would be destroyed. According to the news from the front lines, Dozens of star regions would be destroyed every day. Countless living beings would be turned into ashes. Even the heavenly monarchs couldn't escape. This is too terrifying. Is he still a half-god? In a region that was relatively far away from the battlefield, many of the heavenly monarchs were gathered together. They weren't completely ignorant of the strength of a half-god. It was recorded in some of the records, and some of them had even personally seen a half-god fight. In their view, a half-god could at most destroy a city in the universe with a single move or create a few danger zones. As for destroying an entire star region, that was simply inconceivable. In history, only the peak half-gods had been able to do such a thing. But now, destroying dozens or even hundreds of star regions was simply unheard of. I've heard that the ones leading this battle are the God Race's Light and Dark Divine Lord and the Swordsman Guild's Origin Extreme Sword God. Origin Extreme Sword God. It's Sovereign Lord Origin Extreme. This Origin Extreme Sword God really is a legend. In such a short time, he's already grown to the point where he can fight against the God Race Lord. Whether it was Sovereign Lord Origin Extreme Sword God or Emperor Extreme Sword God, there were always some people who weren't familiar with them. After asking around, those who weren't familiar with them couldn't help but be stunned. Did such a genius exist in this world? Even the sun of the universe couldn't compare. BZZZZ. The starry sky trembled slightly. The tremble was very weak, and regular heaven monarchs wouldn't be able to sense it. Only sovereign lords could easily sense it. Not good. The tremble has already reached here. Hurry up and leave. If we are late, we might not be able to escape. Sovereign lords had limited traveling speed. They might need more than a month before the star region they were in would be destroyed. But in such a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to escape very far. For a moment, the sovereign lords started to migrate. In order to save time, they only brought along a small portion of their closest people. It can't go on like this. Li Fuchen couldn't bear to see hundreds of star regions destroyed. Who knew how many living beings would perish in hundreds of star regions? It was fortunate that such deaths didn't have any pain, and that was the only consolation. However, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen was willing to continue wasting time with the light and dark divine lord. My sword Dao must break through. For the past few centuries, Li Fuchen's sword Dao might have increased by quite a bit, but the further he progressed, the slower it got. It was obvious that he was at a bottleneck. He had a premonition that as long as he broke through the bottleneck, his sword Dao strength would increase by another level. By then, even if he couldn't reach the god class, he wouldn't be too far off. As time passed, the light and darkness god, Lord, could vaguely sense that Li Fuchen's sword art was getting stronger. Still getting stronger? God, Lord Darklight, sensed that something was wrong. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was already at the god level. If it continued to grow stronger, wouldn't it reach the god level? Moreover, if the other party's way of the sword reached the god level, he would definitely be able to destroy him with a single strike. The might of a god was not to be trifled with. Success or failure depends on this. God, Lord Darklight, clenched his teeth and produced 2 more meatballs. These 2 meatballs were the last stock of the god race. After they were used up, there would be no more. As the 2 balls of flesh fused into his body, God, Lord Darklight's demigod power exploded like a star, madly soaring. God, Lord Darklight's body was visibly deformed by the demigod power. Could this meatball be the flesh of a god? A thought flashed in Li Fuchen's mind. Primary extreme, sword god. My divine race is able to stand in the universe for countless years. Our foundation isn't something you can imagine. Prepare to die. An endless light and darkness shockwave blasted at Li Fuchen. So powerful. Li Fuchen wielded the Heaven Abyss sword and frenziedly resisted the shockwave. PFFF, 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 PFFF. In the face of absolute power, no matter how mystical Li Fuchen's sword art was, it was useless. The shock wave followed the gaps of the sword art and blasted at Li Fuchin. 99, 9%, 99, 8%, 99, 7%. The demigod tribulation power that wasn't used much for the past week was now being depleted rapidly. With this speed, the demigod tribulation power would probably be exhausted in a few days. The replenishment speed wouldn't be able to keep up. Without pressure, there will be no motivation. Li Fuchin was resisting the shockwave while doing his best to deduce the sword art. 98%, 97%, 90%, 80%. I wonder how is the situation over there? The battle between Li Fuchin and God, Lord Darklight, had caused a huge commotion. Yan Qinggu and the others had already retreated over a dozen star regions. Despite the case, they still felt an intense pressure. It was impossible to see the situation over there. Not even Yan Qinggu could do it. That place had already turned into a forbidden zone. Any form of power that entered would immediately be blasted into nothingness. Interesting. I didn't think that my Kanwu cosmos would actually produce such a person. In the chaos, it was unknown when two figures appeared. One of the figures was actually the bull-headed masked man. Back when Li Fuchin wasn't even a heaven monarch, the bull-headed masked man gave Li Fuchin a spatial ring. Beside the bull-headed masked man was a white-robed elder. Chapter 1083. 70%, 60%, 50%, 40%. After 3 days, Li Fuchin's demigod tribulation power was less than 30%. On the other hand, the light and dark god lord, the demigod power was hardly consumed. Still a little bit. Li Fuchin felt that he had touched a barrier. This barrier blocked the entire Kanwu universe. Only by breaking through this barrier will his sword Dao realm be improved. It's not so easy to get in touch with the complete divine realm law. It took me more than 1 billion years to do it. The white-robed old man noticed something and grinned. Divine realm law. The ox-head masked man was curious. The white-robed elder explained, in order to ascend to godhood, you must come into contact with higher-level laws. In the demigod domain and the divine battlefield, although you can barely come into contact with higher-level laws, the laws there are fragmented and incomplete. It might be of some help to you at the beginning, but it won't be of much help later on. In the universe, although you can't come into contact with higher-level laws, there are always exceptions. The universe isn't without cracks. As long as you follow the cracks in the universe, you can come into contact with the world outside the universe. You can call that world the divine realm. Is there really a divine realm? The ox-head masked man looked forward to it. The white-robed old man nodded. Divine realm really exists. I can feel it. Teacher, since you have touched the divine realm law, why can't you ascend to become a god? The ox-head masked man asked. The white-robed old man sighed. This is because the ascension platform is ineffective. Without the help of the ascension platform, it is impossible to accept the baptism and reception of the divine realm law. No wonder no one has ascended to become a god in the endless years. Doesn't this mean that there will be no one who will ascend to become a god in the future? The ascension platform is the link between the universe and the divine realm. The original ascension platform is ineffective, and no one will ascend to become a god. However, there is no way out. If you can enter the core depths of the battlefield of God, you may be able to go to the divine realm. Teacher, this battlefield of God, what is going on? How can there be so many god corpses and semi-divine tools? The ox-head masked man asked the question that has always been there. The white-robed elder pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Actually, I suspect that the battlefield of gods was originally a part of the deity realm. A terrifying war of gods tore the deity realm apart, and a fragment of the deity realm fell here, becoming the battlefield of gods. Otherwise, other than the deity realm, where else could there be so many god corpses and so many god artifacts? The god's battlefield is a part of the god realm, so it must have a secret connection with the god realm. The ox-head masked man's eyes brightened. The white-robed old man nodded. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to reach the core of the battlefield of God. The demigod beasts there are extremely terrifying. Even I cannot deal with some of them. After living for so many years, his only thought was to go to the divine realm. As for the struggles in the Kunwu cosmos, it had nothing to do with him. 20%, 10%, finally, Li Fuchin's half-god tribulation power was exhausted. His sword, Dao half-god power, was also almost used up, and the situation was extremely precarious. Let's see if you won't die. God, Lord Darklight's eyes were cold. Teacher, aren't we going to save him? The ox-head masked man turned to look at the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man said, "If he can't break through, what's the use of saving him?" Soon enough, Li Fuchin's sword Dao half-god power was also exhausted. It was fortunate that his body was tougher than high-class universe treasures. Furthermore, the tree of life in his body had already upgraded from mid-class universe treasure to high-class universe treasure and was providing him with endless vitality. Of course, despite this, under the horrific attack of the god Lord Darklight, Li Fuchin could only persist for a while at most. However, under the desperate situation, Li Fuchin's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Li Fuchin felt as if he had turned into a sword chi that was expanding infinitely. In almost an instant, the sword chi filled the entire universe. It seems like I don't need to save him. The white-robed old man smiled. Others couldn't sense the existence of this sword chi, but he could clearly sense it. The world of endless darkness was like a flowing black liquid. In the black liquid, there were densely packed, sparkling, and translucent bubbles. These bubbles had been in a static state, and there would occasionally be one or two bubbles bursting. At this moment, one of the bubbles suddenly had a wisp of sword light rush out. This is the world outside of the universe. Li Fuchin, who had turned into sword chi, sensed that there was black liquid everywhere. The black liquid was very viscous, and after a long time, Li Fuchin felt that the sword chi was showing signs of disintegrating. Instinctively, Li Fuchin rushed up. Gradually, there was light that shone down from above. Along with the light, there was a distorted scene. There was a sky, white clouds, sun, and flying birds. It was like looking at the scenery underwater. The bubbles are universes. Outside of the black liquid is the divine world. Li Fuchin could already feel the divine world's laws. As compared to the divine battlefield's laws, the divine world's laws were clearer, more complete, and more majestic. Even through the black liquid, there was a prowess that pressed down on Li Fuchin's spirit. Bang! Li Fuchin wanted to rush out of the black liquid, but a layer of black membrane obstructed him. Bang, 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 time after time, Li Fuchin charged at the black membrane in a frenzy. His intuition told him that as long as he broke through the black membrane, there would be great rewards. He might be able to ascend and become a god immediately, but it was obvious that Li Fuchin had failed. When he charged at the black membrane for the last time, the sword chi suddenly dispersed. It is a pity. In the Kunwu cosmos, Li Fuchin's eyes burst out with unprecedented radiance. An extremely terrifying sword Dao half-god power was instantly produced and surged. Impossible. Feeling his half-god power being pushed back, Divine Lord Light and Dark let out an enraged roar. Divine Lord Light and Dark, you are finished. Li Fuchin's sword Dao half-god power was still increasing. In terms of quality, it had even surpassed Divine Lord Light and Dark. Light and Dark Abyss. Divine Lord Light and Dark burst out with a kill move. Sword Chi returned to origin. Li Fuchin thrusted. Divine Lord Light and Dark's kill move collapsed. Immediately after, countless sword lights burst out from Divine Lord Light and Dark. 90%, 80%, 70%. In the blink of the eye, Divine Lord Light and Dark's half-god power was annihilated by 30%. It is over, the white-robed elder said indifferently. The bull-headed masked man nodded. Divine Lord Light and Dark was indeed very powerful, and his teacher had been paying attention to him. It was a pity that compared to Li Fuchin, Divine Lord Light and Dark were still lacking. According to his teacher, Li Fuchin's growth speed was at the top of the top in the multiverse, and few could match him. At the moment of life and death, Divine Lord Light and Dark gathered all his half-god power and cleaved at the void with a palm blade. Without a sound, a terrifying gap appeared. The other side of the gap was filled with primordial purple chi. It was a natural chasm in the universe. It was obvious that Divine Lord Light and Dark planned to escape to the half-god region. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchin sneered and slashed at Divine Lord Light and Dark. PFFF. A sword chi flashed on Divine Lord Light and Dark's body. Immediately after, Divine Lord Light and Dark turned into ashes. The ashes wanted to reform, but the sword chi attached to them was too powerful and constantly strangled them until they turned into nothingness. A single sword killed Divine Lord Light and Dark. Immediately after, Li Fuchin easily eliminated the rest of the divine race's half-gods. Following the karmic connection, Li Fuchin even eliminated the members of the divine race who had close relationships with the divine race's half-gods. To the Kunwu cosmos, the divine race was a malignant tumor. One day, when Li Fuchin ascended to become a god, it was hard to guarantee that the divine race wouldn't rise from the ashes and cause trouble. Of course, Li Fuchin wasn't able to eliminate the entire divine race by himself. The remaining divine race would be dealt with by the other races. If he couldn't even deal with the remaining divine race, then he would be too useless. Fuchin, you broke through? Yan Qinggu realized that she couldn't see through Li Fuchin. Previously, Li Fuchin might be powerful, but Yan Qinggu was still able to truly feel his existence. Right now, she felt that Li Fuchin was like a wisp of green smoke that sometimes existed and sometimes didn't exist. Li Fuchin nodded. Right now, I am just a step away from ascending to become a god. He didn't conceal it, and there wasn't a need to. Just a step away from ascending to become a god. Everyone was appalled. This step might not be crossed in a lifetime, but it might be crossed in the next moment. Big brother, are you going to become a god? That's great. Li Fuxiang didn't have much of a concept of becoming a god. She only knew that gods were omnipotent. Gods were detached from this universe. You guys come in first. I have something to do. Li Fuchin took everyone into the heart of the plane, including the bright moon sword god and the others. Immediately after, Li Fuchin looked into the depths of chaos. You too, after watching for so long, you should come out and meet me. Before the sword Dao realm broke through, Li Fuchin's divine soul discovered the ox-head masked man and the white-robed elder. However, he was in a great battle with the light and dark god lord at the time. He didn't know if they were enemies or friends, so Li Fuchin could only act as if he didn't see it. Primary extreme sword god, long time no see. The ox-head masked man and the white-robed elder came to Li Fuchin, and the ox-head masked man spoke. Indeed, long time no see. This is the teacher you spoke of. The ox-head masked man was obviously an invincible demigod, but he didn't know what strength he had. As for the white-robed elder beside the ox-head masked man, the chi presence was very strong. This strength could only be sensed by Li Fuchin because they were the same kind of people. They were all existences that touched the divine realm's laws. You can call me Brahma. The white-robed elder introduced himself. Senior Brahma, I don't know what you are looking for me for. Li Fuchin said politely. Brahma nodded and seemed to be very satisfied with Li Fuchin's attitude. Looking for you. I want you to join us as transcendents and find the way to the divine realm together. Listening to the meaning of senior. Under normal circumstances, there's no way to ascend to become a god? Li Fuchen heard the implication. Chapter 1084. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that Brahma mentioned that the battlefield of God was a part of the divine world. Apart from the divine world, Li Fuchen couldn't think of any other place that had so many god corpses and half-divine artifacts. Have all of the transcendents made contact with the divine world's laws? Li Fuchen asked. Brahma nodded. That's right. Those that haven't made contact with the complete divine world's laws aren't qualified to join us. Of course, apart from the transcendents, we also have quasi-transcendents. They are like you and have made contact with the shattered divine world's laws. They are like the light and dark god lord who devoured enough divinity to make their half-god power powerful. From Brahma, Li Fuchen found out that there were a total of 17 transcendents and 32 quasi-transcendents. But 1,000 years ago, there were 18 transcendents and 36 quasi-transcendents. In one mission, 1 transcendent and 4 quasi-transcendents perished. This was also why the transcendents would recruit members everywhere. It was fortunate that there were enough universes in the multiverse and there would be 1 or 2 transcendents and quasi-transcendents. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter the core region of the battlefield of God. All right, I will join you. Li Fuchen also wished to explore the core region of the battlefield of God. It would definitely be safer with more people. Of course, if he didn't have the same ideals in the future, he could simply withdraw. Brahma wasn't surprised that Li Fuchen wanted to join. He reminded, when heading to the core region of the battlefield of God, you better leave all your universe artifacts in the Kunwu cosmos. Otherwise, they might be destroyed easily. High-class universe artifacts were useless to him. He didn't even care about the number 1 universe artifact, the universe spirit sphere in the Kunwu cosmos. Obtaining the universe spirit sphere would definitely allow one to ascend to become a god before the ascension platform lost its effect. After losing its effect, even if one obtained the universe spirit sphere, one wouldn't be able to ascend to become a god. However, it could help one to make contact with the complete divine world's laws. All right, Li Fuchen nodded. Even without Brahma's instruction, Li Fuchen was also preparing to distribute all his universe artifacts to the people around him. At his level, universe artifacts were indeed useless. Only the heart of the plane was useful. The next mission is 2,000 years later. During this period of time, you should settle your personal matters. While speaking, Brahma tossed a token to Li Fuchen and said, "This token is a top-notch half-god artifact and can only be found in the core region of the battlefield of God." In the battlefield of the gods, ordinary communication tokens were basically useless. Only semi-divine communication tokens were useful. Silent, Brahma left with the ox-head masked man as if he had never existed. Once the divine race was defeated, the divine race's demigods were almost wiped out. The impact was extremely huge, but all of this wasn't related to Li Fuchen. He might not be like Brahma, who didn't care about the Kunwu cosmos, but he wouldn't care about everything either. The god race temple. A ray of sword chi flashed, and a layer of divine light appeared outside the temple, neutralizing the sword chi. Is this what God left behind? Li Fuchen walked out from the void and scanned with his divine spirit. He immediately noticed that there was a crystal ball at the center of the temple. Inside the crystal ball, there was a drop of blood that was emitting boundless prowess. Drawing the heaven abyss sword, Li Fuchen slashed repeatedly at the temple. Gradually, the divine light became dimmer and dimmer, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. The fact that you can come here means that my descendants have failed, or even gone extinct. An illusory figure appeared in the sky above the shrine. Not bad. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the illusory figure that was suspected to be left behind by God. It was just an illusory figure. Very well. I will be waiting for you in the divine world. The illusory figure shattered, and the divine light was extinguished. The divine race's foundation was very rich, much more than imagined. But as Li Fuchen expected, these things were only useful to others and were useless to him. In the blink of the eye, 500 years had passed. In the black liquid that was filled with endless bubbles, a sword chi rose straight up. The black membrane might not obstruct me from contacting the divine world's law, but it obstructs me from accepting the baptism of the divine world's law. If I can break the black membrane, I will definitely be able to become a god in advance. It was still unknown if he could travel to the divine world from the battlefield of the gods. Li Fuchen wouldn't place all his hopes on this. Bang! As usual, no matter how Li Fuchen attacked, the black membrane remained motionless and didn't even have a ripple. It made sense. If the black membrane was so easy to break, there wouldn't have been no one ascending to become a god after so many years. Li Fuchen might not be able to break the black membrane, but contacting the divine world's law for a long period of time was still beneficial to him. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that his divine soul was finally showing signs of metamorphosis. Right now, his divine soul was purplish-red. If it metamorphosed again, it would be red. Another 500 years had passed. Li Fuchen used enough Grim Reaper stones and finally obtained the number 1 universe cardinal treasure, the universe spirit sphere from the Death God Cave. Just like the rumors said, the universe spirit sphere contained a myriad of great Daos. It was formed by the purest power of the Kunwu universe's source. With it, not only could Li Fuchen rapidly increase his cultivation level, but it would also be easier for him to break the restraints of the Kunwu universe and make contact with the divine world's law. With the help of the universe spirit sphere, Li Fuchen's time and space Dao and fire Dao had broken through to the perfection rank. He had also made contact with the divine world's time and space Dao law. Apart from that, the hand of calamity had also broken through to the perfection rank and made contact with the divine world's destruction law. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen instantly arrived at the universe chasm. With another flash, he arrived at the half-god domain. I wonder how my time and space Dao is compared to Senior Brahma's time and space Dao. How could Li Fuchen not see that Brahma walked on the time and space Dao? The reason why Brahma was able to survive countless times of surpassing was most likely due to his superior life preservation ability in the time and space Dao. Since Li Fuchen had made contact with the divine world's destruction law, the universe spirit sphere was useless to Li Fuchen. He wasn't greedy enough to comprehend more Daos. A person's energy was limited. Even if he had the golden amulet, he shouldn't waste his energy like this. Just like the tree of life and the heart of the plane, Li Fuchen temporarily handed the universe spirit sphere to Yan Qinggu. She was the strongest, and Li Fuchen felt more assured with the item on her. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that even with the universe spirit sphere, it was impossible for Yan Qinggu to reach the level of surpassing within a short period of time. Soon enough, 2,000 years had passed. Li Fuchen took out the peak-class half-divine artifact communication token and started to contact Brahma. The peak-class half-divine artifact communication token had a positioning function. A short moment later, Brahma sent a location to Li Fuchen. Everything here will depend on you, Li Fuchen said to Yan Qinggu. With the 4 parts of the victory suit, Yan Qinggu's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary elder of a city. If she could make use of the universal spiritual ball and improve her realm, she would be able to fight against someone as powerful as the star destruction demon Venerable. Don't worry. Yan Qinggu nodded. If Li Fuchen didn't make contact with the divine world's time and space law, he reckoned that it would take at least a few dozen years to reach the place where the surpassing experts gathered. Right now, Li Fuchen only spent slightly more than 3 years to arrive. Senior Brahma. In the middle of the boundless sea of blood was an isolated island. Brahma had long since arrived on the island, and he was flanked by a group of other people. Among the surpassing experts, there were a few who were wearing white robes, while most of them were wearing gray robes. Among the surpassing experts, those who were wearing white robes were official surpassing experts, while those who were wearing gray robes were quasi-surpassing experts. Li Fuchin was currently wearing a white robe, but there was an embroidered sword on his white robe to differentiate himself. Primary Extreme, Sword God, you are here. Brahma smiled and said to everyone, "Let me introduce everyone. This is our Kunwu Cosmos Primary Extreme, Sword God. He has made contact with the Divine World's Sword Dao Law, the Sword Dao Advocate's offense. We will have to rely on you to deal with the armored dragon beast. The 100 Refinement Silver Turtle isn't easy to deal with either." Everyone welcomed the addition of a new member. "I will do my best." Li Fuchin nodded. Among these people, there were a few who had abnormally robust and tyrannical half-god power. Li Fuchin guessed that they should be divine races from other universes. Right now, Li Fuchin already knew that the divine race had the bloodline of a god and had a chance to awaken the aptitude to devour divinity. As long as they had enough time, they would be able to grow infinitely stronger until the saint spirit transformed into a god spirit. As for whether the saint spirit could ascend to become a god after transforming into a god spirit, Li Fuchin didn't know. With Brahma's introduction, Li Fuchin got to know the rest of the surpassing experts. There were a few surpassing experts that Li Fuchin intentionally took a few extra glances, as these surpassing experts seemed to be much more terrifying than Brahma. Especially the bald youth who had a 9-headed snake embroidered on his white robe and the cold and elegant woman who had a blood lotus embroidered on her white robe. As for the quasi-surpassing experts, Li Fuchin didn't need to know them, as Brahma didn't introduce them either. Time elapsed, and a few more years had passed. "Since everyone is here, let's depart." The one speaking was the 8-horned god with 8 white horns. "Then let's depart." The bald youth who had a 9-headed snake embroidered on his white robe was called the 9-dragon traveler. He stood up and floated into the sky. "Let's go." In response, everyone soared into the sky. The Divine Blood Sea was the core region of the battlefield of gods. It was boundless and had countless islands. If they were to search every inch of the sea, it would be impossible to search every inch of the sea for an entire lifetime. Everyone could only try their luck and choose a direction to head deeper into. This was also the reason why no one was able to find the path to the divine world for countless years. The Divine Blood Sea was too massive, and it was easier said than done to find the path to the divine world. The boundless divine blood sea naturally wasn't a friendly place. There were countless half-god beasts here, and some of the formidable half-god beasts wouldn't be a match for them in a one-on-one fight. According to what others said, once these half-god beasts were baptized by the divine world's laws, they would immediately become divine beasts. They weren't comparable to regular half-god beasts. Everyone be careful. The armor dragon beast is here. As Brahma finished speaking, the blood-colored seawater swelled up and a giant dragon had emerged. Chapter 1085. Dark blue blood splattered everywhere. The armored dragon beast's massive body plunged into the blood sea and didn't emerge again. "It sure runs fast." One of the transcending experts sneered. "The sword Dao is truly incredible in terms of offense." A single sword was able to break the armored dragon beast's defense. With the primary extreme sword god around, we will definitely be able to go deeper into the divine blood sea. After chasing away the armored dragon beast, everyone was very pleased. In the past, they might be able to chase away the armored dragon beast, but the time they spent was several times longer than today. "Brahma, your Kunwu cosmos is truly filled with talents. It produced you, and now the primary extreme, sword god." A white-haired elder with a skull embroidered on his white robe poured himself a cup of wine. After taking a sip, he said to Brahma. Brahma said, "To be honest, the appearance of the primary extreme sword god is an anomaly. I even suspect if he is the reincarnation of a powerful god. 100 Refinement Silver Turtle, Blood Gold Bird, Abyss Sea Snake, The depths of the Divine Blood Sea were several times more dangerous than Li Fuchin imagined. The armored dragon, beast, might be formidable, but it always moved alone. The 100 refinement silver turtle, blood gold bird, and abyss sea snake were half-divine beasts that lived in groups and were far more dangerous than the armored dragon beast. How is it? Can you still hold on? Brahma transmitted a message to Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin's combat strength was formidable, but the divine blood sea tested one's overall strength and not just combat strength. Still all right. As of now, Li Fuchin had only revealed his sword Dao strength and didn't reveal any other strength. He was confident that if only 3 transcending experts could survive, he would definitely be one of them. If only one of them could survive, it would probably be him. Of course, there wasn't a need to reveal too much strength now. That is good. Brahma looked at Li Fuchin and knew that Li Fuchin wasn't strenuous. It was obvious that Li Fuchin still had strength to spare. From far away, everyone could see a giant island, and there were some indistinct structures on the island. Everyone be careful. The 9 dragon travelers' cautious expression had a trace of delight. In the past, whenever they discovered an island, they would have some gains. They hoped that they would be able to find the path to the divine world this time. The island might seem close, but it was actually extremely far. After flying for a few days, everyone finally reached the island. There were indeed plenty of structures on the island, and the style of the structures was similar to the divine battlefield. Hurry over. Suddenly, the 8-horned deity's voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone gathered at the location of the octagonal deity. In front of the octagonal god was a hexagonal stone platform. Each of the 6 corners of the stone platform had a stone pillar. The stone pillars were engraved with mysterious patterns that no one could decipher. Most likely, they contain the natural laws of the god world. It's a teleportation platform, a quasi-transcender exclaimed. It's most likely a teleportation platform. Unfortunately, it's incomplete, Brahma said with a regretful expression. The hexagonal stone platform was missing a corner. Correspondingly, it was also missing a stone pillar. It could not be activated at all. After taking a deep breath, the 9-headed walker said, "At least we found something. Perhaps we'll be able to find a complete transportation platform on the next island." The 9-headed walkers are right. Let's not waste any more time and find the next island. One of the transcending experts said impatiently. The divine blood sea was boundless, and it wasn't an easy task to find the second island. Furthermore, as they gradually ventured deeper into the divine blood sea, casualties were inevitable. After 800 years, more than 10 transcending experts and quasi-transcending experts had perished. The reason why there were so many casualties was because they encountered a half-divine beast that they had never seen before, the 6-winged dragon snake. The 6-winged dragon snake's strength was much stronger than the armored dragon beast. Quasi-transcending experts would basically die if they got close to it. A single transcending expert wouldn't be able to withstand a few attacks. Furthermore, the 6-winged dragon snake's speed was unbelievably fast. Among everyone, only Brahma's speed was superior to the 6-winged dragon snake. The rest of them weren't as fast. Of course, if Li Fuchin exposed his strength in the spatial Tao, his speed would also be superior to the 6-winged dragon snake. But it wasn't necessary. It was fortunate that the 6-winged dragon snake's defense was much inferior to the armored dragon beast. Otherwise, the casualties would at least be doubled. 9-headed walker, why don't we go back first? Let's go back first. 12 people had died. Among the remaining people, some were beginning to give up. Not everyone in the Transcending Experts organization was in a hurry to find the path to the divine world. Only the 9-headed walker and Brahma, who had lived for countless years, would be in a hurry to head to the divine world and start a new life. The 9-headed walker's eyes turned cold. You all give up halfway every time and waste time. Have you ever thought that if we were to continue in a spurt of energy, we might have already found the path to the divine world. He had lived for too long, and he was already tired of it. He was in a hurry to head to the divine world and start a new life. But we can't risk our lives either. If we lose our lives, so what if we find the path to the divine world? That's right. You, the nine-headed walker, have lived long enough, but we haven't. Since it involved their own lives, there were plenty of people who opposed the nine-headed walker. Nine-headed walker, forget it. The divine blood sea is too big and there is no need to rush. Brahma didn't recommend to continue venturing deeper into the divine blood sea. He wasn't worried about his own safety, but he was worried that too many people would die and that they would have to wait for many years to replenish their numbers. Ultimately, the nine-headed walker compromised. They followed the markings that they left along the way and left the divine blood sea. As the years passed by, under the radiation of the divine world's law, Li Fuchen's divine soul was constantly turning red. Li Fuchen had a premonition that once his divine soul turned completely red, there might be a chance to turn things around. The peaceful days didn't last for long. In the Kunwu cosmos, a large number of insectoids suddenly rushed out from the number one dangerous place, the insect god battlefield. There were plenty of half-god insectoids among them. When facing the extremely ferocious insectoids, the races were constantly retreating and didn't have any strength to retaliate. In the everlasting light star region, stars were exploding. In the resplendent starry sky, there were scenes of slaughter everywhere. These insectoids were too terrifying. Not only did they have extremely tough bodies, but they could also secrete destructive acids. Even a half-god would have to consume a lot of half-god power after getting sprayed by the destructive acids. Retreat. Yan Qinggu, who was fighting with 6 half-god insectoids, gritted her teeth and gave the order to retreat. She suspected that there was a supreme insect nest in the insect god battlefield. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many half-god insectoids. Just as the various tribes were being pushed back, a beam of sword light appeared from the void. Wherever it passed, the demigod rank bug tribe would be sliced in half and turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the demigod rank bug tribe that had appeared from the bug god battlefield were all slain. It is the primary extreme, sword god. With the primary extreme, sword god around, the mere insectoids aren't worth mentioning. Everyone cheered. For the past few days, they might have been suppressed by the insectoids, but they weren't worried at all. After all, with Li Fuchen around, there was nothing to worry about. This insect god battlefield isn't simple. Yan Qinggu flew to Li Fuchen's side. Li Fuchen nodded. It is time to explore the insect god battlefield. In the past, he didn't explore the insect god battlefield because his intuition told him that it was very dangerous and even more dangerous than the divine race. Right now, his strength was already at the extremity of the half-god realm. Unless there were divine-class insectoids in the insect god battlefield, there shouldn't be much danger. Be careful. I know. In a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the insect god battlefield. In the pitch-black insect god battlefield, there were countless insectoids that were like locusts that were wreaking havoc. In the depths of the insect god battlefield, there was an unimaginably massive insect nest that was floating there. Countless insectoids were being nurtured, and there was no lack of demigod insectoids. Li Fuchen guessed that this should be the supreme insect nest, the highest grade insect nest that appeared in the Kunwu cosmos. Kill. Li Fuchen's appearance had attracted the attention of a few demigod insectoids that had just been nurtured. PFFF. There was a flash of sword light, including the supreme insect nest. All the demigod insectoids and the entire sky of insectoids were turned into ashes and were completely erased. I would like to see what is so mysterious about the insect god battlefield. Li Fuchen rapidly entered the depths of the insect god battlefield. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the end of the insect god battlefield. At the end of the battlefield was a gap that was even larger than the plane. There were terrifying laws radiating out from the gap. The gap is connected to the outside of the universe. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen released his divine spirit power. The law power that maintained the gap was extremely powerful. Even though Li Fuchen's divine spirit was about to turn red, it was still a little strenuous. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen's divine spirit power finally passed through the gap and arrived at the other end of the gap. The world of endless darkness was like a flowing black liquid. Within the black liquid, there were motionless and translucent bubbles. This is the region between universes. Li Fuchen understood. All of a sudden, there was a shadow that flashed in front of him. Li Fuchen's divine spirit power extended out, and he couldn't help but take a deep, cold breath. The shadow that flashed by just now was an insect's leg. He looked up and saw a black insect shrouded in hundreds of thousands of air bubbles. It was weaving a web, and one of the threads of the web happened to be connected to the bubble representing the Kunwi universe. That gap was caused by the corrosive power of the laws of the web. This is a god-class insectoid. No matter how foolish Li Fuchen was, he knew that this insect was a god, a true god. Li Fuchen's divine spirit power was too conspicuous, and the black insect immediately noticed Li Fuchen. As the hundreds of eyes on the abdomen of the black insect looked over, Li Fuchen's divine spirit felt as though it was splashed with boiling water and there was a burning pain. Not good. Following the gap, Li Fuchen's divine spirit power quickly retreated back to the Kunwu cosmos. Why would a god appear in the mortal realm? The black insect's voice echoed in the darkness. Forget it. Since this mortal realm has a god, then I shall give up on this mortal realm. The web that was connected to the Kunwu cosmos was broken. Soon enough, the gap was gradually mended. Chapter 1086. I've finally found the 5th piece of the Scarlet Flame set. In the depths of the battlefield of gods, Li Fuchen found the 5th piece of the Scarlet Flame set. As he expected, the 5 parts of the Scarlet Flame set weren't the entirety of the set. The 6th item. With one more piece of the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen's ability to sense the remaining parts was strengthened by several folds. After over 100 years, Li Fuchen successfully found the 6th piece of the Scarlet Flame set. Then the 7th, the 8th. 6 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set was not inferior to 4 pieces of the Victory set. 7 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set was probably comparable to the Star Destruction Demon Venerables Star Destruction set, not to mention 8 pieces. Moreover, the 8 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set was not a complete set. Li Fuchen guessed that the complete Scarlet Flame set wouldn't be inferior to a true divine artifact. The 9th item. Finally, with his sensing range greatly increased, Li Fuchen found the 9th piece of the Scarlet Flame set. After refining the Scarlet Flame set, a terrifying fire Dao, half-god power, rushed out from Li Fuchen's body. It formed a fire pillar that connected the sky and the ground. The horrific prowess had caused many of the nearby half-god beasts to flee in all directions. The Scarlet Flame set is finally complete. What a powerful feeling! The complete Scarlet Flame set had an extreme enhancement to the demigod power, let alone the fact that Li Fuchen had already made contact with the divine world's fire Dao law. Even if he didn't, Li Fuchen was confident that he could contest with a surpasser. Now, Li Fuchen felt that he could easily wipe out the entire transcending organization. Crimson Flame Wings. Extending a pair of giant flaming wings, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and instantly appeared in an extremely distant region. It's several times faster than the demigod power of space and time. Li Fuchen revealed a satisfied smile. Under normal circumstances, if the Fire Path demigod power wanted to surpass the space-time demigod power in terms of speed, it had to be at least 10 times stronger than the space-time demigod power. One could imagine that his Fire Path demigod power was at least 100 times stronger than the space-time demigod power. Of course, speed was just speed. The space-time demigod power didn't just have speed, and the fire path demigod power didn't just have speed. Both had their own strengths, so there was no need to forcefully compare them. Red Flame God Realm. After assembling the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuqian activated the second set attribute. The attributes of this set were somewhat similar to the god domain of the Protoss. However, it was more than 1,000 times stronger. In the Red Flame divine domain, Li Fuqian could feel the even more profound divine world's fire Dao law. First, I'll collect some demigod armor sets, then go to the divine blood sea alone to take a look. Li Fuqian looked towards the direction of Heaven Connect City and sneered. Demon goddess Shui Mei had been living very comfortably recently. With the help of Demon Venerable Star Destruction, she had finally obtained a set of top-notch half-divine equipment. Star Destruction Demon Venerable had planned for 300 years in order to obtain this top-notch demigod equipment suit. He had killed 3 peak demigods and an invincible demigod. This showed how much he valued her. Demon god Shuamei suddenly thought of the victory bracer. This was a thorn in her heart. One should know that those were components of a peak demigod set. Although a peak demigod set was powerful, there was still a huge gap between it and a peak demigod set. Don't let me see you again, Shui Mei said hatefully. Rumble. Suddenly, Star's Destruction Castle shook violently. Who dares to behave so impudently in Star's Destruction Castle? Demon god Shuamei was rather astonished and quickly flew out of her castle. From far away, Demon god Shuamei saw a figure standing in the sky above Star's Destruction Castle. It's him. Demon god Shuamei immediately recognized Li Fuqian. You are simply courting death. You actually dare to come to Star's Destruction Castle. Demon god Shuamei laughed with extreme anger. She flashed and flew towards Li Fuqian. With the top-notch demigod set, she believed that she could contest a few moves with Li Fuqian. Demon god Shuamei wasn't the only one flying towards Li Fuqian. There were also experts from Star's Destruction Castle. These experts were all invincible demigods. It was a pity that before they could even get close to Li Fuqian, they were turned into ashes. You are courting death. Star Destruction Demon Venerable appeared. After seeing his favorite woman dying in front of him, Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Destruction half-god power burst out and blasted at Li Fuqian like a black meteor. Star Destruction Demon Venerable, how have you been? Li Fuqian reached out with his right hand and easily grabbed Star Destruction Demon Venerable's fist. What? The Star Extermination Demon Venerable burst out with his Star Extermination demigod power frenziedly. But under Li Fuqian's control, his Star Extermination demigod power was like a mayfly and couldn't even shake Li Fuqian. This is Sky Connect City. Don't act recklessly. Star Destruction Demon Venerable woke up. He suddenly recalled that Li Fuqian wasn't a veteran or a general of Sky Connect City. How was Li Fuqian able to stand in the sky of Sky Connect City? Demon god Shuamei had a top-notch half-god set. Even the Star Destruction Demon Venerable wouldn't be able to kill her in a single move. But Li Fuqian did it with ease. As the saying went, being overly concerned would cause confusion. These were very important details that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable had neglected. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I am just returning the favor. Sparks burst out from Li Fuqian's palm. Immediately after, Star Destruction Demon Venerable's body was ignited with horrific flames. No, Star Destruction Demon Venerable's body instantly turned pitch black and turned into charcoal. Impossible. He actually broke the Star Destruction set's defense instantly. Not even a legendary surpassing expert can do it. It was unknown when figures appeared around the Star Destruction Castle. These figures were the same as Li Fuqian and were standing in the sky. In Sky Connect City, only the veterans and generals were able to stand in the sky. After seeing how the Star Destruction Demon Venerable was easily killed by Li Fuchen, the veterans and generals looked as though they had seen a ghost and were appalled to death. Flee! Without any hesitation, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. Since you are here, why are you in a hurry to leave? A scarlet barrier had enveloped the Star Destruction Castle and the surrounding region. When the veterans and generals crashed into the barrier, they were bounced back and felt dizzy. Lord Surpassing Expert, we didn't know that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable offended you. If we knew, you didn't even need to make a move, we would have killed him. They treated Li Fuchen as a legendary surpassing expert, and he was one of the pinnacle surpassing experts. Li Fuchen took a glance at everyone and said, "That's right. 4 of you possess half-god artifact sets. I have 4 commander class, half-god beast corpses here. All of you can come over and exchange for them." The surpassing experts had categorized the half-god beasts into 4 classes: normal, elite, commander, and overlord. Normal half-god beasts were equivalent to pinnacle half-gods. Elite half-god beasts were equivalent to invincible half-gods. Commander-class half-god beasts were equivalent to quasi-surpassing experts and surpassing experts. Overlord-class half-god beasts were superior to surpassing experts. Li Fuchen found out from Brahma that countless years ago, the surpassing experts had encountered an overlord-class half-god beast. That time, only Brahma and the 9-headed walker managed to escape. The rest were all killed. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out 4 commander-class half-god beast corpses. A shocking prowess extended out. These are the corpses of the overlord-class half-god beasts. The senior generals of the Clear Sky City were very curious. Those senior generals who possessed half-god artifact sets had complicated expressions. The value of the commander-class half-god beast corpses didn't need Li Fuchen to explain, and they knew that it was very high. At their level, half-god artifacts could only increase their external strength. They could only rely on themselves to increase their internal strength. Researching the bloodline power of the half-god beasts was definitely a very practical method. "I will exchange." One of the senior generals walked over and handed over his half-god artifact set. Since his half-god artifact set was only a peak-class half-god artifact set, if it wasn't for the fact that he had 6 parts, he wouldn't even hesitate. "I will exchange too." Another senior general had also handed over his half-god artifact set. His half-god artifact set was a 4-component peak-class half-god artifact set. Under Li Fuchen's prowess and the temptation of the commander class half-god beast corpses, all 4 of them chose to accept. Split Spirit City, the god Lord Greenbones was having a meal. On the dining table there were plates of delicious meat dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted good. These meat were all half-god beast meat. In the Split Spirit City, only senior generals like them could enjoy half-god beast meat every day. After all, the weakest half-god beast had the strength of a peak-class half-god. In order to hunt it, a few peak-class half-gods would need to work together. Senior generals, an extremely formidable half-god has arrived at the Split Spirit City and wants all senior generals to gather. An unrivaled half-god came in to report. "Who is so arrogant?" God Lord Greenbones waved his hand and the array power formed a mirror. Inside the mirror a figure appeared. "It's him." God Lord Greenbones recognized Li Fuchen. Seeing how Li Fuchen turned a few generals and many unrivaled peak-class half-gods into ashes with a wave of his hand, God Lord Greenbones' eyes contracted. He quickly took out a communication token and sent out a message. After doing everything, God Lord Greenbones flashed and rushed out of the house towards the city gate. However, God Lord Greenbones soon realized that his speed was getting slower and slower until he was completely stagnant in midair. "How have you been?" If God Lord Greenbones didn't run, Li Fuchen might only notice him after a while. Primary Extreme Sword God, this world isn't as simple as you think. If you kill me, you won't be able to live for long either. Right now, he still didn't know that Li Fuchin was already a surpasser. He only knew that God, Lord Light, and Darkness had failed. Noisy! Li Fuchin waved his hand and launched a fire, Tao, half-god power at God, Lord Greenbones. Primary extreme, Sword God, please give me some face. After being pressured by the fire, Tao, half-god power, something on God, Lord Greenbones' body shattered. A clone formed from the half-god power appeared. Li Fuchin recognized that the clone was a surpasser of the divine race. Just like God, Lord Greenbones and Light and Darkness God Lord, he had devoured plenty of divinity. His half-god power was extremely powerful, but his cultivation level was a little low. However, before this clone could fully form, it was incinerated by the fire, Tao, half-god power. God, Lord Greenbones, was also incinerated in a region extremely far away from the split spirit city. God, Lord Savage Blood had a dark expression. Primary extreme, Sword God, you don't even give me, God, Lord Savage Blood, any face. Just you wait, this matter isn't over. Chapter 1087. After sweeping the 9 battlefield of God cities, Li Fuchin obtained a total of 33 half-god artifact sets. Among them, there were 12 peak-tier half-god artifact sets and 21 peak-tier half-god artifact sets. Others might not know, but Li Fuchin knew clearly that a half-god artifact set could baptize a half-god's half-god power again. But the prerequisite was that the grade of the chosen half-god artifact couldn't be higher than the half-god artifact set. For example, if your half-god artifact was a peak-tier half-god artifact, and your half-god power was peak-tier half-god power, then you wouldn't be able to receive the baptism of a peak-tier half-god artifact set. You would only be able to receive the baptism of a peak-tier half-god artifact set. Of course, the prerequisite was that the set had to be complete. If it wasn't complete, there was no need to talk about it. 33 half-god artifact sets were enough to arm the sword sect to the teeth. Doing so might destroy the balance of the Kunwu universe and the entire battlefield of God, but it had nothing to do with Li Fuchin. He wasn't selfless enough to be responsible for the entire universe and the battlefield of God. If he had the ability, he would naturally prioritize the people around him. To be honest, Li Fuchin didn't dislike the God race ancestor. The God race ancestor must have the same thoughts as him. After becoming a god, he had to take good care of his bloodline and clansmen. As for what would happen in the future, who would know? If the Sword Sect became the public enemy of the entire universe, it would be the Sword Sect's fate and not Li Fuchin's original intention. The Sword Sect now had 33 invincible demigods. This was especially true for the Sword Sect's parents, younger sister, and disciples who had obtained the 12 peak demigod sets. All of them had become super first-rate invincible demigods, or existences above the demigods. But in terms of strength, Yan Qingwu was still the strongest. With the universe spirit sphere, Yan Qingwu's saber, Tao had finally reached the perfection rank. Her strength was only slightly inferior to the Star Extermination Demon Lord. Furthermore, the Star Extermination Demon Lord's strength was considered top class among the doyens of the battlefield of God. It is time to make another trip to the Divine Blood Sea. This time, Li Fuchin planned to head there alone. Having more people would only be a burden to him. Divine Blood Sea. It was boundless and oppressive. There was a scarlet red stream of light that was speeding above the Divine Blood Sea and was a little fearless. Rumble. A massive figure burst out of the sea and attacked the scarlet red light. The huge figure was the armored dragon beast. In terms of defense, the armored dragon beast was at least in the top 3 among the half-divine beasts in the Divine Blood Sea. Just in time, Li Fuchin let out a faint smile and blasted a fist at the armored dragon beast. Bang! This punch was unremarkable, and only some sparks flew from the fist. However, the armored draconic beast that was hit by this punch started to burn rapidly from the point of contact. That indestructible armor could not withstand the erosion of the fiery fist power at all. Roar! The armored dragon beast let out a long roar towards the sky. More than half of its body turned into ashes. Sparks danced in the sky above the divine blood ocean, as expected of a top-notch 9-piece set. If it was a top-notch 9-piece set, I'd be able to fight against a god. If it was anyone else with the pinnacle 9-piece set, they would definitely not be a match for a god. However, Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen already possessed the divine spirit and was only lacking in his cultivation level. The pinnacle 9-piece set was enough to forcefully increase his half-god power to the god power level. With the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen was practically unstoppable in the divine blood sea. None of the captain-class half-divine beasts could withstand a single fist from him. The only pity was that the half-divine beasts that were struck by the fire Dao half-divine power were all turned into ashes. It was truly a waste. From far away, Li Fuchen saw an island, a majestic island. Li Fuchen could vaguely see the traces of a city. As expected, Li Fuchen arrived at the island and found a city at the northwestern part of the island. However, this city was already abandoned. Not only were the city walls collapsed, even the arrays were mostly gone. Instead, Li Fuchen found a teleportation platform on a flat land at the western part of the city. This teleportation platform wasn't damaged, and there was a faint radiance flowing around. After finding the groove, Li Fuchen threw in a pile of peak-grade, half-divine stones. After a few breaths, the teleportation platform didn't have any reaction. Is there not enough energy? Li Fuchen threw in all the peak-grade, half-divine stones. However, the teleportation platform still didn't have any reaction. Li Fuchen thought of something and smiled bitterly. The city of the battlefield of gods is the city of the gods. Since it is the city of the gods, half-divine stones are naturally unable to activate the arrays. I need divine stones. From Brahma Heaven, Li Fuchen found out that the 9-headed walker had one divine stone, but it was only one divine stone and wasn't able to activate the teleportation platform. In order to obtain enough divine stones, there was only one way. It was to resist the prowess of the god's corpse and take the spatial ring from the god's finger bone. The god's corpse must have divine stones in the spatial ring. However, it wasn't an easy task to resist the god's corpse's prowess. In fact, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. Even if a god was dead for countless years, there would still be a trace of divine power left in the bones. The prowess emitted by this trace of divine power was enough to crush any half-god. Let me try first. After leaving behind a time-space mark on this island, Li Fuchen started to return. On the land of the battlefield of gods, there was a god's corpse that was half exposed in the air. Li Fuchen had a solemn expression as he slowly approached. The god's corpse's prowess was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. As he approached, Li Fuchen's fire, Dao, half-god power was rapidly depleted. With this speed, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to reach the god's corpse, let alone taking the spatial ring from the god's finger bone. This won't do. This god's corpse's prowess is too powerful. Li Fuchen gave up on his target. After repeated attempts, Li Fuchen gradually understood that the god's hierarchy was also very strict. Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to get close to the strongest god's corpse even if he was 100 miles away. However, such gods' corpses were normally located in the depths of the battlefield of gods or in extremely dangerous places. Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to get close to the inferior god's corpse even if he was 10 miles away. Li Fuchen would be able to get close to the superior god's corpse. Li Fuchen would be able to get within 10 meters or even a few meters of the inferior god's corpse. Li Fuchen's target was the inferior god's corpse. However, the inferior god's corpse was the rarest. Li Fuchen would occasionally encounter one, but he would always be a step away from making contact. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Closer, closer, Li Fuchen revealed a trace of delight. Right now, he was just one step away from the god's corpse. His fire, Tao, half-god power was only left with 10% of his fire, Tao, half-god power. The god's corpse was huge, and the palm was several times bigger than Li Fuchen's body. On one of the finger bones, there was a giant spatial ring. Come down. Pushing the fire, Tao, half-god power to the limits, Li Fuchen suddenly pulled the spatial ring off. Perhaps it was because the god's corpse was emitting an even stronger prowess, causing Li Fuchen's fire, Tao, half-god power to be depleted by several folds. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had already retreated a certain distance. This is the god's spatial ring. Li Fuchen had yet to refine the spatial ring. Therefore, the ring still maintained its original size. It didn't look like a ring, but a universe ring. First, Li Fuchen poured the fire, Tao, half-god power into the spatial ring. The spatial ring didn't have any reaction. Next, Li Fuchen poured in his divine spirit power. Buzz! The spatial ring emitted a lustrous radiance, and an illusory, spatial zone appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. It seems like only those with divine spirit can open the god's spatial ring. If it was someone else, even if they were given the god's spatial ring, they wouldn't be able to open it. The illusory spatial zone wasn't big, but it was extremely tough. It was countless times tougher than Li Fuchen's spatial ring. There weren't many items in the illusory spatial zone, but each of them was shockingly valuable. The first thing that entered Li Fuchen's vision was a palm-sized red metal, divine class metal. Li Fuchen could sense a concentrated divine world law from this red metal. As compared to this red metal, the Kunwi universe's divine gold wasn't even worth mentioning and was just like dirt. Regular half-god artifacts don't seem to be mixed with divine grade metals or materials. Only elite half-god artifacts and peak half-god artifacts would be mixed with divine grade metals and materials. The reason why half-god artifacts were indestructible wasn't because of the materials, but because the refiner of the half-god artifacts had brilliant methods. The half-god artifacts would be engraved with plenty of divine grade tool patterns. Without breaking the divine grade tool patterns, it was naturally impossible to destroy the half-god artifacts. Beside the red metal was a flower pot. Inside the flower pot, there was some purple sand. There was a concentrated and special vitality hidden in the purple sand. If Li Fuchen didn't have his divine spirit, he wouldn't be able to detect it. Finally, beside the flower pot, there were 6 divine stones. The reason why they were identified as divine stones was because the energy contained within was too boundless and pure. As compared to peak-grade half-god stones, it was like comparing a dirty pond to a great river. Just 6 divine stones? It seems like divine stones are also very precious in the divine world. Li Fuchen didn't look at the other miscellaneous items as they were discarded in the corner of the illusory spatial zone. He reckoned that they weren't valuable, and he could take his time to look at them in the future. Li Fuchen was afraid that 6 divine stones weren't enough, so he continued to search for the most inferior god corpses. During this period of time, Li Fuchen's luck was rather good as he found a top-rate, peak-grade space-time half-god artifact. In terms of preciousness, a top-rate, peak-grade space-time half-god artifact might not be comparable to a peak-grade half-god artifact set, but in terms of rarity, it was superior to the latter. With this space-time half-god artifact, Li Fuchen's strength in the space-time Tao wouldn't be inferior to the Brahma heaven. 10 divine stones, 20 divine stones, 30 divine stones. After spending more than 10,000 years, Li Fuchen had only found close to 50 divine stones. It was mainly because the most inferior god corpses were too hard to find. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could only come into contact with a small portion of the god corpses. The rest of the prowess was beyond Li Fuchen's tolerance limit. Li Fuchen followed the space-time mark and arrived at the island. I wonder if I will succeed this time. Chapter 1088. Without a sound, the teleportation platform's array pattern lit up. One of the stone pillars at the 6 corners of the teleportation platform had also lit up. Do you want 6 divine stones? Li Fuchin tossed in another 5 divine stones. Buzz! In the next moment, the other 5 stone pillars lit up too. At the same moment, a pillar of light burst into the sky. Such concentrated divine world spatial laws. Li Fuchin's eyes lit up. The pillar of light emitted the divine world spatial laws, and it was dozens of times clearer than the ones he had encountered before. The only pity was that the divine world spatial laws weren't pure enough and contained a person's mark. Otherwise, Li Fuchin could stand on it and accept the baptism of the divine world spatial laws to become the god of time and space. Crackle! All of a sudden, the teleportation platform shook. The pillar of light seemed to have touched something and suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, one of the stone pillars had a crack and the top half had fallen off. The teleportation platform was destroyed. What is going on? Li Fuchin had an unpleasant expression. He had a premonition that this teleportation platform was definitely connected to the divine world. The problem was that the divine world and the battlefield of gods were separated by an unsurmountable barrier. If the teleportation was forcefully carried out, the teleportation platform would only be destroyed. The 6 divine stones in the groove had only consumed a portion of the divine power. Hence, Li Fuchin kept them. It seems like I can only rely on myself to head to the divine world. Li Fuchin felt sorrow for the 9-headed walker, Brahma, and the others. If these people spent so much effort to find a teleportation platform and realized that it required 6 divine stones, then, after finding the 6 divine stones, they realized that the teleportation platform wasn't able to teleport them to the divine world. It was unknown if they would collapse. As for whether to tell Brahma the details, Li Fuchin decided not to do so. Only heaven knew what terrifying things these transcendents and quasi-transcendents would do if they lost all hope. Li Fuchin was destined to head to the divine world. After he left, no one would be able to restrain these transcendents. After over 10,000 years, Li Fuchin's divine soul had almost completely transformed into a pale red color. There was only an undetectable trace of purple. This thread was also gradually becoming smaller and thinner. Red divine soul. I wonder what class of divine soul is it? Gods were also divided into different levels. The purple divine soul was the divine soul of a newly ascended god, while the red divine soul should be the divine soul of a second-level god. That divine class insect that fed on multiple universes was most likely a Class 2 god. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchin's divine soul with a single glance. Without this injury, Li Fuchin's soul would have already transformed. The Surpassor's operation had been stalled. They had lost too many people last time, and it would take some time to make up for the lost numbers. However, it was not an easy task to make up for the Surpassors and Quasi-Surpassors. Everyone could only try their best to explore other universes to see if there were any new Surpassors. Primal Extreme, Sword God, I heard that you offended God, Lord Savage Blood. Be careful. That fellow's cultivation isn't high, but his demigod power is very special. He's practically unkillable. Iron Blood City had a floating island that was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. This floating island was usually the gathering place for the elders of Iron Blood City, but now it was the place where Li Fuchin and Brahma drank tea. Li Fuchin smiled. Divine Lord Savage Bloodha? I've wanted to experience it for a long time, and it just so happens that I have nothing to do recently. You better not be careless. Brahma shook his head helplessly. It was common for Surpassors to challenge each other, therefore he didn't mind it. Primal Extreme Sword God, come out and fight. The horrific voice waves were transmitted into Iron Blood City, even with the array as a barrier. Another Surpassor. Many of the elders of Iron Blood City had bitter expressions. If these Surpassors didn't appear, they would be the kings of Iron Blood City and the absolute experts of the battlefield of gods. But now that the Surpassors appeared, they were nothing. They're really fast. Brahma picked up his teacup and took a sip. It was just nice. He also wanted to see Li Fuchen's true strength. God, Lord Savage Blood, why do you have to seek humiliation? Li Fuchen walked out of the city gates and looked up at God, Lord Savage Blood. Seek humiliation? God, Lord Savage Blood's expression turned cold. Among the surpassers, apart from the nine-headed walker, no one dares to say that I am seeking humiliation. You are the first and will be the last. Make your move. Li Fuchen flew into the sky and stood with his hands behind his back. Primal Extreme, Sword God, today I shall let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. God, Lord, Savage Blood roared and rushed into the sky with horrific half-god power. Due to the overly concentrated half-god power, the surrounding time and space had started to distort. Boom! Carrying the astounding half-god power, God, Lord Savage Blood blasted his fist at Li Fuchen. No wonder he is a surpasser. Li Fuchen was silently praising. As compared to the God, Lord Darkness, God, Lord Savage Blood's half-god power was dozens of times stronger. It was hard to imagine how much divinity he had devoured. The half-god power was surging like a wave. Li Fuchen was like a small boat that would capsize at any moment. Clang! The Heaven Abyss sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed. PFFFTSS. The surging half-god power was slashed apart. Sword Dao specialized in offense, and when clashing head-on, Li Fuchen was at least top 3 among the surpassers. This was because his innate half-god artifact was slightly inferior and was only a first-rate, peak-tier, half-god artifact, the Heaven Abyss sword. If it was an ultra-first-rate, peak-tier, half-god artifact, Li Fuchen's attack power would be even stronger. Let's see how long you can last. God, Lord Savage Blood didn't expect to suppress Li Fuchen within a short period of time. He wanted to constantly exhaust Li Fuchen's half-god power. In a split second, God, Lord Savage Blood executed at least a few hundred punches. Each of the punches had pushed the half-god power to the extremity, and he didn't hold back at all. If the half-god power was like a surging wave earlier than now, it was like an apocalyptic tide that was engulfing the world with countless whirlpools. When in this horrific half-god power, let alone resisting, even survival was a problem. At every moment, Li Fuchen would have to face the whirlpools and the repeated attacks of the tide. Regular surpassers are really helpless when facing the God, Lord Savage Blood. Li Fuchen shook his head. God, Lord Savage Blood's idea was very simple. He wanted to use 10 portions of half-god power or dozens of portions of half-god power to exchange for 1 portion of his half-god power. If the God, Lord Savage Blood was replaced by the Light and Dark Divine Lord, it would be impossible. Not even a few thousand or tens of thousands of portions of half-god power could exchange for 1 portion of Li Fuchen's half-god power. But God, Lord Savage Blood was different. God, Lord Savage Blood's cultivation level might be inferior, but he was still much stronger than the Light and Dark Divine Lord. Apart from that, God, Lord Savage Blood's half-god power was several times stronger than the Light and Dark Divine Lord. With the two combined, Li Fuchen couldn't do anything to God, Lord Savage Blood with just his sword Dao. Seeing that Li Fuchen's sword Dao half-god power was gradually declining, God, Lord Savage Blood grinned as though he could see the scene of Li Fuchen's miserable defeat. Primary Extreme, Sword God, admit defeat. You aren't a match for me. God, Lord Savage Blood didn't want to do anything to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wasn't foolish and wouldn't fight to the death with God, Lord Savage Blood. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave, God, Lord Savage Blood wouldn't be able to stop him no matter what. Divine Lord Barbaric Blood, I have to admit that you do have some capability. It is a pity that this is all. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. He withdrew the sword Dao half-god power and burst out the fire Dao half-god power. Fire Dao half-god power? Why? Do you think that your fire Tao strength is stronger than your sword Tao strength? God, Lord Savage Blood sneered. Li Fuchen's sword Tao was basically at the extremity below the God realm. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen's fire Tao was stronger than his sword Tao. Furthermore, so what if it was stronger? It was just 3 to 5 times stronger. Try and you will know. The scarlet fire Tao half-god power protected Li Fuchen and easily resisted the mutated half-god power that was everywhere. Break. Savage Blood Universe. Blast Fist. God, Lord Savage Blood, executed his kill move. This kill move used up dozens of times more demigod power than other moves, and was specifically used to break defenses. Creak. The spatial zone felt like it was shattered by the fist force. The blood-colored fist force blasted at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Just in time. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped the blood-colored fist force with scarlet fire Tao half-god power. Like a giant insect that was trapped in amber, the blood-colored fist force was frozen and couldn't advance an inch. What? God, Lord Savage Blood's eyes contracted. The half-god power contained within the Savage Blood universe, Blast Fist, was extremely shocking. It was equivalent to dozens of punches with half-god power. How did Li Fuchen do it? Savage Blood universe, Blast Fist. If the first move didn't work, God, Lord Savage Blood executed the second kill move. If the first move was related to space, then this move was related to time. Of course, it didn't mean that God, Lord Savage Blood had come into contact with the divine world's spatial laws. It was mainly because he had the divine bloodline. When his cultivation realm wasn't high enough, the divine bloodline could help him activate a trace of the divine world's spatial laws. The blood-colored fist force was like a fish that shuttled through the spatial cracks. God, Lord Savage Blood, was confident that among the transcendents, apart from Brahma, no one could break his Savage Blood universe, Blast Fist. Even the nine-headed walker could only forcefully scatter it and wasn't able to break it. The kill move isn't bad. Li Fuchen used 2 fingers to clamp down and caught the blood-colored fist force. Impossible. God, Lord Savage Blood, was shocked. It was understandable for Li Fuchen to break his Savage Blood universe, Blast Fist, but it was incomprehensible for Li Fuchen to break his Savage Blood universe, Blast Fist. This fist contained the divine world's time profundity. Without making contact with the divine world's spatial laws, it was impossible to break it. I have received 2 of your kill moves. You shall receive one of my fists too. Li Fuchen clenched his right fist, and there were sparks bursting from his fist. Without any sound or presence, Li Fuchen blasted his fist. The terrifying fist force melted the God, Lord, Savage Blood's half-god power and melted the divine battlefield's spatial laws. It felt as though there was a penetrated sea of lava, and on the other side of the sea was God, Lord, Savage Blood. Damn it! How can your strength reach such a level? God, Lord, Savage Blood's body was like a candle that had half melted. The half-god power that he was proud of couldn't resist this fist at all. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not. Li Fuchen had the strength to kill him. Such power. Brahma wasn't the only one who was watching the fight. There were others too. They originally wanted to watch the show, but who knew that they would witness such a shocking scene? In terms of attack power, I am far inferior to him. Chapter 1089. Incredible. Just the strength that he has displayed is already comparable with the nine-headed walker. Brahma was very surprised. The nine-headed walker might not be number 1 in terms of attack power, but in terms of overall strength, he was definitely number 1. Right now, it seemed like he might not be able to maintain his number 1 position. Barbaric blood, undying body. Like a whale swallowing the ocean, the half-god power around the barbaric blood was instantly withdrawn. Subsequently, a large number of blood patterns intertwined on his body and looked like an additional layer of blood pattern skin. Barbaric blood universe, blasting fist, Barbaric Blood Universe, Rending Fist, and Barbaric Blood Undying Body were the 3 kill moves that the Barbaric Blood Divine Lord used to dominate the divine battlefield, especially the Barbaric Blood Undying Body. This move activated a trace of the divine world's undying law, allowing the Barbaric Blood Divine Lord to be nearly indestructible. Even if the opponent was 10 times stronger than him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Watch as I break your undying body. Li Fuchen naturally knew what kill moves the Barbaric Blood Divine Lord had. Seeing that the Barbaric Blood Undying Body was executed, Li Fuchen blasted another fist over. PFFFTSS. It was useless. The Barbaric Blood Undying Body was no different from snow in the water in front of Li Fuchen's fist. It was instantly melted. Barbaric Blood Divine Lord, are you still not going to admit defeat? If you don't admit defeat, don't blame me for being ruthless. If there was no one else here, Li Fuchen wouldn't mind killing the Barbaric Blood Divine Lord. But with so many people here, Li Fuchen felt that it was better to restrain himself. Barbaric Blood Divine Lord, admit defeat. The 9-headed walker stood up and said to the Barbaric Blood Divine Lord, "That's right, Barbaric Blood Divine Lord. You aren't a match for the primary extreme, Sword God. There is no meaning in continuing this fight. The primary extreme, Sword God, has already shown mercy. Don't be ungrateful." The other, Transcendence, tried to persuade him. I, Barbaric Blood, admit defeat. You, primary extreme Sword God, are incredible. The Barbaric Blood Divine Lord had no choice but to admit defeat. In the face of absolute strength, reputation wasn't important. At least you are sensible. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't bother about the Barbaric Blood Divine Lord. This battle had established Li Fuchen's extraordinary status. Among the Transcendents, only the Barbaric Blood Divine Body could compare to the divine world. Of course, this kind of reputation didn't have much meaning to Li Fuchen. Soon enough, he had hopes to head to the divine world because his divine soul was about to transform into a pale red color. If I don't return, it means that I have already entered the divine world or encountered an accident. Kunwu Cosmos. Everything will depend on you. In the Kunwu Cosmos, Li Fuchen and Yen Qingguo stood side by side. Only his werewolf incarnation and Yen Qingguo knew about his trip to the godly world. He did not tell anyone else. All right. Yen Qingguo took a deep breath and nodded. Then I'll go. Between the two of them, there was no longer any need to exchange meaningless words. It was completely silent. Li Fuchen turned into a dazzling flame and rushed into the sky. When we meet again in the God world, you and I will become husband and wife. A voice floated in the air. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yen Qingwu's face. Very soon, the flame rushed out of the Kunwu Cosmos and arrived at the black liquid between cosmos and cosmos. In the beginning, Li Fuchen's body wasn't able to enter the black liquid. But as Li Fuchen's fire Dao rank gradually increased, coupled with the entire set of Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen was barely able to stay in the black liquid for a period of time. This period of time was the crucial period for Li Fuchen to enter the godly world. Otherwise, if his body couldn't receive the baptism of the godly world's law, everything would be in vain. Of course, even without the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen was confident he could receive the baptism of the godly world's law. However, it would be much more dangerous, and it would depend on his divine spirit. The flame was getting faster, and from far away, Li Fuchen felt as though he could see the shadow of that divine class insect. It made Li Fuchen rather nervous. It was fortunate that the divine class insect didn't pay attention to him, or it was in a hibernation state and didn't make any movements. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen arrived at the bottom of the black membrane. Success or failure will be decided here. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen tried his best to sense the godly world's fire Dao law. The godly world's fire Dao law here was actually a projection of the godly world's fire Dao law. It was fortunate that his divine spirit was just a tiny bit away from evolving. It was as though the impurities were being tempered. Under the radiation of the godly world's fire Tao law, the purple color in Li Fuchen's divine spirit was getting lesser and fainter before it completely vanished. The instant the purple color vanished, Li Fuchen's divine spirit burst out with a dazzling pale red radiance. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt as though he had become an omniscient and omnipotent god. His divine spirit power extended out frenziedly, and many universes were enveloped by his divine spirit power. In fact, if he was willing, he could use his divine spirit power to slowly invade these universes. The divine spirit power skimmed across the divine class insect. Which true god is this? The divine class insect's eyes flashed with doubt. He didn't enter this multivariate universe on his own accord. He had mistakenly entered this multivariate universe in a panic when he was fighting with someone. Due to his severe injuries, he wasn't able to leave the multivariate universe with his current strength. He could only slowly absorb the source power of the various universes to recover. Forget it, as long as he doesn't provoke me. The divine class insect's eyes flashed with cold light. He might be in a severely injured state, but he was still a true god. Li Fuchen believed that the other party wouldn't provoke a true god for no reason. The divine class insect closed his eyes and fell into a fake sleep state. At this moment, Li Fuchen didn't bother about the divine class insect. When his divine spirit evolved, Li Fuchen saw the weak spot on the black membrane. Break! Turning into a flame, Li Fuchen suddenly crashed into the weak spot. There's a chance. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. In the past, when he crashed into the black membrane wouldn't budge. But today, Li Fuchen could feel that the black membrane's repulsion was weakened by 100 or even 1,000 times. It seems like the divine spirit is indeed the key. Li Fuchen continued to crash into the black membrane. Crack! A crack appeared on the black membrane. The extremely dense laws of the God world poured out like blazing sunlight. But at this moment, Li Fuchen had already entered the crack and was sucked into the divine world. The divine class insect opened his eyes and looked at the crack that was gradually closing. He said with pity, "It is a pity that this place only allows universe life forms to enter. A divine void life form like me is unable to enter." After speaking, he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. This is the divine world? Li Fuchen had never been to the divine world and didn't know what the real divine world looked like. He only knew that he was currently in a mystical place. Firstly, it was the feeling of his body. Li Fuchen was invincible in the Kunwu cosmos, or the battlefield of gods. But in this place, he felt like a strong, ordinary person with extraordinary strength. That's right, a strong, ordinary person. In terms of running speed, Li Fuchen felt that he was only a few times faster than an ordinary person, and his strength was also a few times stronger than an ordinary person. Apart from that, he could release flames and sword chi, but the destructive power and range were very small. It could be said that after arriving at the divine world, Li Fuchen's strength had been weakened by countless times. It was as though he was starting from zero. In terms of scouting, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't be released at all. His divine spirit power could be released, and the range was rather large. It could envelop a large region. But as compared to the black liquid, which could envelop a few hundred universes, it was far inferior. I am really not used to it. Li Fuchen leaped up, but was only able to jump a few meters high. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen started to size up the surroundings. There were patches of dark clouds. The sky was slightly dusky, and the biting cold wind was blowing. When looking at the surroundings, it was desolate. It was completely different from what he saw under the black membrane in the past. Of course, back then, the scenery would be different. Just like now, when Li Fuchen turned around to take a look, the place he rushed out from was an abandoned well. There was only a little bit of black water in the well, and there wasn't anything special about it. When Li Fuchen's divine spirit power scanned the black water, he couldn't sense anything, as it was just ordinary black water. I will probably need a few more days to become a god. Let me take a look around first. Inside the divine world, Li Fuchen's body and saint spirit were constantly receiving the baptism of the divine world's laws. Once the baptism was completed, it would be compatible with his cultivation level and he would immediately become a god. Half a day later, Li Fuchen had already adapted to the divine world's laws. He wasn't like the beginning where he was restrained and felt that everything he did wasn't right. The divine world was indeed the divine world. Li Fuchen must not be careless in this place. Previously, when Li Fuchen was passing through a patch of grass, a green-skinned snake suddenly attacked Li Fuchen. Due to the change in laws, Li Fuchen wasn't able to see the strength of the green-skinned snake. He casually released a sword chi to slash at the green-skinned snake. If it was on the divine battlefield, this sword chi would be enough to kill any unrivaled demigod. But here, it didn't even slash the green-skinned snake's scales and merely sent the snake flying. After getting a little serious, Li Fuchen used a single sword to slash the green-skinned snake. After arriving at the divine world, I have to adapt to everything. I thought that the divine world's creatures are all very magnificent. The green-skinned snake was definitely a half-god beast. This was without a doubt. But as compared to the half-god beasts on the divine battlefield, the green-skinned snake looked very ordinary and was no different from a regular snake. It was very confusing for a newcomer like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen guessed that the world laws would have different forms with different levels. If he arrived at the divine battlefield, the green-skinned snake's appearance might change drastically. A few days passed by quickly, and Li Fuchen's body and saint spirit had finally completed the baptism. Right now, his body had already transformed into a god's body, and the saint spirit had transformed into a god's spirit. Only the body and the god's spirit could withstand true divine power. Otherwise, if the divine power entered Li Fuchen's body, his body would definitely explode. After everything was prepared, Li Fuchen started to activate the divine world's Sword Dao Law. The reason why he activated the divine world's Sword Dao Law first, and not the divine world's Fire Dao Law or the divine world's Spatial Time Dao Law, was mainly because Li Fuchen's Sword Dao rank was the highest and it was the easiest to progress. As Li Fuchen activated the divine world's Sword Dao Law, an illusory sword light descended from the sky and enveloped Li Fuchen. In the next moment, boundless divine world energy gushed into the illusory sword light. Such a clear divine world's Sword Dao Law. Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't just the divine world energy that entered his body. There was also a large amount of divine world's Sword Dao Law. Chapter 1090. After the Sword Dao half-god power transformed into Sword Dao god power, Li Fuchen's strength was more than 10 times or dozens of times stronger. The current Li Fuchen finally felt a little like an expert and wasn't the same as before when he was just a strong, ordinary person with some extraordinary abilities in the divine world. Split! Li Fuchen brandished his hand and slashed out a sword chi. A giant crack that was over 100 meters long was slashed out on the ground. Next, Li Fuchen activated the divine world's Fire Dao Law and Spatial Time Dao Law to upgrade the Fire Dao half-god power and Spatial Time God power to God power. I wonder what level my current strength is at. Li Fuchen was completely clueless about the God realm and didn't know anything. Almost subconsciously, Li Fuchen soared into the sky with extreme speed. After becoming a god, Li Fuchen could also fly in the divine world. While flying in the sky, Li Fuchen's vision was much wider. 1 hour later, he finally saw a figure, a few hundred meters away from the stream. 3 wild wolves were chasing after 2 youths. The 2 youths' weapons were axes. The axes might not be half-divine artifacts, but they didn't look as weak as regular half-divine artifacts. After clashing with the wild wolves for a few times, there were only some scratches on the axes, and they didn't shatter. Copper Bow, fight it out with them. The two youths were already riddled with scars, and the more valiant youth said with a ferocious tone, "PFFF." Just as the two of them were preparing to fight it out, the three wild wolves suddenly exploded and died. "Who is it?" The two youths looked around and finally locked onto the sky. In the sky, there was a figure standing in the air and emitting a powerful chi presence. Lo God! The valiant youth gulped down his saliva. Their Copper Axe village only had a total of 3 low gods. It could be said that becoming a low god was the dream of all the youths in the Copper Axe village. "May I ask where is this place?" Li Fuchin landed. The youth named Copper Bow replied, "This is the Desolate City's territory. We are from the nearby Copper Axe village." Desolate City? Copper Axe village? Li Fuchin continued to ask, "What is the class of the strongest god in this desolate city?" Just now he heard the words lower god from the intrepid young man's mouth. Obviously, lower god was the level of gods. Above this level, there were probably middle god and superior god. Tong Bao rushed to answer, "Wasteland City is a first-tier divine city, and there are less than 10 mid-gods." Divine city? Li Fuchin found out more information about the divine world. "It's my first time in the Wasteland City, so I don't know much about this place. I wonder if you can take me to your Bronze Axe village. Rest assured, I won't let you work for nothing." Li Fuchin took out a regular hat-type, half-divine artifact and tossed it to the duo. As for how they were going to split it, it wasn't his business. Half-god artifact. Both Copper Leopard and the burly young man licked their lips. In the Bronze Axe village, there were only 10 demigod weapons. Even the best blacksmith in the village couldn't forge demigod weapons. Normally, only level 3 villages would have demigod blacksmiths. On the way to the Copper Axe village, under Li Fuchin's intentional guidance, the duo shared plenty of information about the divine world. For example, the residences in the god realm were divided into god villages and god cities. Both were divided into 3 classes, with the first class being the lowest and the third class being the highest. Apart from the low god, middle god, and high god, there was still the true god. The duo didn't know if there were any more incredible gods above the true god. In addition, there were also different classes below the gods. They were the low-class warrior, mid-class warrior, high-class warrior, and half-god. Generally speaking, the residents of the divine world would become high-class warriors at the age of 20 and demigods at the age of 30. The average lifespan of the residents of the divine world was around 200 years old. Only after becoming a god would one's lifespan be greatly increased. However, the lifespan of a god wasn't endless. The lifespan of a low god was only around a few thousand years. Middle gods were up to 10,000 years, and high gods were up to a few tens of thousands of years. The divine world's laws are too powerful. It isn't an easy task to have an endless lifespan. Li Fuchin thought to himself, "I heard from the village chief that countless years ago, the chances of becoming a god were 10 times or dozens of times higher than now. A random level, one village would have a few dozen low gods, unlike now where the level 3 villages don't even have a few dozen low gods." Copper Leopard grumbled. The divine world's laws must have changed. Li Fuchin expressed his opinion. The valiant youth was called Copper Tiger. He nodded and said, "Countless years ago, there was indeed an unforeseen event in the divine world. It might be related to this." Over 2 hours later, they arrived at the Bronze Axe village. The Bronze Axe village was a level 1 divine village and had over 300 households with over 1,000 residents. It looked extremely lively. "Copper Tiger, Copper Leopard, the 2 of you are back. How was it? How was the harvest today?" At the entrance of the village, a square-faced youth who looked even stronger than Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard asked casually. Copper Leopard said, "Let's not talk about it. We encountered 3 mad blood wild wolves, and it was fortunate that Lord Li rescued us." "That's right, Lord Li is a low god." Low god? After hearing that Li Fuchin was a low god, The square-faced youth was shocked. He couldn't afford to offend a low god, as the entire Bronze Axe village only had 3 low gods. Esteemed guests are here to visit. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Li Fuchen didn't intentionally conceal his divine power. Even from a distance, the 3 Bronze Axe village's lower deities could sense it. It was a gray-haired elder who rushed out, and he seemed to be the Bronze Axe village chief. Masterly, this is the village chief of Bronze Axe village, Tong, who introduced in a low voice. Greetings, village chief. Li Fuchen nodded. The gray-haired old man smiled. This old man is Copper Axe. This village is named after me. Come, brotherly, please enter the village. Copper Axe's house was very large and spacious. The furniture and decorations inside were all made of copper and looked very sturdy. Brother, Li should have come to the Wasteland City from the ash-gray wasteland. I have to say that Brother Li's luck is really good. The ash-gray wasteland is too dangerous. When I was young, I once wandered in the ash-gray wasteland with 4 lower gods. After a few months, only one of us and I came back alive. As far as I know, there are thousands of lower divine beasts in the ash-gray wasteland and more than a dozen middle divine beasts. Among them, the strongest is the ash-gray king. The number of middle gods that have died under its claws is at least 8 to 10. Copper Axe spoke while pouring a large bowl of milk tea for Li Fuchen. The milk tea had an excellent texture and felt warm when it entered his mouth. Li Fuchen couldn't help but drink half of it in one go. If you have luck but don't have the strength, you will never be able to pass through the gray-white wasteland. Li Fuchen already understood that the desolate city was an isolated city. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and blocked by the gray-white wasteland on one side. The mountains weren't ordinary mountains. They were the extremely terrifying Mist Mountains. Before one got close, one would be devoured by the mist and be completely lost. In comparison, the gray-white wasteland was much safer. At least everyone knew what was inside the gray-white wasteland. That's true. If you have luck without strength, everything is useless. Copper Axe nodded. Li Fuchen was able to pass through the gray-white wasteland. Luck was important, but strength was even more important. Otherwise, a random low god beast would be enough to kill Li Fuchen. Copper Axe had been a low god for 2,000 years and was only able to deal with 2 or 3 low god beasts at the same time. Soon enough, the other 2 low gods from the Copper Axe village had also rushed over. One of them was a middle-aged man with curly hair with a sturdy body. The other was a lady with dark skin. Come, let me introduce. This is Brother Li Fuchen. He rescued Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard from the claws of the Mad Blood Wild Wolf. These 2 are Copper Spear and Copper Moon. Copper Axe introduced the trio. Copper Spear sized up Li Fuchen and said fervently, I heard from Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard that you gifted them an axe-type half-divine artifact. I wonder if you have any spear-type half-divine artifacts. Don't worry, I will make an equivalent exchange. Copper Spear was most adept at spear arts, but the Copper Axe village didn't have any spear-type half-divine artifacts. They could only make do with other half-divine artifacts, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. It is just a half-divine artifact. There is no harm in gifting it to you. Li Fuchen took out a regular spear-type half-divine artifact and tossed it to Copper Spear. How can this do? Village Chief Copper Axe quickly shook his head. He didn't know that Li Fuchen gifted Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard half-divine artifacts. If he knew, he would definitely reject it. Half-divine artifacts were too precious. The Copper Axe village had only obtained 10 half-divine artifacts after a few thousand years of accumulation. How could they simply accept someone else's half-divine artifact? That's right, we must make an equivalent exchange. Copper Spear's eyes were burning with passion. He immediately took a glance at the spear-type half-divine artifact that Li Fuchen took out. But he didn't want to gain something without risking anything. Copper Spear took out a pile of miscellaneous items from his spatial ring and introduced them one by one. These are the eyeballs of the low-level divine beast, Frost Breath Devil Wolf. They are ice attribute, divine class materials. These are the claws of the pale clawed wolf. They are also divine class materials. Divine class materials, as the name suggested, were materials used to forge divine artifacts. Generally speaking, low-level divine class materials could forge low-level divine artifacts, while mid-level divine class materials could forge mid-level divine artifacts. It was a pity that divine class materials were easy to obtain, but divine artifact forgers were hard to come by. Formidable divine artifact forgers didn't even need divine class materials to forge divine artifacts. Of course, the better the divine class materials, the better the quality of the divine artifact. It was a fact that there was no doubt. These divine class materials might seem precious, but there were too few of them. Even if a divine artifact forger was here, he wouldn't be able to forge a single divine artifact with these divine class materials. However, if Copper Spear took out more divine class materials, Li Fuchen's spear-type half-divine artifact wouldn't be enough. After all, this was just a regular half-divine artifact and not a top-notch half-divine artifact, let alone a peak-class half-divine artifact. Ultimately, Li Fuchen chose 2 eyeballs of the Frost Breath Devil Wolf. It was mainly because the eyeballs were beautiful and looked like blue gems that were emitting cold chi. Li Fuchen didn't want the other divine class materials. He could see that Copper Spear was reluctant to part with them. It was obvious that it wasn't an easy task to gather these divine class materials. Brotherly, I shall not disturb you any more. Copper Spear took the spear-type half-divine artifact and left with excitement. Copper Spear shook his head. You have already been a low-level deity for so many years, but you are still so rash. Since he had nothing to do, Li Fuchen stayed in the Copper Axe village for a few days and got to know many of the villagers. Chapter 1091. In the divine world, only gods didn't have to eat. Everyone below the god realm had to eat. The Bronze Axe village would grow their own vegetables and would occasionally go out to dig for wild vegetables. As for meat, they would have to hunt. Since one could become a demigod at the age of 30, the Bronze Axe village had over 1,000 demigod warriors. Almost everyone in the village was a demigod warrior. Therefore, every time there was a hunt, the Bronze Axe village would send out 100 demigod warriors and 1 low deity. Li Fuchen was still curious about the divine world and volunteered to join the hunting team. As they headed towards the ash-white wasteland, the weather got colder. Even demigods couldn't stand the cold here. They would drink a mouthful of wine every 2 to 4 hours to warm up their bodies. Before arriving at the ash-white wasteland, the group encountered a few powerful half-god beasts, sharp arrow wild boars. There were strong and weak demigods. The same went for half-god beasts. The mad blood wild wolves that Bronze Tiger and Bronze Leopard encountered were just regular half-god beasts and weren't considered powerful. But the sharp arrow wild boars were different. A single sharp arrow wild boar could kill at least 7 or 8 mad blood wild wolves. Everyone be careful. Raise your shields. The leader of the hunting team wasn't a low deity, but a powerful demigod warrior called Bronze Head. Under his command, the hunting team surrounded the sharp arrow boar in an orderly manner. Every time the sharp arrow boar was about to shoot its arrow-shaped spikes, Copperhead and some other experienced demigod warriors would call out in advance and let everyone raise their shields to block the attack. In the sky, Bronze Spear and Li Fuchen stood in the air. The duo didn't make a move. This level of battle was a form of tempering for demigod warriors. Without tempering, they wouldn't be able to become gods. They were only responsible for dealing with the divine beasts, unless the team was in a life-and-death situation. Creak! The thick metal shield was pierced, and Tong, who was startled. This was his first time joining the hunting team, and he thought that it would be safer with more people. Who knew that it wasn't the case? The sharp arrow, wild boars might be formidable, but the Bronze Axe village's demigod warriors weren't weak either. If you fired spikes at me, I would throw spears at you. After a few rounds of attacks, apart from the most formidable sharp arrow wild boars, the rest of the sharp arrow wild boars fell to the ground unwillingly. Die. A spear pierced through the eye of the last sharp arrow wild boar. The one who did it was the square-faced young man. His strength was not weak even in the hunting team. A few of you, go ahead and cut the materials. Everyone has done a good job. Copperhead smiled. In fact, the most powerful figures among them didn't make a move. After all, they had to give the younger generation a chance to temper themselves. By the time they arrived at the grayish-white wasteland, it was already dark. Everyone set up camp and began to roast meat. Sirs, here's your meat. Leafoochen and Copper Spear stood still, while someone came to deliver the meat. One had to admit that the divine world's half-god beasts tasted much better than the half-god beasts in the battlefield of gods. Leafoochen ate an entire sharp arrow wild boar's hind leg by himself. Along the way, the party ate as they walked. Basically, they were able to travel light. As for space rings, not everyone could have them. Only after becoming a low god would Chief Copper Axe exchange precious resources for a space ring. The terrifying snowstorm covered the sky, and it was impossible to see anything beyond 10 meters. On the back of a hill in the wasteland, the Bronze Axe Village's demigod warriors were hiding. This place could hide from the snowstorm and also hide from the sight of the demigod beasts in the wasteland. Everyone take note. There is a group of giant mountain bulls roaming around nearby. They are our targets. Copperhead was very fast, and it only took him a blink of the eye to jump from the top of the hill to the bottom. The giant mountain bull was an extremely massive half-god beast. Its meat was very tough, and a single giant mountain bull was enough to feed a Class 1 divine village for a month. But, correspondingly, the giant mountain bull's strength was extremely horrific. Once it went berserk, a regular half-god beast, like the mad blood wild wolf, wouldn't be able to survive. Even the spikes of the sharp arrow wild boar wouldn't be able to inflict severe injuries on the giant mountain bull. Copperhead had hunted the giant mountain bull numerous times in the past. Therefore, he dared to target it. Of course, it was mainly because the giant mountain bull's size was big enough for the Bronze Axe Village to feed for a period of time. The hunt began very quickly. If the demigod warriors were divided into grades, Copperhead and a few other demigod warriors were definitely elite demigod warriors. Below them were elite demigod warriors, and below them were regular demigod warriors. In fact, in Leafoochen's opinion, it was similar to the demigod classification in the battlefield of gods. However, there were fewer peak and invincible demigods. It didn't mean that the demigods in the divine world were inferior to the demigods in the battlefield of gods. It was mainly due to the difference in half-divine artifacts. The demigods in the divine world didn't even have any half-divine artifacts. How could they compare with the demigods in the battlefield of gods? There was a difference between becoming a demigod in the divine world and in the battlefield of gods. To become a demigod in the battlefield of gods, one would need to undergo the baptism of a half-divine artifact. To become a demigod in the divine world, one just needed to cultivate diligently and stimulate the bloodline. PFFF. Copperhead's weapon was a large cleaver. With a swing of the cleaver, the cold white saber light was like a waterfall that slashed a large wound on the giant mountain bull's body. Moo! The giant mountain bull stomped with its front hooves and radiated a shock wave. Several weaker demigod warriors were sent flying and vomited fresh blood. In the wind and snow, Leafoochen and Copperspear were calm and composed as they watched the scene. When I see them, I will think of my younger self. Copperspear lamented. Becoming a god was everyone's dream. If one didn't become a god, they would only be able to live for 200 years. After becoming a god, they would be able to live for a few thousand years, and this was after excluding artifacts that could increase one's lifespan. You are only over 1,000 years old. Work harder, and you might be able to break through to the middle god realm. Leafoochen laughed. Copperspear said, Middle God, are you dreaming? If it was before the changes in the divine world, I would still have some hope. But now there is no hope at all. The entire wasteland city had a population of a few million, and there were less than 10 middle gods. It was imaginable how difficult it was to become a middle god. All right then, but one must have a goal. What if I achieve it? Li Fuchen laughed. He was different from Copperhead, and it was impossible for him to be willing to stop at the low god realm. Middle god, high god, or even true god were all his goals. Howl! The horrific wolf howl had caused the wind and snow to stop. It is the low-level divine beast, Glacier Demon Wolf. Copper Spear's expression changed. The gray-white wasteland was filled with wolf-type divine beasts like the Frost Breath Demon Wolf, the Pale Claw Wolf, and the Glacier Demon Wolf. His strength wasn't comparable to the village Chief Copper Axe and was only able to deal with one low-level divine beast. The Glacier Demon Wolf was the one he didn't wish to deal with. Soon enough, a giant wolf that was the size of a small mountain and was covered in thick, gray-white ice crystals walked out. The Glacier Demon Wolf was a type of low-level divine beast with extremely tough defense. The ice crystals on the surface of the wolf's body were a combination of icy cold divine power and icy cold substances. Regular low-level deities wouldn't be able to break the ice crystals. Li Fuchen, I will go and deal with it first. Copper Spear wielded the half-divine artifact spear and lunged at the Glacier Demon Wolf with a flash. Bang, 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 the commotion of the battle between the two was much greater than the hunting of the giant mountain bull. The terrifying wind and snow couldn't even get close to the duo's divine power. Large amounts of ice shards were scattered in all directions. Wherever the ice shards landed, it would be turned into ice debris. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's secret protection, the Copper Axe Village's demigod warriors would also be severely affected. Shooting star penetrating moon. Copper Spear released his kill move. The half-divine artifact spear turned into a stream of light and thrust at the weak spot of the Glacier Demon Wolf. PFFF. The ice crystals cracked open and fresh blood gushed out. The Glacier Demon Wolf was injured. It opened its giant mouth and bit the Copper Spear. After swinging it a few times, it tossed the spear away. Cough, cough, cough. Far away, Copper Spear struggled to get up while his body was drenched in blood. If he wasn't wearing the half-divine artifact armor, that bite earlier would have bitten him into two. This Glacier Demon Wolf must be so vicious. After activating his divine power and recovering a portion of his injuries, Copper Spear charged at the Glacier Demon Wolf again. A battle between a low-level deity and a low-level divine beast would never end quickly, unless the difference in strength was too great. On the other side, the hunt was basically over. After being surrounded by over 100 demigod warriors, 2 of the 7 giant mountain bulls escaped and 5 were killed. It was considered a great harvest. Right now, everyone was dismembering the giant mountain bulls while watching the battle. Uncle, will Lord Copper Spear be in danger? Copper Tiger asked the middle-aged demigod warrior worriedly. The middle-aged demigod warrior said, "Don't worry, Lord Copper Spear is experienced in hundreds of battles and has even killed a low-level divine beast, the Frost Breath Devil Wolf. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a Glacier Demon Wolf. Furthermore, isn't Lord Li supporting from the side?" Everyone wasn't clear about Li Fuchen's strength, but those that could become low-level deities were all very powerful, and there shouldn't be any weaklings. It could only be said that everyone had overestimated Copper Spear and underestimated the Glacier Demon Wolf. After 1 hour, everyone could see that Copper Spear wasn't a match for the Glacier Demon Wolf. "Copper Spear, leave it to me. Your injuries are severe enough." Li Fuchen saw that Copper Spear's wounds were frozen, and it was a sign of the icy cold divine power invading. "Let's work together." Copper Spear insisted. "No need, I just need one sword." While speaking, Li Fuchen casually took out a half-divine artifact longsword. With a slash, A sword chi sliced through the snow and the chaotic divine power before slashing at the glacier demon wolf. Crackle! The ice crystals on the glacier demon wolf's body that it was proud of had instantly cracked. The sword chi was like a shooting star that penetrated the body. There was a heavy sound as the glacier demon wolf's body was split into two. It crashed onto the ground and created a wave of snow. He killed the glacier demon wolf just like that. Copper Spear took a deep, cold breath and couldn't react for a long time. He was certain that even the village chief's copper axe wouldn't be able to split the glacier demon wolf's body in a single chop. It would be more likely if it was 10 chops or 8 chops. It was no wonder the glacier demon wolf was able to pass through the grayish-white wilderness and arrive at the desolate plain. He reckoned that the glacier demon wolf was a formidable low-level deity that was traveling. Chapter 1092. Giant wooden carts were traveling on the desolate plain. The wooden carts were filled with giant chunks of meat that were piled up like a small mountain. These wooden carts were forged by the Bronze Axe Village's demigod warriors. The material was a type of sturdy wood in the ash-white, desolate, the frost ironwood. Looking at the glacier demon wolf's meat on the wooden carts, Bronze Tiger licked his lips and said to the middle-aged demigod warrior beside him, "Uncle, this glacier demon wolf is enough for our Bronze Axe Village to eat for at least 1.5 years." 1.5 years? You are underestimating the divine beast meat. With proper preservation, a nail-sized piece of divine beast meat is enough to energize a high-class warrior for an entire day. Those below the high-class warrior level cannot eat it, otherwise they will bleed from their 7 orifices and might even explode. Our village only has 3 lower deities. This glacier demon wolf is enough for us to eat for around 2 to 3 years. The appetite of lower deities was different from demigod warriors. Lower deities might not be able to eat for a long time, but they could still eat a few months' worth of food for demigod warriors. Such a powerful glacier demon wolf can't even withstand a single sword move from Lordly. Bronze Tiger couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen again. A few days ago, Li Fuchen's sword prowess had shocked everyone and left behind the image of an invincible sword god in everyone's heart. With the protection of 2 lower deities and the fact that this place was just at the border of the ash-white, desolate, Li Fuchen basically didn't encounter any obstacles on the way back. In the blink of the eye, another 2 weeks had passed, and Li Fuchen was already completely used to the divine world's laws. Correspondingly, Li Fuchen's hand of God had finally broken through the hand of calamity and reached the 7th rank of the hand of God that not even the undying God had reached. The 7th rank of the hand of God didn't cultivate the calamity power, but the divine power and the destruction divine power. With the destruction divine power, Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body had naturally transformed into the destruction divine body. As compared to the myriad calamity immortal body, the destruction divine body was more tyrannical and unfathomable. It could be said that even if Li Fuchen stood still, there weren't many lower deities that could break his destruction divine body. He had the sword Tao divine power, the fire Tao divine power, and the destruction divine power for offense. He had the time and space divine power for evasion and the destruction divine power for defense. Among the lower gods, Li Fuchen was definitely a monster and didn't have any flaws. It was reckoned that in order to test the limits of Li Fuchen's strength, only a mid-god could do it. Li Fuchen, in another 3 days, the Copper Axe Village will organize a group of people to head to the desolate city. You should go too. On this day, the Copper Spear came over to inform Li Fuchen of a piece of news. 3 days? All right. Li Fuchen knew that the Copper Axe Village would bring some resources to the desolate city to trade every few years. The glacier demon wolf's meat would be sold for a good price in the desolate city. Of course, the Copper Axe Village didn't take advantage of Li Fuchen and gave him plenty of god-class materials. Wasteland City, a Tier 1 god city, had a population of nearly 1 million and was extremely prosperous. Looking at the demigods coming and going on the street, the warriors of Copper Axe Village were both curious and nervous. In the entire territory of the Wasteland City, perhaps only the Wasteland City could see so many inferior gods. After arriving at the Wasteland City, Li Fuchin split up with the Copper Spear and the others as he had his own things to do. The prices are indeed different. A regular half-divine artifact is worth around 500 to 1,000 inferior divine stones. A high-grade half-divine artifact is worth around 3,000 to 10,000 inferior divine stones. After strolling around, Li Fuchin already had a good understanding of the prices of half-divine artifacts. The divine world didn't have the term half-divine stone. There were only inferior divine stones and divine stones. Inferior divine stones were actually peak-grade half-divine stones. It also meant that in the divine world, a regular half-divine artifact could be easily sold for 500 peak-grade half-divine stones, and it was unimaginable in the battlefield of gods. But it was also very understandable. In the battlefield of gods, there were more half-divine artifacts and fewer peak-grade half-divine stones. But in the divine world, there were fewer half-divine artifacts and more inferior divine stones. Therefore, it might seem ridiculous, but it was actually normal. As for peak-grade half-divine artifacts, they were much more expensive and were worth at least 10 divine stones. A single divine stone was equivalent to 10,000 inferior divine stones. A peak-grade half-divine artifact was worth at least 100 divine stones. However, the price of the set was lower than Li Fuchin imagined. For the same tier of set, the price was only 10 times more than a single half-divine artifact. If it was in the battlefield of gods, the price would be at least a few dozen times. After thinking about it, Li Fuchin found the crux of the problem. In the battlefield of gods, the set could strengthen the demigod's half-god power, but it didn't have such an effect in the divine world. After all, the people in the divine world didn't need to be baptized by the half-divine artifacts to constantly improve. They relied on their own strength, and the half-divine artifacts and set were just support. Of course, even so, the set's price was still extremely shocking. Li Fuchin saw in an extremely famous half-divine artifact shop that a 6-piece set of top-notch half-divine artifacts was priced at 300 divine stones. The Scarlet Flame set that I am wearing should be worth at least 1,000 divine stones, Li Fuchin guessed. Due to the change in the rules, apart from the peak-grade half-divine stones and inferior divine stones, all the other half-divine stones in Li Fuchin's spatial ring had dissolved into the divine world's chi. Right now, Li Fuchin only had a few tens of thousands of inferior divine stones. After thinking about it, Li Fuchin decided to sell some of the half-divine artifacts. He might have left all his half-divine artifacts to the Sword Sect and didn't bring any sets with him, but he still had some in his spatial ring. 298,000 inferior god stones. After selling some of the useless or repetitive normal half-divine artifacts and high-grade half-divine artifacts, Li Fuchin's inferior divine stones had increased from tens of thousands to 298,000. Li Fuchin wasn't planning to sell the rest of the normal and high-grade half-divine artifacts. In any case, with his current situation, he wouldn't lack inferior divine stones in the future. These half-divine artifacts could be gifted to others or used for other purposes. As for the peak-grade and peak-grade half-divine artifacts, Li Fuchin didn't sell them. Firstly, they were too conspicuous. In the desolate plain city, only mid-gods would be equipped with peak-grade and peak-grade half-divine artifacts. If Li Fuchin made a move, he would probably attract the attention of a certain mid-god. Secondly, he didn't lack divine stones for now. The divine stones that he brought were enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. Thirdly, to earn divine stones, one didn't necessarily need to sell half-divine artifacts. In the sky, there was a luxurious battleship that flew past. Li Fuchin knew that the owner of the battleship was a mid-god. In the desolate plain city, only mid-gods could fly, and only mid-gods possessed ship-type half-divine artifacts. The worst ship-type half-divine artifacts were all peak-grade half-divine artifacts. If they were too inferior, there wasn't a need to refine them. Li Fuchin smiled and didn't feel envious. He had a few ship-type, half-divine artifacts. In the beginning, he only had one peak-grade, half-divine artifact. After sweeping through the 9 battlefield of God cities, he had also collected some peak-grade, half-divine artifacts. If he didn't leave most of them with the Sword Sect, he would have even more peak-grade, half-divine artifacts. Looking at the luxurious battleship that flew past, many of the low gods below had envious expressions. It would be great if they could become mid-gods too. Among them, most of them were still using normal half-divine artifacts. There weren't many who had high-grade, half-divine artifacts, and peak-grade, half-divine artifacts were just an extravagant hope. As for peak-grade, half-divine artifacts, there was no need to even think about them. That is Lord Mephit's Cloud Breaker ship. It is a peak-grade, half-divine artifact, and it is worth at least a few hundred divine stones. It was unknown when Copper Spear arrived beside Li Fuchin and said with longing, be it inferior divine stones or divine stones, they weren't that easy to obtain. Li Fuchin might have a few divine stones, but he wasn't willing to use them for transactions as he didn't have enough time to cultivate. The divine power contained in the divine stones was secondary. The concentrated divine world laws were the true value of the divine stones. As for inferior divine stones, Li Fuchin only had 1,000 of them, and it was only enough to purchase a normal half-divine artifact. A few hundred divine stones was definitely a huge sum to him. Let's go, I will treat you to a meal. Li Fuchin didn't bother about Copper Spear sentiments and led the way to a nearby luxurious restaurant. Oh my, it is so expensive. It is also divine beast meat, but it is at least a few dozen times more expensive here. Copper Spear was eating the divine beast meat while speaking with anger. Li Fuchin said, this restaurant sells its signboard and taste. You don't have to be so cynical. The divine beast meat cooked in the restaurant was several times more delicious than the divine beast meat cooked in the Copper Axe village, and that was enough. For this meal, Li Fuchin had eaten dozens of inferior divine stones. Copper Spear might not be the one paying the bill, but he was still feeling the heartache. Li Fuchin, are you really not going back with us? At the city gate, Copper Spear asked. Li Fuchin nodded. I came out to travel to temper myself. If I am to stay in one place, how am I going to temper myself? Then be careful. I hope we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Copper Spear patted on Li Fuchin's shoulder and left. Seeing the situation, the rest of the Copper Axe village's demigod warriors quickly followed. The Copper Axe village is ultimately just a village. They aren't as well informed as the Desolate City. Next, I will have to understand the Desolate City first. Li Fuchin only spent one inferior divine stone to obtain the general information of the Desolate City from a child. The Desolate City had a total of 9 middle deities. The strongest was called Qianshi, and he was the city lord of the Desolate City. He had a prestigious status, and no one in the Desolate City could compare with him. It was said that the other 8 middle deities might not be a match for him even if they worked together. It was unknown if it was true. Li Fuchin felt that this information was most likely true. If Qianshi had a set of peak-grade half-divine equipment, the 8 middle deities might not be a match for him. Among the 9 middle deities, the number 2 was called Blood Moon. He had a tavern in the Desolate City called the Blood Moon Tavern. The Blood Moon Tavern was actually a black market that only served low deities. The number 3 was called Long Kuan, and he had a large-scale mercenary group under him. Outside of the Desolate City, there were 3 dangerous places. They were the dense mist mountains, the gray-white wasteland, and the Desolate Devil's Den. Putting aside the dense mist mountains and the gray-white wasteland, the Desolate Devil's Den was rumored to be connected to the Abyss. The Abyss was an extremely horrific place, and anything that was related to it would have an intense pollution.